Alas, another failure. Am I destined never to become an adventurer? In a modestly constructed hut, Huan Tian stared intently at the dimming orb of light in his hands, letting out a resigned sigh. Well, I suppose I should complete today's task otherwise. That old man will surely scold me again. Although he had once more failed to condense the spirit of the artifact, to him, it was merely another attempt. After all, this marked his 7th consecutive failure, and he was no longer disheartened by it. He firmly believed that one day he would undoubtedly succeed in forming his own spirit. To become an adventurer, one must condense a spirit of the artifact by absorbing the ethereal energy of the heavens and the earth, akin to wielding a weapon. The nature of the spirit one can condense entirely depends on an individual's comprehension of this energy. Some individuals spend their entire lives without ever succeeding in this endeavor. In this land, possessing a spirit of the artifact is a source of immense pride. As he walked through the streets, Huan Tian felt the faint aura emanating from the orb within him, which left him somewhat perplexed. Logically, upon failing to condense the spirit, these orbs composed of ethereal energy should dissipate with the passage of time. Yet, rather than fading away, the orbs within him seemed to grow ever stronger, a mystery that piqued his curiosity. "Hey, Huan Tian, are you out collecting herbs this early?" A youthful lad, appearing quite refined, called out to Huan Tian from a short distance away. Upon hearing this, Huan Tian offered a slight smile to the boy. "If I don't complete the task assigned by that old man, I fear I shall have no dinner tonight." The youth cast a glance at Huan Tian, his expression momentarily stunned as he observed the significantly larger bamboo basket behind him. With a hint of indignation, he exclaimed, "Do not tell me you are once again aiding Wang Sheng and his group in completing the old man's task today. What is there to fear in Wang Sheng having merely condensed an artifact spirit? It's nothing to worry about. Their task isn't particularly daunting. We can complete it together," Huan Tian replied with a gentle smile, gazing at the young man before him. "Not daunting, you say? Wang Sheng's task yesterday was to gather 10 wild strawberries. Is that something you can manage? Don't tell me you are unaware of where wild strawberries grow that are found only deep within Lowland. Are you courting danger? As long as I exercise caution, it will be fine. Did I not manage alone last time? Very well. I shall accompany you," the youth said with a resigned sigh as he regarded Huan Tian. "I can handle it myself. Do not let my endeavors hinder your training." Did the old man not say that this is a crucial moment? "You should focus on cultivating your artifact spirit," Huan Tian asserted. "Enough of your excuses. I will assist you, and in the process, test my own artifact spirit," the youth insisted. "Then let us be on our way," Huan Tian replied earnestly, studying the young man. "Xian Yuan Yu Huang, thank you." The youth turned to Huan Tian, perplexed. "What did you just say? Helping others while you remain so." Xian Yuan Yu Huang glanced at Huan Tian and sighed. "Forget it. I won't say more. It's truly perplexing how to regard you." "Consider this a form of training," Huan Tian remarked. "I am beginning to believe that you are indeed from another dimension. I often wonder how someone as foolish as you could exist in this world. I truly hail from another realm. I must tell you, the place I once inhabited is called Earth, where there is no spiritual energy, only technology. Enough already. You've repeated this tale countless times. If I believe you are from another world, is that not sufficient?" Xian Yuan Yu Huang replied with a hint of exasperation, her striking eyes fixed on Huan Tian. "By the way, how is your weapon spirit coming along? Have you made any breakthroughs? Allow me to demonstrate." At her words, Xian Yuan Yu Huang's interest was piqued. She set aside her rations, and with a flash of light in her right hand, a resplendent silver spear materialized. The moment the silver spear appeared, Huan Tian could palpably sense the surrounding spiritual energy intensifying, as if drawn in by the allure of the weapon. "You have actually condensed the weapon spirit of a magic spear warrior." Huan Tian gazed at the silver spear in Xian Yuan Yu Huang's grasp, unmistakable envy glimmering in his eyes. "Isn't it magnificent? I shall undoubtedly become a supreme powerhouse in the future. However, You must also hasten your efforts to condense your weapon spirit. Together, we shall traverse the continent of Arad, Xin Yuan Yu Huang declared, gripping the spear as she spoke to Huan Tian. Little did she know, years later, Huan Tian would prefer to journey this land alone. Very well. It is settled then. Huan Tian nodded in agreement. There are not that many magical beasts around. I have visited several times already, Huan Tian muttered in response. Exercise caution, it is never unwarranted, Xin Yuan Yu Huang remarked with utmost seriousness as she gazed at Huan Tian. After all, the existence of magical beasts in Lowland was no secret. Many were aware of it, though none had actually laid eyes on one. Nevertheless, the absence of witnesses did not imply their non-existence. As they traversed through the dense thicket, the anticipated dangers failed to materialize. Huan Tian successfully gathered the wild strawberries he sought. However, just as he was about to turn and depart, an overwhelming sense of impending peril surged within him. He glanced around, finding nothing amiss, and, filled with curiosity, surveyed the verdant and vibrant forest before hastily following Xin Yuan Yu Huang out of the serene woodland. Not long after their departure, a dark vortex materialized deep within the forest. At its center, a pair of enormous, crimson eyes emerged, fixated on the direction in which the two had vanished. A murmured utterance escaped its lips. There's an oddly unsettling sensation lingering in the air before it faded into obscurity. Chapter 2. The adventurer this time. Success must be achieved. Sitting in the humble corner of the room, Huan Tian formed intricate hand seals. Instantly, the spiritual energy within the small abode became tumultuous. Vortices of energy coalesced towards his hands, causing the entire room to sway under the agitation of the spiraling essence. As he sensed the increasingly dense spiritual energy, Huan Tian focused intently. After all, the condensation of the spirit was no trifling matter. Should he succeed, he would become the center of admiration among countless adventurers. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. As time elapsed, the luminous orb in his hands brightened progressively. The chaotic energy began to settle under his control, and a sword-shaped spirit gradually took form. Feeling the current state, Huan Tian's heart tightened. Previously, he had reached this stage only to witness the energy inexplicably dissipate. After reassessing the comparatively stable energy, he exhaled in relief, thankful that the previous mishap had not repeated itself. For 3 solid hours, Huan Tian diligently stabilized the orb of light, which had now transformed into a resplendent longsword. However, despite reaching this point, he did not allow himself to become complacent. His concentration remained unwavering, for success had yet to be attained. Suddenly, the spiritual energy became chaotic once more. Huan Tian's heart raced as his worst fears came to fruition. He watched helplessly as the longsword reverted to a mere orb of light. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged that, although the spirit condensation was far stronger than before, failure remained failure. Subsequently, a luminous orb reappeared within him. Huan Tian, feeling disheartened, sensed the presence of a total of 9 orbs within his being. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted. For it is said that failure is the mother of success. He believed that one day he would attain triumph. And these 9 unsuccessful orbs represented the pathway to his advancement. As he continued to contemplate his internal state, a series of urgent knocks resounded at the door. Upon opening it, 7 figures stood before him, with the foremost being a youth clad in a flowing black robe. A grave expression, uncharacteristic of one so young, adorned his delicate features as he addressed Huan Tian, inquiring whether he had procured the items. Inside, Huan Tian replied, gesturing towards the medicinal baskets behind him. Well done, the youth remarked, glancing at Huan Tian before instructing his companions. You all, go fetch the items. Understood, boss, responded one of the well-attired young men, while another, without uttering a word, brusquely pushed past Huan Tian and seized the baskets resting on the table. You are in the process of condensing spirit, aren't you? The youth in black queried, observing Huan Tian. Yes, Huan Tian replied, momentarily taken aback by the youth's inquiry, before nodding in affirmation. While condensing spirit, it is imperative to remain calm and composed. You must learn to harmonize with the spiritual energy rather than attempting to control it. Only then can you successfully condense spirit. Although the spirit tool is indeed a product of our own essence, it is also an integral part of our being. Given your innate physical challenges, proceed with prudence. The tranquil voice of the youth reached Huantian's ears, who nodded slightly as he listened. Boss, why are you wasting your breath on him? Everyone here knows that his meridians are completely severed. It's a miracle he is still alive, let alone hoping to condense his spirit and become an adventurer. Stop dreaming, remarked an unremarkable-looking man disdainfully, casting a glance at Huantian. Wang Long, do not underestimate anyone. How many times have I told you? You only successfully condensed your spirit yesterday. The youth retorted, furrowing his brow at the speaker. Wang Long was rather blunt. Do not take it to heart. You continue with your spirit condensation. I shall take my leave. As the young man spoke, he turned to depart, but seemed to recall something and added, the next mission will be entrusted to you. Wang Xing, you were talking nonsense. Huantian will not aid you anymore, came a similarly crisp voice. The black-clad youth paused, a flash of cold light flickering in his eyes as he gazed at the youth not far away. Xinyuan Yuhuang. It's not as if I asked you to take on the task. Why waste your breath? He retorted. Humph. Don't think that just because you possess the strength of a third-tier explorer, you're invincible. The newcomer was none other than Huantian's only true friend in this world. Xinyuan Yuhuang. At least you, with your second-tier status, lack the qualification to speak to me, the black-clad youth remarked casually. Forgive me, but I am also at the third tier now. The black-clad youth was momentarily taken aback by Xinyuan Yuhuang's words. No wonder he was so confident. It turned out he had made a breakthrough. However, you still lack the qualification to utter those words. Shall we put that to the test? Xinyuan Yuhuang gazed at the cloaked youth, his right hand shimmering with light as the long spear he had previously seen manifested in his grasp. Let us give it a try. It seems that a month spent in bed has not fully awakened you. The cloaked youth smiled faintly. Instantly, Huantian could sense the surrounding spiritual energy becoming tumultuous. In the youth's hand, a similarly radiant katana had appeared. Observing the standoff between the two, Huantian shook his head in resignation. There is no need for combat. Wang Sheng, I shall assist you with your next task. Now that is more appropriate. The cloaked youth nodded in satisfaction at Huantian before departing with his entourage. Watching them leave, Huantian muttered to himself with a hint of self-mockery. It seems I have lost my last friend. Chapter 3. An encounter on a gentle hillside. Huantian surveyed the vibrant surroundings, inhaling the fresh air with an expression of pure enjoyment. It had been 3 full years since he mysteriously arrived in this world. As for how he came here, it remained an enigma. He could only vaguely recall a flash of light before finding himself in this realm. The state of his current body left him utterly speechless. Upon his arrival, he was nearly covered in wounds, and most critically, his meridians were completely severed, which was the primary reason he could not successfully condense a spirit. To successfully condense a spirit vessel, the most crucial and paramount step is to establish a connection between the vessel's spirit and the meridians. Only then can the vessel spirit be regarded as an intrinsic part of oneself. Otherwise, the condensed vessel spirit possesses mere form without any practical utility. Fortunately, the language of this world is not overly complex, and after 3 years, he has fundamentally mastered it. As he delves deeper, Huantian feels an inexplicable familiarity with this continent. Here, nearly everyone embarks on a singular path, that of becoming an adventurer. The essence of adventuring hinges upon the condensation of vessel spirits. Without this, one is destined to remain an outsider to the adventurer's realm. Adventurers are classified into 7 ranks, ranging from exploration, expansion, fearlessness, conquest, battle mastery, heroism, to martial refinement. Each rank is further divided into 10 tiers, with each elevation bringing a significant enhancement in strength. Breathing in the subtly fragrant fresh air and gazing at the vibrant flowers and grasses blanketing the hills, Huantian feels as if he has entered a veritable paradise. Reclining among the blossoms, with a flower delicately held in his mouth, he exudes sheer bliss. How beautiful! Suddenly, a melodious and spirited voice resonates in Huantian's ears. To his astonishment, he realizes that this enchanting sound not only pleases his senses, but also seems to enrich the spiritual energy within him, causing even the failed condensation of his vessel spirit to flicker with a faint luminescence. Rising to his feet and opening his eyes, he beheld a small girl, seemingly no older than 7 or 8, standing amidst the flowers and grass. Her golden eyes immediately captivated Huantian, and a radiant aura enveloped her, as if invisible spiritual energy transformed into a brilliant blue, continuously flowing into her being. clad in an exquisitely ornate silver robe. She appeared to be a perfect embodiment of beauty. A delicate smile graced her refined visage, leaving Huan Tian momentarily entranced. How enchanting. In that fleeting moment, the only words that echoed in his mind to describe her were these two. Yet, one thing he was certain of was that the little girl was not from his tribe, for he had spent 3 years there and had encountered most of his peers. As if sensing Huan Tian's presence, the girl paused slightly, her golden eyes fixed upon him. Who are you, and what brings you here? She inquired. You may call me Sierra. That is what my grandfather and the others call me. She gazed at Huan Tian and continued, and who might you be? I've never seen you before. What is your purpose for being here? I am Huan Tian, and I have come here to gather herbs. Huan Tian candidly expressed that he would not ordinarily find himself in this place. His presence here was solely to assist Wang Xing in fulfilling a task assigned by the old man. This venerable figure was the only adventure mentor in the tribe, and it was only upon the completion of his tasks that he would offer guidance, thereby alleviating the path for these children, who had trained since their youth. It seemed that the old man intended to nurture these youngsters, for the tasks he assigned were never overly challenging. At least, Huan Tian's own task was merely to gather herbs. Among Wang Sheng's responsibilities was a material known as golden powder, derived from the pollen of a flower called golden blossom, which was found on this very mountain. It was Wang Sheng who had informed him of this. Upon hearing this, the little girl smiled gently at Huan Tian and asked, Can you play with me? Huan Tian was taken aback, momentarily doubting his own ears, even repeating the girl's words, You want me to play with you? Yes. My family is so dull, and there is no one to play with me. Today, I finally managed to sneak out. She giggled. Huan Tian was astonished by her request. Play with this little girl? Although his current form appeared to be of a similar size as the little girl before him, he himself had been in his 20s. The notion felt somewhat peculiar to him. Amidst the flowers and grass, two figures frolicked together, sometimes chasing butterflies and at other times playing hide and seek, reveling in joy. Indeed, Huan Tian's transformation into this state was not entirely surprising. After all, who could resist the charm of a little girl that seemed to have stepped out from a painting? Weary from play, the little girl sat amidst the blossoms, gazing at the ethereal sky. A glimmer of light flashed from her right hand, and in an instant, a silver pill materialized in her palm. This action did not escape the notice of Huan Tian, who was astounded to see a crystal ring adorning the delicate fingers of the girl. He recognized this ring as a spatial storage ring, a rare sight he had only encountered once in the possession of an elderly man. Yet, Huan Tian could assert with certainty that the black ring owned by the old man paled in comparison to the one held by the little girl. This is for you, she said, seemingly oblivious to Huan Tian's astonishment, as she extended the pill towards him, her melodious voice resonating in his ears. What is this? He inquired. I don't know. Eating this will make you no longer hungry, she replied. Wait, you eat this when you're hungry? Is there no food? Huan Tian asked, still incredulous at the notion that such a small pill could replenish one's energy. My grandfather said this is beneficial for me, so I thought it would be good for you too. As Huan Tian accepted the pill from the girl's hand, his expression shifted dramatically. He could sense the immense energy contained within it. If not for the gentle nature of this energy, he would have likened it to a balm. Observing Huan Tian grasping the pill, the little girl beamed with joy and retrieved another small pill from her spatial ring, promptly placing it in her mouth. To eat or not to eat? Huan Tian gazed at the small pill in his hand, his heart filled with trepidation. This object emanated an extraordinary aura. Would his body withstand it? Casting another glance at the little girl, he let out a self-deprecating smile. It seemed that this innocent child bore no ill intentions towards him. Mimicking her, he tossed the pill into his mouth. Almost instantaneously, a profound surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body. The astonishment on Huan Tian's face deepened as he felt this potent energy flowing through his meridians. Were he able to scrutinize the internal state of his body closely, he would undoubtedly be even more amazed, for under the influence of this energy, his nearly damaged meridians appeared to be faintly mending. Upon ingesting the pill, Huan Tian sensed a warm current emerging within him. Remarkably, even the gnawing hunger in his stomach dissipated under this soothing flow. This wondrous phenomenon left him utterly astonished. Such a remarkable substance was undoubtedly an essential companion for any journey. He pondered the method of its creation. Once again, he looked at the enigmatic little girl, his curiosity intensifying. It seemed she sensed his gaze, as her delicate face tilted upward, her captivating golden eyes meeting his. It's not delicious, is it? This stuff tastes awful. Huan Tian felt an urge to spit blood at her words, Such a marvelous object was perceived as repugnant in her eyes. Awkwardly scratching his head, he ventured to ask, "Do you consume this every day?" "Yes," she replied. "I've eaten this since childhood, and it's truly not tasty at all." The little girl pouted her lips and reluctantly uttered a few words. In response to her remarks, what could Huan Tian possibly say? Observing her attire, it was evident that she was no ordinary child. Little did Huan Tian know, this girl was far from simple. When he later reflected on today's encounter, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. However, that is a story for another time. Come, let me take you to enjoy some grilled fish. What is grilled fish? Is it delicious? You'll find out soon enough. By a small river at the foot of the mountains, exquisite carp were sizzling over a blazing fire, their tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. The little girl, seated beside the fire, gazed at Huan Tian with wide eyes, her mouth almost watering in anticipation. "Don't worry. It will be ready shortly," Huan Tian reassured her, his gaze fixed on the fish. As time passed silently, the savory scent from the fire grew ever more intense. Observing the nearly cooked fish, Huan Tian retrieved several small bottles filled with seasonings from his pocket. After all, he could do without extravagant items like spatial rings that only the wealthy could afford. In his past life, he had been solitary, and even in this new world, he remained alone. Therefore, he often carried essentials with him, and he would sometimes sneak out of the tribe for a little extra meal. Grilling fish was one of his specialties. "Here, enjoy," he said with a smile, handing a seasoning-laden grilled fish to the little girl, before taking one for himself and beginning to eat. Upon receiving the roasted fish from Huan Tian's hands, the little girl mimicked his actions and took a bite. In an instant, her face lit up with excitement. The entire fish was swiftly devoured, and seeing her eat with such skill, Huan Tian refrained from cautioning her about the potential bones. "I want more," she declared, her golden eyes fixed on Huan Tian, her expression unmistakably conveying her desire. This left Huan Tian utterly astonished as he presented her with another fragrant roasted fish. He set aside his own meal, captivated by her joy. Unable to fathom how such an exquisitely dressed little girl had never tasted the simple pleasure of roasted fish before. As half an hour slipped by, the little girl had consumed a total of 4 fish. Observing her blissful demeanor, Huan Tian felt an immense sense of happiness. After all, receiving acknowledgement for his culinary skills was indeed a gratifying experience. "Goodbye." The little girl waved her tiny hand, preparing to turn away. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she asked, "Will I see you again?" "Of course," Huan Tian replied with a smile. "It's settled then. Farewell." The little girl beamed at his words and, with a cheerful gait, ventured deeper into the mountains. As her figure gradually faded into the distance, Huan Tian felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart. He wondered about her identity. Who could she be? He mused to himself, before gathering his medicinal basket and departing from this nostalgic place. Chapter 5. The Mysterious Elder. "Oh." Huan Tian once again felt a luminous orb forming within him and let out a resigned sigh. Initially, he had hoped to harness the abundant spiritual energy within him to successfully condense a spirit this time. However, as anticipated, at the very last moment, the nascent spirit, almost fully formed, suddenly dimmed, just like the last time, ultimately culminating in failure. Am I destined never to become an adventurer? After numerous setbacks, Huan Tian began to entertain the words of others, who claimed that those with severed meridians could never become adventurers. In his moment of doubt, a fleeting yet familiar silhouette emerged in his mind, lingering there as if he had encountered it long ago. "No. Even if fate conspires against my aspirations of becoming an adventurer, I shall defy the odds." Remembering his pact with Xianyuan Yuang, Huan Tian's gaze grew resolute once more as he adjusted his disheveled clothing, tousled by the spiritual energy. "Little one, come to the back mountain." Suddenly, an ancient voice inexplicably resonated in Huan Tian's mind. Startled, he exclaimed, "Who are you?" "You will know upon your arrival." At the back mountain of the tribe, a figure, appearing extraordinarily aged, stood silently in place. Beside him was a young girl possessing an unparalleled beauty, who, if Huan Tian were present, he would undoubtedly recognize as the mysterious little girl he had recently parted ways with. Observing the young girl by his side, the elderly man felt a sense of helplessness. He gently stroked the girl's long, black hair and smiled, saying, "All right, I have summoned him, but he cannot be brought into the clan, you know. Only the holy ones are permitted to reside there." He shook his head in resignation, realizing that this child could not escape her destined path. Upon hearing this, the little girl's delicate face was clouded with disappointment. After all, due to her status, Her peers could only regard her from a distance. And encountering someone like Huan Tian, who could play joyfully with her, was truly a longing for her. The rear mountain, once a lush forest, had vanished for various reasons, leaving behind only barren ground and scattered tree stumps. Standing on the slope of the mountain, Huan Tian instantly recognized the figure that lingered in his mind. "It's good to see you again," he said. Before the elderly man could respond, the excited young girl exclaimed upon spotting Huan Tian. With a gentle smile directed at the girl, Huan Tian turned to the elderly man and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The elder paused briefly, then replied with a chuckle, "A name is merely a moniker. It is better left unmentioned. But what brings you here?" Huan Tian looked at the old man with confusion. "Do you wish to become an adventurer?" The elder's seemingly casual remark caused a profound change in Huan Tian's expression. Who among the inhabitants of this continent would decline the call to become an adventurer, unless they were a fool? The elder should have been acutely aware of his own circumstances. After all, the faint aura emanating from him was considerably more potent than that of an ordinary old man. Nodding to the elder, Huan Tian, still perplexed, inquired, "Can I truly become an adventurer? I cannot even condense a weapon spirit. Where there is a will, there is a way," the elder replied with a gentle smile, reflecting on the myriad emotions stirred within him. It was indeed due to the concessions made by his family that this child had come to be in his current state. Now, he found himself aiding the very child who had once been a source of concern. He pondered whether this was a blessing or a curse. Upon hearing the elder's words, Huan Tian nodded almost instantaneously. "This is a scroll of body refinement techniques. Take it and study diligently. Once mastered, it will not only enable you to defeat the fearless elite, but will also ensure your invincibility at the pioneering level. Do you wish to learn?" The elder produced a scroll from his spatial ring, which exuded a subtle aura, and gazed at Huan Tian with anticipation. "I do wish to learn," Huan Tian responded, his face a canvas of astonishment. Having spent 3 years in this world, he understood that the value of such techniques transcended monetary measures, particularly those rare body refinement techniques, which were worth a fortune. However, there was a notable downside to these techniques. Their practice was exceedingly monotonous, and most adventurers would typically shy away from pursuing body refinement methods. "Here, I offer this to you. This spiritual technique is of no use to me, but you may attempt to practice it. Even without a spiritual vessel, you should be able to manage a rudimentary form of cultivation," the elder remarked, casually tossing the invaluable scroll towards Huan Tian, as though discarding a mere stone. Receiving the precious technique with caution, Huan Tian was filled with immense curiosity. He had finally laid eyes on the legendary spiritual skill. "Very well, immerse yourself in your studies. Return here in half a month. I wish to observe the fruits of your labor," the elder instructed, before a momentary shift in his expression led him to add, "And remember, keep today's events a secret from everyone. As for Xier's matter, aside from you, do not disclose it to anyone else." "Understood," Huan Tian replied, his gaze now fixed upon the scroll in his hands. As he unfurled it, a line of golden characters materialized before his eyes. "Beginner stage combat technique, steel and iron body. A method that refines the flesh and fortifies the bones through spiritual energy. Upon reaching mastery, one's physique becomes as unyielding as steel, rivaling even the peak of a pioneering beast." Chapter 6. Body Refinement. This technique, titled Steel and Iron Body, is aptly named, as it aims to forge the human body into something akin to iron, though its completion may allow one to rival the physical form of a beast. The journey to achieve such mastery is fraught with immense challenges. 3 months have elapsed since Huan Tian acquired this body-refining technique, and throughout this period, his daily routine has been devoted to the relentless training of his physique. The method he employs is remarkably straightforward. He runs laps around the perimeter of the tribe. Initially, he could manage only 5 laps, but he has now escalated this to an impressive 50. At this moment, Huan Tian can distinctly feel the formidable strength coursing through his body, which has increased several-fold compared to 3 months prior. Nevertheless, he remains resolutely diligent, understanding that this is merely the beginning. The daily runs have instilled in him a profound yearning for the future. Although the majority of his time is dedicated to physical conditioning, he has not relinquished his efforts in soul condensation. Despite facing repeated failures, he perceives a significant enhancement in his affinity for spiritual energy. For instance, what once took him over 3 hours to form the prototype of a spirit tool can now be achieved in merely half an hour. While he still cannot condense a soul, this progress signifies another form of improvement for Huan Tian. It is essential to recognize that in a world where spiritual energy reigns supreme, a higher affinity for it accelerates the cultivation process. Sitting idly, Huan Tian feels an overwhelming sense of frustration. By chance, a stone roughly the size of his fist catches his eye. Upon noticing it, he smacks his forehead, scolding himself for his folly. If this current approach yields no results, it indicates that his body has grown accustomed to this state. But what if he were to add weight? Would he still feel as unencumbered as before? The outcome is undoubtedly negative. After bearing the weight, Huan Tian could distinctly feel the depletion of his stamina. Merely after 2 laps, he was already exhausted. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he commenced the next lap. It must be said that although this method is simple, its actual efficacy is profoundly significant. When fatigued, he would sit down to sip water from the condensation of his soul, and over the course of an entire month, the stones in the bamboo basket behind him had accumulated from 1 to 3. Though arduous, the rewards were immense. For instance, a peak that once took him half an hour to ascend could now be conquered in merely 10 minutes. More importantly, his affinity for spiritual energy had reached a level that his peers could only admire. Despite failing to condense his soul numerous times during this period, it had no bearing on him. Due to his training, Huan Tian even forgot about the half-month promise he made with the elder. Above a lush tree, the elder lightly tapped the tree's tip with his feet, gazing at the seemingly tireless young figure with a sense of satisfaction, murmuring, "A talent worth nurturing," before vanishing from sight. With 10 more laps remaining, Huan Tian took a sip of water and muttered to himself. After all, he was no ordinary child. The memories and experiences from his previous life were of immense importance to him now. Many things cannot be achieved without effort. Only through diligence can one find opportunities. Although body training is monotonous and excruciatingly lonely, it did not affect him in the slightest, as he was an orphan in his past life. To become a formidable individual, one must first endure solitude. Rising to his feet, Huan Tian once again commenced his sprint. Beneath the setting sun, this diminutive figure navigated the forest with a leisurely grace, pausing intermittently and dashing forth at times. In the continent of Arad, the Kanglan Empire, a nation birthed from the ashes of a great war a millennium ago, has, through the passage of time, evolved into one of the superpowers of this land. Throughout the corners of this formidable empire, numerous portraits are displayed, depicting a child whose likeness astonishes countless onlookers. The resemblance to Huan Tian is uncanny, leading many to speculate that the child in the portrait is none other than he himself. The subject of this portrait is the son of the national marshal of the Kanglan Empire, who, 3 years prior, was captured by a multitude of adventurers under the accusation of treason. The public was left in a state of shock, as many found it hard to believe that the valorous marshal, who had once led the defense against the goblin beast horde, could betray his own country. Chapter 7. The second layer of body refinement. As time swiftly passed, 2 years had elapsed. During this span, Huan Tian diligently engaged in weight-bearing exercises daily. Whenever fatigue enveloped him, he would meditate to condense his soul energy. Though he had yet to succeed in this endeavor, his efforts over the 2 years had significantly amplified the spiritual energy within him, rendering him unmatched even among many explorers of considerable strength. Ascending mountains with ease, Huan Tian reveled in the formidable power coursing through his physique, his face alight with confidence. The trials of 3 years had finally bestowed upon him a physical strength that far surpassed his peers. Not only ordinary individuals, but even many adventurers would find it challenging to rival his extraordinary might. It is time to commence the second layer of cultivation. Once again, Huan Tian felt the formidable strength of his physique and murmured to himself. The first layer of cultivation had already rendered him remarkably powerful. He pondered the potential transformations the second and even the third layers might bring, filled with great anticipation. According to the scroll, the second layer necessitates the refinement of the body through spiritual energy. This process, while not exceedingly difficult, also presents its own challenges. It requires a harmonious fusion of spiritual energy with the physical form, aiming to enhance the body's capabilities. Huan Tian harbored little concern regarding this, for after 3 years, his affinity for spiritual energy had reached an astonishing level. However, achieving the fusion of 2 entirely disparate entities is no trivial task. The complexity involved is indeed considerable. Nonetheless, for someone like Huan Tian, who had endured 3 years of trials, this did not pose a significant obstacle. A faint sound resonated within him as the tumultuous spiritual energy clashed against his robust physique. Faced with this situation, Huan Tian had no recourse but to grit his teeth and persevere. After all, immense power does not simply materialize from thin air, without perseverance. Aspiring to become formidable is nothing short of a fool's dream, a truth he understood well. As time passed, his efforts bore fruit. The repulsion between the spiritual energy and his body diminished significantly. Yet, despite this reduction in resistance, there remained no signs of genuine fusion between the two. In the face of such circumstances, Huan Tian was well prepared, mobilizing the abundant spiritual energy within him to contend against his own body. During the struggle, his vital essence surged violently, causing beads of blood to seep from his pores, presenting a ghastly sight from a distance. Despite the torment, he could only endure in silence. The fusion of flesh and spiritual energy is not an impossibility. Otherwise, the scroll of spiritual techniques in his possession would hold no value. However, since these are spiritual techniques, it is evident that others have succeeded in their cultivation. Although flesh and spiritual energy are distinct entities, a pinnacle collision between the two can lead to a moment of harmonious integration. Yet, achieving this moment demands immense time and patience. At this juncture, Huan Tian finally comprehended why many adventurers shun the path of physical cultivation. The process is not only tedious but also entails enduring pain and solitude that few can bear. Atop the mountain peak, the chilling wind howled, and a robust figure sat motionless, resembling a statue. His garments billowed in the breeze, and his bronze skin lay exposed to the elements. Were it not for the faint aura emanating from his body, an onlooker might assume he had succumbed to death. 3 months slipped by in an instant. Since Huan Tian embarked on the second stage of his cultivation, he had not left this place. The elder of the tribe cast a fleeting glance at him, yet upon observing the appearance of Huan Tian, he chose to remain undisturbed and silently departed. After all, as a seasoned adventurer, he was well aware that Huan Tian was engaged in the cultivation of his physical form. The elder nodded discreetly, recognizing that such perseverance is not possessed by everyone. Suddenly, the body of the owner could no longer endure the solitude, and a faint sound soon dissipated into the air. After 3 months of tightly closed eyes, they gently opened, and the entire body began to tremble violently. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Huan Tian surveyed his surroundings, his eyes seemingly glimmering with brilliance. In the blink of an eye, that brilliance vanished without a trace, leaving behind a pair of utterly ordinary black and white pupils. Feeling the strength of his body at that moment, Huan Tian murmured to himself, "The fusion is finally complete." As he stepped onto the street, many familiar faces expressed astonishment upon seeing him. Indeed, numerous individuals believed he had already departed from this place, for he had not been seen on the streets for quite some time. It was understandable that people would think so. After greeting those he recognized, his figure swiftly vanished from their sight, only to come to a halt before a somewhat aged house. "Old Bai, are you there?" Huan Tian called out, gazing at the house before him. "Little fellow, what brings you to this old man's abode?" A voice, sounding aged yet warm, resonated from within. Upon hearing the voice, Huan Tian pushed open the door he had not entered for a long time. Chapter 8. The White Elder. Upon pushing the door open, a venerable figure clad in white garments came into view. The elder exuded an ethereal aura, and a formidable presence radiated from his brow. He reclined languidly in an aged armchair, his eyes gently closed. Behind him stood a classic bookshelf. "My young friend, what brings you to my humble abode?" The elder inquired serenely as he noticed Huan Tian's entrance. "White Elder, I seek your wisdom regarding certain matters," Huan Tian replied respectfully, standing before the elder. "Do share." The elder responded, his curiosity piqued as he slowly opened his eyes to regard Huan Tian. "White Elder, what lies beyond our back mountain?" Huan Tian hesitated momentarily before articulating the question that had been troubling him. Ever since he encountered the young girl named Sheer, he had been deeply intrigued by her identity, as well as the elder who bestowed upon him the physical cultivation technique. Both had departed into the enigmatic back mountain, and Huan Tian had once attempted to ascend the mist-shrouded peak. However, after climbing a mere few hundred meters, an immense pressure had forced him back down. "The back mountain, you say?" The elder murmured, a fleeting expression of yearning crossing his aged visage. Yet, in an instant, that yearning faded, and he continued to gaze at Huan Tian. "It is not much of a secret, so I shall share it with you. The peak of the back mountain is known as Wang Tian Peak. Do you know why?" the elder asked, looking intently at Huan Tian. "I do not." Upon hearing the elder's words, Huan Tian shook his head in disbelief. What an absurd notion. He was not of this world. How could he possibly comprehend such matters? A being surpassing the martial refinement level? Huan Tian's expression shifted drastically at the elder's remark. After all, those at the martial refinement level stood as the paramount powers of this realm. To transcend that level would indeed imply attaining divinity. Indeed, it would signify the presence of a true deity. Seemingly anticipating Huan Tian's thoughts, the elder spoke with conviction. Then, as if struck by a revelation, Huan Tian opened his mouth to speak, but was compelled to suppress his question, recalling the elder's previous words regarding the spiritual technique gifted to him. Nonetheless, this was a tale from long ago, roughly a millennium past, when a fierce conflict erupted between human adventurers and beastly fiends. Ultimately, the adventurers emerged victorious, albeit at a tremendous cost, as nearly all the peak experts perished. The reasons behind such a calamity remain shrouded in mystery. To uncover the truth, one must strive diligently in their cultivation. Only upon reaching that level can one embark on the journey of discovery. Me? Huan Tian pointed to himself. Grappling with doubt regarding the elder's assertions, he was but a mere individual incapable of even condensing a weapon spirit. Although he had made some progress in physical cultivation, it paled in comparison to those formidable beings, akin to the disparity between the sun and a flickering candle. Little one, remember this. Adventurers inherently defy the heavens. There exists no prescribed path for cultivation. The nature of one's potential lies solely within one's own hands. Talent merely determines the starting point of one's journey. In this world, there are indeed numerous adventurers endowed with exceptional gifts, yet how many truly ascend to the pinnacle? The path you now tread is uncharted, and you must rely on your own gradual exploration to advance. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Huan Tian gazed at the elder in astonishment. With a respectful bow, he exited the room. As Huan Tian departed, the elder's previously dim expression suddenly sharpened, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him grew significantly more potent. There was one crucial detail he had not disclosed to Huan Tian. The majority of individuals in this tribe were cast aside by the families of the Holy Order. The Holy Order family is an enigmatic and ancient lineage. In this land, becoming a member of the Holy Order is a mark of nobility. Within this family, bloodline holds paramount importance. The purity of one's bloodline signifies one's status. The purer the bloodline, the higher the standing. From birth until the age of 10, the children of the tribe undergo bloodline testing and spirit weapon condensation. Failing to become a member of the Holy Order results in expulsion from the clan. Irrespective of talent, a tradition upheld for centuries. The tribe where Huan Tian resides consists of adventurers who were expelled by the Holy Order family, alongside ordinary individuals who could not condense spirit weapons. While it may sound harsh, the truth remains indisputable. Indeed, there exists a significant disparity among the clergy. Generally speaking, the spirit of the condenser serves as the foundational path for aspiring adventurers. Upon successful condensation, adventurers are classified into 9 distinct categories. Those who condense sword-type spirits are referred to as demon swordsmen, while those who condense hand-type spirits are known as fighters. Adventurers who condense staff-type spirits are called mages, and those who condense cross-type spirits are identified as clerics. Successful condensation of sword and shield spirits allows one to become a guardian, while those who condense polearm spirits are known as war spearmen. Adventurers who successfully condense firearm spirits may attain the title of marksman. However, such spirits are typically found only in the celestial realm, far from this continent, where they have yet to manifest. Adventurers who successfully condense assassination-type spirit daggers are called knight envoys, and finally, those who condense gunblade spirits are known as gunblade warriors. Moreover, due to physiological differences, the spirits that males and females can condense vary greatly. Once an adventurer has successfully condensed their spirit and reached the pinnacle of exploration level, they may choose a profession that aligns with their personal style. Chapter 9. Barbaric Charge. Upon exiting the dwelling of the elder Bai, the vestiges of self-doubt that once lingered on Huan Tian's face had vanished entirely. Bai's words held profound truth. The heights one may achieve in the future are never dictated by fate. Rather, such heights are solely determined by one's own resolve. If one lacks confidence in oneself, how can they ever contemplate the path of the strong? Sitting cross-legged on a humble cot, Huan Tian took a deep breath, channeling the spiritual energy within him, continuously cleansing his body. Since the moment his physical form harmonized with his spiritual essence, Huan Tian had truly comprehended the meaning of strength. The room was enveloped in swirling spiritual energy, and streams of it seemed to form a certain formation as they flowed through Huan Tian's fractured meridians, circulating within him. At that moment, He felt an exquisite comfort, as if countless gentle hands were massaging his body. This meditative process did not last long before Huan Tian awakened from this state of bliss, eagerly unrolling the scroll of body-refining techniques. He was compelled to uncover the mystery behind this inexplicable sensation. However, upon unveiling the scroll, Huan Tian was taken aback. The segment pertaining to body refinement had vanished without a trace, leaving only 4 golden characters before his eyes. Brutal collision. As the name suggests, this sudden apparition was a spiritual technique, specifically designed to complement one's physical strength. Lacking a weapon spirit, Huan Tian was uncertain if he could cultivate this technique. Yet who could refuse a spiritual skill of exorbitant value in the external world? One must at least attempt it to ascertain its feasibility. Brutal collision harnessed the body's strength to assail adversaries, and upon attaining mastery, it could easily incapacitate foes. It was, without a doubt, a formidable technique. However, employing such a skill demanded a high level of physical fortitude from the practitioner. Should one's bodily strength be insufficient, rather than vanquishing the opponent, they might find themselves severely injured by the very technique they sought to wield, rendering the endeavor futile. The cultivation of spiritual techniques is not overly arduous. Huan Tian swiftly grasped its essence. With his current physical prowess, a single punch rendered ordinary stones as fragile as foam. The method of practicing this spiritual technique was remarkably simple. The body served as its foundation. Soon, Huan Tian devised a strategy. He specifically sought out a location abundant in stone pillars, and like a meteor, his body relentlessly collided with the massive rocks. The resounding crashes echoed throughout the area, leading those unaware to believe that a ferocious beast lurked nearby. As he beheld the shattered fragments of stone resulting from his strikes, Huan Tian inhaled sharply. This approach was indeed taxing for most adventurers. One must acknowledge that the force exerted upon the stones would reciprocate with equal magnitude. Had he not possessed a solid physical constitution, Huan Tian would undoubtedly have refrained from such endeavors. From that moment on, he became a regular patron of this locale, with the sounds of his stone collisions resonating daily. Observers from afar were often inspired by the indomitable spirit of the youth, leaving many adventurers feeling inadequate in comparison. Even villagers passing through would pause to witness this boy, who seemed incapable of condensing spiritual energy. Time flew by, and the youthful innocence on the boy's face had long since vanished. Taking a sip of water, Huan Tian sat on the ground, feeling the immense power coursing through his body. He murmured softly, 5 years. Yet, despite this, the striking figure of a girl would occasionally flicker in his mind. Without her, there would be no present version of himself. Regarding that figure in his thoughts, Huan Tian felt not only gratitude but also an indescribable emotion, as if he wished to protect her for a lifetime. Although he currently lacked the strength to do so, Huan Tian firmly believed that one day he would ascend to great heights. However, when the time came for him to reach the summit, everything would have changed. And all that would remain in his mind would be a sense of reflection, but that was a matter for another time. Chapter 10. The Tribe Selection Tournament. The door swung open to reveal an exceptionally handsome young man clad in a flowing white robe, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. In comparison to Huan Tian, the disparity was akin to that between a prince and a beggar. This individual was none other than Huan Tian's soul friend, Xianyuan Yuhuang. Long time no see, Xianyuan Yuhuang said with a gentle smile, his gaze scrutinizing Huan Tian with keen curiosity. Huan Tian's refined features were filled with intrigue, as the fact that he had been training his body was no secret. Many were well aware of it. Xuanyuan's curiosity regarding Huan Tian, who had persevered in his training for several years, was palpable. It has indeed been a while, Huan Tian replied, nodding at Xianyuan Yuhuang. With a slight smile, he asked, what exactly is the tribe selection tournament you mentioned? The tribal selection competition, a grand event held every decade, primarily involves adventurers aged 16 and below from the tribe. The top 4 contestants earn the opportunity to train in the prestigious outer academy of the clergy family. Xianyuan Yuhuang glanced at Huan Tian and mysteriously remarked, I have heard that the maidens of the clergy family are all breathtakingly beautiful. Do you not wish to behold them? Huan Tian felt a surge of blood rising at the thought. Realizing that his participation in this so-called tribal competition was merely to gaze upon the young women of the clergy family. Observing the expression on Huan Tian's face, Xianyuan Yuhuang offered an awkward smile, her countenance shifting. However, each of the top 4 will receive a tome of their respective occupational spiritual techniques. Are you not tempted? As Huan Tian listened to Xianyuan Yuhuang's words, His expression transformed with excitement. What are spiritual techniques? Surely every adventurer knows that they are the coveted treasures of their profession. Such a splendid opportunity was not one he could afford to miss. Though he had yet to condense his spirit instrument, Huan Tian felt confident in competing in this grand contest. Even without a spirit instrument, his own body served as his instrument, and he would not be easily intimidated, even by formidable pioneers. What are the requirements for participating in this competition? Huan Tian inquired, gazing at Xianyuan Yuhuang. Anyone within the tribe, aged 16 or younger, is eligible to participate. Are you also interested in joining? Xianyuan Yuhuang replied, genuinely curious about Huan Tian's strength over the years. I shall participate, Huan Tian affirmed, his determination unmistakable in his eyes. Let us proceed. In a vast square, Huan Tian and Xianyuan Yuhuang walked side by side, gazing at the throngs of people. Huan Tian was filled with emotion, reflecting on how he once lacked the qualifications to be here, relegated to merely observing others compete from below the arena. Yet now, he could stand here openly and proudly. After much effort to carve a path through the crowd, Huan Tian observed many familiar faces from the tribe eagerly presenting what appeared to be forms to a middle-aged man in charge of registration. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared beside him. The individual was none other than Wang Sheng, who had once compelled Huan Tian to complete a task. At this moment, Wang Sheng emanated a formidable aura of spiritual energy, his pitch-black eyes glancing at Huan Tian as he nodded expressionlessly. Sensing Wang Sheng's current state, Huan Tian was astonished. According to his assessment, Wang Sheng must now be a formidable pioneer-level warrior, and Huan Tian was well aware of his class, the powerful profession of the Phantom Sword Master, known as the Phantom Whale. Here, quickly fill out the form. We must register as well. Unaware of Wang Sheng's presence, Xianyuan Yuhuang tapped Huan Tian on the shoulder with two forms in hand, handing one of them to him. Taking the form from Xianyuan Yuhuang, Huan Tian turned his gaze toward the document. The table was rather simple, containing only 3 columns: name, occupation, and spirit level. However, filling in the occupation and spirit level proved to be a challenge for Huan Tian, as he had no spirit soul of his own and thus could not appropriately complete the occupation field. Even if he fabricated something, it would be swiftly uncovered. After contemplating his body-refining techniques, a flash of inspiration struck Huan Tian. He seized the pen and inscribed fighter in the occupation column, and for the spirit level, he wrote exploration level 6. His intentions were clear. He had indeed been cultivating the body-refining techniques exclusive to fighters, so any future assessments would raise no objections. As for the spirit level, he scribbled a random figure, since body refining did not have a classification system. Fighter, exploration level 6. How impressive. Xianyuan Yuhuang remarked as she glanced at the form in Huan Tian's hand, astonished by his entries. What about you? Huan Tian smiled sheepishly, scratching his head as he glanced at the form Xianyuan Yuhuang held. Upon seeing her spirit level, his expression transformed dramatically. It was clearly marked as pioneering level 6. He could hardly believe that in just a few short years, Xianyuan Yuhuang had elevated her prowess from exploration level 3 to such heights. Truly, she was the prodigy spoken of by Old Bai. Your cultivation talent is indeed extraordinary. In just a few years, you have become a pioneering level powerhouse, he murmured, gazing at Xianyuan Yuhuang. You are fortunate. Xianyuan Yuhuang smiled gently and continued. However, Wang Sheng has now reached the 7th tier of the exploration level. We must avoid encountering him prematurely in this competition. I am uncertain of my ability to defeat him. A hiss escaped as Huan Tian inhaled sharply, the astonishment on his face intensifying. It is important to note that advancing as an adventurer is no simple feat under typical circumstances. An elevation of 2 tiers in a year is already considered quite remarkable. To achieve such a leap in just a few years, as they have, transcends the description of mere talent. After submitting the forms, Huan Tian followed Xianyuan Yuhuang away from the location, as he preferred solitude for quiet cultivation rather than the company of many. By the way, I forgot to mention something important. The other 2 tribes will also participate in this tribal competition. You must exercise caution. If you cannot contend, it is prudent to concede. For your strength at the 6th tier of the exploration level would likely place you in the lower ranks of this contest, Xianyuan Yuhuang earnestly advised Huan Tian. Understood, Huan Tian nodded in response, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, the 6th tier of the exploration level, indeed. Chapter 11. The competition begins in the early morning. As the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, Huan Tian opened his eyes. He stretched his body, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort enveloping him. Years of cultivation had rendered him somewhat unaccustomed to this tranquil existence. In the vast square, a multitude of people had gathered, filling every space. Upon a makeshift stage, figures stood proudly, basking in the envious gazes of the crowd. After all, those who participated in the grand contest were the elite of the tribe. Upon noticing the arrival of Huan Tian, Xin Yuan Yuhuang waved at him, beckoning him over. Huan Tian, come here. Upon hearing his name, Huan Tian smiled faintly and, under the watchful eyes of many, ascended the stage. The timidity that once characterized him had vanished, replaced by an air of confidence. As Huan Tian took his place, those who had known him in the past began to murmur among themselves, recognizing his status as a notable figure within the tribe. Are you an adventurer? A discordant voice rang out from the stage, belonging to a youth who appeared to be of similar age to Huan Tian. Instantly, Huan Tian recognized him as Wang Long, who had once been a follower of Wang Sheng. Why is it that an explorer of the 6th tier can participate, but he cannot? The words came from Xin Yuan Yuhuang, defending Huan Tian. You, enough with the verbal sparring. Focus on your own affairs. Whether he is qualified to be up here is not your concern. If you are dissatisfied, let the stage be the proving ground, she retorted. Wang Sheng, upon hearing Xin Yuan Yuhuang's words, furrowed his brow slightly, casually commenting as his gaze remained fixed on Huan Tian. Sensing the aura of spiritual energy emanating from Huan Tian, Wang Sheng was taken aback. Humph. Wang Long glanced at Xin Yuan Yuhuang, snorted coldly, and fell silent thereafter. Time slipped away quietly, and finally, when many had grown somewhat impatient, the organizers of this grand competition made their entrance, albeit belatedly. Without unnecessary discourse, an elder succinctly outlined the rules before declaring the commencement of the event. This elder, as it turned out, was none other than the chieftain of the tribe, whom Huan Tian recognized. As for Xin Yuan Yuhuang, she drew the red number 1, and her opponent was a girl of exploration level. The two swiftly ascended to the arena, and the outcome was predictable. Xin Yuan Yuhuang achieved a decisive victory, as the disparity in strength was simply too vast. An exploration-level contender stood no chance against someone of the pioneering level, where even the sheer magnitude of spiritual power rendered any tactical finesse irrelevant. In the second match, however, the contenders were unfamiliar faces to Huan Tian, individuals he had never encountered before, undoubtedly adventurers from other tribes. Their levels of spiritual energy were quite comparable, and they engaged in a back-and-forth battle that lasted over half an hour, ultimately concluding in a draw. Amidst the surrounding clamorous noise, Huan Tian focused intently on the contest, cognizant that these individuals might very well become his adversaries in the future. The adage, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall not fear the result of 100 battles, resonated with him. Huan Tian, who do you think will emerge victorious among the two below? Just as Huan Tian was engrossed in the match, a voice reached his ears. Recognizing the familiar tone, he furrowed his brow slightly and replied, that ghost swordsman will win. Such certainty? I believe the brawler possesses commendable strength as well. Xin Yuan Yuhuang exclaimed in surprise. While the brawler appeared formidable and might gain the upper hand in the short term, the tides could very well turn with the passage of time. Huan Tian observed the battle on the stage and casually remarked that although he appeared youthful, having once been in his 20s, he possessed a discerning eye. What do you mean? Xin Yuan Yuhuang paused, then realized spiritual energy. Indeed, after several years apart, your perception has sharpened considerably. I am quite curious about the extent of your current abilities. Xin Yuan Yuhuang gazed at Huan Tian with astonishment, for he was entirely ignorant of the intricacies of physical cultivation, making his surprise quite natural. Even when facing a pioneering-level opponent, I am confident of victory. Huan Tian, with a slight smile, offered no concealment regarding Xin Yuan Yuhuang. Upon hearing Huan Tian's words, Xin Yuan Yuhuang's expression shifted, quickly replaced by a look of delight as he said, as expected of my friend. Once the competition concludes, we shall embark on an adventure together. Agreed. But let us first watch the match. Huan Tian nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the two combatants preparing to take the stage. One of whom he recognized, wasn't it Wang Long, who always accompanied Wang Sheng? Chapter 12. The initial display of brilliance. The 19th battle finally concluded under Huan Tian's watchful eye, resulting in a tie where both combatants sustained injuries. With the referee's announcement, Huan Tian adjusted his attire and stepped onto the arena. Don't you dare lose, Xin Yuan Yuhuang said with a smile as he watched Huan Tian ascend the stage. Rest assured, Huan Tian replied confidently. Huan Tian nodded toward Xian Yuan Yu Huang, leaping gracefully onto the arena. Before him stood a tall man, easily standing over 6 feet tall. This contest was not a matter of life and death. One must exercise restraint and avoid causing fatal harm. Both combatants were introduced, and the match commenced, as announced by a middle-aged referee. Huan Tian, a 6th-tier fighter of the exploration rank, faced Gao Yu, a 1st-tier challenger. Perhaps it would be wise for you to concede. You are no match for me, Gao Yu remarked nonchalantly, displaying a clear disdain, without even summoning his weapon spirit. Huan Tian, however, paid little heed to Gao Yu's words. After all, he was an esteemed challenger, and such a statement held merit. Very well, I shall send you down, Huan Tian retorted. Upon hearing this, Gao Yu's expression shifted, and he launched a powerful punch toward Huan Tian's forehead. As Gao Yu closed the distance in an instant, Huan Tian remained composed, meeting the incoming blow with a punch of his own. A dull thud resonated through the air as their fists collided, and the outcome of their clash became immediately apparent. Gao Yu was sent staggering back several meters, while Huan Tian merely swayed slightly before regaining his stance. The disparity in strength was evident to all who witnessed the encounter. Beneath the arena, countless spectators witnessing the duel were taken aback as they beheld Gao Yu being struck back by a single blow, astonishment etched upon their faces. Even those from the Huan Tian tribe, who had once ridiculed him, now appeared flushed with embarrassment upon witnessing such prowess. To repel a formidable opponent of the tectonic level with a mere punch, could this truly be the pitiable individual they had deemed incapable of manifesting a spirit tool? Boss, has this kid been using performance-enhancing substances? How is his physique so formidable? Below the stage, Wang Long, who had anticipated a spectacle of Huan Tian's humiliation, was equally astonished, glancing at Wang Sheng as he spoke. Meanwhile, Huan Tian was oblivious to the unfolding events around him. His focus was solely on his adversary. In stark contrast, Gao Yu's countenance shifted dramatically after being repelled, and with a flicker of brilliance in his right hand, a blue battle spear materialized, a testament to his acknowledgement of Huan Tian's strength. You possess the strength to be my opponent. I eagerly await your guidance, Huan Tian declared, clasping his fists with fervor in his eyes. Very well, but be cautious. My earth-splitting spear is not for the faint-hearted, Gao Yu replied, suddenly struck by a thought. He continued, why do you not summon your spirit tool? Do you underestimate me? No, I have yet to manifest my spirit tool, Huan Tian admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. Gao Yu gasped, regarding Huan Tian with the eyes of one who has encountered a monster. He then shouted, behold the spear. With that, the brilliance of the weapon surged as he swung it toward Huan Tian. In the face of such a formidable strike from Gao Yu, Huan Tian reacted with remarkable swiftness, his body bending in an uncanny manner, effortlessly evading the blow. With the initial strike missing its target, Gao Yu instantly altered his attack direction, twisting his war spear to deliver a powerful downward slash aimed directly at Huan Tian's face. The speed of Gao Yu's assault took Huan Tian by surprise. Confronted with the spear now perilously close, he chose to meet it head-on, swinging his right fist to collide with the weapon. A resounding thud echoed as fist met spear, causing both combatants to recoil from the impact. The spectators below the arena erupted in cheers at this spectacle. Brother, how can that fellow's physique be so robust? It seems impossible. Wang Long, who had previously mocked Huan Tian, was now rendered breathless by the sight, a hint of fear flickering across his face. Huan Tian's ability to contend with a pioneer-level warrior for such an extended period was a heavy blow to him. Reflecting on his earlier taunts, a flush crept onto his previously fair complexion. Huan Tian, well done. Xian Yuan Yu Huang, witnessing the scene, called out in exhilaration, his enthusiasm palpable as if he were the one competing on the stage. Meanwhile, the panel of judges, 3 venerable elders with silver hair, observed the unfolding drama in astonishment. The fact that an adventurer without even a weapon spirit could engage in such combat with a pioneer-level combatant spoke volumes. You have an extraordinary talent emerging from your tribe, remarked one elder to the central figure among them, casting a glance at Huan Tian and offering a subtle smile. Haha, it seems that this competition is quite intriguing. However, this little fellow appears somewhat familiar. The final elder did not engage in the conversation between the two. His gaze remained fixed on Huan Tian as he casually remarked, are you referring to that individual? Upon hearing this, both individuals exhibited a subtle change in their expressions, a flicker of astonishment manifesting on their aged faces. Chapter 13, Victory and Defeat. Gao Yu, likewise observing Huan Tian, let out a hearty laugh and once again charged towards Huan Tian with his battle spear, his speed noticeably exceeding that of before. Realizing Gao Yu's intention to swiftly conclude the battle, after all, they had been fighting for nearly half an hour, Huan Tian understood that Gao Yu's spiritual energy must be dwindling. In a contest of endurance against a body-refining adventurer, unless Gao Yu were a fool, he would certainly not act recklessly. Huan Tian, let us settle this with a decisive strike. Suddenly, the fluctuations of spiritual energy within Gao Yu surged dramatically, the brilliance of his battle spear intensifying. This state, however, did not endure for long. Merely a few breaths later, the fluctuations seemed to reach a critical threshold, and a low exclamation escaped his lips. Falling moon slash. Then, Gao Yu leapt into the air, his form suspended as his battle spear emanated a menacing aura. Upon witnessing the scene, Huan Tian's expression shifted dramatically. It was evident that Gao Yu was employing the coveted spiritual technique that every adventurer dreams of. It is crucial to understand that adventurers possessing spiritual techniques exist in an entirely different realm compared to those who lack them. Under equal levels of spiritual power, an adventurer equipped with a spiritual technique can effortlessly vanquish one who does not possess such a skill. The enhancement provided by a spiritual technique is not merely a simple addition. When combined with the spirit of equipment, the combat prowess of the adventurer escalates significantly. This explains why so many individuals participate in this grand tournament. In this continent, spiritual techniques hold immense significance. Whenever a spiritual technique is publicly auctioned, various factions eagerly compete to seize it. Even if one cannot utilize it personally, exchanging for a desired spiritual technique remains a viable option. After all, in this land, money is no longer a necessity for adventurers. Some establishments even offer their services free of charge to them. Without granting Huan Tian much time to react, Gao Yu unleashed a formidable attack. An overwhelming force bore down upon Huan Tian, causing him to struggle for breath, let alone muster the energy to evade. Realizing escape was futile, Huan Tian's gaze shifted slightly, and he crossed his fist in a defensive posture, bracing himself to absorb Gao Yu's strike. In the blink of an eye, the battle spear collided with Huan Tian's arms. Almost instantaneously, a visible wave of spiritual energy emanated from the arena. Feeling the might of the blow, Huan Tian's body involuntarily trembled, and his legs sank into the ground of the arena. In contrast, Gao Yu's face also turned pale. After this strike, he appeared bereft of any fighting spirit. Countless spectators below the stage gazed in astonishment at the battle unfolding above, shrouded in dust, with no one knowing who had emerged victorious. As time passed, the dust gradually settled. On the stage, Gao Yu clutched his spear, his expression one of despondency as he struggled to maintain his balance. Meanwhile, Mou bore a deep crimson mark on his hands, suggesting he had sustained significant injuries. "I have lost," Gao Yu murmured, a hint of resignation crossing his features as he observed Huan Tian's condition. He was acutely aware of his own predicament. His internal spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Without any energy left, could he truly contend against a master of the body refining level? It seemed far more prudent to concede. After all, he was not the type to be unable to accept defeat. On the contrary, he felt a flicker of admiration for Huan Tian. "Then I shall concede," he declared. Huan Tian paused momentarily, taken aback, but he did not feign reluctance regarding Gao Yu's surrender. He nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his pleasure in having fought with him, stating, "You are formidable. Next time, I will surely triumph over you." Hearing Huan Tian's words, Gao Yu let out a hearty laugh and slowly descended from the stage, relinquishing the platform reserved for victors to Huan Tian. With Gao Yu's concession, Huan Tian, unsurprisingly, claimed victory in this match. From that moment forward, no one dared to underestimate him. To have triumphed over a pioneer-level warrior with sheer physical prowess conferred upon him a lasting honor. While the disdain of those who had previously looked down upon him vanished entirely after this battle. After years of arduous training, the youth finally garnered the recognition of all. Wang Long's gaze towards him bore a hint of trepidation as he descended from the arena. Huan Tian, observing the audience's rapt attention, offered a slight smile. "You, my friend, have concealed your prowess quite effectively," remarked Xinyuan Yu Wang, noticing Huan Tian's minor injuries. "You performed admirably. The advanced level truly is formidable, and I nearly faced defeat," Huan Tian humbly replied. In a shadowy corner of the arena, a cloaked figure, whose gender was indiscernible, regarded Huan Tian with a flicker of interest and murmured in a voice only audible to themselves. At last, I have found you, widow of the Emperor Commander. With that, the figure vanished mysteriously, their departure unnoticed by others, as the majority remained fixated on the arena. An impending crisis loomed silently, unbeknownst to the protagonist, who remained lost in the euphoria of victory. Nevertheless, this sudden occurrence did not escape the attention of at least 3 elders seated at the judges' table. However, given the public nature of the competition, they refrained from voicing any concerns, allowing events to unfold. Though this was the periphery of the clerical family, who among them would dare to challenge such a lineage? Chapter 14. Xianyuan Dragon Phoenix. In the ensuing 3 days, Huan Tian engaged in several battles. Following his initial encounter, no one dared to underestimate him any longer. His second opponent even chose to concede without a fight, recognizing that Huan Tian had already triumphed over formidable pioneers. The self-awareness of this exploratory level 7th tier contender was commendable. However, there was also a 9th tier exploratory level adversary who doubted Huan Tian's prowess and insisted on challenging him. The outcome was predictable. This individual could not even breach Huan Tian's defenses and fled in disarray, having had no chance to retaliate. After 5 contests, Huan Tian emerged with a remarkable record of victories, advancing flawlessly with a perfect score. As the preliminary matches concluded, the tribe found itself visited by unexpected guests. Among them was a youth, resplendent in attire, whose handsome visage bore an air of aloofness. Behind him, 7 or 8 figures hovered in the air. Upon witnessing these aerial beings, Huan Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Aerial flight was the hallmark of formidable combatants, and leading such a contingent signified the youth's significant status. The 3 tribal leaders, upon sighting this individual, exchanged glances of concern. They were all too aware of who these visitors were. Xianyuan Longwang, why are you not at home within your clan? One of the more irritable leaders exclaimed upon recognizing the youth, his voice laced with indignation. The patriarch of the White Ink clan, what do you mean by that? I merely came to observe the grandeur of your competition, harboring no ulterior motives. The youth known as Xianyuan Longhuang responded with a slight smile, speaking casually. Is it possible that the heir of the saintly order family would take an interest in our humble contest? White Ink retorted with a scoff. Huan Tian, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the youth, expressed his astonishment. Yu Huang, who are these individuals? Silence was his only answer. Curiosity piqued. Huan Tian turned to glance at Xianyuan Yu Huang, only to find him clenching his fists, his countenance marred by anger. Through gritted teeth, he managed to utter, my brother, the most gifted prodigy of the saintly order family. At the tender age of 12, he has already reached the 9th rank of the opening level. Just a step away from the fearless level. Your brother? Huan Tian exclaimed, regarding Xianyuan Yu Huang with surprise. Then why are you not with the saintly order family? With a heavy heart, Xianyuan Yu Huang sighed, his expression darkening, and he fell silent. Huan Tian noted this reaction and, reflecting upon his own spirit, began to comprehend the depth of his feelings. A similar genius, cast aside by his family for failing to forge a spirit unique to the saintly order, would understandably harbor such resentment. Placing a reassuring hand on Xianyuan Yu Huang's shoulder, Huan Tian consoled him, do not be disheartened with your talent. It is only a matter of time before you become a formidable force. It's nothing, Xianyuan Yu Huang replied with a faint smile, his gaze shifting towards the youth in the sky, determination glimmering in his eyes. The confrontation in the skies did not persist for long, as Xianyuan Longwang promptly took a seat at the judges' table alongside the 3 clan leaders, heralding the imminent commencement of the finals. Much like the preliminary rounds, the finals also relied on a draw to determine the opponents. Each match would yield a victor who would advance to the winner's bracket, while the defeated would descend to the loser's bracket. Subsequently, another draw would decide the opponents within each group, culminating in a ranking based on points, where the top 2 from each group would vie for the final standings, while the remaining participants would be ranked according to their scores. In the first match, although his opponent was also a formidable figure at the pioneering level, he was significantly weaker in comparison to Gao Yu. Thus, with little exertion, Huan Tian emerged victorious, securing his place in the winner's bracket. Conversely, Xianyuan Yu Huang found himself embroiled in a fierce battle against an opponent whom Huan Tian recognized, Wang Sheng, the very individual who frequently assigned tasks to Huan Tian. The clash between a 6th-tier pioneering-level Phantom Cry and a 7th-tier pioneering-level Conqueror promised to be the most captivating match of the entire competition. The intensity of their combat was unparalleled, leaving the arena marked by the remnants of their struggle, making it evident that reaching a conclusion would not be an easy task. From the judge's table, Xianyuan Long Wang observed the duel and remarked, "I never anticipated that my brother, bereft of the substantial resources of the saintly family, would attain such strength. Quite impressive." To which, clan leader by Mo retorted, "However, in comparison to you, he remains considerably weaker." Chapter 15. The initial battle against Wang Sheng. Xianyuan Yu Huang's narrow defeat did not particularly astonish Huan Tian, for it was only natural that Wang Sheng, a formidable 7th-tier pioneering-level warrior, would prevail. As for the ensuing battles, there were no significant changes. Over the course of 2 days, Huan Tian engaged in 4 matches. Although many of his opponents had condensed their spirit forms, they lacked the ability to wield spiritual techniques, posing little challenge for Huan Tian, who triumphed through sheer physical prowess. Indeed, the words of that elder proved to be true. Having achieved mastery in his cultivation, he faced no substantial threat from adventurers below the fearless level. It is worth noting that Huan Tian's physical strength at this moment could rival that of certain pioneering-level beasts. In confrontations between beasts of the same rank and adventurers, victory undoubtedly lies with the beasts, a fact beyond dispute. However, this is not absolute. Once one reaches the conquering level, the disparity between beasts and adventurers diminishes significantly. Yet, until that level is attained, the successful hunting of beasts still requires seamless cooperation among adventurers. Moreover, elite and lord-level beasts are entirely beyond the capabilities of ordinary adventurers. Only a well-coordinated group can hope to slay such formidable creatures. Glancing at the blue number 1 he held, Huan Tian cursed his misfortune under his breath. Not far away, Wang Sheng, clutching the red number 1, was momentarily taken aback. With only 20 participants, it was easy to identify one's opponent. In Huan Tian's group, Wang Sheng was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary, a 7th-tier pioneer-level powerhouse. Coupled with his age, one could not help but regard him as an exceptional genius. Having attained 7th-tier prowess at just 14 years of age, given sufficient time, he was destined to become a formidable figure on the continent of Arad. Alright, aside from Honglan number 1, everyone else may leave, the referee declared bluntly after the draw concluded. On the stage, Huan Tian observed the departing competitors and inhaled deeply. After all, his opponent was Wang Sheng, which necessitated a cautious approach. At the referee's signal to begin, Wang Sheng summoned his spirit weapon, a jet-black katana firmly grasped in his hands. "You are no match for me. It would be wise for you to concede," he remarked nonchalantly. Though Huan Tian had previously triumphed over formidable adversaries at the pioneer level, he was still merely at the 1st tier, significantly inferior in comparison. "Enough with the chatter. Let us commence," Huan Tian replied, his fists clenched tightly, his gaze locked onto Wang Sheng with unwavering determination. He was no longer the timid child he once was. He possessed the requisite fortitude to demonstrate that even without the ability to solidify a spirit weapon, a pioneer-level warrior could still hold his ground. "Stubborn fool," Wang Sheng scoffed, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a phantom-like slash from his katana aimed directly at Huan Tian's waist. Impressive speed, Huan Tian thought, his eyes sharpening as he drew a deep breath. In a peculiar twist of his body, he evaded Wang Sheng's sudden onslaught, retaliating with a powerful strike aimed at Wang Sheng's chest. Caught off guard by the momentum of his previous attack, Wang Sheng failed to react in time, and Huan Tian's punch landed squarely against his chest. A resounding thud echoed from Wang Sheng's body as he staggered backward several steps, regaining his composure while a shadow of displeasure crossed his otherwise handsome features. "Well, it appears you have shed the label of being a worthless individual," Wang Sheng remarked in a low tone, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Gripping the sword tightly, he called out, "Ghost slash." In an instant, Huan Tian felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, causing him to retreat several steps, crossing his arms defensively and regarding Wang Sheng with caution. Ineffectual, Wang Sheng murmured, his body executing an uncanny movement as he wielded the sword, propelling himself toward Huan Tian like a shooting star. As Wang Sheng materialized before him in the blink of an eye, Huan Tian's expression shifted dramatically, and he struck the blade with a punch. However, at the very moment he made contact with the sword, Huan Tian responded once more, using the force of his spirit energy to execute a series of flips in midair, ultimately landing securely at the edge of the arena, several meters away from Wang Sheng. Witnessing Huan Tian's remarkable reflexes, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Even Xianyuan Long Huang, seated with an air of arrogance at the judge's table, exhibited a hint of astonishment at Huan Tian's display. Typically, spiritual techniques are inescapable, as they are designed to lock onto their targets. Otherwise, their scarcity would be inexplicable. Even he, hailing from a family of holy practitioners, possessed merely 3 scrolls of spiritual techniques. For ordinary individuals, the prospect of acquiring such techniques is even more remote. It is essential to recognize that in this continent, apart from innate talent, resources hold immense significance. Without adequate support, even the most gifted individuals may ultimately find themselves rendered ineffectual. Under ordinary circumstances, adventurers have 2 methods for cultivation. One option is to join a powerful family that provides resources for training. However, once one becomes affiliated with any family, it results in a lifelong bond. At any moment, the family's decisions are paramount, leaving no room for negotiation. Consequently, many adventurers opt for the second path, joining a guild. A guild, in essence, is an alliance formed by numerous adventurers. Unlike a mere coalition, a guild imposes numerous regulations to restrict and protect its members. It embodies the principle that when one faces adversity, support comes from all directions. Unlike a family, one can withdraw from a guild, should one find a more formidable guild. They can choose to exit without any personal constraints. Must one really resort to that particular strategy? That tactic is reserved for the contest for supremacy. With the great sword in hand, Wang Sheng pondered his thoughts deeply. Chapter 16. Death. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Sheng swiftly reached a decision. He was utterly unwilling to be defeated by Huan Tian, whom he once deemed a failure. Although he did not believe he would lose, he was entirely unaware of what hidden cards a pure body-refining adventurer might possess. To avoid prolonged uncertainties, he resolved to utilize his trump card in advance. Taking a deep breath, Wang Sheng's expression shifted. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, and in an instant, a tempest of spiritual energy swept across the arena, causing his figure to become elusive and indistinct. The shadow of remnant. A low growl emanated from Wang Sheng, and with the release of his spiritual technique, a shadow of ebony materialized behind him. His form became increasingly indistinct beneath this dark silhouette, and his originally pitch-black eyes appeared devoid of life, as if his very soul had departed. The unfolding events on the arena left the audience, and even the judges, in a state of sheer astonishment. Xian Yuan Yu Huang, with her keen gaze, scrutinized Wang Sheng and murmured, "This fellow indeed possesses a hidden card. It seems Huan Tian has pushed him to his limits. To bring forth such a trump card, it is fortunate that I held back at that moment." At the judges' table, the 3 clan leaders were equally taken aback, for the spiritual technique Wang Sheng was employing was not a commonplace skill. It was the core technique of Ghost Cry. It is essential to acknowledge that among the myriad of spiritual techniques, core techniques are regarded as the stepping stones for conquerors. Once such a technique manifests, families and guilds alike would vie for it with fervor, a treasure beyond mere monetary value. Meanwhile, Xian Yuan Long Huang observed Wang Sheng with a bemused expression, a smile that was not quite a smile gracing his lips as he inquired of the man beside him, "Is this individual connected to that fellow?" "He is the younger brother of Wang Ming," the man replied casually. "Indeed, this fellow has finally provided me with leverage. He dares to offer family secrets to outsiders. I eagerly anticipate your explanation this time." Xian Yuan Long Huang murmured softly, his gaze fixed upon Wang Sheng on the arena, his eyes reflecting a sense of anticipation akin to that of a spectator at a grand performance. In that moment, he was in high spirits. Having originally sought solace in the exploration of the world beyond his clan, only to unexpectedly stumble upon this tribal competition and uncover such intriguing secrets. The reasoning behind this was quite simple. He harbored no illusions that these forsaken adventurers could wield such extraordinary spiritual techniques. "Young master, do exercise caution. I have heard that that fellow has already 1 foot in the realm of the fearless, and the clan leader shows him particular favor," remarked the man beside him. After all, to be on the brink of the fearless at the tender age of 14 is a rarity, even among the most talented of the Holy Order families. Apart from the exceptional individual within their own clan, few adventurers could rival his prodigious gifts. Rest assured, I am fully aware of my own limits. The penalties for jeopardizing the clan's interests seem rather severe, Xian Yuan Long Huang murmured, falling into silence thereafter. On the arena, Huan Tian regarded Wang Sheng with profound astonishment. Before Wang Sheng could make a move, Huan Tian took the initiative, his body imbued with potent spiritual energy hurtling towards Wang Sheng like a cannonball, his speed surpassing that of previous moments. Just as his fists were about to strike Wang Sheng, the latter's figure suddenly flickered and vanished before Huan Tian's eyes. How swift! Huan Tian exclaimed, his punch missing its target, his expression shifting dramatically. Almost immediately, a searing pain shot through his back, without a doubt. The source of this intense agony was the now-vanished Wang Sheng. Turning to glance at the figure behind him, Huan Tian gingerly touched his painfully aching back, his palm stained with crimson. Wang Sheng's single strike had inflicted injury upon him. It was noteworthy that his physique was not that of an ordinary adventurer. After years of enhancement, it had become as resilient as iron, comparable to the body of a pioneering-level beast. It seems your once proud body has proven ineffective. What will you do now? Wang Sheng remarked mockingly, surveying Huan Tian with a casual demeanor. Once again, Huan Tian refrained from unnecessary words. With a swift motion, he unleashed a heavy punch towards Wang Sheng, his immense physical strength surging forth, his speed increasing yet further. Futile, Wang Sheng observed as Huan Tian launched yet another attack. The same maneuver re-emerged, and a shallow cut reappeared on Huan Tian's back, blood swiftly staining his garments. In an instant, what had been a contest of seemingly equal prowess had taken a dramatic turn. Huan Tian was now relegated to a position of passive defense against Wang Sheng's relentless onslaught. Each of Wang Sheng's strikes left a delicate wound upon Huan Tian's body. The spectators, witnessing this unfolding scene, were filled with astonishment. Although many were unaware of Wang Sheng's precise actions, the shadow looming behind him had left a profound impression on the audience. Observing the continuous emergence of wounds upon Huan Tian's form, even the referee hesitated, contemplating whether to halt the match. After all, even adventurers could perish from excessive blood loss. Gazing at the judge's seat, Bayemo shook his head in disapproval, prompting the referee to abandon his intentions. After all, he was not the clan leader. If the leader deemed there was no issue, then there was indeed none. Suppressing his thoughts, the referee silently observed the duel. As for Baimo's rationale for halting the referee from ending the match, the reasoning was quite straightforward. Although Huan Tian appeared to be on the defensive, his aura remained undisturbed, which led the referee to maintain the match. Little did he know that Huan Tian's spiritual energy was primarily concentrated within his physical form. Unless his body were to perish, there was no reason for his aura to falter. Still unwilling to concede defeat, after enduring numerous assaults, Wang Sheng seemed to have grown impatient, coldly inquiring while observing Huan Tian, who was drenched in blood. "You have already lost." Huan Tian fixated his gaze on Wang Sheng and retorted casually, though anxiety churned within him. According to his estimations, Wang Sheng could not possibly possess much spiritual energy left. As long as he could endure until Wang Sheng exhausted his abilities, victory would be his. Yet, he remained oblivious that it was precisely this remark that triggered Wang Sheng's realization. "You?" Wang Sheng expressed his astonishment as he glanced at Huan Tian, finding it incomprehensible that Huan Tian still harbored such thoughts at this juncture. However, in a mere moment, Wang Sheng grasped the situation. Huan Tian was waiting for him to deplete his spiritual energy. Once that occurred, even facing a master of body refinement, he too would meet with failure. Understanding Huan Tian's intent, a chilling glint flashed across Wang Sheng's face. "This strike shall leave you unable to rise again." Reconsidering Huan Tian's scheme, Wang Sheng cast a glance at the katana in his grasp. His gaze shifted, and his body transformed into a fleeting blur. The katana in his hand emanated a formidable power as he advanced toward Huan Tian. Noticing Wang Sheng's direct confrontation, Huan Tian smiled faintly, realizing Wang Sheng had discerned his intention to secure a swift victory. However, this was precisely what he desired. If he could withstand Wang Sheng's assault and strike him with his formidable physical strength, his chances of success were substantial. With this in mind, Huan Tian swiftly mobilized the spiritual energy within his body, delivering a straightforward and forceful punch toward Wang Sheng. Victory or defeat would be determined by this single blow, a shared sentiment in both their minds. Thwack! Initially, Wang Sheng's katana pierced Huan Tian's chest. Subsequently, Huan Tian's right fist struck Wang Sheng. However, unexpectedly, the katana, which should have only inflicted a superficial wound, penetrated Huan Tian's left breast. Cough! A mouthful of blood gushed from Huan Tian's mouth, splattering onto Wang Sheng's handsome face, transforming the originally refined young man into a figure of ferocity. As Huan Tian's eyes glazed over, Wang Sheng's expression underwent a drastic change. He had not anticipated such an outcome, and his entire being trembled slightly. His right hand, which had been gripping the katana, loosened, and his face turned pallid. The referee, at this moment, was dumbfounded. Even the 3 clan leaders on the referee's bench were stunned, not to mention the numerous terrified voices in the audience. Some, unable to suppress their fear, cried out, "Murder!" Upon witnessing the seemingly lifeless state of Huan Tian, Xian Yuan Yu Huang was utterly taken aback, collapsing onto the ground as she murmured, "This is impossible." Chapter 17. The awakening memory. At this moment, Huan Tian, succumbing to Wang Sheng's lethal assault, gradually began to lose consciousness. Yet, even in this haze, another voice seemed to resonate from the depths of his being. The katana that pierced through his body. Had Huan Tian been able to see it, would have astounded him, for the blade within him appeared to undergo a remarkable transformation. More astonishingly, Wang Sheng's strike simultaneously breached a failed spirit artifact residing within Huan Tian. At that moment, the pierced spirit artifact began to emit a brilliant radiance, and as this light intensified, the artifact shimmered with ethereal brilliance, gradually taking on a discernible form. Concurrently, the katana that had penetrated his body quickly faded into obscurity. As the katana continued to vanish, the luminous orb within Huan Tian began to brighten, ultimately transforming into a miniature version of the katana. A closer inspection would reveal that this diminutive blade bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Sheng's spirit artifact, save for its coloration. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng, pale and shaken, gazed at the diminishing vitality of Huan Tian, his eyes reflecting disbelief. For him, the aim had merely been to conquer Huan Tian, not to extinguish a life. Yet the grim reality unfolded before him. However, at this moment, after absorbing Wang Sheng's spirit energy, it seemed as if something within Huan Tian's mind had shattered. Almost instantaneously, a multitude of previously unknown memories surged forth. In a dimly lit cave, a man clad in black suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes and murmured, "The seal has been lifted. It appears the young master has become an adventurer. Thus, I too must commence my actions." With that, his figure vanished abruptly, as if he had never been present. On the judging platform, the 3 clan leaders, after a brief moment of astonishment, regained their composure upon witnessing Huan Tian's demise. Yet, beside them, Xian Yuan Long Huang exhibited little change in expression. He glanced at the bewildered Wang Sheng, then at the 3 clan leaders, a smirk appearing on his lips. "I possess a method to save him. It merely depends on your capabilities." Mo, upon hearing this, turned to Xian Yuan Long Huang in confusion and hurriedly inquired, "What method do you have?" Let us proceed and see Mo sighed. For it was disheartening to witness such a prodigy, comparable to a 7th-tier explorer, fall so abruptly. Who would not feel discomfort in their heart? "What about that young lad?" Another clan leader lamented. "Let us offer him some comfort. Hopefully, he will find solace." In the blink of an eye, the 3 clan leaders appeared on the arena. Observing the still-dazed Wang Sheng, they could only shake their heads helplessly, for it was indeed a challenging reality for these young ones, still in their formative years, to accept the act of taking a life. Upon hearing this, Mo nodded silently. However, he could only dismiss Wang Sheng's words as mere idle talk. After all, it was laughable to think that something unattainable even for them could be procured by such a small fry. "I understand," Wang Sheng responded, turning to glance once more at the lifeless body of Huan Tian sprawled on the ground before leaping off the stage and departing without a word. Where he was headed remained a mystery to all. The grand competition came to an abrupt halt due to Huan Tian's demise, an unavoidable circumstance, as previous tournaments had never resulted in fatalities. Even the 3 clan leaders were at a loss, unable to assign blame to Wang Sheng. Under the circumstances, no one could have anticipated Huan Tian's death. After all, he was a formidable warrior of the body refinement level. Little did they know that with the enhancement of spiritual techniques, it was entirely plausible for Wang Sheng's blade spirit to pierce through Huan Tian's body. Chapter 18. The unexpected visitor. Before a resplendent courtyard, Xian Yuan Long Huang greeted 2 middle-aged men exuding formidable auras at the entrance and proceeded into the courtyard, accompanied by several peers of his own age. "Big brother, I heard you visited the foreign clans. How did it go? Any gains?" inquired a youth clad in splendid attire, trailing behind Xian Yuan Long Huang. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan Long Huang paused momentarily, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, there was an encounter with a body refinement level lad, whose physical prowess rivaled that of a beast. Alas, He was pierced through by a sword and perished on the spot. I believe his name was something akin to Huan. But the chaos of the moment has rendered the exact name elusive. Are the foreign clans truly so formidable? A diminutive youth, brimming with curiosity, posed a question. Those among them possess considerable prowess, rivaling yours. You must exert yourselves. Otherwise, it would be quite shameful to be surpassed by those left behind. Xianyuan Longwang offered a gentle smile and continued deeper into the courtyard. As Xianyuan Longwang departed, a striking figure entered the courtyard. With golden eyes, she glanced at the already vanished Xianyuan Longwang and murmured, "An outsider, a body-refining adept of the Huan clan, could it be?" The young woman nodded at the two and hurried towards the depths of the courtyard. A trace of anxiety flickered across her enchanting face. Should anyone witness such a rare expression on the countenance of this little princess from the Holy Order family, they would surely be taken aback. At merely 14 years of age, her spiritual prowess had ascended to heights that her peers could only aspire to, reaching the 8th tier of the fearless level. She was the foremost prodigy of the Holy Order family in millennia, and even more astonishingly, she was one of the few born with the innate attribute of holy light. "Grandfather, I must go to the outsider realm." Before a seemingly ancient house, the young woman did not knock politely as was her custom, but instead pushed the door open and addressed the elder within. Observing her urgency, the elder inquired with great curiosity, "Sheer, what troubles you? Is there something urgent that necessitates a visit to the outsider realm? Fate truly plays tricks on us." The elder sighed quietly, gently caressing the girl's forehead, and said, "Very well, I shall take you there once, but you must promise to behave, otherwise, I will not take you." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy illuminated the girl's delicate face as she clung to the elder's arm and playfully exclaimed, "I knew you were the best, Grandpa. Let us go right now." All right, as you wish," the elder replied with a smile, nodding his head. With a wave of his hand, the two figures vanished from sight. In the spacious room, Huan Tian lay quietly on the bed, his abdominal wound having been hastily bandaged and no longer bleeding. 3 clan leaders stood beside him, uncertain of what to do, for according to Xianyuan Longwang, he was not yet completely deceased. "Indeed, old Bai, do not be stubborn. With our abilities, we cannot save him," one of the clan leaders remarked amicably. "Sigh." Bai Mo responded, exhaling a breath of resignation, about to speak when suddenly, his expression shifted, his brow furrowing as his gaze fixated on the outside of the room. At the same moment, the other clan leader's complexion altered, and he too looked towards the direction Bai Mo was staring. "Who are you?" Bai Mo asked, a hint of surprise evident in his voice as he regarded the elder before him. For some reason, he felt a strange familiarity with this elder, though he could not recall where he had encountered him. "Just a name, nothing worth mentioning," the elder replied with a slight smile. "What brings you here?" Bai Mo inquired with curiosity. The reason for his utmost respect towards this elder was clear. After all, a person who could appear in their midst without them sensing his presence could hardly be an ordinary individual. Having lived on this continent for several decades, if not a century, one would think he should possess some understanding of the world. The elder gestured towards the motionless figure of Huan Tian lying on the bed and spoke. For him, the 3 clan leaders responded almost in unison, struggling to fathom how a child raised in the tribe could recognize such formidable beings. Before the clan leaders could utter another word, the elder had already placed his hand upon Huan Tian's forehead, allowing his gentle spiritual energy to flow directly into Huan Tian's being. As he discerned Huan Tian's current condition, the elder's brow furrowed deeply. With the passage of time, a hint of distress crept onto his face. "Grandfather, how is he?" the girl inquired anxiously, noticing the elder's troubled expression. After a moment of hesitation, the elder exhaled a heavy sigh and looked at the girl, saying, "Child, you are the only one who can save him now." The 3 clan leaders' faces flushed with embarrassment, resembling that of children caught in a misdeed. "Grandfather, what must I do?" The girl, undeterred by the clan leaders, turned her attention back to the elder, her eyes filled with urgency as she glanced at Huan Tian. The elder hesitated momentarily, as if grappling with his words, but ultimately seemed to resolve himself. He addressed the 3 clan leaders, who stood there in confusion, saying, "You 3 should wait outside. This young one will not perish." The 3 patriarchs, upon hearing the elder's words, hurriedly clasped their fists in a gesture of respect, with Bai Mo even expressing his gratitude to the elder before exiting the room. As the 3 departed, the elder sighed and leaned closer to the girl, whispering a soft remark. Chapter 19. Awakening in the eerily quiet room. A heavy sigh resonated. Huan Tian lay peacefully on the bed, his chest rising and falling, his breathing gradually stabilizing. "Grandfather, can't we wait here for him to awaken?" The girl gazed at the slumbering Huan Tian, her face etched with reluctance. "No. If you stay here, this little one will be in danger," the elder replied, shaking his head in resignation, a sigh escaping his lips. "Oh," the little girl pouted, casting another glance at Huan Tian. Reluctantly, she stood beside the elder, her eyes betraying her reluctance, yet she felt immense joy knowing that Huan Tian was safe. "Do not let this little one learn of today's events," the elder instructed, directing his voice toward the doorway. Suddenly, with a flicker, he vanished from sight. The three patriarchs entered the room, but aside from the peacefully sleeping Huan Tian, the elder had already disappeared. Baimon nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on Huan Tian, curiosity blossoming within him. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed, and Huan Tian finally opened his eyes once more. Feeling the abundant spirit energy coursing through him, a look of joy illuminated his face. Yet amid the delight, he sensed an inexplicable anomaly. "What is this?" With a thought, an ice-blue greatsword materialized in his right hand. In a mere moment, Huan Tian's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "I finally possess a spirit weapon." For an entire day, he basked in the joy of having acquired a spirit weapon, for it signified that he was indeed a true adventurer. While it is true that one could become an adventurer through body refinement, the spirit weapon is the very essence of an adventurer's identity. Although Huan Tian currently enjoyed an unbeaten status among his peers, the gap would inevitably narrow once he reached the fearless level. As for the circumstances of the competition, Huan Tian felt no concern. Even if he were to be eliminated, it mattered little. While spiritual techniques were important, they paled in comparison to the significance of a spirit weapon. Although Huan Tian was indifferent to the outcome, it did not imply that others shared his apathy regarding the matter. The competition continued unabated, with Huan Tian and Wang Sheng being informally designated as the champion and runner-up. A decision reached through a consensus among the three clan leaders. Remarkably, there was no dissent regarding this predetermined outcome. After all, many participating adventurers believed themselves lacking in the prowess to match the battle between Huan Tian and Wang Sheng. As for the audience, they had even less justification to question it. Since that fateful battle, Wang Sheng had vanished without a trace, leaving almost no one aware of his whereabouts. Following the conclusion of the competition, the tribe returned to its usual tranquility, yet beneath this serene facade, an ominous crisis was quietly approaching. In the mountainous hinterland of the tribe, Huan Tian sat upon the verdant grass, channeling the spiritual energy within him to refine his body. Ever since he acquired the spirit of the artifact, his strength had experienced a remarkable surge. Not only had his cultivation speed significantly accelerated, but even his previous body refinement had improved considerably. 3 months passed in silence, and at this moment, the fluctuations of his spiritual power had reached the pinnacle of the exploration stage. He believed it would not be long before he stepped into the development stage. However, he found himself at a loss regarding how to seek the truth. Although the specifics remained unclear, he did manage to uncover some relevant information in the books he perused, particularly concerning the empire that lingered in his mind, the Kanglan Empire, a superpower ranked among the top 3 in military might on the continent of Arad, boasting tens of thousands of adventurers in its service and well known across the land. If this were indeed true, he must hasten to enhance his strength. Closing the book in his hands, Huan Tian murmured to himself, although he was not a native of this world. It felt as though a voice within his mind incessantly beckoned him. After a brief understanding, he embarked upon an even more arduous path of cultivation, dedicating each day to either body refinement or energy cultivation. It was an exceedingly monotonous routine. However, it bore no impact on him, for he had long since acclimated to such a state. During this period, Xianyuan Yuwang visited him once, and upon witnessing Huan Tian's diligent practice, she briefly relayed the results of the grand competition, refraining from further interruption. Content with achieving second place, Huan Tian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Securing this rank signified that he would be awarded a spirit technique. However, he found little interest in training at the outer court of the Holy Order family. Despite having acquired a weapon spirit, his enthusiasm for the tournament rankings had waned. Yet, in this world, who among adventurers would ever consider having an abundance of spirit techniques? According to Xianyuan Yuhuang, the rewards for the tournament would be distributed in 3 days. Thus, Huan Tian paused his training, harboring great anticipation for the spirit technique he might receive. It was crucial to note that although he possessed a weapon spirit, he lacked any spirit technique suitable for it. For an adventurer, the absence of a spirit technique could be of utmost significance. As 3 days swiftly passed, the day of the awards ceremony finally arrived. Chapter 20. Departure. Hey, Huan Tian, open the door. Something big has happened. Early in the morning, just as Huan Tian awoke, he heard the urgent knocking of Xian Yuan Yuhuang from outside. Rubbing his bleary eyes, Huan Tian shook his head vigorously to shake off the remnants of sleep. For today, he was to claim his tournament reward. He had deliberately taken a day off from training, allowing himself the luxury of a deep slumber, as he had done in the past. Upon opening the modest door, Huan Tian was greeted by the anxious visage of Xian Yuan Yuhuang. What has happened? He inquired. Puzzled. Quickly get dressed and come with me. I'll explain everything later. Hurry, or we will be late. Xian Yuan Yuhuang's expression was one of palpable urgency. Is it that serious? Huan Tian asked, hastily donning his clothes. Enough with the chatter. Just come with me. Xian Yuan Yuhuang spoke with a hint of irritation. In just a minute, Huan Tian had donned his attire and, with a face full of confusion, followed Xian Yuan Yuhuang out of the tribe. As they walked along the path, Huan Tian, still perplexed, inquired, what exactly has transpired that necessitates our departure from the tribe? Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan Yuhuang slowed his pace, casting a surprised glance at Huan Tian, and remarked, I did not anticipate that you, of all people, are the son of the commander of the Songlan Empire, hiding it so well that even I was unaware. Huan Tian's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at Xian Yuan Yuhuang, asking, how did you know? The subtle shift in Huan Tian's demeanor did not go unnoticed. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us depart first, Xian Yuan Yuhuang said. By the way, here, take this. The chieftain instructed me to give it to you. It seemed he recalled something, and with a flicker of light from his right hand, 2 scrolls emanating a faint aura materialized in his grasp. Is this a spiritual technique? Huan Tian ventured to ask. Indeed, 1 scroll is for you, while the other was a gift from Wang Sheng. He meant well, so you should accept it, Xian Yuan Yuhuang explained. Very well, Huan Tian replied. Receiving the spiritual techniques from Xian Yuan Yuhuang, his attitude towards Wang Sheng shifting significantly. Not for any other reason than the gratitude for his assistance in times of peril. Within the tribe, a middle-aged man resembling a military officer cast an impatient glance at Bai Mo and addressed the elder, saying, I must ask, Chieftain Bai Mo, do you intend to hand over the rebellious son of the empire or not? There is no such person as you claim within our tribe. How can I surrender someone who does not exist? Bai Mo regarded the man's gaze with indifference, casually remarking, if I say there isn't anyone, then there isn't. Would you like to search for yourself? The officer, observing the elder's demeanor, felt a subtle shift in his expression. He clasped his fists respectfully and said, Bai Mo clan leader, I apologize for the intrusion. I shall take my leave immediately. There is no one you seek here. You may search elsewhere. Bai Mo waved his hand dismissively, issuing an expulsion order. Farewell. He once more clasped his fist toward the elder, and the entire army, comprising thousands, departed from the serene village. General, are we truly leaving just like this? A man clad in armor questioned, walking alongside the officer on their way out. What else should we do? Should we resort to violence against them? You know who they are. Surely you wouldn't provoke the sanctified family. I certainly wouldn't dare. Moreover, judging by that old man's demeanor, the rebellious son has likely already fled. Upon hearing this, the officer smiled faintly. You will lead groups of 100 to search all exits of this village. Upon discovery, capture them alive. General, what if they have been gone for a considerable time? Wouldn't that render our efforts futile? Rest assured, they won't have gone far, the officer replied with a slight smile. The reason was simple. During their previous exchange, although Bai Mo appeared composed, a fleeting moment of panic had betrayed him. It was this brief glimpse that assured the officer that the rebellious son had not strayed far. For the matter had been conducted in secrecy, known to but a few. If we could capture the rebellious son, he might envision a future filled with prosperity and success. After all, for His Majesty the Emperor, this matter weighs heavily on his mind. The fact that he has been wanted for years throughout the Kanglan Empire speaks volumes. The bounty has even soared to an astonishing 100,000 gold coins, a sum that represents a fortune for many, including low-ranking adventurers. Whoever manages to seize Huan Tian would truly experience a remarkable turnaround in their fortunes. Chapter 21. The Fury of Blood. Throughout the journey, Huan Tian felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Xian Yuan Yuhuang deliberately chose the most arduous paths, traversing treacherous mountains and dense forests, leaving both of them in a state of disarray. Nevertheless, Huan Tian, being a master of body refinement, found these challenges hardly insurmountable. Perched upon a massive rock, he munched on his provisions while observing the wariness etched on Xian Yuan Yu Huang's face. "Why must you lead us along such difficult routes? Isn't this merely hindering our progress?" he inquired, perplexed. "Do you think the Kanglan Empire will simply let this go? They will undoubtedly send people to search for us. If we take the usual paths, we will eventually be discovered. How can you lack such basic awareness of danger?" Xian Yuan Yu Huang retorted with irritation. "How much longer until we reach the Yuntian Empire? If we continue like this, won't the tribe be in danger?" Huan Tian gazed intently at Xian Yuan Yu Huang. Although he retained memories from his past life, he felt a distinct disparity compared to Xian Yuan Yu Huang, who had grown up in a world fraught with peril. "Rest assured, they lack the audacity to provoke the clergy families. Though we have been abandoned by our kin, we remain a part of the clergy lineage, and any attempt to assault the tribe would be a blatant affront to our dignity. I am confident they do not possess such courage. Even the emperor of the Kanglan Empire would treat the patriarch of the clergy family with utmost respect." Xian Yuan Yu Huang remarked, nibbling on his rations. "Is it truly that formidable?" Huan Tian inquired, astonished by the assertion. "Indeed, the clergy family wields unparalleled influence across this continent. Not even the combined forces of the three great empires would dare to provoke them." "How much longer until we reach the Yutian Empire?" Huan Tian asked, taking a sip of water. "At this pace, we should arrive at the Yuntian Empire within half a month. Once we are there, we will be safe. As the two empires are adversaries, I doubt the Kanglan Empire would risk sending anyone to the Yuntian Empire to capture you." Casually unrolling a scroll of spiritual techniques, a line of golden script materialized before Huan Tian's eyes, blood frenzy. Upon gazing at the 4 characters inscribed on the scroll, Huan Tian was taken aback, his eyes glinting with excitement as he perused the introduction of the technique, gaining a preliminary understanding of its capabilities. "How astonishing! It involves dual blades," Huan Tian murmured, contemplating the technique as he began forming seals with both hands. A powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from his body, resonating with the incantation. According to the scroll, mastering the use of this spiritual technique requires the individual to refine the spirit of the weapon with their spiritual energy, thereby awakening the blood energy and engaging in combat. This enables the utilization of blood energy to condense into a blood blade, achieving a dual blade stance. However, a drawback exists. This spiritual technique continuously consumes spiritual energy, and with his current reserves, he can only sustain the blood frenzy for approximately half an hour. As for the other spiritual technique, Huan Tian has yet to find the time to examine it. Observing Huan Tian in his training, Xian Yuan Yu Huang also set aside his rations and began his own cultivation. "Could it be that I misjudged?" the officer pondered, glancing thoughtfully at his deputy. "General, are they not following the standard route?" the deputy suggested. "If that is the case, it complicates matters further," the officer murmured, his mind racing with potential strategies. "General, perhaps we should seek assistance. The emperor would not hold it against us," the deputy proposed again. Meanwhile, the unfolding events outside had no bearing on Huan Tian, who continued to train while on the run. After 10 days, he had successfully begun to condense the blood blade, a pace that startled Xian Yuan Yu Huang, who recalled that it took him a full month to master the technique during his first attempt. After another day passed without incident, the two of them drew ever closer to the Cloud Sky Empire. However, the following days transformed into a harrowing ordeal for them both. On the second day, an anticipated crisis quietly descended upon them. The presence of several powerful auras intensified, leaving them to wonder what course of action to take. Huan Tian sensed an overwhelming aura in the air and whispered a query. "Conserve your spiritual energy. Refrain from practicing for the next few days." Xian Yuan Yu Huang, with a look of caution, glided through the wind, a feat attainable only by formidable warriors of the highest caliber. Given their current state, encountering even a single foe could leave them with no chance of survival. They crawled slowly through the dense forest, utterly silent, refraining from any movement even when the surrounding auras intensified. At times, they remained motionless for an entire day. After 3 days, their progress barely exceeded a mere kilometer. "I cannot fathom what your father has done to provoke such relentless pursuit from the Kanglan Empire." As the surrounding aura dissipated, Xian Yuan Yu Huang breathed a sigh of relief and reproached Huan Tian. Huan Tian hesitated, ultimately choosing silence. He understood that revealing the truth to Xian Yuan Yu Huang would not only implicate himself, but could also trigger a desperate backlash from the Kanglan Empire if the information were to spread. Observing Huan Tian's demeanor, Xian Yuan Yu Huang regarded him with indifference. If you choose not to speak, so be it. I trust that this matter is far from simple, and perhaps it is best that I remain uninformed. Indeed, I cannot divulge the truth to you. I apologize. It is of no consequence. While the coast is clear, let us hasten our departure. Once we reach the Yuntian Empire, we shall be safe. Xian Yuan Yu Huang remarked casually, leading Huan Tian with utmost caution through the thicket. A creaking sound resonated in the stillness. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from beneath Xian Yuan Yu Huang's feet. With an inward exclamation of alarm, she sensed several formidable presences materializing in the air, causing her heart to tighten. Chapter 22. Deadlock. As time passed, the number of powerful auras in the sky multiplied, and both individuals felt a chill of sweat trickling down their foreheads in response to such overwhelming power. Come out. Do not engage in futile struggles. A voice belonging to a middle-aged man reverberated in their ears from above. Upon hearing this voice, both Huan Tian and Xian Yuan Yu Huang's hearts sank. Their worst fears had finally come to fruition. Xian Yuan Yu Huang even lamented her earlier lack of discernment, pondering how they might navigate this dire situation. I say, Feng Chen, might you be a tad too sensitive? Remarked another formidable figure hovering in the air, seemingly nonchalant. Could it be that I misheard? The man named Feng Chen gazed at the stillness of the dense forest below, a wry smile gracing his lips. Huan Tian and Xian Yuan Yu Huang, upon hearing his words, sighed with relief. However, in that fleeting moment of relaxation, an immensely powerful surge of spiritual energy suddenly locked onto them. Immediately after, the spiritual energy in the air became tumultuous, causing the very forest beneath to tremble violently. Several potent waves of spiritual force rushed toward the two. Witnessing this, Xian Yuan Yu Huang's expression changed dramatically. She pushed the dazed Huan Tian and shouted urgently, "Run!" Although she understood that the chances of escaping the pursuit of such formidable beings were nearly non-existent, she recognized that remaining stationary offered no chance at all. For a full 2 hours, Huan Tian and Xian Yuan Yu Huang pressed on without a moment's respite, channeling their physical and spiritual energies into their legs to enhance their speed. Huan Tian fared somewhat better, being a seasoned warrior of the body refinement level, so his exhaustion was less pronounced. However, Xian Yuan Yu Huang, despite the augmentation of her spiritual energy, found her pace steadily declining. Huan Tian, you must go on without me. I will hold them off, Xian Yuan Yu Huang declared, assessing her physical condition and coming to a halt. With so many formidable warriors, do you truly believe I can simply walk away? Huan Tian replied, gazing at Xian Yuan Yu Huang before also coming to a standstill. His eyes fixed intently on the numerous elite warriors hovering above. Very well, Huan Tian remarked with a slight smile as an ice-blue blade materialized in his hand. In the air, a man clad in black paused momentarily, then smirked. Ah, it seems these two little mice wish to engage us in battle. His companions, adventurers surrounding him, erupted in laughter. Let us not forget, even if they were two formidable warriors, they would not escape today. Let us entertain them. Do not kill them, capture them alive. The man known as Feng Chen casually instructed, settling into a cross-legged position in the air with his eyes closed, clearly signaling his disinterest in witnessing such a one-sided confrontation. As the black-clad man descended slowly from the sky, Huan Tian and Xian Yuan Yu Huang exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they unleashed their spiritual energy fiercely into their weapon spirit. The bloodthirsty tyrant halberd. Two deep growls erupted from the throats of the two individuals, and in an instant, a golden and a crimson figure charged towards the black-clad man who had just landed. The ferocity of their spiritual energy left behind golden and crimson afterimages in their wake. The black-clad man, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure. As he gazed at the fleeting figures, he clenched his right fist. With a mere, straightforward punch, he effortlessly countered the onslaught of Huan Tian and Xian Yuan Yu Huang. The impact sent both of them hurtling backward, crashing into two towering trees, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. Their vitality visibly diminished, revealing a stark disparity between them. They were utterly defenseless. The black-clad man cast a disdainful glance at them and chose not to strike again, merely standing still and observing. Coughing, Huan Tian spat out another mouthful of blood and turned to look at Xian Yuan Yu Huang, who was far more gravely injured. On the verge of losing consciousness, simply gasping for breath. You must leave. Don't worry about me, Xianyuan Yuhuang managed to utter through clenched teeth before succumbing to unconsciousness. Would I abandon you to flee? Can I even escape? Huan Tian murmured in response, feeling the state of his own body while reflecting on memories in his mind. A look of reluctance washed over his face, yet he felt helpless. Today was indeed a situation of certain demise. What could he do but resign himself to fate? Even the thought of burning his life force seemed futile against such an overwhelming disparity in spiritual power. Farewell, this world. With eyes closed, Huan Tian murmured a self-deprecating remark, contemplating the memories swirling in his mind. He sighed, wishing someone would uncover that secret soon. The man in black observed Huan Tian, who had utterly relinquished all resistance. With a casual gesture of his right hand, he effortlessly lifted the unconscious Xianyuan Yuhuang and the semi-conscious Huan Tian into the air, their bodies slowly ascending. Chapter 23. The move, little one. Have you given up so soon? Suddenly, an ancient and familiar voice resonated in Huan Tian's mind. The unexpected sound startled him, and a flicker of unusual emotion appeared in his previously despondent eyes. Who are you? You will naturally come to know who I am in due time. This voice seemed to evade the attention of others. The man in black, effortlessly holding Huan Tian and Xianyuan Yuhuang, wore a relaxed expression, finding it amusing how easily he had captured the son of the emperor. Qin Wuyong's prior warnings now seemed rather comedic. Esteemed sir, we are conducting affairs for the Kanglan Empire. I kindly ask you to leave in consideration of our nation, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Feng Chen spoke, surveying the surroundings. Is it truly necessary to pursue such ruthless measures? A voice materialized out of thin air. This individual is a wanted criminal of the empire. We are merely following orders. So I urge you to exercise caution and not jeopardize your own future, Feng Chen cautioned, his gaze scanning the vicinity. Those who commit wrongful acts shall ultimately meet their demise. Upon hearing the words, Feng Chen's expression turned icy, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted around him. A black staff materialized in his hand. The others, witnessing Feng Chen's demeanor, did not hesitate in the slightest. Various weapon spirits manifested in their grasp, signaling that a fierce battle was inevitable. With a disdainful snort, a figure cloaked in black, whose gender was indiscernible, appeared before the assembly of formidable warriors. Upon sighting this individual, Feng Chen's countenance shifted dramatically. Despite his own prowess at the 8th tier of the battle supreme level, he could not discern the cultivation of this mysterious figure. In an instant, his expression darkened further. By the standards of cultivation suppression, this person was at least 7 tiers above him, indicating a minimum cultivation level of the 6th tier of the heroic class. Cultivation suppression is a well-known rule among adventurers on this continent, when the cultivation levels of 2 adventurers differ by 7 tiers. The one of lesser standing experiences a significant reduction in offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as a decline in mental acuity. Thus, in public settings, high-level warriors are admonished against engaging those whose cultivation is 7 tiers lower, lest they become the subject of ridicule. However, exceptions exist during wars between nations. Such rules are often disregarded. Given that you are a heroic-level powerhouse, would you truly jeopardize your future for someone so inconsequential? Feng Chen regarded the enigmatic figure with cautious scrutiny, his tone laced with a hint of negotiation. Do not provoke me unnecessarily. I am fully aware of my own intentions. Attack. Upon hearing this, Feng Chen called out to the surrounding battle supreme warriors, and the radiance of the staff in his hand surged magnificently. In an instant, 2 storms of spiritual energy collided violently. However, in that fleeting moment, Feng Chen and the companions behind him were abruptly sent reeling, spitting blood, while the enigmatic cloaked adventurer appeared utterly unaffected. With a mere gesture, he summoned Huan Tian and Xianyuan Yuhuang to his side. My lord, are you certain you wish to intervene in the affairs of the Kanglan Empire? With your prowess at the heroic level, it would be prudent to leave the Empire's traitors to us. Should you choose to enter the Empire, you would be welcomed as a distinguished guest. Otherwise, even a heroic-level powerhouse like yourself would face relentless pursuit, a most unwise endeavor, Feng Chen cautioned, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Heroic level, you say? The mysterious adventurer mused. Such a designation was scarcely worthy of his attention. Little did Feng Chen's group know that he was a martial refinement level expert. One could only wonder how they would react if they were privy to that information, and whether they would dare speak so boldly. In this continent, a martial refinement level expert stood at the pinnacle of power, with scarcely a handful among the combined might of the 3 great empires. No martial refinement level expert would be so frivolous as to hunt another whose identity remained shrouded in mystery. As he beheld the vanishing figure of the mysterious powerhouse, urgency gripped Fengchen's heart, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood, his face etched with horror. Despite his dire warnings, the enigmatic figure remained resolute in his intent to take away the rebellious scion. It seemed this individual was of no ordinary origin. "My lord, what shall we do?" inquired a grievously injured Zhangjua-level expert, casting a worried glance at Fengchen. Upon a colossal boulder within a dense forest, a mysterious cloaked figure gently placed Huantian and his companion upon the ground, with both hands positioned above their heads. An exceptionally gentle stream of spiritual energy flowed into their bodies, aiding in the mending of their internal injuries. Beneath the cloak, the visage of an elder materialized in the air. Had Huantian been awake, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as the elder who had once imparted the body refinement techniques to him, specifically, the esteemed patriarch of the Holy Order. In a resplendent palace, a youthful figure listened intently to the accounts narrated by Fengchen and others. An enraged voice reverberated throughout the halls. "Who has thwarted my grand endeavor? All elite-level warriors are to be dispatched. We must locate this individual. Remember, we must capture him alive. I intend to make him wish for death." Chapter 24. The Cloud Sky Empire. The Cloud Sky Empire is situated in the eastern region of the Arad continent, standing in stark opposition to the Kanglan Empire in the west. The two great empires often collide over resources, yet a true war has yet to erupt between them. A millennium ago, during a cataclysmic conflict, countless ancient empires and families vanished into the annals of history. This great war made it abundantly clear to many adventurers that humanity's true adversaries have never been fellow humans, but rather the sinister entities lurking in the shadows. Thus, although skirmishes along the borders of the two empires are rare, neither dares to initiate an outright war. As they walked along the bustling street, Huantian cast a despondent glance at Xianyuan Yuhuang, a gnawing hunger stirring within him. "Yuhuang, do you have anything to eat? I am famished. Do you take me for a bottomless treasure trove? I possess neither boundless provisions nor infinite resources." Xianyuan Yuhuang replied with a hint of exasperation. Not only was Huantian hungry, but he himself was also on the verge of starvation, having exhausted the last of their rations 2 days prior. "What are we to do? We have no money, and at this rate, we shall starve to death right here," Huantian lamented weakly. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind as he glanced at Xianyuan Yuhuang. Memories from a past life inspired a cunning plan. "Yuhuang, let us perform for our supper." "Perform? What does that entail?" Xianyuan Yuhuang inquired, her curiosity piqued. "What shall we showcase?" She stroked her chin, intrigued by Huantian's suggestion. "Let me ponder," Huantian replied, scratching his head, a peculiar expression dawning upon his face as he turned to Xianyuan Yuhuang. "What do you think about the act of breaking stones on one's chest?" "Breaking stones on one's chest? What is that?" Xianyuan Yuhuang gazed at him, a twinge of unease creeping into her heart. "It's quite simple. I shall place a rock upon your body, and then I will smash it. It is bound to be captivating, and we can resolve both lunch and dinner with this performance," Huantian explained. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Yuhuang let out a peculiar cry. "Absolutely not." The sudden, bizarre cry attracted the attention of many passers-by, who regarded it with expressions akin to that of bewilderment. A flush crept across Xianyuan Yuhuang's handsome visage as he murmured, "Why is it not you? You are, after all, a formidable warrior of the body refinement stage, capable of smashing stones with your bare chest. How is it that you could conceive such a ludicrous idea? You make it appear all too easy for others to feel pity. Did you not notice how those young ladies are gazing at you? It is your striking appearance that makes this endeavor more suited for you." Huantian leaned closer to Xianyuan Yuhuang and whispered, "It seemed to hold some merit. I shall ponder it further." Upon hearing Huantian's words, a faint smile graced Xianyuan Yuhuang's face. This lad had finally spoken a truth. "Do not deliberate any longer. If you do, you shall find yourself hungry yet again today." Observing the expression on Xianyuan Yuhuang's face, Huantian hastily added more fuel to the fire. Ever since he had been rescued by a mysterious powerhouse, it appeared that more memories had surfaced in his mind, particularly those from a past life. After several days of travel, Huantian and Xianyuan Yuhuang finally arrived at the Cloud Heaven Empire. However, upon their arrival, a pressing issue arose concerning their sustenance and accommodation. Finding a place to rest was manageable. They could simply seek a secluded corner, using the sky as their canopy and the earth as their bedding. finding joy in the simplicity, for they were adventurers at heart. Provided the weather was not excessively frigid, they could endure it. Yet, the matter of food posed a significant challenge. Are you certain this method will yield profit? Xianyuan Yuhuang looked at Huan Tian with renewed skepticism. Trust me, it will undoubtedly work, Huan Tian assured, patting his chest confidently. Very well then, Xianyuan Yuhuang replied, nodding in agreement. You shall search for the stone slab, while I shall procure a hammer. Let us reconvene here in half an hour. Having assigned their respective tasks, the two swiftly vanished into the throng. Half an hour later, Huan Tian, rather inexplicably, managed to acquire a massive hammer, nearly the same height as himself. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Yuhuang's find was even more extraordinary. A stone block measuring 2 meters in length and width had materialized behind him. Huan Tian, upon witnessing the imposing stone, gasped in astonishment. Could this be what they referred to as a formidable individual? What is the matter? Is there an issue? Xianyuan Yuhuang inquired, noticing Huan Tian's shocked expression as he placed the stone block upon the ground. What shall we do now? Nothing at all. It's quite fine, Huan Tian hesitated, ultimately choosing not to disclose the harsh reality to Xianyuan Yuhuang. In truth, such a large stone was unnecessary. It was merely intended to draw a crowd. Fortunately, Xianyuan Yuhuang was an adventurer. Had he been an ordinary individual, being crushed under such weight would have been a grave misfortune. Lie on the ground, and I shall place the stone upon you while I call out to the onlookers, Huan Tian suggested casually, before shouting to the crowd, do not miss out on this legendary feat of smashing stones with one's chest. Those with means are welcome to contribute financially, while those without may lend their presence. As anticipated, upon hearing Huan Tian's call, the surrounding crowd began to converge, quickly encircling the two with eager expressions. This seems rather entertaining, one onlooker remarked. Indeed, I have never witnessed such a spectacle before. Let us observe, another chimed in. Have you seen that handsome fellow beneath the stone slab? Quite dashing indeed. It would be unfortunate if he were to meet his end beneath that weight. A young woman, who appeared to possess a certain charm, let out a soft exclamation. Look at your lovesick expression. What of it? He is so handsome, and I am simply enamored by such dashing looks. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Huan Tian nodded slightly, recognizing that the desired effect had been achieved. Now, the main event was about to commence. He glanced down at Xianyuan Yuhuang, who lay nonchalantly beneath the stone slab, and lifted the rather exaggerated large hammer, inquiring, Are you ready? Absolutely. Bring it on, Xianyuan Yuhuang replied with a nod, signaling her readiness. Then I shall proceed, Huan Tian announced, and with a surge of strength, he swung the hammer down upon the stone slab. With a resounding crash, the slab shattered into pieces. The onlookers erupted in applause, and Huan Tian, pleased by the spectacle, nodded in satisfaction. However, the subsequent moment turned awkward. Aside from the cheers, no tokens of appreciation materialized from the audience. As the crowd dispersed, Huan Tian found himself bewildered, having not received even a single coin. This unexpected turn of events left him at a loss, as the narrative was not supposed to unfold in such a manner. Typically, the audience would reward them for their performance. Brushing off the dust, Xianyuan Yuhuang approached Huan Tian, patting him on the shoulder as she spoke. Is it now time for us to dine? Huan Tian responded, scratching his head in embarrassment, his expression reflecting helplessness. How could that possibly be? As Xianyuan Yuhuang gazed at the expression on Huan Tian's face, an immediate understanding washed over her. Their eyes locked in a comical exchange, each scrutinizing the other. Chapter 25. The free meal. After 10 minutes of this mutual observation, Xianyuan Yuhuang sighed. I told you this method would not work. Look at the fruitless efforts we've invested. Now, come with me. I assure you, by the end of the day, you will be thoroughly satisfied. Had you mentioned your plan earlier, we could have avoided this futile endeavor, Huan Tian retorted, a frown darkening his features. Follow me and refrain from asking questions. Just eat. First, let us change into something clean, Xianyuan Yuhuang instructed, waving her hand dismissively before disappearing into a narrow alley. Huan Tian, seeing her resolve, followed closely behind. 5 minutes later, they emerged from the alley, both clad in impeccably clean attire. Huan Tian examined his new outfit, which exuded a sense of sophistication. I didn't expect you to be so well prepared, he remarked. You look rather foolish, as if oblivious to the impending crisis, Xianyuan Yuhuang teased. A thought struck her, leading her to inquire further. I've always been curious about how we managed to escape. Is there a secret you haven't shared? I have no idea. Huan Tian replied with a shrug, his hands raised in exasperation as if to convey his own confusion about the situation. Aren't we supposed to be eating? Let us go. At this moment, Huan Tian did not dwell on his thoughts excessively. The fact that the other party was willing to assist them indicated a lack of malice and a desire to keep their identities concealed. With his level of cultivation, it would be exceedingly simple for him to remain unnoticed by the two. Follow me, he instructed. Upon hearing his words, Xian Yuan Yu Huang displayed a peculiar expression and accompanied Huan Tian towards a seemingly fine three-story tavern. As they entered, a slender man, appearing to be a server, approached them. What can I get for you, esteemed guests? He inquired. Bring us your finest dish, Xian Yuan Yu Huang commanded with a grand gesture, exuding an air of authority, before leading Huan Tian to a secluded corner. Certainly, the server replied, nodding before disappearing from their sight. Seated in their corner, Huan Tian surveyed the layout of the tavern, nodding in approval. The establishment was adorned with exquisite decor, with tables and chairs crafted from superior wood. The first floor was supported by 4 imposing wooden pillars, each substantial enough that 2 people would struggle to embrace one. The carvings on these pillars were remarkably intricate, clearly indicative of considerable expense. Numerous tables and chairs were evenly distributed throughout the first floor, with at least 2 meters of space between them, ensuring that even during peak hours, the atmosphere remained uncramped. As for the second and third floors, they were comprised of individual rooms. Remarkably, several of these rooms emanated faint spiritual energy fluctuations. Sensing multiple waves of such energy, Huan Tian was astonished to discover that adventurers were indeed present in this establishment. With a contemplative gaze, Huan Tian appeared to have recalled something, looking at Xian Yuan Yu Huang with a knowing glint. You, my friend, are quite wealthy yet choose to conceal it. Surely, there lies a secret. Xian Yuan Yu Huang, upon hearing this, felt a faint blush grace his handsome features and replied, Just wait for your meal. Circumstances dictate otherwise. Moments later, an array of delectable dishes was laid out before them, each more enticing than the last. The sight of the sumptuous feast ignited a spark of delight in their eyes, and they wasted no time in devouring the culinary delights, disregarding any notions of decorum. Half an hour later, Huan Tian took a sip of water and gently patted his almost overindulged stomach. Turning to Xian Yuan Yu Huang, he stated, Time to settle the bill. I have no money, Xian Yuan Yu Huang murmured, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. He glanced around to ensure there was no unusual presence before letting out a sigh of relief. Wait, what? Huan Tian gasped, taken aback. You came to a place like this without any funds? Clearly, you're intent on dining and dashing. What do we do now? What can I do? You didn't ponder this quandary while feasting, did you? If I had money, I would have revealed it by now, rather than keeping it hidden. We've already eaten. So I suppose I shall just endure a beating, Xian Yuan Yu Huang shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as if unperturbed by the potential consequences. Enduring a beating for a meal seems worth it, Huan Tian conceded, reluctantly accepting the predicament. Wait, hold on, I have an idea. Xian Yuan Yu Huang suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and called out to the waiter, Let us settle the bill. The waiter approached upon hearing the voice and stated, The total is 2 gold coins. Wait, first summon your boss. I have matters to discuss with him. Xian Yuan Yu Huang hesitated before addressing the waiter. Understood. The waiter regarded Xian Yuan Yu Huang with a peculiar expression, and his demeanor shifted as he queried, You two wouldn't happen to be short on funds, would you? Such an occurrence was not entirely surprising for the waiter, as many patrons had a penchant for dining and dashing, often wearing a similar expression while seeking out the owner after indulging in a free meal. What did you say? Xian Yuan Yu Huang's aura surged dramatically, and with a flick of his wrist, a silver spear materialized in his hand. The waiter, who had initially exhibited disdain, paled at the sight of Xian Yuan Yu Huang and hastily knelt, stammering, I was unaware that a distinguished adventurer had graced our humble establishment. If I have offended you, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Yet to summon your boss, Xian Yuan Yu Huang retorted with a cold snort, his expression stern. I shall do so at once, the waiter replied, hastily scrambling up the stairs. Observing the waiter's departure, Huan Tian's expression morphed, and a wicked grin spread across his face. You are the most audacious person I have ever seen to dine and dash. Xian Yuan Yu Huang, his handsome visage flushing slightly, replied, while searching for the stone tablet earlier. I noticed a notice posted outside this tavern. Do you know what it entails? Huan Tian's interest was piqued at once. What is it? The notice contained only a few lines. Adventurers dining here receive a discount for exploration level. while those at pioneer level and above dine for free. Now you understand why I brought you here. What about this? Huan Tian inquired, gazing at Xian Yuan Yu Huang with a puzzled expression, for he had not seen such a notice upon entering. It was there before I arrived, but for some reason, it has vanished now. That is why I asked to summon the owner for clarification. Xian Yuan Yu Huang confidently stated. Soon, the owner of the tavern, accompanied by a server, hurriedly approached Huan Tian and his companion. Before they could speak, this middle-aged, slightly portly man urgently remarked, I apologize for the inadequate hospitality extended to you, esteemed adventurers. I hope you can overlook this. Might I request that you move to the third floor? I have a matter to discuss. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan Yu Huang felt a surge of excitement. Her suspicions were indeed validated. She stored away the spirit artifact in her hand and walked alongside the owner up to the tavern's third floor. What level of adventurers are you? The owner hesitated on the ascent, glancing back at Huan Tian and Xian Yuan Yu Huang, cautiously asking, for they appeared remarkably youthful. And such skepticism from the owner was understandable. Upon hearing Xian Yuan Yu Huang's response, the tavern owner's expression shifted. A pioneer-level expert at such a young age was nothing short of a prodigy. He himself had attempted to condense a spirit artifact, but had not succeeded even by the age of 30, which led him to manage this tavern. Moments later, the two, Huan Tian and Xian Yuan Yu Huang, accompanied by the proprietor, ascended to the third floor. In stark contrast to the first and second floors, the decor on the third floor was extraordinarily opulent, leaving one in awe. Exquisite porcelain served merely as ornamental pieces, complemented by finely crafted tables and chairs, evoking a sensation akin to stepping into paradise. Please summon the young lady, the proprietor instructed a nearby attendant, then turned to the two guests, continuing, I am Chu Zhongtian. May I inquire your names? Nodding at them, Chu Zhongtian's expression suddenly grew considerably grave. The reason for inviting you today is that I require your assistance. Is there a problem? Xian Yuan Yu Huang asked, confirming her suspicions. It is not my predicament, but rather my daughter's. This matter can only be entrusted to adventurers. Yet there are regrettably too few in our Wangwei town. The most accomplished among them is merely an elder of the first tier in the pioneering rank. What is it that you need us to do? Please, be candid, Huan Tian interjected, listening intently as Xian Yuan Yu Huang expressed her curiosity at the proprietor's words. Let us discuss it further once my daughter arrives. In response, Huan Tian and Xian Yuan Yu Huang remained silent, settling into the elegant chairs and sipping the fine tea as they awaited the arrival of the proprietor's daughter. Before long, a woman adorned in a flowing blue gown appeared before Huan Tian and Xian Yuan Yu Huang. Her long, black hair cascaded down to her waist, and her exquisitely delicate face bore a pair of seemingly vacant eyes that captured the attention of both Huan Tian and Xian Yuan Yu Huang. It is worth noting that this woman possessed an extraordinary beauty, prompting Huan Tian to cast a disdainful glance at the nearly drooling Xian Yuan Yu Huang, inwardly cursing her lack of composure. Upon the woman's arrival, Chu Zhongtian's expression darkened as he introduced her, saying, This is my daughter, Chu Ling. The matter for which I seek assistance from you two adventurers revolves around her. What is it? Xian Yuan Yu Huang inquired, wiping the corner of her mouth while her gaze remained fixated on the girl named Chu Ling, seemingly unable to look away. I believe you both have noticed that my daughter is not quite herself. I shall speak plainly. 2 years ago, our family of 3 fled from the Songlan Empire and encountered a band of robbers along the way, though we fought valiantly to escape. My wife, her mother, met her demise at the hands of those brigands. Since that fateful day, my daughter has been in this state. Over the past 2 years, I have consulted numerous physicians to no avail. Approximately a year ago, an esteemed adventurer examined her condition and declared that her spirit had been severely harmed. If not treated promptly, she may not have many years left to live. Upon hearing this, Huan Tian was momentarily taken aback and asked, Is it possible that she is an adventurer? Only adventurers who have successfully condensed their spirit companions possess mental strength. Ordinary individuals do not possess such power. Thus, Huan Tian inquired with confusion. Indeed, the young girl is a natural psychic, having been born with a spirit companion, showcasing remarkable talent from a tender age. Though unfortunate events have transpired, as Chu Zhongtian spoke, his eyes reddened. You must save the young girl. Only fellow adventurers like yourselves can rescue her. He then attempted to kneel before Huan Tian and the others. Please, rise. We never stated that we would not assist, Xian Yuan Yu Huang said hastily, supporting the kneeling Chu Zhongtian. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhongtian's face brightened, The young girl is saved. I am aware of a method to restore mental strength, Xianyuan Yuhuang remarked, casting another glance at the lifeless-eyed woman. Are you certain? Huan Tian whispered in response. I wonder where you were during our old man's lectures. He has already addressed these matters, Xianyuan Yuhuang scoffed at Huan Tian. Indeed, Huan Tian was unaware, as he had been fervently honing his physical prowess at that time. The simplest and most effective method to restore mental strength is to break through to the conqueror level. Once the spirit entity is condensed, these issues become trivial. If one cannot achieve the conqueror level, it is still possible, though it requires the spirit essence of magical beasts for restoration, albeit a rather sluggish approach. Given the scarcity of magical beasts in this era, Xianyuan Yuhuang imparted this foundational knowledge to Huan Tian, reminiscent of a teacher guiding a student. The spirit essence of demon beasts, a crystallization of the mental energy condensed after the demise of a select few, is highly favored among adventurers on this continent, as it significantly aids in the future formation of mental entities. Upon hearing the news of his daughter's salvation, Chu Zhongtian's countenance brightened considerably, prompting him to inquire, where might one procure such a substance? That would be immensely appreciated. If you do not mind, please stay here for the time being. I will devise a means to obtain the spirit essence. At these words, joy radiated from Chu Zhongtian's face as he hastily instructed his subordinates to prepare accommodations for the two guests. Then we shall impose upon your hospitality. Chapter 27. The origin of the weapon spirit. After dinner, Huan Tian reclined on the lavish bed in the opulent third-floor bedroom, casting a glance at the side where Xianyuan Yuhuang was seated. Do you not have your own quarters? What brings you here? Have you abandoned your cultivation? It is quite lonely alone, and besides, one cannot expect to achieve mastery overnight. Why the rush? If you persist in this manner, you will inevitably become a fool. Enough of this. What are your plans for treating Chuling? Huan Tian remarked, shifting the conversation to the patient they were to assist. This is straightforward. Though we have yet to form a mental entity, we are nonetheless formidable at the exploration level. Nurturing the mental energy of an exploration level individual should pose no difficulty. By the way, you do know how to wield mental energy, do you not? Xianyuan Yuhuang inquired, as if struck by a sudden realization. I do not. The utilization of mental power left my mind in a state of utter blankness, and I shook my head in denial. It seems I cannot rely on you. I shall handle this myself. You should focus on your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Huan Tian ceased further conversation with Xianyuan Yuhuang. A fleeting shimmer enveloped his hand, and an ice-blue greatsword materialized within his grasp. With his eyes gently closed, he prepared to immerse himself in his practice. By the way, Huan Tian, there is something I must convey to you, Xianyuan Yuhuang remarked, seemingly struck by a thought as she gazed at the greatsword in Huan Tian's hand. Huan Tian opened his eyes and looked at Xianyuan Yuhuang, signaling her to proceed. Did you know? Wang Sheng's weapon spirit has vanished. This matter might be related to you. Xianyuan Yuhuang cautiously stated, her gaze fixed on the weapon spirit of the greatsword. How could that be? Are you certain? Xianyuan Yuhuang's words instantly transformed Huan Tian's expression into one of intrigue. Ever since he acquired the weapon spirit, it had not crossed his mind to ponder this issue. However, upon reflection, it seemed incongruous. Although Wang Sheng's weapon spirit pertained to a great sword, it was not ice blue. Could there be a connection? Huan Tian found himself enveloped in confusion. Otherwise, how do you suppose he could have gifted you the spiritual technique? He is no longer an adventurer, and his cultivation has waned. When I encountered him, he seemed like a different individual altogether. Do you think your weapon spirit could belong to Wang Sheng? Xianyuan Yuhuang proposed a bold hypothesis. How could that be? Huan Tian quickly dismissed Xianyuan Yuhuang's conjecture. It is possible. An old fellow mentioned that some nefarious adventurers specifically absorbed the weapon spirits of other adventurers for their own cultivation, achieving terrifying speeds in their progress. You may be overthinking this. Huan Tian finds himself somewhat speechless regarding Xianyuan Yuhuang's imaginative thoughts. Nevertheless, he decides to refrain from further discussion. In the future, when we encounter Wang Sheng, we must offer him some comfort. Surely he must be heartbroken without his weapon spirit. Huan Tian nodded in response. You should continue your cultivation. I shall retire for the night. The past few days of sleeping outdoors have been quite uncomfortable. And tonight, I aim to indulge in a restorative slumber to compensate for my previous losses. With a casual wave, Xianyuan Yuhuang exited the room. As Huan Tian observed the departing figure of Xianyuan Yuhuang, a twinge of doubt crept into his mind regarding the origins of his weapon spirit. Previously, when he had acquired it, He had been consumed by excitement and later by the necessity to flee, never pondering the matter deeply. Now, with Xian Yuan Yu Huang's remarks lingering in his thoughts, Huan Tian began to question the legitimacy of his own weapon spirit. However, after an extensive moment of introspection, he found no discernible issues. The spirit felt as integral to him as his own body, without any apparent flaw. In the past, when he had narrowly escaped death, he retained only a fragment of consciousness, utterly oblivious to the circumstances that had unfolded. He pondered why he had manifested a weapon spirit akin to Wang Xing's. Lying dormant within him, Huan Tian sensed the presence of several failed energy orbs swirling within. It appears there are no issues, he murmured. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and a hint of alarm crossed his face as he realized one of the orbs had vanished, replaced by the weapon spirit. Hey, are you all right? You look rather pale. Xian Yuan Yu Huang inquired with concern, peeking into the room. Perhaps your suspicions hold some truth. Subsequently, Huan Tian recounted the peculiar changes within himself to Xian Yuan Yu Huang, who sat attentively by, her heart growing increasingly unsettled with each revelation. Do not dwell on it. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. However, aside from confiding in me, it is imperative that you disclose this to no one else. She earnestly urged after absorbing Huan Tian's account. After all, Huan Tian bore a striking resemblance to a nefarious adventurer, usurping another's spirit tool, a most grave offense. Should other adventurers become aware, the consequences could be dire. Yet, as you described, it indeed appears that I have seized Wang Xing's spirit tool. Was that your intention? You were on the brink of death. Had the three clan leaders not expended tremendous effort to save you, you would have surely met your end. Such a predicament cannot be laid at your feet, Xian Yuan Yu Huang reassured Huan Tian, though she remained profoundly shaken by his words. What will become of Wang Xing? Huan Tian could not help but inquire. How should I put this? An adventurer can still condense their spirit tool even when it is lost. Look at your current state. I truly admire your resilience. Try to see the brighter side. You can still proceed to condense your spirit tool, Huan Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, as long as one is not too advanced in age, successful condensation remains a possibility, albeit significantly more challenging than the first attempt. Wang Xing is, in essence, akin to having failed in condensing his spirit tool. With his innate talent, becoming an adventurer should pose little difficulty. Xian Yuan Yu Huang continued to console him. Oh. As Huan Tian listened to Xian Yuan Yu Huang's words, a sense of relief washed over him, and the shadows in his mind swiftly dissipated, his countenance becoming more agreeable. However, in his heart, he felt nothing but gratitude towards Wang Xing. Without him, he could only wonder when he might successfully condense the weapon spirit. Chapter 28. Healing the spirit of the great sword floated before him, as waves of dense spiritual energy continuously penetrated into the weapon spirit. With his eyes closed, Huan Tian savored the ever-growing power of his internal spiritual force, his spirits soaring. Ever since he acquired the weapon spirit, his cultivation speed had accelerated at an astonishing rate. The benefits of his prior physical training were now perfectly manifested, revealing the profound importance of the affinity with spiritual energy. Unlike ordinary adventurers, his cultivation methods diverged significantly. Typically, adventurers needed to refine their weapon spirits during the exploration stage to augment their strength, only beginning to cultivate their physical bodies upon reaching the pioneering stage. In contrast, Huan Tian had focused on physical training from the outset, neglecting the refinement of the weapon spirit. Now that he had settled, it was only natural to cultivate the weapon spirit to enhance their affinity. Although his cultivation speed surpassed that of the average adventurer, he was acutely aware that once he reached the fearless level, his advantages would gradually diminish, placing him on the same starting line as other adventurers. With regard to the enigmatic memories residing in his mind, Huan Tian realized that his only course of action was to cultivate diligently, striving to grow stronger, in hopes of one day having the opportunity to avert the looming crisis. As time passes, the originally ice-blue spirit of the blade gradually transforms into a deep blue hue. From a distance, this change appears truly astonishing, for the color of a spirit typically remains constant, only varying when infused with a weapon soul. The phenomenon of the spirit altering its color without the addition of a weapon soul would undoubtedly leave many powerful adventurers in utter amazement. Weapon souls are the essence condensed from the life force of beasts upon their demise, and there exists a significant disparity in the weapon souls formed from different tiers of beasts. Beasts are classified into several categories: mundane, spiritual, elite, lord, great lord, super lord, and apostle, corresponding to the 7 ranks of adventurers. Generally, beasts of the same level possess far greater strength than their adventurer counterparts, as their physical forms vastly surpass those of adventurers. Many adventurers lacking formidable spiritual techniques find themselves compelled to flee upon encountering beasts of equal rank. Different ranks of beasts yield distinct weapon souls, which are categorized into 7 types: ordinary, advanced, rare, divine, heroic, legendary, and epic. The effects produced when these weapon souls are absorbed by an adventurer's spirit vary accordingly. Typically, the more powerful the weapon soul, the more pronounced the transformation of the spirit upon absorption. The peculiar phenomenon whereby one like Huan Tian can induce changes in the spirit solely through cultivation defies conventional explanation. Sensing the burgeoning strength of the spirit, a faint smile graces Huan Tian's lips. Suddenly, a muffled sound interrupted Huan Tian's meditative state, prompting him to glance curiously at the neighboring room of Xianyuan Yuhuang. It perplexed him how such a ruckus could emanate from Xianyuan Yuhuang during his cultivation. He wondered what on earth he was up to. What a fellow, Huan Tian muttered to himself, intending to resume his practice. However, an even louder noise erupted from next door, causing Huan Tian's own room to tremble slightly under its force. The sudden disturbance extinguished any desire he had to continue his cultivation. Rising, he approached the door of Xianyuan Yuhuang's room, and without a moment's hesitation, he pushed the door open, eager to discover what was transpiring within. Fortunately, it was morning, and the dining area was nearly devoid of patrons, resulting in minimal commotion. As he entered, the scene unfolded before his eyes: an obviously disheveled Xianyuan Yuhuang and a graceful figure seated upon the bed. A peculiar expression crossed Huan Tian's face. "Am I interrupting something? Please, continue." Muyu glanced at Xianyuan Yuhuang, chuckled softly, and began to withdraw. "Hey, what are you thinking?" Xianyuan Yuhuang retorted irritably. "I am assisting her in stabilizing her mental energy. You need to hurry and help me. Her mental state is quite abnormal." "Really?" Huan Tian inquired skeptically, scrutinizing Xianyuan Yuhuang. "Is there any doubt? If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself." Xianyuan Yuhuang's expression conveyed a sense of exasperation at Huan Tian's incredulity. "I had thought you—" Huan Tian trailed off mid-sentence, for in his gaze, the delicate figure upon the bed emanated a formidable surge of spiritual energy. Feeling this potent aura, Huan Tian's expression shifted dramatically. According to Chu Zhongtian, Chu Ling possessed only exploratory level cultivation. Yet the energy radiating from her form was unmistakably that of a cultivator at the pioneering level. "Have you noticed? Something seems amiss. When I previously assisted her in stabilizing her mental energy, everything was fine, but suddenly she transformed into this state. It appears her mental power has also significantly strengthened, forcefully expelling my spiritual energy from her body," explained Xianyuan Yuhuang upon witnessing the scene. "What on earth is happening?" Mou inquired with curiosity. "I surmise that she has, under the duress of mental injury, cultivated to the pioneering level, which accounts for her current condition," Xianyuan Yuhuang conjectured, gazing at the enchanting figure on the bed. "How is this possible? To cultivate while suffering from mental trauma. She must be a monster." Mou's complexion changed upon hearing this. For adventurers, typically trained in a state of consciousness, while the path of cultivation may seem straightforward, it is fraught with countless uncertainties. A single misstep could lead to grievous setbacks in one's cultivation. No one has ever managed to cultivate in an unconscious state. Such practice is akin to self-destruction. "What do you propose we do now?" Huan Tian responded, visibly exasperated. "We shall act together to at least stabilize her mental energy, and then we can determine our next steps," Xianyuan Yuhuang said after a moment's hesitation. "Agreed." Mou spoke little, merely nodding towards Xianyuan Yuhuang. Under Xianyuan Yuhuang's guidance, Huan Tian was no longer the inexperienced novice he once was. 2 streams of pioneering-level mental energy entered Chu Ling's mind, only to encounter a violently turbulent mental force. However, this time, unlike the previous encounters with Xianyuan Yuhuang, the ferocious mental energy seemed to calm considerably under the pressure exerted by Huan Tian and Xianyuan Yuhuang, both formidable pioneers. After all, it would be quite absurd if they could not suppress a single wounded mental force from someone newly entering the pioneering level. As the turbulent mental energy was gradually subdued, the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Chu Ling's body also diminished, until they were entirely tranquil. "We cannot linger here any longer," Xianyuan Yuhuang remarked cautiously, observing the graceful figure before him. While we have stabilized her mental energy for now, we must seek out a means to restore it before it erupts again. In the living room, upon hearing that Huan Tian and his companion were departing, Chu Zhongtian expressed his surprise. Are we not providing adequate hospitality? If there is anything amiss, please inform me, and I shall ensure it is rectified. Not at all, Huan Tian replied. We are leaving solely to assist your daughter in locating the spirit of a mystical beast to restore her mental energy, as it may erupt at any moment. Shen Yuan Yuhuang elucidated that there was nothing here to feel unaccustomed to. The accommodations were splendid and the sustenance was delightful. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, he would have preferred to linger a while longer. Subsequently, Shen Yuan Yuhuang recounted the events that had transpired to Chu Zhongtian in meticulous detail, including his own conjectures. Although they were currently able to suppress Chu Ling's mental prowess, the future remained uncertain. Who could predict whether this mental force would grow increasingly formidable? Should they fail to maintain control, their efforts would be rendered futile. Listening to Shen Yuan Yuhuang's words, Chu Zhongtian furrowed his brow and sighed, lamenting for his unfortunate daughter. A flicker of hesitation crossed his features, but ultimately, he resolved to unburden himself. Very well. Since both of you place such trust in me to assist in my daughter's healing, there are certain matters I shall no longer conceal from you. The two from Huan Tian exchanged puzzled glances at Chu Zhongtian's revelation. In truth, my wife is not of human descent. She is a beast spirit who has transcended into a humanoid form. During our escape from the Kanglan Empire, for reasons unknown, our whereabouts were divulged, and we were pursued by a group of enigmatic conqueror-level powers. Wait, Shen Yuan Yuhuang interjected. If your wife has transformed from a beast spirit, does that not imply she possesses at least lord-level strength? How could she possibly be pursued by a cadre of conqueror-level beings? He questioned. For the transformation of a beast spirit was no trivial feat. Only those of lord level or higher could achieve such a metamorphosis. As she had just undergone a transformation, her strength was significantly diminished, leaving her with capabilities comparable only to those of adventurers at the pioneering level. In a desperate bid to protect me and our daughter, she forcibly burned her own life force, ultimately defeating those who pursued us. It was this very act that altered our daughter forever. I sincerely apologize for my earlier words towards you. That is of no concern. What comes next? Shen Yuan Yuhuang waved her hand dismissively at Chu Zhongtian, expressing her indifference while also feeling sympathy for his plight. After all, any adventurer would be tempted upon encountering a weakened lord-level beast. Not for any other reason but the potential to acquire a spirit of divine artifact caliber from such creatures. Once a weapon spirit absorbs such a soul, its power would undoubtedly increase, yielding immense benefits for future cultivation. Later, as my wife's vitality waned, she sensed that her time was limited and chose to seal her remaining cultivation within our daughter. This is how she ended up in her current state. Previously, there were not many issues. Our daughter could only act through her consciousness, unable to speak. However, recently, the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from her have grown increasingly potent, startling many patrons dining in our establishment. I had even contemplated selling the tavern to seek treatment for my daughter in a larger city. I resolved that even if it meant losing everything, I would restore her health. It was only upon your arrival that I hesitated to part with the tavern, deciding to observe a little longer. No wonder I noticed the notice in the morning, but it had vanished by afternoon. I wondered how she could continue cultivating despite the damage to her mental strength. Now it all makes sense. Shen Yuan Yuhuang, upon hearing this, experienced a moment of clarity. Truly, the hearts of parents are filled with compassion. Huan Tian sighed inwardly at these words. If you must leave, take her with you, otherwise, she will inevitably be deprived of her mother's hopes in my care, and only by accompanying you will she find a way forward. Although Chu Zhongtian felt a profound reluctance, he understood all too well that his daughter was destined for an ordinary life by his side. As an adventurer, such a fate was not what he envisioned. By the way, since your wife is a beast, could it be? Shen Yuan Yuhuang seemed to have a thought and expressed his confusion. Sensing what Shen Yuan Yuhuang was alluding to, Chu Zhongtian shook his head. Rest assured, my daughter is human and can safely accompany you. That is reassuring. Shen Yuan Yuhuang sighed in relief. He would certainly hesitate to venture forth with a beast. Should a powerful adventurer discover it, it would undoubtedly lead to relentless pursuit. For the next few days, you should remain here in peace. I will instruct my subordinates to procure maps and gather essential supplies for your journey. Over the years of managing the tavern, I have cultivated some connections. Once everything is ready, you may depart. With that, Chu Zhongtian bid farewell to the two and left the third floor to prepare. In the ensuing days, Huan Tian and Xian Yuan Yu Huang devoted their time to observing Chu Ling's condition and diligently practicing their skills. After all, in this continent, strength is paramount, especially as they were about to venture into a grand city teeming with adventurers. Lacking sufficient power would easily lead to obscurity. However, there is one aspect that brings them joy. Chu Ling, having stabilized her spiritual energy through their previous joint efforts, has shown significant improvement. Her condition has stabilized, and her mental state has also greatly recovered. At the very least, she is now able to speak, relieving them of the burden of constant care. She can even wield her spiritual power, a change that has brought a sigh of relief to both of them. Even Chu Zhongtian, seeing his daughter able to converse, is so elated that he finds it difficult to sleep, resulting in a much warmer attitude towards Huan Tian and Xian Yuan Yu Huang. As for Huan Tian and Xian Yuan Yu Huang, they feel little discomfort in bringing along Chu Ling. After all, she is quite a beautiful young woman, and having her in their company poses no significant issue. Who in this world would reject a beauty, unless that person is a deviant? A week swiftly passed, and soon it was time to part ways. Huan Tian and Xian Yuan Yu Huang felt little sentimentality. As their departure from the tribe was motivated by a desire for strength, their mission remains unchanged regardless of location. Conversely, upon hearing the news of their departure, Chu Ling wept for quite some time. It took considerable persuasion from her father before her emotions settled, reluctantly following Huan Tian and Xian Yuan Yu Huang. The map is indeed quite detailed. Xian Yuan Yu Huang gazed at the map in her hands, and before them, a city of considerable scale materialized. Having left Wangwei town a full half-month ago, the trio finally arrived at the city according to the coordinates marked on the map. Along the way, they encountered no significant troubles. Accommodations and sustenance were not an issue. Chu Zhongtian had prepared a month's worth of provisions and camping gear for them, allowing the three to escape the relentless chill of the wilderness. Chapter 30. Qinglong City, situated in the eastern part of the Yuntian Empire, serves as the primary stronghold connecting the Kanglan Empire to the Yuntian Empire. Through the passage of time, this city has withstood the onslaught of monstrous beasts on no fewer than 3 occasions. It is home to numerous adventurers, making it a veritable haven for those seeking perilous exploits. Standing before the grand city gates, Huan Tian gazes upon the formidable walls, where soldiers patrol in steady formation. At the entrance, 2 sentinels, resembling statues, stand resolutely, their faces devoid of any expression. Who goes there? In response to the sight of Huan Tian and his companions, a man, presumably the leader of the guards, calls out as they approach the gates. We wish to enter the city, Xian Yuan Yu Huang replies casually. The guard scrutinizes the trio, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Newcomers, are you unaware of the regulations? What regulations? Xian Yuan Yu Huang inquires, puzzled, for he had gathered ample information during their journey, and it seemed entry into the city did not require any specific rules. So long as one was not a beast, even ordinary folk could traverse freely. Newcomers must pay 10 gold coins each to enter, the man states nonchalantly. Is that a new regulation? I was not informed, Xian Yuan Yu Huang replies, momentarily taken aback. Casting a questioning glance at the guard. It is effective now. If you lack the funds, accompany me for a verification of your identities. You may very well be spies sent by the Kanglan Empire. The man casually uttered a remark, yet his gaze remained fixated on the enchanting Chu Ling behind Huan Tian. Entering this city bore no restrictions, much like any other place, and there was certainly no requirement for payment. His vexation towards Huan Tian and his companions stemmed from his first encounter with such a stunning beauty clad in simple attire. In this era of peace, the city had not faced an onslaught from monsters, leading to a shift in guardianship from adventurers to ordinary soldiers. Owing to a slight connection with the city lord, he had been assigned this seemingly insignificant post. However, to him, it was a coveted position. As long as he didn't cross paths with adventurers, there would be daily gains. Isn't it you who established these rules? Xian Yuan Yu Huang scoffed, her gaze piercing into the man. How dare you? Seize them. At his command, the man's expression shifted dramatically as he waved his arm, instructing his subordinates to encircle Huan Tian and his companions. Seize us? I am eager to see if you possess the capability, Xian Yuan Yu Huang replied, her demeanor remaining almost unchanged. With a swift motion, a silver spear materialized in her hand. Huan Tian, exhibiting even greater directness, stepped forward and effortlessly lifted the man off the ground with a single hand, tossing him into the moat at the city gate. As adventurers, they could hardly remain composed when faced with such provocations. Their inherent pride as adventurers would not allow it. 3 esteemed adventurers sought entry into the city, but were halted by the leader Zhao Fu. The soldier, kneeling before them, trembled as he recounted the events that had transpired, revealing everything without the slightest concealment. Yet, he dared not hide the truth, for the trio of adventurers stood before him. The middle-aged man, growing increasingly incensed, glared at Zhao Fu, who had just emerged from the moat, and coldly remarked, "Zhao Fu, how audacious of you to engage in such conduct." He had heard whispers of Zhao Fu's exploitation of his role as a gatekeeper to collect entry fees, but had chosen to overlook it due to Zhao Fu's connection with the city lord. However, the fact that he dared to rob adventurers was intolerable. He was, after all, an exploration level 6th-tier adventurer himself, and he felt nothing but reverence toward the 3 formidable adventurers before him, whose presence dwarfed his own. "You need not return tomorrow," he stated expressionlessly as he glanced at Zhao Fu before turning to the trio of adventurers, his expression one of contrition. "Esteemed adventurers, my subordinate has acted thoughtlessly, and I sincerely hope you will find it in your hearts to forgive this offense." "It is of no consequence," Xian Yuan Yuhuang replied nonchalantly, waving her hand as she inquired with a smile. "I wonder if we are still required to pay this entrance fee?" "Surely you jest," the middle-aged man said, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. "Please, esteemed adventurers, enter the city. If you would not mind, I would be honored to host a banquet for you today to welcome you and offer my apologies." Upon hearing this, the trio was inclined to decline the invitation. But unexpectedly, Xian Yuan Yuhuang spoke up, "Then it would be disrespectful not to accept. Please, step inside." The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the soldiers gathered at the city gate willingly parted to create a passage. Huan Tian looked at Xian Yuan Yuhuang with confusion, uncertain of the man's intentions, and whispered, "Yuhuang, what is this? We have just arrived and know nothing. It would be opportune to inquire about certain matters." Xian Yuan Yuhuang, equally discreet, replied softly. Having been raised in a family of clerics, he possessed a deeper understanding of many matters than Huan Tian, despite not having cultivated the spirit of the cross and being cast aside. Nevertheless, he had accumulated a wealth of knowledge from his previous experiences. Upon hearing this, Huan Tian refrained from further conversation and followed the middle-aged man to an impressive courtyard. "Please, come inside." Huan Tian and his companions did not hesitate and entered the courtyard behind the middle-aged man. Once inside, they were greeted by a lush expanse of greenery, with an array of unnamed flowers, grasses, and trees arranged in an orderly fashion, evoking a delightful ambience. In the 31st chapter of the Inner City, the man introduced himself. "I am Sima Feng, the commander of the city defense of Qinglong City. I apologize for any offenses my subordinates may have caused previously." Rising, he addressed Huan Tian and his companions once more in the reception room. "It is a trivial matter, not worth mentioning." Xian Yuan Yuhuang replied with a shake of his head. "Might I inquire what brings you esteemed adventurers to Qinglong City? Is there any way in which I may assist you?" Sima Feng gazed at the trio from Huantian and casually inquired about their presence in the outer city. Although this was a bustling metropolis filled with adventurers, it was typically the inner city that attracted those of noble standing. Sima Feng felt a twinge of curiosity about the purpose of their visit to the outer city, as most adventurers would directly venture into the inner city. If he had been unaware of the trio's ignorance regarding the inner city, he likely would not have posed such a question. "We seek to explore the ruins of the demon beasts for training," Xian Yuan Yuhuang replied, without a hint of skepticism, revealing their intention. "You have come to the wrong place. You should head to the inner city," Sima Feng remarked, casting a peculiar glance at the trio from Huantian. "The outer city serves merely as a bastion for ordinary citizens. The inner city, however, is where adventurers congregate. It is rife with guilds and exploration teams. Though I have seldom ventured there myself, so my knowledge is limited." "How shall we reach the inner city?" Xian Yuan Yuhuang asked, perplexed. He had never heard of the inner city's existence through the mundane sources he had consulted, and he doubted that ordinary citizens would possess insights about a place accessible only to adventurers. "Head east for approximately an hour, and you will find specialized flying vehicles that will transport you to the inner city. However, since you have already arrived in the outer city, I can arrange for someone to escort you," Sima Feng offered, looking at the trio. "Thank you very much," Xian Yuan Yuhuang responded, clasping his hands in gratitude towards Sima Feng. "Since you are here, let us dine before departing. I have already instructed my subordinates to prepare the meal." Sima Feng nodded at the trio from Huantian, Though the three appeared youthful, they were, after all, adventurers. Their youth was indeed an advantage, for one must understand that the earlier one commences cultivation, the greater the impact on their future. As they boarded the splendid airship, the three from Huantian waved farewell to Sima Feng and ascended into the sky. For them, this was their inaugural experience aboard such a vessel, and their curiosity was piqued. How did this contraption soar into the heavens? Gazing at the scenery below, they observed towering buildings nestled within the city, bustling streets alive with activity. Yet from their aerial vantage point, they discerned aspects of the city that remained hidden from ground level. The entire city, beginning from its gates, was encircled by walls that resembled a colossal, two-headed dragon, vigilantly guarding its domain. No wonder it was named Qinglong City. As time elapsed, a magnificent structure emerged before the trio from Huantian, and their expressions could only be described as astonishment. Before them stood two colossal statues, each towering at least 50 meters high. One statue brandished a slender, immense sword, while the other wielded a battle axe. The closer they approached, the more Huantian could sense a terrifying aura emanating from the statues. Could these statues be alive? Huantian gasped in surprise as he beheld the figures. How could that be? These statues must retain the essence of their master, which would explain the formidable presence they exuded. Shen Yuan Yuhuang was equally astonished. The presence of two statues guarding this place was a testament to the city's significance. The airship soon descended before the statues, and the soldier piloting it respectfully addressed the three adventurers, stating that they would have to proceed on their own from here, as entry into the inner city was restricted to adventurers alone. He could only escort them to this point. After expressing their gratitude to the soldier, the trio passed through the statues and entered the so-called inner city, accessible only to adventurers. However, as they crossed the threshold, a beam of golden light swept over their bodies, seemingly scanning for something. Following the golden light, the previously closed city gates slowly creaked open. Yet, what awaited them beyond the gates was a dark vortex. Observing this phenomenon, Shen Yuan Yuhuang elucidated, "This is a spatial vortex. Only adventurers can enter." It appears Sima Feng did not deceive us. Indeed, entry to the inner city is reserved for adventurers. The spatial vortex, a remnant of the cataclysmic battle from millennia ago, was created by numerous supreme beings who, recognizing the helplessness felt by both ordinary people and adventurers when confronted by demonic beasts, established this dimensional space. Due to the distortion of space, any demonic beast attempting to forcefully enter this realm would be torn apart by the very forces of space itself. Fortunately for adventurers, the spatial vortex poses little danger. The only consequence of entry is a brief sensation of dizziness caused by the spatial transfer. As they plunged into the vortex, Huantian was momentarily engulfed in darkness, accompanied by a wave of dizziness reminiscent of his previous life's experiences with motion sickness. Yet, this sensation bore little consequence. After a brief respite, he would return to his usual state. "Yuhuang, where shall we go now?" Huantian inquired, casting a glance at the equally perplexed Shen Yuan Yuhuang. "First, we should seek out a place to stay. I hope it won't be overly expensive. Otherwise, we might find ourselves sleeping on the streets again." Shen Yuan Yuhuang surveyed the surroundings, bemused. Did the adventurers here not engage in any training? In his mind, the inner city should not resemble this. The streets ought to be rather desolate, for striving to enhance one's strength is the true path for an adventurer. He found it difficult to fathom that adventurers would occupy themselves with mundane tasks, such as the uncle by the roadside selling pancakes, who bore little resemblance to the archetype of an adventurer. Chapter 32. Exploration. After a considerable search, the trio quickly discovered a seemingly pleasant inn. With their rooms secured, they finally had a temporary haven. Fortunately, the inn's accommodations were reasonably priced, fitting their current circumstances. After all, Chu Zhongtian had generously bestowed upon them 100,000 gold coins before their departure, which would suffice for their sustenance and lodging for a year or two in this place. Holding the key to the room, Shen Yuan Yuhuang observed the peculiar gaze of the proprietor and swiftly led Huantian and the others to their quarters. It was only natural to contemplate the implications of two men and a woman sharing a space. After all, any individual would harbor certain thoughts. However, it was not Shen Yuan Yuhuang's intention to create such an arrangement. Rather, it was a precautionary measure due to Chu Ling's previously unstable mental state. Although she had seemingly returned to normalcy, the possibility of an unforeseen psychic outburst loomed large. This was not her home, and should any complications arise, addressing them with Chu Zhongtian would be a daunting task. Thus, for the sake of Chu Ling's safety, this was the only viable solution. Of course, this decision was made with Chu Ling's consent, not a unilateral action by Xianyuan Yuhuang. After a simple repast, Huantian and Xianyuan Yuhuang spread out their bedding on the floor. Regardless of the circumstances, it was only proper that the two gentlemen did not vie for the bed against a young lady. Chu Ling, why not engage in a bit of conversation? You've been silent throughout the journey. Do you not find it tedious? Xianyuan Yuhuang inquired, glancing at Chu Ling, who sat quietly on the edge of the bed, clad in simple attire. Chu Ling, taken aback by the question, blinked her beautiful eyes at Xianyuan Yuhuang. Isn't it rather inappropriate for you to gaze at me so affectionately, especially with Huantian present? Xianyuan Yuhuang teased, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. What are you saying? Upon hearing Xianyuan Yuhuang's words, a hint of shyness crept onto Chu Ling's fair cheeks. She shot him a reproachful glance before turning her head away, choosing to ignore him. Haha, our little sister is upset. Upon witnessing the scene, Xianyuan Yuhuang fell into speechlessness. Initially intending to tease the girl, he soon realized that she was utterly incapable of handling such jest. No, you all carry on with your conversation. Do not mind me. That sentiment is misguided. You are, after all, our companion and an integral part of our collective. Life is meant to be savored with joy. Why burden oneself with a frown each day? Such a demeanor could tarnish one's beauty. Huantian, eavesdropping on their exchange, surmised that Xianyuan Yuhuang's goodwill was likely in vain. Having witnessed the brutal murder of her mother from a tender age, it was reasonable to believe that any person with a conscience would struggle to find happiness. Companion? Chu Ling regarded Xianyuan Yuhuang with a look of perplexity, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Growing up in solitude, she likely could not grasp the true essence of companionship in such a brief moment. By the way, Yuhuang, how do you intend to assist her in acquiring the spirit of the beast? Huantian inquired, glancing at the bewildered Chu Ling. Since they had made a promise to Chu Zhongtian, it was imperative to fulfill it. I have heard that there are usually adventure teams within the inner city. We could simply join one and test our luck, or perhaps align ourselves with a guild, Xianyuan Yuhuang replied, her expression turning serious upon Huantian's mention of their objective. As for Chu Ling, upon hearing Huantian's question, her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Xianyuan Yuhuang. She had already been informed of her condition upon regaining consciousness, and was equally curious about how to procure the spirit of the beast. Very well. Let us first seek out an adventure team and see how that unfolds. If all else fails, we shall join a guild, Huantian proposed. Very well. Let us take a day to rest today, and we shall set forth tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Yuhuang nodded. As time swiftly passed, a day elapsed in this manner. Early in the morning, after partaking in breakfast, the two engaged in some inquiries and finally discerned the nature of the so-called expedition team. In essence, it was a temporary assembly of seasoned adventurers formed to test their luck amidst the ruins of beastly creatures. With favorable fortune, they might uncover unexpected treasures. Conversely, it was not uncommon to return empty-handed when luck did not favor them. Within the team, each member bore specific responsibilities. For instance, melee adventurers were tasked with surveying the terrain, identifying the presence of beastly creatures, and even restraining them to ensure a secure environment for the ranged mages to launch their attacks. After all, many of these beasts possessed formidable physical prowess. An adventurer lacking adequate defense could sustain grave injuries from a single blow, with some even facing death if struck by a beast. Thus, it was only through flawless coordination among adventurers that they stood a chance of vanquishing a beast of equal rank. However, exceptions existed. For instance, adventurers like Huantian, endowed with extraordinary physical strength, retained the ability to withstand beastly encounters. Generally speaking, adventurers could be categorized into 4 types: melee restrainers, range damage dealers, support, and control specialists. Each category held its own advantages. Melee adventurers typically boasted commendable physicality and agility, capable of effectively restraining beasts. Unlike ranged mages whose combat efficacy diminished significantly upon close encounter with these creatures. Indeed, this situation is confined to the fearless level and below. For those of the conqueror level and above, encountering demonic beasts entirely depends on one's own foundational strength. Those with a robust foundation can effortlessly slay demonic beasts on their own. According to the intelligence gathered, Huantian and Xianyuan Yuhuan swiftly made their way to the gathering place of the expedition team. The absence of Chu Ling is easily explained. She is, after all, akin to a powder keg. Should her condition flare up during the expedition, it would be a severe loss. In the interest of the mission, Huan Tian and Xian Yuan even took the time to assist Chu Ling in suppressing her somewhat tumultuous mental energy. 5,000 gold coins for the Zombie King ruins. Is anyone interested in joining? If so, please register with me. We are short 2 pioneers for the Graka expedition. Those in need, please come forward. As Huan Tian and his companions stood at a distance, they could hear a series of shouts. Approaching the lean man who had been calling out for the Graka expedition, Xian Yuan inquired, "Excuse me, are you heading to the Graka expedition? Do you think we are suitable for it? Pioneer-level cultivation is sufficient. Rewards will be distributed according to contributions," the man replied casually before resuming his calls. "What should we do?" Xian Yuan asked Huan Tian. "Let us go. We might as well try our luck," Huan Tian responded with a slight nod, conveying his agreement. Soon, after navigating a series of intricate procedures, the two successfully joined this temporary expedition team. Despite its transient nature, the team was equipped with remarkably comprehensive documentation, including a certificate that ensured their safety in life and death situations. After all, within the ruins, no one could predict what might transpire. Encounters with treasures often led to violence and theft, yet with this certificate, their security was assured, at the very least. They need not worry about those around them resorting to harm. Should anyone dare to do so, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of all adventurers. Chapter 33. The Glocka ruins. Beneath an expanse of desolate and forsaken ruins, countless crimson flames appeared to burn spontaneously. As they surveyed the scene, the remnants of fierce battles were vividly etched in the eyes of Huan Tian and Xian Yuan, being their inaugural venture into such an expedition. Although both were melee-type adventurers, they chose not to follow the typical approach of exploring the terrain like their counterparts. Instead, they remained close to the team, safeguarding the distant spellcasters. As the group ventured deeper into the ruins, the sight of numerous pale, shattered bones emerged before Huan Tian. Gripping his katana, he inhaled sharply, struggling to fathom the intensity of the battles that once transpired here, leaving the area in such disarray. "Be cautious. This place is frequently inhabited by monstrous beasts. Especially you two. Since it's your first time here, you must exercise even greater vigilance," admonished the expedition leader, a robust middle-aged man at the 9th tier of the pioneering level, as he pointedly addressed Huan Tian and Xian Yuan. The two individuals nodded slightly upon hearing those words, for the stark, white bones strewn across the ground were a clear testament to the peril that lay within. The middle-aged robust man, named Longzhan, was particularly attentive to the newly joined duo, Huan Tian and Xian Yuan. The entire adventuring team comprised 8 pioneering-level adventurers, capable of holding their own even against ferocious beasts. As they delved deeper into the ruins, the signs of battle became increasingly apparent, revealing several complete skeletons of monstrous creatures and the long-dead remains of adventurers, their bones glimmering with a silvery hue. Nevertheless, the expedition team seemed to have enjoyed a stroke of good fortune, having yet to encounter any beasts. Time passed, and as dusk enveloped the land, the adventurers halted their journey and established temporary shelters. Huan Tian and his companion lent their assistance nearby. Nightfall soon descended, and Huan Tian found himself seated before the tent. Inhaling the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafting from the campfire, his appetite piqued. "Come, let us eat," Longzhan declared, generously offering 2 pieces of roasted meat to Huan Tian and his companion. Gratefully accepting the meat, Huan Tian savored the delicious morsel while listening to the surrounding adventurers recounting tales of their exploits, creating a warm and convivial atmosphere. "I tell you, there was a time when I encountered a Minotaur guardian. That battle was exhilarating, one I shall never forget," a middle-aged man proclaimed, gnawing on his roasted meat as he spoke to those beside him. "Impressive. To have survived an encounter with a Minotaur guardian," exclaimed a nearby man in astonishment. "That is nothing. I once faced a zombie king," the first man boasted. "Keep bragging. Did you even have the presence of mind to observe when you encountered a zombie king? It is likely that he has long since fled," a man beside them questioned. "Isn't that an obvious statement? I merely caught a glimpse from afar." At that time, a group of at least fearless-class warriors besieged the zombie king. "The scene was beyond description," remarked another tall man. The surrounding crowd, intrigued by his words, turned their gaze toward him. "Pray tell, what transpired in the end? Was the zombie king vanquished?" one inquired eagerly. "Indeed, the zombie king is a lord-class beast. Its defeat would undoubtedly yield a soul of artifact-grade quality," another echoed in agreement. As Huan Tian listened to the discussions around him, he was taken aback, for in his mind, the zombie king did not seem so formidable. The fact that it could still retaliate while being besieged by a group of fearless class warriors was starkly different from the memories he held. What on earth had transpired in this continent? His curiosity deepened. By the way, one must avoid cultivating here. Many adventurers who have attempted to do so have undergone significant changes. Longzhan seemed to recall something and cautioned Huantian and Xianyuan Yuhuang. Brother Longzhan, what is the reason for this? Xianyuan Yuhuang asked, a perplexed look crossing her face. The spiritual energy here is peculiar, once absorbed. It could incite chaos in your spirit artifacts, potentially transforming them into humanoid beast forms, Longzhan stated earnestly. The spiritual energy is indeed strange. As Huantian listened to Longzhan's words, he murmured softly, his sense of confusion deepening. Could it be that the spiritual energy here was the root cause of the beast's formidable strength? However, within mere moments, he dismissed this speculation, for it seemed implausible that mere spiritual energy could empower the beasts. If that were the case, adventurers entering this realm should have sensed the peculiarity of the energy. How could anyone cultivate without consequence? Xianyuan Yuhuang, who had been by Huantian's side from the start, patted his shoulder and inquired softly. Huantian paused, slightly taken aback. It's nothing. After all, the memories swirling in his mind were of great significance, and it was preferable for fewer people to be aware of them. The very fact that a sovereign would decisively eliminate a national guardian was telling enough. All right, let's take turns keeping watch. The others should rest early. We do not know what tomorrow may bring. Lying on the makeshift bed, Huantian chose to heed Longzhan's advice and refrained from cultivating. His thoughts lingered on the memories in his mind, struggling to comprehend the intentions of the Kanglan Empire. Even if they succeeded, what advantage would it bring them? It was clear that should such an event transpire, it would spell catastrophic disaster for the entire continent. In the face of such calamity, how many would truly survive? The Kanglan Empire was undoubtedly playing with fire, risking their own demise. As the night deepened, the tent was filled with the sounds of slumber. Even the two adventurers stationed by the flickering fire were drowsy. After all, the tranquility of the day had significantly dulled their vigilance. Unbeknownst to them, a crisis approached quietly. And this night was destined to be anything but tranquil. When the threat presented itself before the slumbering adventurers, it was already too late. Chapter 34. The bull-headed behemoth. A thunderous roar suddenly reverberated through the air, rousing the dream-laden Huantian, who instantly sat upright. He exchanged bewildered glances with Xianyuan Yuhuang. What is happening? Huantian inquired. Xianyuan Yuhuang glanced back at him and helplessly waved his hand, indicating her uncertainty regarding the situation. All personnel, assemble. A beast approaches. With Dragon Battle's urgent shout, Huantian and his companion hastily exited their tent. A beast. Dragon Battle reiterated, swiftly organizing those who had just awakened from their slumber. The team quickly gathered. After all, they were adventurers, and upon hearing of a beast, many remained surprisingly calm. For these seasoned explorers, encounters with beasts were commonplace. Another earth-shattering roar echoed in their ears, heralding the arrival of a bull-headed creature, towering at least 20 meters tall, standing on two legs. Huantian's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the imposing figure. In his recollections, the bull-headed creature had never appeared so colossal. Even if it had mutated, there should be limits. Such a massive form could not simply be explained by mutation. Dragon Battle. Gazing at the bull-headed behemoth wielding an axe that was at least 10 meters long, inhaled sharply in astonishment. It is indeed the bull-headed behemoth. What shall we do, Captain? The Minotaur is a spirit-grade beast. Perhaps we should retreat, a man proposed. Gazing at the Minotaur with its glowing red eyes, Dragon felt pensive. With their team's composition, vanquishing such a creature seemed an insurmountable task. Although pioneers and spirit-grade beasts were ostensibly on par, Dragon would have been confident against other beasts. However, the Minotaur's sheer physical prowess was beyond their ability to withstand. Withdraw, Dragon commanded, gritting his teeth. As the team ventured deeper into the ruins, the astute Huan detected certain peculiarities. Whenever the team paused, the Minotaur would also halt, as if anticipating their continued progress. Devoid of the animosity typically displayed by beasts toward adventurers. In essence, the Minotaur seemed disinclined to slay them, instead intent on guiding the team further into the ruins. Observing the skeletal remains scattered on the ground, Huan was alarmed. Could something lurk within the ruins? Why would a creature naturally inclined to bloodlust behave in such a manner? And why had the others failed to notice this? Yufeng, Have you not observed that the Minotaur is herding us toward the depths of the ruins? Since the others were disinclined to speak, Huan voiced his concerns directly. Huan's words, though not loud, reached the ears of nearly every adventurer in the team, causing them to pause in bewilderment. Captain Dragon, have you not noticed that the Minotaur has had numerous opportunities to strike, yet refrained from doing so? As Huan Tian reflected on the previous circumstances, he increasingly felt that something was amiss. What was the bull-headed beast truly up to? It seemed indeed peculiar. Long Zhan's mind raced, recalling the moments of their escape. When they had been in slumber, the beast could have launched a sneak attack. Yet, it had chosen to emit a sound, allowing them to brace themselves. It is crucial to recognize that spiritual-level beasts possess rudimentary reasoning, unlike their mundane counterparts, which charge mindlessly into battle. The bull-headed beast, being a spiritual-level entity, undoubtedly harbors its own consciousness. If it intended to assault those present, why would it issue a warning? This anomaly struck him as exceedingly strange. With this thought, Long Zhan's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently instructed his team, "Halt, do not advance any further." The remaining members, upon hearing his command, steadied themselves. Although they had listened to Huan Tian's words, who among them would forsake the chance of survival in the face of death? "Captain, we must flee. This is merely Huan Tian's conjecture, and the bull-headed beast is about to pursue us. Engaging in a confrontation will only exacerbate our losses." One team member ventured. "We cannot proceed any further," Long Zhan said with a serious gaze, addressing his comrades. While Huan Tian's assertions contained an element of speculation, upon reflection, Long Zhan found merit in his reasoning. After all, could they truly withstand an unknown force capable of subjugating a spiritual-level beast? They might stand a chance against the bull-headed beast, but should Huan Tian's hypothesis prove accurate, the depths of the ruins could very well harbor elite or even lord-level beasts, against which they would face inevitable annihilation. Roar. Before long, a resounding roar echoed once more. Yet, contrary to the anticipated assault, what followed seemed more a summons to hasten their escape. Witnessing this, Long Zhan instantly confirmed Huan Tian's speculation, gazing into the crimson eyes of the bull-headed behemoth, and bellowed to those around him, "Brothers, are we afraid to confront this beast?" Chapter 35. Fierce Battle Not Afraid. In the face of death, only through unwavering unity could they hope to grasp a fleeting chance of survival, a truth every adventurer must come to understand. When confronted with the ferocity of monstrous beasts, harboring any semblance of luck was tantamount to inviting one's doom. With a furious roar, the bull-headed giant, perceiving the adventurers' refusal to flee, swung its enormous axe, measuring several meters in length, toward Huan Tian and his companions. The force generated by the axe cleaved the very air, leaving behind wisps of ethereal rifts. You too, engage the bull-headed giant and restrain it. Strike if you can. If not, seek other opportunities. Huan Tian and young brother Xinyuan Yuhuang, stay close to me. This is your first encounter with a beast. Exercise caution. The rest of you, unleash your full might upon this creature. Long Zhan, his hands aglow with golden light, regarded the bull-headed giant with vigilance as he instructed his team. As for Huan Tian, he did not act as recklessly as Xinyuan Yuhuang, who followed closely beside Long Zhan. Instead, Huan Tian meticulously observed the attacks of the bull-headed behemoth, seeking any potential flaws. After all, based on his memories from a previous life, such a monstrous beast must possess vulnerabilities. In his past experience, despite their formidable offensive capabilities, these creatures exhibited clear weaknesses, primarily their sluggish movements. However, the bull-headed giant before him, while still slow, had significantly expanded its range of attack. A careless moment could result in grave injury from its sweeping axe. As time progressed, the intensity of the battle escalated, and even Long Zhan, who had been directing the fight, joined the fray. With his involvement, what had once been a balanced confrontation began to shift slightly in favor of the adventurers. Witnessing this, expressions of hope flickered across the faces of all present. The beast was not invincible. Provided the adventurers coordinated their efforts with sufficient synergy, the beast was far from terrifying. Yet, just as a collective sigh of relief swept through the group, the bull-headed giant suddenly radiated a menacing crimson light. It was in a state of fury. Huan Tian's countenance shifted in alarm upon seeing the beast's transformation, while the other adventurers reacted with palpable fear, unleashing their inner energy in a frenzied assault against the bull-headed creature. Falling Moonstrike, Xinyuan Yuhuang shouted, leaping into the air, wielding her spear to unleash a powerful spiritual technique aimed directly at the beast's visage. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Xianyuan Yuhuang's assault struck the immense form of the bull-headed beast. However, upon receiving this spiritual technique, the creature merely shuddered, the spear leaving only a silver scar upon its colossal body, proving ineffective. The other adventurers gazed at Xianyuan Yuhuang's display of spiritual prowess with envious eyes, for such opulent techniques were beyond their reach. In the entire adventuring party, aside from the captain, Long Zhan, the rest hailed from modest backgrounds. The notion of acquiring a spiritual technique valued at hundreds of thousands or even millions of gold coins was a daunting prospect, even for seasoned adventurers. With a roar, seemingly incensed by Xianyuan Yuhuang's strike, the bull-headed beast raised its massive head and bellowed in fury, swinging the enormous axe it wielded towards Xianyuan. Observing this from midair, Xianyuan Yuhuang's expression shifted as she positioned her spear defensively across her chest, preparing to withstand the impending blow. As Xianyuan Yuhuang found herself in peril, Huan Tian could hardly remain passive. With a sharp command, he propelled himself towards the bull-headed beast like a shooting star. Long Zhan and the other team members watched in astonishment, questioning the wisdom of Huan Tian's reckless charge against the monstrous beast. It was well known that the disparity between the adventurers and such formidable creatures was vast, and many could already envision the dire consequences awaiting Huan Tian. Except for Xianyuan Yuhuang, the remaining team members, including Long Zhan, were utterly astonished by the scene before them, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground as they gazed at Huan Tian as though he were some extraordinary creature. Unfazed by the astonished glances of the others, Huan Tian rubbed his tingling shoulders, feeling a sense of relief upon seeing Xianyuan Yuhuang unharmed. Chapter 36, The Horde of Beast Yuhuang, are you all right? Huan Tian inquired, paying little heed to the bewildered expressions of the others as he turned his attention to Xianyuan Yuhuang. Indeed, a true hero, I shall assist you. Long Zhan exclaimed with a hearty laugh, swiftly following Xianyuan Yuhuang as they charged towards the Minotaur beast. Their actions seemed to galvanize the morale of the other team members, who surged forward in close combat, while the mages behind them wielded their staffs, emanating an aura of danger. The scales of victory appeared to tip in favor of the Minotaur beast, and Huan Tian, observing this with growing anxiety, understood that if the situation continued to unfold as it was, not only would they fail to slay the Minotaur, but the very survival of their team would also be at stake. Once their spiritual energy was depleted, their threat to the beast would diminish significantly. Brother Long Zhan, should we not consider a retreat? Huan Tian proposed, gripping his great sword while fixating on the Minotaur beast. Absolutely not. If we retreat, we can only move deeper in. Long Zhan replied, shaking his head with palpable urgency in his eyes. The current predicament left them with no viable options for retreat or overwhelming offense. According to his estimates, the Minotaur beast's strength had likely reached an elite level, a feat that would be improbable for a typical spirit-level beast. Suddenly, a piercing scream captured everyone's attention. Not far away, a member of the team, positioned perilously close to the bull-headed behemoth, was cleaved in half by the creature's axe, the anguished cry escaping his lips. As the team watched their comrade struggle on the ground, their faces paled significantly. Many displayed a flicker of fear. Long Zhan clenched his teeth, his gaze fixed on the writhing figure, his expression darkened with fury. The fluctuations of his spiritual energy surged, more than doubling in intensity, as he unleashed a tempest of strikes upon the behemoth's imposing form, yet the impact was negligible. I could no longer endure this. In the wake of Long Zhan's fervor, one team member abruptly turned and fled deeper into the ruins, paying no heed to the frantic calls of his companions. In the face of death, it was understandable. Even the most seasoned adventurer could succumb to panic. Following the first, a second individual soon joined, and before long, 3 members of the team had sheathed their weapon spirits and ventured further into the desolation. However, one figure, a dark-skinned middle-aged man, remained resolute, his staff shimmering with silver light as he conjured a relentless barrage of fireballs that bombarded the colossal body of the bull-headed monster. The fury of bloodlust surged forth. Regarding the fleeing members, Huan Tian did not impede their escape, for every individual possesses the inherent right to survive. He refrained from further commentary and summoned the dwindling essence of his spiritual power to charge towards the bovine behemoth. In his right hand, he wielded the ice-blue greatsword, while his left hand brandished a bloodied blade, exuding an aura of peril. Yuhuang, I come to your aid, Huan Tian bellowed, propelling himself swiftly towards Xianyuan Yuhuang. The weapon spirit in his grasp slashed at the massive form of the beast with the ferocity of a tempest, etching several shallow gashes across its colossal body. A roar escaped the creature, seemingly acknowledging Huan Tian's assault as effective, its crimson eyes fixated upon him. The enormous axe it wielded bore down with the force of a mountain, and even before it reached Huan Tian, he felt an icy dread wash over him. He deftly evaded, circling the behemoth while relentlessly striking with his dual blades. Indeed, a hero among men, Long Zhan remarked, witnessing Huan Tian's fervent onslaught, a smile illuminating his face. Consequently, he intensified the force in his fists, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the beast that was even more ferocious than before. Overlord's halberd. With a resounding proclamation, Xianyuan Yuhuang brandished her spear horizontally, its shaft seemingly awash with a fiery hue, as an overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from it. In but a fleeting moment, the spear struck the formidable body of the bull-headed beast. Upon enduring the powerful assault from Xianyuan Yuhuang, the beast's seemingly invincible flesh finally bore wounds, a gaping hole appearing on its massive hind leg. The sudden surge of spiritual energy emanating from behind swiftly captured the attention of the four, as they beheld the shadowy figures charging forth from the depths of the ruins. Even Xianyuan Yuhuang's countenance changed drastically. Despite her youthful prowess, she acknowledged the daunting reality. A single bull-headed beast had already claimed the lives of some in their party, while others had fled. Now confronted with a multitude of these beasts, even with their doubled spiritual energy, they stood no chance of resistance. Chapter 37, A Narrow Escape. What shall we do now? Xianyuan Yuhuang gazed apprehensively at the relentless tide of monsters surging from the ruins, her fighting spirit seemingly extinguished by the approaching horde. Her right hand gripping the spear, trembling ever so slightly. With a bull-headed beast blocking their path and more monsters closing in from behind, the four found themselves in an untenable predicament. Long Zhan squinted, his gaze fixed on the oncoming swarm, feeling the fluctuations of his spiritual energy rapidly diminish. Faced with such peril, he felt no confidence in his ability to escape. Not only was his energy nearly depleted, but even if it were not, the sheer number of beasts left them with no option but to flee, a prospect that seemed increasingly futile. Yet, Huan Tian, gripping his twin blades tightly, raced through thoughts in his mind, contemplating how to navigate this dire situation. Noticing the severely injured bull-headed beast, he called out to Xianyuan Yuhuang, "Yuhuang, assist me in slaying this beast first." As the formidable bull-headed beast retreated, I took a deep breath. After enduring a prolonged onslaught, I discerned that despite its extraordinarily resilient physique, the creature harbored a vulnerability, its head, which lacked substantial defense. My revelation stemmed from a moment when our party's distant sorcerer, coincidentally launching a fireball aimed at the beast's cranium, witnessed the creature evade the projectile. It was noteworthy that even against the fierce attacks of Xianyuan Yuhuang, the bull-headed beast relied solely on its robust body, showing no concern. Yet, it chose to dodge a mere fireball, a behavior that struck me as peculiar. Silently maneuvering behind the bull-headed giant, my gaze sharpened. With a powerful thrust of my legs against the ground, my formidable physical strength became evident. In the blink of an eye, I appeared atop the beast, wielding my great sword with intent, plunging it mercilessly towards its head. The bull-headed beast, sensing my impending strike, attempted to twist its colossal head to evade my assault. However, would I grant it the luxury of escape? Certainly not. In an instant, I adjusted the position of my blade. With a swift thrust, the sword effortlessly penetrated the massive skull of the beast, unleashing a torrent of crimson blood that erupted from its head, splattering even upon me, rendering my appearance fiercely menacing. Moments later, the colossal body of the bull-headed beast crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, creating quite a commotion. Long Zhan gazed upon the lifeless form of the once mighty bull-headed beast, exhaling a sigh of relief as his body weakened, the aura surrounding him becoming feeble. "Let us depart," urged Xianyuan Yuhuang, observing the fallen creature and sensing the encroaching presence of a monstrous entity. She called out to Long Zhan and the last remaining mage in their party, retracting her spear in preparation to leave. "Wait, the spirit of the beast," Huan Tian interjected. After a moment's contemplation, he vanished and reappeared beside the colossal head of the bull-headed beast, wielding his blade with unceremonious intent, cleaving the massive head in two. Leaning against a sturdy tree trunk, Huan Tian supported the exceedingly weakened Long Zhan, his gaze vigilant as he surveyed their surroundings. Since slaying the bull-headed beast, The four of them had been fleeing for a full 3 hours. The local spiritual energy was inexistent, leaving the party in a state of exhaustion. Even Xian Yuan Yu Huang, typically robust, wore a countenance of fatigue. Encountering even a single beast would be a formidable challenge for the four of them. Having found no trace of the beasts, let us rest for a moment, Huan Tian finally declared after 10 minutes of careful observation. Addressing the three who sheltered within the tree trunk, we have indeed been fortunate to survive this ordeal. Longzhan regarded Huan Tian and Xin Yuan Yu Huang, astonished that these individuals, whom he considered mere placeholders, had played a crucial role in their survival. Regrettably, their adventurous party had suffered grievous losses, with only he and one other remaining. By the way, Longzhan, did you not frequently embark on adventures in the past? Have you never encountered such perilous situations before? Xian Yuan Yu Huang, observing that the demonic beasts had not pursued them, turned to Longzhan and inquired. Longzhan, upon hearing this, shifted his gaze, his expression changing as he slowly replied, "In my previous visits to this place, there were merely some low-level demonic beasts. The danger was minimal. Had I known it would be like this, I would never have ventured here. Boss, could it be that what those individuals said is true?" Suddenly, the last remaining team member seemed to recall something, and his countenance darkened. Huan Tian and his companion, almost in unison, exclaimed, "Brother Longzhan, what is the matter?" Upon hearing this, Huan Tian and his companion inhaled sharply, clearly realizing that this information was misleading. It is well understood that an apostle-level demonic beast is akin to a formidable warrior among adventurers. Surviving under the might of a martial refinement-level expert is simply inconceivable unless there was no intent to slay that adventurer. Yet, even that line of reasoning falters when one considers why 19 were killed and only one spared. Any reasonable individual would deem such a tale implausible. Chapter 38. Respite. The cataclysmic battles of millennia past have imparted a crucial lesson to the formidable adventurers. Without sufficient strength, human adventurers face certain death when encountering demonic beasts. These spatial rifts serve to sever the paths between demonic beasts and human adventurers. It is worth noting that in times gone by, demonic beasts could freely tread within human territories. "I must extend my gratitude to you both," Longzhan remarked, gazing at the spatial rift with deep emotion. "Until we meet again." With that, he led the final team member into the rift. Observing the vanishing figures of the two dragon warriors, Huan Tian silently nodded. Although this expedition was fraught with peril, it represented a commendable experience for the duo. Furthermore, they had not left empty-handed. They had acquired the spirit essence of a magical beast capable of healing Chu Ling. With a determined nod, Huan Tian stepped into the rift, departing from this realm brimming with both danger and opportunity. In an opulent little cottage, a striking figure sat cross-legged upon the bed, the surrounding spiritual energy surging towards her like a torrential river. Time seemed to lose its meaning as an immense wave of spiritual power suddenly erupted from her body. Her gently closed eyes flung open, radiating a brilliant golden light. Conqueror level. The elder nearby observed the scene, astonished, a peculiar smile spreading across his aged visage. A mere 15 years of age and already at the conqueror level. Such talent was indeed rare on this grand path. After a moment, the young woman's intense cultivation appeared to reach its conclusion. Playfully, she smiled at the elder and exclaimed, "Grandfather, I have now attained the conqueror level. May I go find Huanqian to play?" Noticing the elder's demeanor, a hint of discontent crossed her face as she pouted. "Grandfather, you are not keeping your promise. You said that as soon as I broke through to the conqueror level, I could go play with Huanqian." Sighing softly, the elder sighed helplessly upon hearing her words and replied, "I did not say you cannot go. However, before you embark on your journey, you must cultivate some defensive spiritual techniques. The world outside is fraught with peril. Furthermore, there must be someone discreetly protecting you. Otherwise, you shall not go. I refuse to practice offensive spiritual techniques. Engaging in violence is utterly undesirable." The girl pouted, her golden eyes gazing at the elder. "Then you shall not go." The elder retorted, his expression darkening. "It is unlikely that there exists another on this continent who does not cultivate offensive techniques of conquest. Very well. I shall practice offensive techniques, but you must promise me, Grandpa, that once I do, I will be allowed to visit Huantian." Following the recent war, Huantian had acquired a deeper understanding of many matters. Without sufficient strength, magical beasts posed a calamity for adventurers. Huantian found it hard to fathom how humans survived on this continent before the emergence of spatial rifts. Moreover, What events transpired a millennium ago that caused the once peaceful coexistence between adventurers and magical beasts to deteriorate into the current state? What hidden secrets lie beneath these transformations? Reflecting upon the memories of a past life, it appears that they bear little significance to the current world. Though the demonic beasts are formidable, their strength does not reach such absurd extremes. A single bull-headed giant beast has severely wounded the vitality of the 8 adventurers, a situation that would have been utterly inconceivable in a previous existence. While these creatures are indeed ferocious, they typically inhabit their own territories and would not irrationally venture into areas populated by adventurers. After all, the habitats favored by adventurers are ill-suited for the survival of demonic beasts. Yet, in this world, the regions inhabited by both are astonishingly separated by fissures in space. The secrets contained within this phenomenon can only be uncovered in the future, with the memories of a former life. Huan Tian's curiosity regarding this matter far surpasses that of his fellow adventurers. However, to delve into the truth of this mystery and the burdens he carries, he realizes that he must first grow stronger. Suppressing his inner doubts, Huan Tian resumes his cultivation. As the surrounding spiritual energy envelopes him, a swirling vortex of spiritual flow seems to emerge from his chest. The energy around him continuously streams into this vortex, and with the influx of spiritual energy, the luminous orbs within him appear to brighten considerably, flickering like stars within his being, exuding an aura of profound mystery. His body, too, seems to strengthen progressively in tandem with the ceaseless influx of spiritual energy. In the pursuit of refining his physical form, Huan Tian had already traversed this path prior to this moment. Now, as he practiced, he found himself navigating the process with ease, barely encountering any obstacles. His progress and training had notably accelerated. However, alongside his relentless efforts, the previously damaged meridians appeared to be gradually mending. Yet, a complete restoration would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time. Chapter 39, The Enigmatic White Knight on the Bustling Streets. Huan Tian wore a sullen expression as he observed Xianyuan Yuhuang, who had mysteriously summoned him early in the morning, alongside the softly smiling Chu Ling. He was utterly perplexed by their antics. It had been a full 3 months since their last adventure, and during this time, Huan Tian had dedicated himself to continuous training. His spiritual energy level had seen only a modest increase, having ascended by merely 1 tier over the 3 months. This was a deliberate choice, as rapid advancement could lead to an unstable foundation. Many exceptionally gifted adventurers had faltered due to their haste, experiencing an accelerated rise in spiritual energy that ultimately hindered their future accomplishments. It was akin to constructing a building without a solid foundation. No matter how resilient the surface appeared, it would be in vain. To avert such a predicament, Huan Tian diligently worked to stabilize his spiritual energy daily, striving to attain a harmonious balance between his body and spirit before daring to push beyond his current limits. Nevertheless, with each advancement, his training speed had not retained its previous fervor. "Yu Huang, what is it that you two have summoned me for so early in the morning?" Huan Tian inquired, glancing at Xianyuan Yuhuang, who walked alongside Chu Ling. Has it truly been such a short span of time? Upon hearing this, Huan Tian was filled with confusion. According to their previous estimates, the gold coins they possessed should have lasted at least a year. How could they have vanished in just a few months? Well, Xianyuan Yuhuang said, scratching his head in embarrassment, stealing a glance at the striking figure beside him. Let's first seek out a guild to join. Although adventurers generally do not possess an overwhelming need for wealth, this applies solely to ordinary adventurers. It is essential to understand that an adventurer aiming to continually enhance their abilities requires a substantial amount of resources for cultivation. Many scions of prominent families even have access to specialized cultivation formations to accelerate their training, and these are merely the fundamental necessities. Not to mention the spiritual techniques and the formidable attributes of the weapon spirits necessary for those aspiring to reach the fearless level in their cultivation. The expenses incurred are far beyond what an average person can bear. Thus, in this continent, there are numerous exploratory and pioneering adventurers. It is not a matter of lacking talent, but rather a deficiency of resources to continue their advancement. All right, Huan Tian nodded in response. Although Xianyuan Yuhuang did not articulate many things, he could surmise a substantial amount. Reflecting on his prior singular focus on enhancing his cultivation, he could not help but feel a twinge of guilt towards Xianyuan Yuhuang. With a smile directed at Huan Tian, Xianyuan Yuhuang continued, "Rest assured, with the combined prowess of the 3 of us, Joining a reputable guild should pose no significant challenge. Once we embark on adventures and hunt for treasures, we will swiftly find ourselves in affluence. Now, where shall we go? In a bustling hall, Huan Tian felt the resonating waves of spiritual energy at the pioneering level. His expression one of astonishment. Yu Huang, is this truly the place where we can join a guild? Indeed, this is the guild hall of Qi Long City, explained Xinyuan Yu Huang. All adventurers wishing to join or transfer guilds must register here. Once you join a guild, the choice cannot be altered lightly. Should you wish to withdraw? It is a simple matter. Just come here. At the Watchtower Pavilion, the requirements for joining are being at least a level 5 pioneer. Joining the guild grants free assistance in obtaining a common artifact soul. At Tianmen, the requirements are a level 1 pioneer or above and an age of less than 40. Joining this guild offers future free assistance in acquiring a high-level artifact soul. Huan Tian gazed curiously at the various small tables in the hall where introductions were being made. Huan Tian, have you decided which guild to join? Xinyuan Yu Huang inquired as she approached Huan Tian, accompanied by Chu Ling. With Xinyuan Yu Huang came several curious glances. Though these gazes quickly shifted from Huan Tian to the captivating Chu Ling, whose beauty was undeniable. It is true that in any setting, a beautiful woman garners much attention. What do you think? Which guild should we join? Huan Tian responded thoughtfully. The Star Gathering Pavilion, ranked first in Qinglong City, is indeed appealing. However, their joining requirements are rather stringent. One must be no older than 20 and at level 9 pioneer to qualify. Among the three of us, only I meet the criteria. Xinyuan Yu Huang remarked. Why not venture to the Star Plucking Pavilion? Suggested Huan Tian. That is out of the question. We must remain together. Aside from the Star Plucking Pavilion, the Ice Blade ranks second and could be a viable option for the three of us to join. Do you have any suggestions? Huan Tian remained silent, his gaze fixated on a man in the corner where adventurers rarely approached for consultation. The man's demeanor was one of indifference. Xinyuan Yu Huang, noticing this, glanced at Huan Tian in astonishment and remarked, You wouldn't be considering that guild, would you? What's wrong? Huan Tian replied, That guild has consistently ranked last in the guild wars for 10 consecutive years and lacks even the most basic training aids. Are you certain about our destination? Xinyuan Yu Huang looked at Huan Tian with exaggerated disbelief. I personally find it acceptable. Even if no one joins, he does not exhibit any signs of despair. It might be worth a try, Huan Tian mused. Then let us join without hesitation, Xinyuan Yu Huang responded nonchalantly. As they approached the consultation desk, the words dreamlike midnight appeared prominently before Huan Tian's eyes. Upon seeing the trio approach, the man's expression brightened, and he asked, Are the three of you considering joining our guild? The trio nodded in agreement, but before they could speak, the man interrupted. However, joining our guild comes with certain conditions. What conditions? Pray tell, Xinyuan Yu Huang inquired. Intrigued, applicants must be no older than 16 years and possess an exploration-level cultivation, the man replied. Chapter 40. By Ruo Huan Tian furrowed his brows upon hearing the words. Realizing the reason behind the guild's evident decline, the conditions for joining were indeed arduous, not suited for the average individual. It is worth noting that many adventurers do not manage to condense their weapon spirits before the age of 16. I say, Bai Yi, your guild is on the brink of dissolution, and yet the entry requirements remain so stringent. With nothing to offer, would those three consider joining our guild? The environment is quite pleasant, and we possess exclusive auxiliary training formations. Upon hearing the man's words, Huan Tian and his companions remained silent. However, a middle-aged man beside him spoke up. Whether one joins or not is entirely voluntary. The guild does not provide any auxiliary formations to expedite your training. What we have is only unity of purpose. The man named Bai Yi, upon hearing this, looked at Huan Tian and his companions with a relaxed demeanor and remarked casually, Bai Yi, do not hinder their prospects. Is that what you call a guild? It is simply laughable. The man beside him sneered, his gaze fixed on Huan Tian and his companions. Indeed, esteemed three, the Wangyue Guild would warmly welcome your participation. Disregarding the surrounding voices, Huan Tian turned to the individual named Bai Yi and inquired of his companion, Xinyuan Yu Huang. Yu Huang, what is your opinion? Should we consider joining this guild? Is it possible? Did you not hear them? This guild lacks even auxiliary formations, Xinyuan Yu Huang replied, her surprise evident as she glanced at Huan Tian. Make the decision. Wherever you choose to go, I shall follow. Xinyuan Yu Huang cast another indifferent glance at Huan Tian, for after all, they had not practiced formations before, yet they still achieved the 9th tier of the development level by the age of 15. Wherever you go, I shall follow, he declared. Chu Ling echoed his sentiment. Then let us join this guild. Huan Tian surveyed the two companions beside him before responding, and with that, he strode towards the man named Bai Yi. As for the conditions for joining this guild, all three of them met the requirements. Is this truly our guild? Huan Tian exclaimed, taken aback by the sight before him, a rather desolate-looking two-story building. He felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. Prior to their arrival, he had contemplated just how dilapidated the guild might be, yet upon witnessing it firsthand, he realized his assumptions were somewhat naive. The state of the guild suggested it had been ages since it had seen any renovations. The sign bearing the guild's name was so weathered that it was nearly unrecognizable. Could a guild in such disrepair possibly endure? Huan Tian harbored doubts about the very integrity of the structure. Bai Yi chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment. The guild has indeed faced challenging times in recent years, but rest assured, once we are more prosperous, we will undertake its restoration. Enough with the pleasantries. Come inside with me, Bai Yi concluded, leading Huan Tian and the others into the guild. The decorations within the guild are rather splendid, although somewhat modest. They are significantly superior to the outside surroundings. At the very least, the wooden floor gleams with cleanliness. At this moment, several young men stand scattered about the guild, their expressions shifting to one of intrigue upon the entrance of the trio from Huan Tian. Zhao Kai, please inform everyone that we shall be holding a welcome gathering to greet our new comrades, Bai Yi instructed, nodding towards one of the men. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately, he replied casually before swiftly vanishing from sight. His name is Zhao Kai, a level 3 member of the Fearless rank. Quite popular within the guild. As Bai Yi introduced Zhao Kai to the trio, time passed, and just as they began to feel a twinge of boredom, a voice resonated from outside the guild. Brother, I heard we have new members. A young woman, clad in athletic attire, entered the hall. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded the newcomers. After all, it had been quite some time since the guild welcomed new faces. I am Bai Ruo, and I warmly welcome you to our guild. Should anyone dare to bully you, do not hesitate to inform me, I shall take care of them. She declared with a bold demeanor, her long ponytail swaying behind her. Huan Tian, Xianyuan Yu Huang, Chu Ling. The trio introduced themselves in unison, acknowledging the young woman's initiative. Do not be deceived by her appearance. She is quite the troublemaker, so do take care in your future dealings, Bai Yi cautioned, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Upon seeing Bai Ruo, Bai Yi quietly spoke to the three members of Huan Tian. Upon hearing this, Huan Tian glanced at Bai Ruo with a look of astonishment. Indeed, her attire bore some resemblance to what Bai Yi had described. Brother, are you speaking ill of me? The woman inquired upon noticing Bai Yi's expression. No, Bai Yi shook her head in denial. By the way, we are in need of 3 more members for our expedition. Would you care to join us? It seemed Bai Ruo had suddenly thought of something and addressed the trio of Huan Tian. Intrigued by this proposal, Huan Tian was about to respond when Bai Yi pulled him aside. Do not agree to her offer. She is currently alone in her team, and hardly anyone in the guild is willing to venture forth with her. And what is the reason for that? Huan Tian asked. My sister has a penchant for causing trouble. She is eager to engage any beast she encounters, and the guild members are wary of teaming up with her. If you choose to join her, proceed with caution, Bai Yi whispered, casting a sidelong glance at Bai Ruo. Very well, as it happens, the 3 of us are also without a team. Xianyuan Yu Huan readily acquiesced, entirely oblivious to Huan Tian's astonished gaze. The so-called welcome party is rather simple. Merely a modest gathering. The entire guild, including the siblings Bai Yi and Bai Ruo, comprises over 30 members, which is quite reasonable. However, one aspect that particularly pleased Huan Tian was the warmth and enthusiasm of the guild members. Before long, Huan Tian and Xianyuan Yu Huang became well integrated with the group. In contrast, the reticent Chu Ling sat alone in a corner, observing the multitude of adventurers with a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. Having been raised by a mother who was a beast, she had very few peers throughout her childhood. The guild is led by Bai Yi, a formidable figure at the 8th tier of the Fearless level, renowned in Qinglong City. His sister, Bai Ruo, is at the 8th tier of the Pioneering level, slightly weaker than Xianyuan Yu Huang. However, Huan Tian was astonished to discover that she, like him, is a master of body refinement. With her profession as a judoka, a true epitome of strength. Chapter 41. Adventuring again. Hey, what levels are you 2 at now? At the entrance of the spatial vortex, Bai Ruo placed her hands on her hips, gazing at Huan Tian and Xianyuan Yu Huang. Although she was aware of the conditions for joining the guild, she was uncertain about their exact levels. As for Chu Ling, They shared a good rapport. And Bai Ruo had learned of her level the previous day. Being a fellow martial artist, Bai Ruo extended her special consideration to Chu Ling. I am at the 6th tier of the pioneering level, and my brother is at the peak of the pioneering level. Is there a problem? Huan Tian replied. Meeting Bai Ruo's gaze, the young man unexpectedly possesses the prowess of a peak cultivator. It appears that my brother has indeed gathered commendable individuals. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruo murmured softly, casting a glance at Huan Tian. No problem. This time, we are heading to the Blazing Graka, and we must certainly understand your cultivation levels. Huan Tian glanced at Chu Ling and nodded silently, surprised to find that this girl, though seemingly rough, displayed a certain finesse. She was not as combative as Bai Yi had suggested. This subtlety alone hinted at her depth. However, as they prepared for their journey to Blazing Graka, uncertainty loomed. The events from their previous encounter lingered vividly in Huan Tian's mind. By the way, Bai Ruo, have you never encountered a large number of demon beasts before? Huan Tian inquired, as a thought crossed his mind. He then recounted the previous incidents to Bai Ruo, who, upon listening, revealed a trace of confusion on her delicate face. She had accompanied guild members in the past, but had never faced the kind of situation Huan Tian described. If such a scenario were to arise again, encountering a horde of demon beasts with just the 4 of them would yield catastrophic consequences. Perhaps we should reconsider our plans. If we encounter a situation similar to last time, our luck may not hold, Xin Yuan Yu Huang suggested. How can we do that? It has been far too long since I last hunted demon beasts. I feel as though my bones are about to crumble, Bai Ruo retorted, her brows furrowing in defiance. Huan Tian, what are your thoughts? Shall we proceed or refrain? Xin Yuan Yu Huang turned to Huan Tian for his opinion. Let us go, Huan Tian replied resolutely. As Huan Tian gazed into the swirling vortex of space, he pondered the events that had transpired with the demonic beasts. A deep curiosity stirred within him. He was determined to uncover the hidden secrets that lay within this journey. He also wondered about the fate of the team members who had ventured into the depths of the ruins. Were they still alive? Huan Tian, surely you haven't forgotten the last incident. Do you truly believe we can handle so many demonic beasts? Xin Yuan Yu Huang remarked, a shadow of apprehension crossing his face, still haunted by the past ordeal. Then let us proceed, Bai Ruo declared, elegantly waving her hand as she stepped into the vortex first. Observing her, Huan Tian followed suit. While Xin Yuan Yu Huang furrowed his brow, sighed, and led Chu Ling into the swirling portal. At the exit of the vortex in Qinglong City, a striking figure emerged, flanked by 2 expressionless men. The man on her left glanced at the street and spoke, Princess, according to our intelligence, Huan Tian has arrived here. At a guild named Dreamlike White Knight. This is unacceptable. The elder has instructed us to ensure your safety. We cannot bear the consequences if anything happens to you. The man on her right said respectfully, very well, you shall remain in the shadows. I wish to seek out Huan Tian for some amusement, the lady replied, nodding at the 2 men. As the 2 figures spoke, their forms gradually faded until they vanished completely. The girl, unfazed by this, continued her stride deeper into the street. As she passed, adventurers of all ages, both young and old, turned their heads in her direction. The once bustling street suddenly fell into a hushed silence, and behind her, several young adventurers of considerable skill quietly trailed her. After a brief sensation of dizziness, the 4 of them emerged on the other side of the vortex. Compared to their last experience in Graka, the scene before them left them momentarily stunned. The ground was adorned with a plethora of flowers and grasses, while lush trees bore vibrant red fruits that seemed to exude an enticing aroma, invigorating the senses. Could this truly be the same perilous place that had nearly cost them their lives? Huan Tian found himself questioning, and even Xin Yuan Yu Huang displayed surprise at the sight. Not to mention Chu Ling, who had warned them of the dangers here, if it weren't for their certainty of having arrived through the spatial vortex. Huan Tian would have thought they had stumbled into a hidden paradise. Hey, stop gawking and follow me, Bai Ruo remarked disdainfully at the 3 of Huan Tian, who appeared dazed. Clearly, their claims of past adventures here were mere bravado. I have no idea, Xin Yuan Yu Huang responded, equally perplexed. Was last time merely a dream? That seemed implausible, especially considering she still carried the soul of the demon beast that had been used to treat Chu Ling's spirit. Suppressing the doubts within her heart, Bai Ruo swiftly followed the already deep-ventured Huan Tian. Both of them were quite curious about the transformation of this place. However, as they delved further, the anticipated monsters did not make an appearance. Instead, the air was imbued with the fragrance of blossoms, rendering the surroundings devoid of any discernible peril. Be cautious. The three of you. This place harbors danger, Ruo cautioned, her gaze scanning the area with a vigilant expression. Where's the danger? It appears utterly harmless. Xian Yuan Yu Huang remarked, relaxing as she surveyed her surroundings and retracting the spirit tool she had held. Have you three ever ventured into the beast relics before? Have you not heard that the most seemingly safe places often conceal the greatest threats? Such a lack of caution is alarming. Just because this place seems secure does not mean dangers are not lurking in the shadows, Ruo remarked in exasperation to Huan Tian and the others. Suddenly, from the underbrush, a shadow darted towards Xian Yuan Yu Huang with alarming speed. Initially indifferent to Ruo's warnings, Xian Yuan Yu Huang performed a swift somersault, narrowly evading the assault. What was that? Huan Tian exclaimed, astonished by the creature that had attacked Xian Yuan Yu Huang. A man-eating flower, he identified, his eyes wide with shock. As its name suggests, the man-eating flower is a plant capable of preying upon humans. Yet, as Huan Tian gazed upon the creature before him, an unsettling chill coursed through him. This particular man-eating flower possessed not only a grotesquely large maw but also a pair of exceedingly sinister eyes, blurring the line between flora and something far more sinister. In the repugnant maw, a foul stench wafted forth, causing even the usually unfazed Chu Ling to retreat, a hint of trepidation evident as she nestled behind Huan Tian. Upon encountering the carnivorous flower, the previously carefree expression on Xian Yuan Yu Huang's face vanished in an instant. Gripping his spear, he gazed intently at the monstrous plant, reflecting on the recent ambush. Had it not been for his peak exploration-level prowess, he would likely have become the flower's next meal. Not too shabby, Ruo remarked, observing Xian Yuan Yu Huang's deft evasion of the attack. What shall we do now? Xian Yuan Yu Huang scratched his head awkwardly, offering a sheepish smile as he inquired about the carnivorous flower. It's merely a plant-type demon beast at the exploration level. Just eliminate it. Are you daft? Ruo scoffed dismissively at Xian Yuan Yu Huang's hesitation. With little effort, Xian Yuan Yu Huang uprooted the entire carnivorous flower. And this brief interlude did not hinder the group's progress. As the quartet ventured deeper, the number of carnivorous flowers began to proliferate. Though these exploration-level flowers posed minimal threat, they were still demon beasts, gradually depleting the group's spiritual energy. After traversing for another half-hour, the landscape transformed dramatically. The flora that once flourished on the ground had nearly vanished, replaced by a vivid expanse of crimson. Flames flickered mysteriously upon the earth, and the air was permeated with an unpleasant odor. Let us proceed. We have arrived at our destination, Huan Tian declared. Ruo addressed the three from Huan Tian before stepping forward into the depths, the caution that once adorned her countenance completely vanishing, replaced instead by an expression of palpable excitement. Observing Ruo's demeanor, Huan Tian finally grasped the veracity of Ye's words. This girl was indeed a warrior at heart. As they ventured deeper, the vibrant crimson flames upon the ground seemed to multiply, and the temperature of the air noticeably elevated. The sudden rise in heat left Huan Tian and his companions no choice but to endure the sweltering conditions as they pressed onward. A sudden roar erupted from the depths of the fiery expanse, causing the faces of Huan Tian and his companions to shift in alarm. It was evident that such a sound could only originate from a ferocious beast. Upon hearing this sound, Ruo smiled faintly, her pace quickening as she dashed toward the source of the noise. Observing her determination, Huan Tian and his comrades gritted their teeth and followed suit, knowing that as a cohesive unit, they could not remain idle while one of their own engaged in battle against a beast. Soon, they found themselves face to face with a formidable silver, bull-headed guardian. Xian Yuan Yu Huang gazed at the silver minotaur in the distance, exclaiming in surprise. Having lived on this continent since childhood, he was well acquainted with the various magical beasts that inhabited it. Although this minotaur guardian was considerably weaker than the colossal minotaur, it still posed a significant challenge for the three of them. It is important to note that these minotaurs earned the title of guardians due to the protective barrier that enveloped their bodies. While the minotaur guardian was merely a spirit-level beast, most adventurers who encountered it could hardly breach the barrier, often finding themselves fleeing for their lives. Stand back. I shall handle this, Ruo declared, her fist clenched tightly as she eyed the minotaur guardian, eager for the challenge. She quickly advanced towards the creature. Since she insists, let us observe for now, the others replied, cheering her on with admiration. As Xian Yuan Yu Huang watched the unfolding scene, pleasant memories from his past life flooded his mind, prompting him to remark casually, "Isn't she impressive?" What are you saying? Xian Yuan Yuhuang turned to him, his expression one of confusion. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Bai Ruo deftly evaded the Minotaur Guardian's attack. With a powerful swing of her iron fist, she struck the barrier. Although Bai Ruo was a formidable body-refining expert, her punch merely caused the barrier to tremble momentarily before it returned to its original state. Upon realizing that her attacks were ineffective against the Minotaur Guardian, Bai Ruo swiftly retreated a few steps, her eyes ablaze with an even greater fervor. Unfazed by the impending assault from the Minotaur, she vanished from sight, only to reappear behind the creature, delivering a swift kick. However, bolstered by its protective shield, the blow failed to yield any significant impact. The Minotaur Guardian remained unmoved. Meanwhile, the trio, Huan Tian and his companions, observed the clash between the human and beast with keen interest. One could not help but acknowledge Bai Ruo's exceptional combat experience. She faced the Minotaur Guardian, whose power was nearly on par with hers, with remarkable composure and confidence. Let us make our move as well, Xian Yuan Yuhuang suggested, watching Bai Ruo struggle against the Minotaur Guardian. Huan Tian shook his head in response. With the knowledge gleaned from his past life, he was acutely aware that Bai Ruo, a judoka, was renowned for her ability to counter defensive maneuvers. Once she unleashed her spiritual techniques, the Minotaur would stand no chance against her. The current situation seemed to stem from Bai Ruo relishing the thrill of battle. Huan Tian regarded her with a mix of exasperation and admiration, recognizing her as a true combat enthusiast. Very well, let us observe further, Xian Yuan Yuhuang replied. Uncertain of Huan Tian's reasoning, but relieved that Bai Ruo remained unharmed for the moment. Continuing to watch posed no real issue. Thus, in the blink of an eye, half an hour slipped away. Bai Ruo seemed to revel in the thrill of combat, retreating several steps with remarkable speed to stretch her limbs. Gazing at the Minotaur Guardian, she murmured, "It is time to conclude this." With a delicate cry, Bai Ruo's originally dark golden fists transformed into resplendent gold. Chapter 43, The Kill. As Huan Tian sighed in wonder, it became evident that Bai Ruo, who had been evading the Minotaur Guardian's attacks, chose instead to confront it head-on. Xian Yuan Yuhuang's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing Bai Ruo's audacity, as if she had not heard Huan Tian's words at all. "Let us join in," she said to Huan Tian, brandishing her spear as she prepared to charge forward. However, at that moment, the protective barrier that had previously shielded Bai Ruo seemed to lose its efficacy. Her hands, akin to iron pincers, pierced through the barrier, lifting the colossal form of the Minotaur Guardian into the air. Upon witnessing this, Xian Yuan Yuhuang gasped in astonishment, murmuring, "How is this possible?" A practitioner of judo, adept at breaching defenses, rendered the Minotaur Guardian helpless as it collided with her spear. Observing the scene, Huan Tian remarked, acknowledging the timeless principle of interdependence and conflict among all things. The Minotaur Guardian, while it may withstand the assaults of 3 or 4 adventurers with its barrier against others, stood no chance against Bai Ruo, a mere fledgling spirit-level beast, devoid of any means to defend itself. As Bai Ruo let out a low cry, the massive form of the bull-headed guardian was effortlessly hurled into the air, thrashing about in its struggle. Observing this, Huan Tian, recalling memories from his mind, murmured to himself, "Next comes the air-crushing hammer." Just as his words fell, Bai Ruo leaped gracefully, positioning herself above the bull-headed guardian's head. With a surge of power, her right foot struck down upon the guardian's colossal cranium. Though the strike appeared light, the impact was anything but trivial. The force of her kick sent the bull-headed guardian plummeting towards the ground. With a resounding crash, the guardian's body collided with the earth, creating a substantial crater where it lay, its limbs twitching uncontrollably. Huan Tian gazed at the fallen bull-headed guardian, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth, astonished at the display of prowess. What a formidable display! Xian Yuan Yuhuang looked at Bai Ruo as if she were a creature of legend. Effortlessly overpowering a beast of equal rank was an achievement not commonly seen among adventurers. Even he, faced with the bull-headed guardian, would find such a victory far from easy. Oblivious to the expressions of Huan Tian and his companion, Bai Ruo focused solely on the bull-headed guardian. Despite its severe injuries, it remained alive. With a spirited shout, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from her feet, and in the blink of an eye, she reappeared in the very crater where the bull-headed guardian lay. The seemingly delicate feet possessed an extraordinary strength, effortlessly lifting the massive body of the bull-headed guardian from the depths of the pit and hurling it aside. With a resounding thud, the guardian met the ground once more, blood gushing from its enormous maw. The once thrashing limbs gradually succumbed to tranquility. Bai Ruo observed the bull-headed guardian's labored breaths, noting the absence of exhalation, and clapped her hands, smiling at the trio of Huan Tian, signaling them to clear the battlefield as they ventured deeper in search of more beasts. Upon hearing her words, Huan Tian and his companion approached the bull-headed guardian, now on the brink of death, and swiftly ended its life. Regrettably, this guardian yielded no valuables upon its demise. It is known that the death of a beast could result in the emergence of a weapon soul, which, even at the lowest tier, could fetch tens of thousands of gold coins. After dealing with the carcass of the bull-headed guardian, the trio resumed their journey deeper into the area alongside Bai Ruo. Through this encounter, they had witnessed Bai Ruo's formidable prowess. Although she exhibited a penchant for combat, her strength was undeniably impressive. However, it was evident that despite her capability to single-handedly slay a beast, she would struggle against multiple adversaries, as her spiritual techniques were tailored for one-on-one confrontations. While Huan Tian was aware of this inherent flaw, he chose not to elaborate further. As dusk gradually descended, the four members of the Phantom Sky did not continue their journey. Instead, they sought a relatively open space to erect temporary tents. It is well known that adventurers often spend the night in the territories of monstrous beasts. Although the three of them were not particularly prepared for such an eventuality, Bai Ruo, having accompanied guild members on numerous adventures, naturally possessed the essentials for outdoor excursions. One by one, she retrieved the necessary supplies from her spatial ring, and soon, two sturdy makeshift tents stood proudly in the clearing. By the way, what abilities do you possess? While savoring grilled meat, Bai Ruo seemed to recall something and inquired of the two members of Phantom Sky. I don't possess many abilities, only two, a barbaric charge and a blood frenzy, replied Phantom Sky, briefly explaining the effects of his skills. After all, in a team, understanding the combat capabilities of one's companions is not unreasonable. It is worth noting that probing into an adventurer's hidden strengths is generally considered taboo. Bai Ruo's question indicated her thoughtful consideration. Upon hearing Phantom Sky's words, a flicker of confusion crossed Bai Ruo's face as she gazed at him in astonishment. Aren't you a ghost swordsman? How is it that you can cultivate skills of my profession? His circumstances are rather unique, Xianyuan Yuhuang interjected, offering clarification before continuing. I possess the Moonfall Slash and the Overlord Spear, both of which are area of effect skills. Bai Ruo glanced at Phantom Sky with a peculiar expression, nodded at both men as if to signal her understanding, and then turned to Chu Ling, asking, Dear sister, what abilities do you have? Huan Tian and the other two, intrigued by the conversation, had spent considerable time with Chu Ling, yet knew little about her abilities as an adventurer. I possess the Light Blade, the Qi Shield, and the Radiant Sunlight, Chu Ling remarked, her beautiful eyes glancing at Huan Tian and the others as she spoke. The Light Blade transforms your attacks into light attribute assaults, enhancing your combat prowess. The Radiant Sunlight augments both your speed and defense, while I have yet to employ the Qi Shield since my studies. Bai Ruo gasped in astonishment. The efficacy of your abilities far surpasses theirs. It appears we have stumbled upon a treasure for our team. Just imagine how furious my brother would be to learn this. Haha. Huan Tian could not help but agree. Chu Ling's three skills were indeed more suited for teamwork, far superior to those of himself and Bai Ruo. As for Xianyuan Yuhuang, Huan Tian failed to notice the glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Following a brief exchange, Bai Ruo took Chu Ling to rest, leaving Huan Tian and Xianyuan Yuhuang to take turns keeping watch. Chapter 44. Adventurer? The connection and divergence between the two left Huan Tian pondering whether they truly inhabited the same world. If the memories in his mind were genuine, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. Revealing the truth to others seemed implausible. Would they even believe such a tale? It was absurd to think that news capable of prompting an emperor to slay a general who had rendered significant service could be anything but true. In response to the seemingly cordial greeting from Huan Tian, the figure showed no indication of acknowledgement and slowly approached the flickering flames. As the silhouette drew nearer, the contours of its owner became discernible to Huan Tian, clad entirely in black. The individual possessed a pale visage and a pair of inky black eyes that captured Huan Tian's attention, instilling within him a sense of foreboding. Before long, the figure stood not far from the fire, illuminated by its glow, revealing a countenance of perplexity as Huan Tian observed the bloodied katana in the stranger's grasp. Huan Tian's expression shifted, a wave of trepidation washing over him as he thought, this is not good. He called out urgently to the slumbering Xianyuan Yuhuan and the others within the tent, urging, wake up, there is trouble. At the sound of Huan Tian's shout, The figure suddenly lunged, thrusting the katana toward Huan Tian's chest without warning. With a swift roll, Huan Tian narrowly evaded the attack. Noting the darkening expression on the assailant's face, it was evident that this person intended to kill him. Gripping the katana firmly, Huan Tian sensed the spiritual energy emanating from the figure and cautiously inquired, "Esteemed elder, it seems we have not wronged you. What is the meaning of this?" The sound of clashing metal echoed instantaneously, as the figure known as Huan Tian was forcefully pushed back several paces by a single, simple strike from his assailant, causing a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. As he assessed the nature of the attack, Huan Tian's complexion shifted dramatically. By his estimation, this individual possessed at least the prowess of an invincible-level warrior. Otherwise, how could such a seemingly effortless blow have forced him to retreat? It is worth noting that he himself was a master of body refinement, and many formidable pioneers would struggle to inflict injury upon him, even with their utmost efforts. The commotion outside swiftly roused the slumbering trio of Xian Yuan Yu Huang and her companions. Moments later, they emerged from their tent, only to find Huan Tian, and simultaneously inquired, "What has transpired?" "See for yourself," Huan Tian replied, wiping the blood from his lips as he fixed his gaze on the cloaked figure not far away. Speaking cautiously, "Senior, what do you mean by this?" Xian Yuan Yu Huang quickly recognized the dark-clad individual, and her expression shifted as she questioned him. As before, the enigmatic figure remained silent in response to Xian Yuan Yu Huang's inquiry, raising the great blade in his hand once more to strike at Huan Tian. "Humph." Xian Yuan Yu Huang scoffed upon witnessing the figure's demeanor. Completely oblivious to Bai Ruo's peculiar expression, she seized the long spear that had manifested in her grasp and aimed a thrust at the figure's back. Should the cloaked figure neglect to defend himself? Her strike would certainly find its mark. Conversely, if he chose to defend, the assault aimed at Huan Tian would be rendered ineffective, thus achieving multiple objectives in one decisive action. What transpired next left not only Huan Tian, but also Xian Yuan Yu Huang momentarily stunned. Bai Ruo's figure swiftly materialized before Xian Yuan Yu Huang, raising her right foot to kick aside the long spear that was about to strike the cloaked figure. As Xian Yuan Yu Huang's spear fell short, the scythe wielded by the cloaked figure found its mark, inflicting a grievous wound upon Huan Tian, who coughed up blood and felt his vitality swiftly diminish. "What are you doing?" Xian Yuan Yu Huang bellowed at the sight of Bai Ruo's actions. Yet, in response to Xian Yuan Yu Huang's inquiry, Bai Ruo remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the cloaked figure, and she uttered a phrase that left Huan Tian and the others in astonishment. "Father, I have finally found you." "Bai Ruo, you cannot be serious," Huan Tian remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and coughing softly. As for Chu Ling, witnessing the unfolding scene, she too was overcome with sorrow, her eyes glistening with tears. Had the situation not been so dire, Huan Tian would have been tempted to chide her for her unwarranted interference. It seemed that Bai Ruo's words resonated with the cloaked figure, as his body suddenly trembled, the grip on his scythe quaking uncontrollably. His pitch-black eyes appeared to regain a flicker of normalcy, and he gradually turned toward Bai Ruo, who was now awash in tears. The formidable aura emanating from him began to wane. However, merely a few seconds later, his eyes reverted to their inky depths, and the power surrounding him surged once more, as he lunged the scythe towards Bai Ruo without warning. "Be careful." Sensing the resurgence of energy from the cloaked figure, Huan Tian's expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, he dashed forward, pushing the bewildered Bai Ruo out of harm's way. Boom. Although Huan Tian had pushed Bai Ruo away, he found himself ensnared in peril. In the blink of an eye, a katana struck Huan Tian. Yet, in that very moment, something extraordinary occurred. A silvery shield materialized at Huan Tian's chest, intercepting the blade that was destined to pierce him. While the shield successfully thwarted the assailant's attack, it flickered and vanished, completely dissipating before Huan Tian's eyes. This shield was indeed peculiar, but he swiftly quelled the doubts swirling in his mind, deciding to investigate later. Without the shield, his body would surely have been penetrated, and the question of his survival would have been uncertain. Chapter 45, by Jinan. In a quaint and cozy little abode, a young girl lay sleeping upon a tidy bed. Suddenly, she awoke, her exquisite face turning ghostly pale as she murmured, "Huan Tian, you must not come to harm." "Princess, what has happened?" A figure materialized out of thin air, regarding the ashen-faced girl with concern. "Huan Tian is in trouble. The holy light protection I had bestowed upon him is shattered." "Princess, do not fret. I shall investigate. It is said that the young lad has ventured to the fiery glaciers. Rest assured, He will be fine. The man offered reassurances before disappearing from sight. By Ruah, even though he is your father, it seems he has been corrupted in mind. Please, regain your clarity. Huan Tian cautioned, observing Bai Ruah's pale visage. He could not help but acknowledge the formidable strength of the cloaked figure. However, since he is the father of Bai Ruah, how could he have transformed into this current state? What on earth has transpired to cause an adventurer to lose his sanity? Huan Tian gazed at the cloaked figure, filled with profound bewilderment. After all, Bai Ruah possessed formidable pioneering prowess. She scrutinized the dark-clad individual once more, clenched her teeth, and uttered resolutely, "We must retreat. My father once wielded conquering-level strength." With that, she cast another glance at the cloaked figure nearby, and together with Huan Tian and the others, they departed from this perilous place. As the four fled deeper into the ruins, the shadowy figure did not pursue them. His inky black eyes fixated on the direction of their escape, and a sudden flash of crimson emerged without warning, as if he were enveloped in a halo of sanguine light, creating an eerie spectacle in the night, concealed behind a tree large enough for two to embrace. Huan Tian observed the cloaked figure, relieved that he had not followed. The figure's strength was indeed formidable. Even a mere simple attack had rendered them defenseless. Fortunately, he had refrained from employing any spiritual techniques. Otherwise, their losses today would have been catastrophic. 10 years? Huan Tian listened with astonishment to Bai Ruah's account. If her words held any truth, it was indeed perplexing. Setting aside the question of whether an adventurer could survive for a decade within the beastly ruins, one must consider how he would cultivate in such an inhospitable environment, as it was well known that this place was unsuitable for training. Reflecting on past encounters, Huan Tian's expression shifted. He recalled how the bull-headed beast had driven them deeper into the ruins, leaving him to ponder what secrets lay hidden in the depths of this relic. The abnormality of the bull-headed creature and the delirium of the adventurers, could there be a connection between the two? What unknown mysteries were the beasts of this vast continent concealing? The more Huan Tian contemplated, the more perplexed he became, questioning why human adventurers had devolved into their current state. Where shall we proceed next? Xian Yuan Yuhuang inquired, exhaling a resigned sigh after listening to Bai Ruah's account. I intend to uncover the truth of what transpired back then. Do you wish to join me? Upon hearing this, Bai Ruah glanced at Huan Tian and the others before striding towards the depths of the area. Bai Ruah wait. Although Huan Tian was equally intrigued by the events of that year, he recognized that whatever had caused the disappearance of powerful conquerors was far beyond their capabilities. Venturing forth would be tantamount to courting death. Watching Bai Ruah's figure gradually fade from view, Huan Tian gritted his teeth and followed, while Xin Yuan Yuhuang and Chu Ling, seeing Huan Tian's determination, did not hesitate to join them. As they delved deeper, the surrounding crimson flames seemed to multiply, and the ground became littered with indistinguishable bones. Whether human or beast, the foul stench in the air had notably diminished. How could I possibly know? Huan Tian spoke with a hint of irritation, for the occurrences here were exceedingly bizarre. It was astonishing that during a mere expedition, they encountered an adventurer who had vanished without a trace a decade prior. Such a tale would likely be met with disbelief. Yet, the reality was undeniable. He hoped fervently that no formidable beasts lurked in the shadows. Xian Yuan Yuhuang sighed deeply, suddenly struck by a thought as she observed the change in Huan Tian's expression. Huan Tian, do you think what we heard last time was true? You mean that matter? Huan Tian hesitated, recalling that Long Zhan had mentioned an expedition team that encountered an apostle-level beast. At the time, he dismissed such speculation, setting aside the veracity of the claim. How could a mythical apostle venture into such a remote beast relic where there was naught that it desired? Yet, the memory of the cloaked figure from last night, a conqueror-level being who had lost their sanity here, filled Huan Tian with an unsettling foreboding. Yu Huang, we must take Bai Ruah away from here, he advised cautiously. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often herald ominous truths. If there was nothing amiss in the depths, how could an expedition led by a conqueror-level expert have vanished, only to re-emerge a decade later? Chapter 46. The Fiery Goblin. Very well, Xian Yuan Yuhuang replied, nodding in agreement. With a swift motion, she followed Huan Tian, hastening to catch up with Bai Ruah ahead. However, just as Huan Tian and his companion were about to take action against the white figure ahead, a flash of crimson appeared before their eyes. Gazing upon the diminutive figure engulfed in flames, Huan Tian's expression shifted. A flame goblin. Goblins, a common species of social monsters found in the relics of beastly creatures, rank among the most diverse groups of monsters across the continent. The flame goblin, a variant of this species, has mutated due to its absorption of fiery powers, granting it the ability to wield flames. It seemed to have detected the presence of Huantian and his companions, emitting an eerie call. Upon hearing this, Huantian's heart sank. Anyone with a modicum of adventurous knowledge would recognize that the flame goblin was summoning its allies. As time passed, more and more crimson figures surged forth from the depths of the ruins. The sheer density of these fiery forms sent a shiver down Huantian's spine. "What shall we do now?" Xianyuan Yuhuang asked, her handsome visage turning grave as she surveyed the countless flame goblins before them. Yet, there was a silver lining. Upon witnessing the multitude of goblins, Bai Ruo's previously anxious expression transformed into one of caution. The urgency that had marked her features faded significantly with the arrival of the goblins. While retreating might be the wisest course of action, they found themselves surrounded by goblins, leaving no viable path for escape. Gripping his greatsword, Huantian steeled himself and charged toward the encroaching goblins. Blade of Light, guardian of the radiant sun. As Chu Lingling unleashed her technique, Huantian instantly felt a lightness beneath his feet, his speed surpassing anything he had experienced before. This extraordinary sensation was not lost on Huantian alone. Xianyuan Yuhuang and Chu Ling shared the experience as well. Huantian took charge of the advancing goblins, while Xianyuan Yuhuang and Bai Ruo managed the rear, with Chu Ling positioned centrally. Faced with countless goblins, the four did not display any signs of panic, only a fierce determination to fight. With their movements, the fiery goblins launched their assault, unleashing an uncountable barrage of fireballs that hurtled toward the quartet in the blink of an eye. A grand battle was inevitable. The remarkable effectiveness of their strategy was not due to the weakness of the monsters, but rather the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. Moreover, the fiery goblins were inherently suited for ranged combat rather than melee. Their mastery of flame abilities endowed them with formidable offensive power from a distance. But as the saying goes, every advantage comes with its drawbacks. While the fiery goblins excelled in long-range attacks, their close combat capabilities were woefully inadequate. Once engaged in melee, they became nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. If they were merely ordinary goblins, Huantian and his companions would not have found the encounter so effortless. As the number of mundane goblins dwindled, the elusive spirit-class goblins emerged, revealing their formidable strength far surpassing that of their mundane counterparts. Even with Huantian's current physical prowess, he dared not confront the flames wielded by the spirit-class goblins directly. It is also crucial to note that unlike the mundane goblins, whose effectiveness wanes once they are kept at a distance, the spirit-class flame goblins maintain impressive combat ability even in close quarters. Huantian's own experience attests to this, evidenced by the charred mark on his left shoulder, a testament to his recklessness. The four companions found themselves at an impasse against these gregarious beasts. Their paths forward and backward were obstructed, leaving them no choice but to engage in battle despite their reluctance. As mundane goblins continued to fall, the presence of spirit-class goblins encroaching upon Huantian and his companions increased, gradually overwhelming them and forcing a retreat. "Yuhuang, let us break free," Huantian declared after swiftly dispatching a mundane goblin, glancing at Xianyuan Yuhuang. After all, this place was a habitat for these beasts, and despite their prowess, it was impossible for the three to eradicate all the goblins. Their best course of action was to devise a way to escape the encirclement. Should their spiritual energy be depleted amidst such a vast horde, they would meet a dire fate. "Agreed," Xianyuan Yuhuang replied, nodding in affirmation. She thrust her spear to repel a goblin that was closing in before swiftly joining Huantian. Meanwhile, Bai Ruo, upon hearing their exchange, extricated herself from the goblin that was entangling her and made her way toward the two. Blood frenzy. Although the spiritual energy within him was nearly depleted, Huantian could no longer afford to hesitate. With a fierce shout, he brandished his blades and charged towards the advancing goblins. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Yuhuang, witnessing Huantian's fervor, transformed her spear into a brilliant crimson hue, prepared to confront the oncoming goblins with seamless coordination between them. The spirit-level goblin, concealed among its kin, observed the four with an uncanny intelligence, seemingly aware of their intent to escape. It emitted a series of strange cries, causing the previously orderly ranks of goblins to descend into chaos as wave after wave of them recklessly surged towards the four. The sudden frenzy of the goblins intensified the pressure on Huantian and his companions, slowing their advance considerably. Chapter 47. Escape Bang. Just as the three were weary from defense, a fireball, nearly the size of a human head, struck Xianyuan Yuhuang squarely in the back. The impact of the fireball sent her reeling, causing her to spit blood and significantly diminish her spiritual power. Yu Huang, are you all right? Huan Tian exclaimed, his expression shifting as he detected the faint scent of charred flesh in the air. His concern was warranted, for it was not merely a lapse in Xian Yuan Yu Huang's vigilance. The relentless barrage of fireballs was overwhelming, though these fiery goblins possessed relatively weak combat abilities. Their sheer numbers were staggering. The only course of action left was to force their way through. I'm fine. Xian Yuan Yu Huang gritted her teeth, her expression darkening as she surveyed the surrounding goblins. The situation was already dire, and now, with her injury, it felt as though misfortune had piled upon misfortune. You rest. Leave it to me, she declared. However, Huan Tian could hardly entertain the notion of trusting Xian Yuan Yu Huang's words. Given the nature of the attack she had endured, it was evident that only a spirit-level goblin could inflict such damage. With his already depleted spiritual energy, it was inconceivable that she would emerge unscathed from such a blow. We cannot afford to delay any longer. If this continues, we shall all perish here, Bai Ruo lamented, her gaze falling upon the injured Xian Yuan Yu Huang. A twinge of guilt gnawing at her conscience. Had she not been so obstinate in her desire to uncover the truth, they would not be ensnared in their current predicament. You all go ahead. I will hold them off, she asserted resolutely, her determination evident as she regarded Huan Tian and the others. That is out of the question, Huan Tian protested vehemently. The idea of abandoning his comrades was utterly unacceptable. What are we to do? In our current state, someone must remain to impede the goblins. Otherwise, none of us will escape. Huan Tian found himself troubled by this dilemma, observing the relentless tide of fiery goblins encroaching from all sides. Perhaps Bai Ruo's reasoning held some merit. Someone indeed needed to remain behind to draw the goblins' attention, allowing the others to retreat safely. Yet, upon deeper reflection, could they truly expect the goblins to spare anyone? It was a folly to presume otherwise. Thus it must be, Huan Tian murmured to himself, glancing around before addressing Xian Yuan Yu Huang and the others. Keep an eye on the goblins behind you. I shall handle those in front. Upon hearing these words, Bai Ruo and the other two were momentarily taken aback. Handing over one person, they were acutely aware that even when he and Xian Yuan Yu Huang had combined their efforts, they could barely withstand the onslaught. Could even the formidable Huan Tian surpass the strength of two? Nevertheless, since the suggestion was made, the trio had no choice but to place their trust in it. With a thunderous roar, Huan Tian demonstrated through his actions whether he could stand alone against the adversities ahead. As he unleashed his spiritual technique, his eyes transformed to a blood-red hue, and his body appeared enveloped in a crimson aura, signifying his extraordinary state. The technique he employed was one of the rewards from the grand tournament, specifically the scroll of blood frenzy, which Huan Tian had mastered. The second scroll, however, was this one. Ordinarily, Huan Tian would refrain from using such a technique, for while it could temporarily augment his speed and attack power, it came at a perilous cost. His defenses would plummet to a dangerously vulnerable level. One strike from even a common-grade beast could inflict grievous injuries upon him, exemplifying the adage of inflicting 10,000 damage to oneself while dealing 5,000 to the enemy. Yet, in this dire moment, he had no alternative. Fortunately, with the Sun Guardian bestowed by Chu Ling, being struck by a common-grade beast would not render him entirely incapacitated. Despite its shortcomings, the efficacy of the spiritual technique was undeniably significant. What had once been a struggle for Huan Tian and Xian Yuan Yu Huang to fend off the beasts now saw Huan Tian advancing with remarkable swiftness, dispatching ordinary common-grade beasts with ease, each encounter resulting in their swift demise at his hands. The goblins seemed to sense the ferocity of Huan Tian and began their slow retreat. Gradually, the four managed to break free from the encirclement of the goblins. However, the challenges that lay ahead were far from trivial. It is important to note that behind them lurked Bai Ruo's father, a conqueror-level powerhouse in a state of mental disarray. What should they do now? Although they had momentarily evaded the goblins, to be precise, the goblins were no longer pursuing them, evidently overwhelmed by their own losses. Nevertheless, the situation for the four was exceedingly grim. Their spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, and with Xian Yuan Yu Huang injured, a mere encounter with a spirit-level beast could spell their doom. It would be wise to rest for a moment. Hiding behind a large tree, Huan Tian, despite his own weakness, fared considerably better than Xian Yuan Yu Huang and the others. Although Bai Ruo was also a formidable body-refining expert, her physical resilience paled in comparison to Huan Tian's. With her spiritual energy depleted, a look of self-reproach appeared on her face. It's all my fault, she apologized to Huan Tian and the others, realizing that she had not anticipated such a dire situation. While adventures were inherently perilous, she had never encountered such a multitude of beasts before. Now, she was beginning to believe the words of Huan Tian and his companions. It's all right. Upon hearing her, Huan Tian and the others bore no ill will towards her. They understood that anyone faced with such circumstances would react similarly. It was a fundamental aspect of human nature that no one could evade. However, the inability of this beastly relic to restore spiritual energy poses a significant dilemma. It is crucial to understand that adventurers devoid of spiritual energy are merely formidable mortals. Within the perilous confines of the beast's relic, danger lurks at every corner. Fortunately, no traces of the beasts have been detected nearby, granting the quartet a temporary sense of safety. Let us partake in some sustenance and, come nightfall, reassess our plans for departure. Bairua retrieved provisions from her spatial ring, distributing them among Huan Tian and the others. Xian Yuan Yu Huang's back wound had been simply bandaged, and she now appeared to be in relatively good condition, at least no longer resembling the state of spiritual lethargy she had previously exhibited. Chapter 48. A chance encounter with Bai Zhennan. Nightfall soon enveloped the landscape. Yet the four did not vacate their current location, opting instead to wait in tranquil anticipation. Although beasts typically roamed during the night, they had little choice but to remain. The eerily burning flames surrounding them offered considerable convenience. In the darkness, four figures cautiously navigated through the forest, halting at the slightest sound, refraining from uttering a single whisper. Along the way, they encountered several mundane-level minotaurs, yet these posed no significant threat. Before long, they arrived at the site of their previous encampment. The two tents remained unscathed, the surroundings unchanged from the moment they had departed. As for Bai Rua's father, Bai Zhennan, he was nowhere to be found in the vicinity of the tents. Upon witnessing the situation, the four individuals could not help but exhale in relief. However, at that moment, a formidable aura suddenly enveloped the surroundings of the tent. As they sensed this overwhelming presence, the expressions of the four companions shifted drastically. Who else could emanate such a powerful aura but Bai Rua's father, Bai Zhennan? Despite recognizing this aura, they found themselves utterly powerless, as their internal spiritual energy had been entirely depleted, leaving them to helplessly watch the figure gradually materializing before them. Shaking his head, the cloaked figure suppressed his inner curiosity and fixed his gaze upon the five individuals below. When he had departed earlier, the Grand Elder had specifically instructed him to keep a close eye on this lad named Huan Tian. The reasons for this were not divulged. Yet, in the face of such adversity, this young man remarkably retained his composure, indeed demonstrating potential for greatness. As for the spiritual energy within Huan Tian and his companions, with his exceptional prowess, he could discern it in an instant. Although he would ultimately need to intervene, he was keen to observe how this young man would navigate the impending crisis. Preparing for battle, Huan Tian forcibly summoned the spirit of his weapon, his gaze fixed intently on the distant Bai Zhennan. At this juncture, they were at the end of their tether, facing an adversary of conquering caliber. Huan Tian had no confidence in his ability to vanquish him. To be precise, he possessed no capacity to engage in combat against such a formidable foe. After all, he was a formidable conqueror, not just any ordinary foe easily dealt with. Nevertheless, he could not afford to surrender. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope for survival, he would persist. Even against a conqueror, he wished to test his mettle. To refrain from resistance would render him entirely devoid of opportunity. With a swift motion, Bai Zhennan did not afford the four members of the illusory sky any respite. In the blink of an eye, a fleeting shadow lunged toward them, moving with such incredible speed that even illusory sky could scarcely discern its approach before a broadsword was aimed directly at him. Yet, in that fleeting moment, illusory sky responded instinctively, positioning his broadsword before his chest. The clash of metal rang out, reverberating through the surroundings, as illusory sky's weapon bore the brunt of the strike, resulting in a fissure appearing upon it. He was sent hurtling backward, colliding violently with a sturdy tree, blood streaming from his mouth. Given the might of a conqueror's assault, coupled with illusory sky's already depleted spiritual energy, such a fate was not unexpected. Nonetheless, amidst the chaos, illusory sky discerned a sliver of suspicion. Bai Zhennan seemed incapable of employing spiritual techniques. His assault appeared to stem solely from primal instinct. However, even in the absence of such techniques, Bai Zhennan posed an immense threat to the four of them. Illusory sky, are you all right? Xian Yuan Yu Huan moved swiftly to illusory sky's side, observing his severely diminished aura with concern. I'm not dead yet. Huan Tian gazed at Bai Zhennan in the distance, acutely aware that, Given their current strength, confronting a conqueror-level powerhouse like Bai Zhennan was an insurmountable challenge. It seemed inevitable that he would meet his demise here today, as thoughts of his impending death flooded his mind. A captivating figure surfaced in his memory, one that felt hauntingly familiar, yet remained elusive. "You rest. I shall take it from here," Xianyuan Yuhuang said, observing Huan Tian's state. Despite her own severe injuries, she felt compelled to summon her weapon spirit and charged at Bai Zhennan, embodying the adage that fortune favors the bold. Falling moon slash. With a fierce cry, Xianyuan Yuhuang summoned the last vestiges of her spiritual energy for a decisive strike against Bai Zhennan. Although her technique made contact, the damage inflicted was tragically insufficient, a consequence of the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. After the attack, Xianyuan Yuhuang's aura diminished significantly, while Bai Zhennan, seemingly unfazed by the lackluster assault, regarded her with newfound interest, a flicker of curiosity igniting in his previously vacant eyes. After Xianyuan Yuhuang, it was Bai Ruo. Although the figure before her was her own father, Bai Ruo was acutely aware of the distinction between friend and foe in this moment. Among the four, she was the only one who seemed to be in a relatively good condition, faced with Bai Zhennan, who was 2 levels above her. Bai Ruo adopted a strategy of entanglement, leveraging her speed to continuously assault him. The results were commendable, although she inflicted no actual harm upon Bai Zhennan. Her action successfully drew his attention, which was advantageous for Huan Tian and Xianyuan Yuhuang, as they were currently devoid of any combat capability. A single strike from Bai Zhennan could reduce them to mere bones upon this ground. As for Chu Ling, Huan Tian and the others had already agreed not to let her engage Bai Zhennan in battle. Despite her own cultivation at the development level, she had not learned any combat spiritual techniques. Attempting to confront a conqueror-level powerhouse with only her dwindling spiritual energy was simply implausible, given her unstable mental state. Her role was relegated to caring for Huan Tian and Xianyuan Yuhuang. In the sky, the cloaked figure observed the struggle below. Although Huan Tian and his companions were seemingly engaging in futile efforts, he perceived their combat awareness as commendable. It is crucial to recognize that battle is ever-changing. As long as one can delay, it signifies that there remains a chance. To sit idly and await demise would be exceedingly unwise. Chapter 49. Rescue. Seeing Bai Ruo in such a state, Huan Tian and Xianyuan Yuhuang forced themselves to rise, despite their internal spiritual energy being completely depleted. Nevertheless, they summoned their weapon spirits to assist Bai Ruo, who lay on the ground, blood spilling from her lips. Thus, the three stood resolutely before Bai Zhennan. In this manner, how could Chu Ling fail to perceive the intentions of the three? With a graceful movement, she positioned herself alongside them, channeling the remaining essence of her spiritual power. Gazing at Bai Zhennan, uncertainty clouded her mind regarding whether the four of them could withstand his onslaught. With a resolve akin to facing inevitable demise, Huan Tian brandished his ice-blue saber and charged towards Bai Zhennan, determined to be the first to confront him, even if it meant meeting his end here. Following closely behind, Xianyuan Yuhuang wielded a long spear, its flames blazing fiercely. With a heavy exhale, Bai Ruo regarded the trio with a peculiar expression. A profound sense of guilt enveloped her heart. Had it not been for her impulsiveness, such dire consequences might have been averted. As Huan Tian and the others prepared to risk everything, how could she stand idly by? Suddenly, golden light surged from her hands as she propelled herself towards her father, Bai Zhennan, vowing to be their companion in the next life. The trio's spirit of self-sacrifice seemed to inspire Chu Ling, who murmured softly, a smile gracing her lips. With silver light intensifying in her grasp, she followed their lead without a moment's hesitation. In the blink of an eye, 4 streaks of blue, red, gold, and silver dashed towards Bai Zhennan. Above, the cloaked figure observed the desperate struggle of the four, nodding subtly in acknowledgement. Despite the numerous urges to intervene, he stifled such thoughts, recalling the words of the Grand Elder, who had advised him to refrain from revealing their identities unless absolutely necessary. However, given his profound cultivation, it was evident to him that the 4 members of the illusory sky were merely at their wits' end, recklessly courting death. Silently, a formless stream of light surged past the 4, targeting the oblivious Bai Zhennan below. "I hope you can withstand this," he murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the battle below. Once the 4 fell unconscious, he would be able to intervene and save them. In the blink of an eye, the attacks from the 4 had struck Bai Zhennan. To their astonishment, he remained utterly motionless, an inscrutable expression flickering in his lifeless eyes. Despite the impact, no injuries were visible on his form. With a casual sweep of his blade, the four figures were sent hurtling backward, collapsing to the ground in a state of uncertainty between life and death. After this singular strike, Baijinan vanished once more. His blade aimed without hesitation at the head of illusory sky. Just as the strike was about to land, a dark figure materialized out of thin air, extending a hand to grasp the descending blade. No matter how fiercely Baijinan exerted his strength, the blade remained immovable. With a subtle smile, the figure waved his left hand, delivering a seemingly light punch that had a remarkably significant effect, sending Baijinan, who had previously stood unyielding, flying for the first time, crashing through several ancient trees along his tumultuous path. Regarding Baijinan, the man in black did not take lethal action. After all, he had long overheard the conversation among the four members of Huantian while suspended in midair. Baijinan, being an adventurer, could not bring himself to strike down another. After repelling Baijinan, the man in black chose to disregard him and focused his gaze on the four members of Huantian. A faint aura of spiritual energy emanated from his being, gradually drifting towards the fallen quartet. After a considerable time, the man in black exhaled in relief. Although the four youngsters lay unconscious, his elite-level cultivation allowed him to sense that they were not in any mortal peril. This seal resembled a life-binding enchantment, imbued with a breath of life. However, it posed no significant threat to the young girl. Rather, as her cultivation progressed, this spiritual energy would continually surge within her, accelerating her training. Such an opportunity is the very essence of an adventurer's dreams. Once bestowed with such a chance, as long as one does not meet an untimely demise, a breakthrough to the conqueror level is inevitable. Naturally, being an elite-level powerhouse himself, he would not forcibly seize this reservoir of spiritual energy sealed within her. While this energy held immense benefits for the young girl, it was but a trifling matter to him. Suddenly, a cough echoed in his ears. Upon hearing this sound, the expression of the man in black shifted, his gaze filled with astonishment as he looked towards the four youngsters on the ground. Struggling to shake off his daze, Huantian, sensing his current state, opened his eyes. What greeted him was the sight of a shadowy figure clad in black. "Who are you?" A mere greeting, simple in nature, elicited profound astonishment in the ears of the man clad in black. Yet, it seemed he had not disclosed his identity, thus not contravening the will of the esteemed elder. "It is well that you have awakened," he remarked, his gaze shifting slightly as he addressed Huantian. "Senior, have you come to rescue us?" Huantian inquired, glancing around in search of Baijinan, only to find no trace of him, indicating that he had indeed been repelled by the individual before him. "On the contrary, I am here to investigate the disturbances in this area. I happened upon your encounter with this deranged adventurer and intervened merely out of chance," the man in black firmly declared. He was somewhat taken aback by Huantian's ability to regain consciousness after such grievous injuries. Evidently, this young individual possessed considerable physical resilience. After all, one must have certain merits to attract the attention of the esteemed elder. "Then, Senior, my companions are unharmed, I hope?" Huantian asked, his voice laced with concern as he looked at Xianyuan Yuhuang and the others lying on the ground. "Do not worry, they are all out of danger," the man in black reassured him, nodding in acknowledgement. His demeanor softened as he regarded Huantian, appreciating his concern for his comrades even in perilous circumstances. Such qualities were worthy of deep camaraderie, were it not for the disparity in their cultivation levels. The man in black might have wished to forge a friendship with Huantian, for in this continent, many would turn against their companions for the sake of mere resources. Chapter 50. Once upon a time, upon hearing that Xianyuan Yuhuang and the others were safe, Huantian suddenly felt a heaviness in his mind, plunging him back into unconsciousness. In a quaint and inviting little cottage, the comatose Huantian, who had lain unconscious for an entire week, finally opened his eyes once more. The first sight that greeted him was a pair of enchanting golden pupils. Startled, Huantian abruptly sat up, gazing at the graceful figure beside him with a look of astonishment. He shook his head, murmuring to himself, "It seems I am dreaming again," and was about to close his eyes once more. However, a soft yet slightly indignant snort pierced his ears. Upon hearing that vivid sound, Huantian's expression shifted as he focused intently on the figure at the bedside, involuntarily exclaiming, "Sheer. Yes, you remember me." The girl by the bed blinked her golden eyes at him, and a melodious voice, akin to a celestial song, flowed into Huantian's ears, invigorating his spirit. As he stared at the girl beside him, Huan Tian could hardly believe that the figure he had often longed for had truly materialized at his side. It felt as if he were caught in a dream. The young woman before him had blossomed from the innocence of childhood into a captivating beauty. Her exquisite features graced by delicate dimples that made Huan Tian momentarily lose his composure, coupled with the serene and gentle aura she exuded. She could easily stir the heart of any man. "Hey, have you finished staring?" The girl, meeting Huan Tian's gaze, felt her cheeks flush slightly and playfully huffed in mock anger. Though her demeanor was one of feigned annoyance, Huan Tian could clearly perceive the irritation on her face, which only served to delight him further in the way she reveled in his admiration. Upon hearing these words, the girl's delicate face shifted dramatically, a subtle yet discernible peculiarity flickering within her golden pupils. A single crystalline tear formed at the corner of her eye as she murmured, "He still remembers. He truly has not forgotten me." Witnessing the girl's reaction, Huan Tian's expression altered, and he cautiously inquired, "Have we met before?" "I mean, not in the mountains behind the tribe." With a faint smile, the girl gazed at Huan Tian and replied, "Silly, just rest well. We will talk once you have recovered." She then added, "We did indeed meet before, did we not?" Huan Tian, emboldened, ventured another question. "Indeed, you even said you wanted to." At this, the girl's cheeks flushed crimson, and she refrained from continuing, instead looking at Huan Tian with a tender expression. Should her family witness such a display, they would surely be taken aback. When had the exceptionally gifted little princess revealed such an unguarded side of herself? "What more could I want?" Huan Tian mused aloud, scratching his nose, curiosity glinting in his eyes as he regarded the girl. "You are truly insufferable," she pouted playfully at him, uttering the words before departing the room. As he watched her retreating figure, Huan Tian was left speechless. What had transpired? It seemed he had not offended her in any way. This only confirmed the adage that a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. He remained perplexed by the girl's thoughts. However, through their earlier conversation, Huan Tian had ascertained one thing. Prior to encountering this girl, he must have had some connection with her. It appeared to be a remnant of the memories belonging to the previous owner of this body, yet he could not fathom why he could not recall. However, he discovered one thing. As his cultivation deepened, inexplicable memories began to surface in his mind. It seemed that in order to comprehend the events of the past, diligent training was essential. Without further contemplation, Huan Tian's spirit sank within, attuning himself to the severely damaged meridians and the clusters of luminous orbs scattered throughout his body. Akin to a constellation, he commenced his cultivation, and as spiritual energy flowed into him, a crimson thread appeared to emanate from his mind, gradually extending outward through his body. Upon closer inspection, he noticed 6 additional crimson threads, each exuding a faint aura. Soon, Huan Tian became aware of the presence of this crimson thread. According to his conjecture, once this thread formed a pattern within him, it would signify a breakthrough. Given his 6th-tier cultivation level and the 6 threads encircling his body, he could easily deduce the significance. A flurry of questions arose in Huan Tian's mind. The path of cultivation was indeed profoundly intricate, and he realized he needed a master to guide him. His understanding of the world was still woefully inadequate, and through mere exploration, it was unclear when he would attain clarity. It seemed the time had come to seek a mentor. As time passed, the fluctuations of spiritual energy radiating from Huan Tian intensified. That crimson thread traversed through his limbs and ultimately connected to the ice-blue blade. Now it was clear why physical refinement was necessary. As Huan Tian sensed the situation within himself, he mused that cultivating physical strength could indeed enhance the spirit of the weapon. No wonder the weapon spirit could channel the internal spiritual energy. If the development level was thus, then the fearless level should not differ greatly. It seemed that an adventurer's training revolved around the continual strengthening of their weapon spirit. Chapter 51. Guild disputes. For several consecutive days, Huan Tian immersed himself in rigorous training, during which the girl named Shi-Er did not return to see him. Relishing the tranquility, he gradually began to notice many things he had previously overlooked. Although he had advanced to the 7th tier of the development level following the recent battle and subsequent training, the 8th tier remained eerily silent in his mind. It appeared that adventure was indeed the most effective means to enhance one's cultivation. With a sigh of realization, Huan Tian stretched his stiff body and exited his room. Upon stepping out, a cacophony of noise quickly reached his ears. Recognizing the source, Huan Tian's expression shifted. The uproar emanated from the first floor of the guild, the usual gathering place for members. The second floor served as a resting and sleeping area for guild members. Ever since joining the guild, the accommodation dilemma for Huan Tian and his companions had been resolved. When Bai Ruan noticed Huan Tian, she nodded at him and remarked, "The Qing sect has come looking for trouble." Huan Tian paused, slightly taken aback by her words. Sensing the confusion of Huan Tian, Bai Ruan furrowed her brow and continued, "It is quite normal for you to arrive at the guild a bit late. While direct confrontations between guilds are prohibited, it is not uncommon for powerful guilds to bully the weaker ones. Their visit this time is merely for the collection of protection fees." Huan Tian, upon hearing Bai Rua's explanation, fixed his gaze upon a tall man clad in blue standing at the entrance of the guild. The aura of spiritual energy emanating from him was notably formidable. Based on Huan Tian's estimation, this individual possessed at least the strength of the fearless level. As for the crowd behind him, they did not exert much pressure on Huan Tian. This man was named Qi Feng, a peak fearless level cultivator and the vice president of the Qing sect, even stronger than his elder brother. Bai Ruan added another clarification, clearly indicating that this individual posed the greatest threat to the guild members. A peak fearless level cultivator, he was merely a step away from ascending to the conqueror level, making him a somewhat renowned figure in Qinglong City. By the way, how have you considered the matter? Will you pay the 100,000 gold coins or not? Without allowing Huan Tian any opportunity for response, Qi Feng casually glanced at him and addressed Bai Yi. "Qi Feng, do not overstep your bounds," Bai Yi retorted, her brows knitting together. Although 100,000 gold coins was not a substantial amount for adventurers, it was significant given the guild's current decline. After all, that sum could sustain the guild's expenses for at least half a month, and losing it all at once would not sit well with anyone. What can you achieve by bullying us? If one wishes to avoid punishment, it is prudent to comply with payment, despite the current predicament. The group remains unyielding in their assembly. I propose that if they were to disband, they may as well come to our Qing sect, where we would gladly welcome them to engage in menial tasks such as laundry and cleaning," Qi Feng casually remarked, eliciting a wave of unabashed laughter in response. Bai Yi and the members of the guild furrowed their brows upon hearing this, and even Huan Tian clenched his fists in agitation. "Hey, Huan Tian, why don't you go teach him a lesson?" Suddenly, a voice that was all too familiar to Huan Tian seemed to resonate directly within his mind. Turning to glance at the girl standing at the back, Huan Tian wore a puzzled expression. After all, she was a pinnacle being of the fearless level. And with his mere 7th-tier development in the pioneer rank, was he not inviting trouble? Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt an inexplicable lightness in his body, accompanied by a surge of power swelling within him. He murmured, "What is this?" This sudden influx of strength instilled in Huan Tian a fearlessness even in the face of a conqueror-level adversary. According to his assessment, while he was still at the pioneer rank, the power coursing through him was undoubtedly akin to that of a conqueror. Gradually, he approached Qi Feng, gripping the ice-blue saber in his hand, and declared, "Qi Fengs, do you dare to engage in battle?" "How intriguing," Qi Feng replied with a smile, addressing a Qingyi man beside him. "Go entertain him, but remember, do not kill him. Let him linger in bed for half a year instead." "Understood." The man nodded at Qi Feng, gripping a long sword as he charged toward Huan Tian. In but a fleeting moment, the man of pioneering prowess was sent careening backward, hurtling out of the guild hall, his fate uncertain. "Get lost," Huan Tian remarked, retracting his right foot, which had just delivered a powerful kick, and then turned to Qi Feng, asking, "Will you depart on your own, or shall I escort you out?" Upon witnessing this, Qi Feng's expression shifted slightly. He could not possibly overlook the formidable strength of the man before him. The fact that a mere flick of his hand could render an opponent of equal rank utterly incapacitated was, indeed, quite contrary to reason. "All 3 of you together," he commanded. Nevertheless, he refrained from making the first move, addressing the 3 other pinnacle adventurers clad in azure beside him. The trio, upon hearing this, promptly summoned their weapon spirits and approached Huan Tian with utmost caution, aware that their previous adversary, of similar rank, had been dispatched with a single blow. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the sound of bones shattering echoed through the hall as the 3 assailants were once again sent crashing backward. This sudden turn of events left the onlookers in the guild, save for the girl standing behind Bai Yi and his companions, aghast. The slaughter of a foe of equal caliber shattered the collective understanding of all present. Inevitably, the expressions of Qi Feng and his comrades darkened. For who could have anticipated that this adventurer, seemingly of mere 7th-tier prowess, would possess such extraordinary strength? However, while Qi Feng's group bore somber visages, the atmosphere around Bai Yi's side was markedly different. Almost everyone present, upon witnessing the spectacle, found their previously tense expressions morph into something peculiar before erupting into a chorus of cheers. For the first time in many years, the guild has finally experienced a moment of pride. However, regarding the astonishing surge in strength of Huantian, the crowd remained perplexed, as evidenced by the nearly dropped jaws of Xianyuan Yuhuang. "Boss, that kid must have taken some kind of drug," remarked a young man in green beside Qingfeng, who had just stepped into the fearless level. How else could he exhibit such power in such a short time? Seemingly in agreement with the man's statement, Qifeng furrowed his brow, cast another glance at Huantian, gritted his teeth, and uttered, "Let's go." After all, Huantian's strength was uncertain, and he did not wish to take any risks. Should he also be defeated, the consequences would be dire. Following the man's words, the team behind him swiftly departed from the guild. Bai Yi watched Qingfeng leave, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Chapter 52. The Paladin. As Qingfeng and his companions exited, the attention of those remaining in the guild shifted toward Huantian. To be able to repel a peak fearless level opponent with the power of a pioneer level was indeed worthy of everyone's admiration. They were well aware of Huantian's cultivation. The ability to annihilate opponents of the same peak level was something even Bai Yi, with his fearless level cultivation, could not achieve. "Don't tell them." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Huantian's mind. He paused momentarily, glanced at the girl who was blinking at him, and silently nodded. "I obtained a potential elixir that temporarily enhances strength." Amidst the inquiries of the crowd, the voice echoing in Huantian's mind prompted a realization. The voice of the man beside Qingfeng, though soft, was audible to all present in the guild, thus raising no suspicions among them. In response to Huantian's assertion, Bai Yi nodded in agreement, acknowledging Huantian's explanation. However, he harbored a curiosity. It is known that while certain substances can temporarily enhance one's abilities, they often entail lingering side effects. Observing Huantian's vibrant demeanor, one could hardly discern any such after effects. Nevertheless, while Bai Yi and the others accepted Huantian's words, Xianyuan Yuhuang held a contrasting perspective. Did Huantian truly possess any elixir that could briefly augment his strength? Was he not aware of Huantian's capabilities? Since Huantian chose to remain silent as a close friend, he too refrained from undermining him. "President, what is the reason for this?" Zhao Kai, standing beside Bai Yi, inquired with confusion. Inside the room, Huantian, confronted by Xianyuan Yuhuang's persistent questioning, felt a twinge of impatience. He glanced at the girl sitting gracefully in her chair, a smile adorning her face, and ventured to ask, "Sheer, can you enlighten him?" Huantian's response was laced with exasperation. He was caught between the relentless questioning of his dear friend and the enigmatic girl who had empowered him. "You, my friend, fail to see it. How could such strength leave us so beleaguered in the flames of Galaka?" Xianyuan Yuhuang pondered. Increasingly troubled by the memory of their earlier disarray in the ruins, his frustration mounting. With a resigned sigh, Huantian exclaimed, "When have I ever deceived you? It is the truth. Stop with the distractions and confess. You have dispatched peak-tier adversaries with a mere kick. Surely, you must harbor some untold secrets." The more Xianyuan Yuhuang pondered, the more incredulous she became. Amidst their playful banter, the girl's laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, chimed forth, finding amusement in Huantian's disheveled state. "All right, let us not put Huantian in a difficult position. Allow me to explain. Huantian's remarkable prowess is, in part, attributable to my influence, as I hail from a family of holy practitioners." She glanced around cautiously and whispered, aware that prior to her departure, the elder had explicitly warned her against revealing her identity too readily. Yet, witnessing Huantian's predicament compelled her to speak out. "That can't be right. Even if you are a holy practitioner, such terrifying strength is unattainable." Xianyuan Yuhuang swiftly identified the inconsistency. After all, he too emerged from a lineage of holy practitioners. Well aware that they could temporarily enhance the combat abilities of others, yet such overwhelming power seemed implausible. "It is because I am a paladin." The girl's simple statement left Xianyuan Yuhuang utterly speechless. If one were to describe the priesthood as a mysterious vocation, then the paladin undoubtedly stands as an exalted embodiment of that mystery. The mere appearance of a paladin anywhere on this continent constitutes a momentous event. For paladins are favored by the divine. To become a paladin, one must not only forge the spirit vessel requisite for a priest, but also possess, as a fundamental trait, an innate affinity for the holy light within their being. As for Sierra being a paladin, Huantian was already aware of it in the hall, given his recollections from a previous life. However, he remained oblivious to the energies that paladins wield on this continent. Observing Xian Yuan Yu Huang's exaggerated expression, Huan Tian felt puzzled. Was it merely the presence of a paladin that warranted such astonishment? It seemed a lack of worldly experience. Disregarding the still dumbfounded Xian Yuan Yu Huang, Huan Tian turned to the girl beside him and said, "Sierra, let us go. I shall treat you to grilled fish." "All right." At his words, Sierra took his right arm and followed him out of the room. Watching the pair depart, Xian Yuan Yu Huang remained in a state of shock, his gaze lingering on the closeness shared between them. How could he not perceive the implications? He uttered, "Huan Tian, are you aware of the impact her presence here has on you? It is truly perplexing to find the right words for you. When did you manage to win the heart of the future empress of the clergy family? While you may possess the ability to challenge the Kanglan Empire, the clergy family is not one to be reckoned with through mere strength. Should those ancient beings become aware of this matter, your situation, Huan Tian, would undoubtedly become precarious. Can you truly provoke an entity that has endured for millennia on this continent? As one hailing from the clergy family, Xian Yuan Yu Huang is acutely aware of its enigma. Even a conqueror-level powerhouse within the clergy family may serve merely as a guardian. Such profound heritage is beyond the reach of the Kanglan Empire, and even an alliance of the three great empires would find it unattainable. Chapter 53. Shengwan Mo, I still want to eat this. With a skewer of roasted meat in hand, she resembled a little glutton, entirely shedding the demeanor expected of the future empress of the clergy family. All right, Huan Tian replied, exuding a sense of helplessness as he handed her a fragrant roasted fish. As for the reason they ventured here, it is rather simple. Although Qinglong City seems to stretch for several miles, Huan Tian could not find a single natural river after an extensive search. It is essential to note that the fresh fish nurtured by nature are the most delectable delicacies on this continent. Thus, the two had to leave Qilong City in search of a seemingly crystal-clear river so that this girl could enjoy some roasted fish, despite her seemingly noble status. In Huan Tian's eyes, she will forever be a vivacious girl. In the majestic city of Qilong, there exist 4 grand gates. Apart from the southern gate, which was accessed by Huan Tian and his companions, the other 3 gates lead to the outskirts, where one might often encounter ferocious beasts. However, these were merely lowly beasts of the mundane level. The ordinary spirit-level beasts possessed a modicum of intelligence and would naturally refrain from causing disturbances outside Qilong City. Despite the presence of these creatures, Huan Tian, a formidable 7th-tier explorer, harbored little concern, and their journey was free from any unwarranted encounters with unruly beasts. Upon entering through the eastern gate, he strolled along the bustling streets with Sierra, where an array of fascinating sights continually captivated their attention. In one part of the street, a young man clad in opulent attire ambled leisurely, while ahead of him, an unremarkable man persistently urged him to hasten. With a hint of impatience, the young man retorted, "What is your hurry? My father is the lord of Qinglong City. Even if I am late, what can that old fellow do to me?" The man walking in front paused at this remark, chuckling as he fell into step behind the young man, and chimed in, "What you say is true, sir. With your status, that old fellow indeed dares not utter a word, unless he wishes to forfeit his standing in Qilong City." "Exactly. He is merely a mentor of the mundane level. It is his honor to have me as his pupil." Although the young man spoke thus, his eyes roamed eagerly around, drinking in the sight of the striking figures that surrounded them, his gaze shimmering with excitement. Suddenly, the young man's gaze fixated on a small stall by the street, captivated by a figure that nearly provoked a salivation response. He hastily turned to the unremarkable man beside him and inquired, "What is the background of that girl? Quickly find out and inform me." Upon hearing this, the man's eyes followed the direction indicated, his expression shifting as he replied, "Young master, please hold on. I will investigate at once." Trailing behind the striking figure, the man took his time, understanding that as the son of the city lord of Qilong, it would be unwise to act impulsively without first discerning her identity. Before long, the unremarkable man hurried back, breathless, and reported, "Young master, I have discovered that the girl is not from Qilong City. She seems to have joined a guild called Dreamlike White Knight." "What of that guild? And her cultivation level?" The young man pressed further. "According to her registration in the guild hall, she appears to be a pioneering level adventurer. As for the guild she joined, it was relatively well known over a decade ago, but has since degenerated into a mere target for bullying by other guilds, posing no cause for concern." "Very well." The young man seemed accustomed to such endeavors, assenting as he made his way briskly toward the city lord's residence. Observing this, the man also turned to follow him, dismissing any thoughts of training. With such a beautiful maiden in sight, what need was there for study? He would let the old man wait. Once the young master had concluded his affairs, then they could discuss matters further. Huantian, do you find this beautiful? Sierra gently placed a jeweled flower by her ear, casting a soft smile towards Huantian as she inquired. The stall owner watched in a daze, having sold jeweled flowers for many years. He had never encountered such a stunning girl before. Indeed, it is lovely, Huantian affirmed with a nod. Then I shall purchase this, Sierra declared to the stall owner. 1 gold coin, the proprietor responded with a quote. After settling the payment, Huantian intended to escort Sierra away when suddenly, they were encircled by figures exuding a formidable aura. Sensing the presence of individuals at least at the level of pioneers, Huantian's expression shifted as he spoke. Gentlemen, what is the meaning of this? Dear sirs, this is rather excessive, is it not? Huantian's countenance darkened at their response, clutching his ice blue sword tightly, glaring at the man before him. Upon witnessing Huantian summon his weapon spirit, the man's expression altered as well. Despite the fact that Huantian's aura was not weak, it was considerably less potent than his own. Nonetheless, he was an adventurer, and had it not been for the capricious orders of the town lord's son, he would prefer to avoid this entanglement. The two individuals before him appeared remarkably youthful, possessing pioneer-level prowess at such a tender age. Who could predict what they would become? Having lived for several decades in this world, he understood the adage of not underestimating the youth, especially when it concerned a promising young adventurer. Young man, I advise you to leave peacefully and hand over the girl to us. We shall not trouble you, the man warned kindly before attempting to take action. It is impossible. To harm her, one must first tread over our corpses. It is evident that the purpose of this group of adventurers, resembling an army, is none other than sheer. Upon hearing this man's words, Huantian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a look of utmost caution. The commotion here soon attracted the attention of those nearby, and some gazes directed at Huantian and his companion turned sympathetic. It was unclear what the two had done to offend the lord of the city. Offending the lord of Qinlong City is tantamount to courting death. Even as adventurers, what could they possibly do in the face of such authority? Chapter 54. A calamity approaches sheer. Do not intervene. Leave it to me. Huantian said to the girl beside him, aware that her identity was too sensitive. Should it be revealed, they might not be able to remain here any longer. Without further ado, a fierce battle erupted in the streets between the adventurers. Strangely enough, the street vendors and onlookers remained relatively unfazed by the clash. After all, these individuals were adventurers, albeit of merely exploratory rank, yet certainly not ordinary folk. In a frenzy of bloodlust, with dual blades in hand, Huantian faced numerous adversaries, each possessing at least the strength of an expansion-level adventurer. He remained vigilant, hurriedly fending off the attacks from all sides, but gradually began to find himself at a disadvantage. Time slipped away unnoticed, and although Huantian wielded his blades, his opponents were formidable. Slowly, small wounds began to appear on his body. Shi, witnessing Huantian's injuries, was on the verge of intervening several times, yet was always halted by a single glance from him. Not far away, dozens of figures rushed towards the sound. At the forefront of these figures stood Bai Ruo, clad in agile attire, gazing at the battle unfolding not far ahead. She turned to Xianyuan Yuhuang beside her and remarked, "They are right here." It was perplexing how Huantian and the others had managed to provoke the city lord's mansion. This could lead to trouble. Bai Yi observed the fierce conflict from a distance and voiced his confusion. "Brother, are you frightened just because they belong to the city lord's mansion? Have you forgotten the original intent behind establishing the guild?" Hearing this, a hint of indignation appeared on Bai Ruo's delicate face as she retorted, "What are you saying? When have I ever been afraid? Even if our adversaries are from the city lord's mansion, they shall not harm our guild members, even if we are forced to retreat. What of it?" Bai Yi offered a brief explanation and then ceased further discussion, swiftly making his way towards the ongoing battle. "Huantian, we are coming. Are you all right?" Xianyuan Yuhuang glanced at the injured Huantian, expressing her concern as she gripped her silver spear and charged towards the adventurers surrounding him. Seeing this, Bai Yi also led his companions into the fray. With the guild members joining the fight, Huantian immediately felt the burden lighten. Standing firm with his great sword, he gasped for breath. Truth be told, facing so many adventurers of equal rank for the first time had proven somewhat taxing for him. "Huantian, are you all right?" Supporting Huantian, Sierra inquired with concern, her delicate face betraying a hint of unease as she observed the myriad of tiny wounds adorning Huantian's body. In this realm, no one possessed the power to harm Huantian, a conviction she had harbored since childhood. If anyone were to claim the right to voice such a sentiment, it would undoubtedly be her. After all, no one on this continent could surpass the future sovereign of the Holy Order in terms of authority. Not only the 3 great empires, but even the 4 alliances, which eclipsed them in strength, and the 2 more formidable sects, would find it impossible to inflict harm upon Huantian, given that her own backing was far more formidable than any of these. As night fell, within a lavish chamber of the Lord's mansion, Shangwan Mo glared at the several figures kneeling before him, unleashing a tirade of insults. Useless fools. Clenching his lips in frustration, he murmured, "The dreamlike white knight, is it? I shall ensure that your guild vanishes from Qinglong City. Young master, among them are fearless level experts. It is unwise for us to engage," a man clad in armor cautiously suggested, recognizing the formidable standing of such individuals within Qinglong City. "It would not be prudent to provoke them lightly." "Humph, a mere fearless level expert dares to be so arrogant," the young man retorted dismissively. With the affection his father bestowed upon him, dealing with a fallen guild would be a trivial matter. In the main hall of the Lord's mansion, a middle-aged man adorned in resplendent attire knelt before a man clad in black, acutely aware of the powerful aura emanating from him. He gasped in trepidation and cautiously inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed sir, the purpose of your unexpected visit? Do you truly remain oblivious to the matter at hand?" The black-clad man retorted with disdain, "With your mere conquest-level prowess, how dare you disturb our young lady? You must have forgotten the meaning of death." His cold snort carried the weight of authority, for he had witnessed the events of the day unfold with keen perception. Not even the lord of Qinglong City, let alone the emperor of the Yuntian Empire, would have the audacity to provoke the young princess of the Sacred Order family. "My lord, I assure you, I am genuinely unaware of what you speak," the middle-aged man replied, his voice thick with confusion. With a mere thought, the black-clad man lifted the middle-aged figure into the air, his demeanor as cold as ice. "Unaware, you say? Allow me to enlighten you." "Please," the middle-aged man pleaded, acutely sensing the terrifying power that gripped him. "Earlier today, a certain Shangwan Mo dispatched individuals to seize our young lady. Do you dare assert that this individual bears no connection to you?" The black-clad man regarded him with an indifferent gaze. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily defended himself. Mo was merely mobilizing guards to ensure peace in the city. He claimed that 2 factions of adventurers were engaged in a private conflict. "I had no choice but to acquiesce. It was not my intention to provoke your young lady. Surely, you must have misunderstood. Is that so?" The man clad in black let out a cold snort upon hearing the words, carelessly tossing the middle-aged man aside. He issued a warning, "Consider yourself fortunate this time. Take heed of your son, for next time, matters shall not be so simple." The middle-aged man, as if granted a reprieve, quickly expressed his compliance. Upon hearing this, the figure in black flickered and vanished into thin air, leaving behind the middle-aged man, who gasped in astonishment, a spatial traveler, a hero-class powerhouse. "Father, I've heard there is something unusual here. What has transpired?" Suddenly, several figures followed a young man into the main hall. Observing the middle-aged man curled on the ground, the young man inquired with concern, "Wretched spawn, kneel before me." The middle-aged man, upon seeing the youth, was consumed by rage and shouted, for the shadow cast by the man in black still loomed heavily in his heart, "Father, what on earth has happened?" Upon sensing the anger etched on the middle-aged man's face, Shangwan Mo's expression shifted, and he softly asked, "What were you doing gathering the guards this afternoon?" The middle-aged man's mind drifted back to that mysterious powerhouse, his anger flaring anew. "I was maintaining the peace of the city," Shangwan Mo replied quietly, the turmoil on his face betraying his inner unease. Maintaining the peace of the city? The middle-aged man scrutinized his son, whose reluctance to speak the truth only deepened his seriousness. He exclaimed, "If you do not come clean, our family fortune will inevitably be squandered by you, the wastrel. Do you even comprehend what just transpired?" Observing the furious middle-aged man, Shangwan Mo could no longer endure and fell to his knees at the man's feet, wearing an expression of contrition. "Father, I understand my mistake, but that woman is simply too beautiful." Sighing at these words, the middle-aged man replied, "From now on, never harbor any intentions towards that person, or we shall face catastrophic consequences. Do you know who just arrived here?" "Who? Is there someone more formidable than you, father?" "Far more than I. In his eyes, I am but an ant he could easily crush," the man lamented. "That individual is at least a formidable genius. He is not someone we can afford to provoke." "A genius?" Shangwan Mo gasped, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had never anticipated that the woman from earlier possessed such a formidable background. Had he known, not even 100 lives would have compelled him to provoke her. In the room, Huan Tian felt his injuries rapidly healing and cast a surprised glance at the extraordinarily beautiful girl beside him. In her hands was a cross seemingly formed from crystallized water, exuding a potent aura of life that invigorated him. What a stunning cross, Huan Tian marveled, feeling the swift recovery of his wounds. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had seen this cross somewhere before, though he could not recall where. All right. Before long, Xie cast a glance at the now-healed wounds of Huan Tian and nodded in satisfaction, a charming smile gracing her delicate face. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months elapsed without the anticipated retaliation, which seemed utterly inconceivable to Bai Yi. In Qinglong City, who was unaware of the Lord's spoiled son, every adventurer who had crossed him had met a grim fate. Perhaps the Lord was reluctant to provoke the Adventurers Guild of Qinglong City. Thus, Bai Yi could only ponder such thoughts. Little did he know that the very girl who trailed behind Huan Tian was the reason for the Lord's restraint. As Huan Tian idly strolled along the street, he observed the young girl before him, who appeared to be filled with wonder for everything around her. He felt a sense of exasperation. This girl clung to him within the guild, leading many to regard him with peculiar glances. Suddenly, the typically lively girl approached Huan Tian, her golden eyes scanning the surroundings before she uttered a statement that left him somewhat perplexed. "Someone is watching us." "Where?" Huan Tian inquired, bewildered, wondering why he did not sense the scrutiny she spoke of. Such a perceptive little girl. Even a mere glance from me was detected. Truly, she is of the priestly lineage. Shortly thereafter, a faint, elusive voice seemed to resonate directly within their minds. "Who?" he questioned, scanning the air around them, yet regrettably, he found no powerful presence lurking nearby. "No need to search any further. Enter the room behind you." A voice echoed once more in Huan Tian's mind. Turning to glance at the somewhat dilapidated 2-story building behind him, he stepped inside with a look of bewilderment upon his face. Within the room, an elderly man with flowing white hair reclined in a grand armchair. Upon seeing Huan Tian's entrance, he slightly opened his half-closed eyes and gestured toward the adjacent chair, saying in a calm tone, "Please, take a seat." Curious, Huan Tian inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, why you summoned us here?" Seemingly oblivious to the old man's murmurs, he attempted again. "Elder, is there something you wish to discuss with us?" "You two do not resemble adventurers from Qinglong City," the elder remarked, casting another glance at the girl beside Huan Tian. He straightened himself, his once vacant eyes now radiating a hint of vigor, and the aura emanating from him grew increasingly formidable. Nodding in acknowledgement of the elder's words, Huan Tian recognized that they had indeed arrived in this city under the guise of adventurers, rendering any pretense unnecessary. "Ah, you must belong to a family of clerics," the elder observed, shifting his gaze towards Xie. A flicker of surprise crossed his aged visage as he realized he could not discern the cultivation level of this seemingly young girl. Huan Tian's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this revelation. It was known that adventurers, when not summoning their spirit companions, were often difficult to identify by their profession. The fact that this man could immediately perceive Xie's vocation was indeed remarkable. "Do not mind me. As an old man of considerable experience, I find myself unable to contend with this young lady. As for how I discerned her profession, it is quite simple. I am an alchemist and have encountered several clerics in my time. The aura she exudes closely resembles that of those I have met before." The elder spoke slowly. "You are an alchemist?" Huan Tian remarked, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. Having spent considerable time in this world, he had heard countless tales of the illustrious alchemists, renowned as the most lucrative profession among adventurers. They possessed the remarkable ability to transmute the mundane into the extraordinary through their alchemical arts. Many seemingly ordinary herbs and fruits, upon undergoing their meticulous refinement, yield effects that are exponentially enhanced. Moreover, they are capable of concocting potions that bolster the abilities of adventurers. Chapter 56. The alchemist casting another glance at the strikingly beautiful girl, the elder's gaze suddenly shifted to Huan Tian, and he inquired, "Young one, do you wish to learn the art of alchemy?" Huan Tian, upon hearing the elder's proposition, nearly nodded in eager affirmation. However, he quickly reconsidered. Why would this esteemed individual wish to teach him alchemy? Was it even possible for him to become an alchemist? Although he was still relatively inexperienced with the matters of this world, he was well aware of the formidable reputation of alchemy. To become an alchemist, One must possess an exceptionally strong mental fortitude. Otherwise, how could one extract the beneficial essences from various herbs, let alone create potions? There is no need for further contemplation. It is evident that you cannot become an alchemist at this moment. To attain such a status, one must first solidify their spiritual essence, achieving a level of mastery that is fearless. The elder, seemingly perceiving the thoughts of Huan Tian, uttered these words with a calm demeanor. He then inquired if Huan Tian had any desire to become an adventurer. Huan Tian muttered softly, uncertain of the elder's true intentions. I see your mental fortitude is commendable, and thus I wish to take you as my disciple, that you may contribute to humanity and aid in the resistance against the beastly creatures, the elder remarked. Glancing at Huan Tian, engrossed in his own discourse, seemingly indifferent to whether Huan Tian was even listening. Taken aback by the elder's perplexing statements, Huan Tian pondered the matter. Hadn't the beastly creatures already been repelled? Moreover, given the current circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to infiltrate the city, posing no threat to humankind. Even if these creatures were significantly stronger than human adventurers of the same rank, could they traverse the spatial whirlpools that sealed off their lairs? Senior, I find your words somewhat incomprehensible, Huan Tian inquired, bewildered. Is that not the case? There are many places where beastly creatures are no longer seen, he asserted with conviction. Then allow me to pose a question. If humanity has triumphed, why do we isolate the territories inhabited by these creatures with spatial whirlpools? The elder probed, gazing intently at Huan Tian. Huan Tian, momentarily taken aback by the elder's inquiry, responded, perhaps it is to prevent the remaining beasts from disturbing ordinary people. Oh, your experiences are still too limited, the elder sighed. The elder sighed and continued, you young ones believe that you have triumphed in that great battle, enjoying a life of ease on this continent. Yet, the ultimate consequence is that you remain utterly oblivious to the horror of the demonic beasts. When they truly descend upon us, you shall comprehend the meaning of disaster. Senior, your words grow increasingly incomprehensible to me. Although the remnants of the demonic beasts are somewhat chaotic now, there is no palpable sense of danger. Those spatial vortices are not mere decorations. While the demonic beasts are indeed formidable, the adventurers are not weak either. After all, Huan Tian has been on this continent for several years. Despite facing near-fatal encounters in the ruins of the demonic beasts, he does not believe that the calamities you speak of will come to pass. You will understand in due course, the elder replied, choosing not to elaborate. He then turned to Huan Tian and inquired, do you wish to learn alchemy? When your cultivation reaches the fearless level and you have solidified your spiritual entity, come find me. Indeed, Huan Tian affirmed eagerly, who would not desire to learn the most lucrative profession among adventurers. Only a fool would refuse. Very well, the elder nodded with satisfaction. It was a rare find to encounter a young individual with promising spiritual potential. It would be a pity if he were not interested. Yet, there was one thing that puzzled him. During his earlier exploration of the young man's spiritual energy, he sensed an inexplicable resistance emanating from Huan Tian's mind. As though regarding his memories, everyone harbors their own secrets, the elder mused. Very well. When you have attained the level of fearlessness and have solidified your spiritual essence, seek me out. I shall call you Xingyao, and you will become my disciple. The old man casually uttered these words before reclining once more in his armchair, closing his eyes to meditate. I never expressed a desire to be your disciple, I muttered under my breath. With that, Huan Tian, remaining silent, departed from the elder's abode, accompanied by the girl at his side. Observing their exit, the elder's eyes opened slightly, and he murmured, young one, some truths can only be grasped through experience. That elder is truly formidable, the young girl remarked, tugging at Huan Tian's arm and playfully sticking out her tongue as if to shield her words from the elder's ears. What he said is nearly identical to what my grandfather often expresses. Upon hearing this, Huan Tian's expression shifted dramatically. He was acutely aware of the girl's true identity. The elder's earlier words might not hold weight for him. Yet he knew that this girl's grandfather was the very one who had bestowed upon him the techniques for physical cultivation. The elder, who regarded adventurers as treasures, had freely gifted such invaluable knowledge to him, a fact that could only be described as unfathomable. Coupled with her family's enigmatic lineage of holy practitioners, Huan Tian found it impossible to dismiss this connection. Glancing back at the two-story building they had just exited, a flurry of questions surged within his mind. As he contemplated the memories swirling in his thoughts, a bold hypothesis emerged. If all of this were indeed true, it could spell trouble. However, his grandfather had also mentioned that it was not so simple for demonic beasts to make a resurgence. The young girl observed Huan Tian's demeanor and continued speaking. Do not worry. Even if the demon beasts truly arrive, I shall protect you. Huan Tian confidently reassured the young girl, thumping his chest. She seemed to relish the notion of being safeguarded by Huan Tian, responding with a soft agreement, a faint smile gracing her delicate features. It was reminiscent of days gone by. The words slipped from Huan Tian's lips naturally, and to his own astonishment, he realized the depth of his sentiment. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the moment, and Huan Tian's countenance turned ashen. It felt as if a jolt of electricity had surged through his mind, warning him against delving into such matters. Observing Huan Tian's anguished expression, the young girl's demeanor shifted. She hurried to support him, urging, if you cannot recall, then do not dwell on it. Chapter 57. The auction. The excruciating pain in his mind arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As long as Huan Tian refrained from deliberately contemplating his past, the agony vanished almost instantaneously, as though an unseen force forbade him from recollecting former events. Did his mind harbor some undisclosed secret? Why was this so? It was evident that someone had orchestrated his forgetfulness, yet the motive behind such actions remained elusive. Turning to the concerned girl beside him, Huan Tian took a deep breath and earnestly declared, I am fine. Do not fret. I shall surely remember the past. Fear not. Let go of the pain. As long as you are safe and sound, that is all that matters. Upon hearing this, Xi'er shook her head at Huan Tian. It was not only Huan Tian whose memories had been sealed, her own memories had also been confined. Had it not been for her recent breakthrough to the fearless level, she would not have recalled the past. Although the events of yesteryear were significant, witnessing Huan Tian's tormented expression rendered those memories inconsequential. If he were to remember, the consequences would be dire, which was precisely why she refrained from revealing what had transpired before. Huan Tian, upon hearing her words, remained silent. Was it truly possible for him to forget the past? That was simply implausible. Even for his own sake, he needed to remember. By the way, Huan Tian, have you forgotten that President Bai Yi is taking us to the auction today? As Huan Tian remained quiet, Xia seemed to recall something important and addressed him. Oh no. I actually forgot about that. Huan Tian exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Bai Yi had informed him a few days prior that today he would accompany him and Xinyuan Yuhuang to procure spiritual techniques. After all, as adventurers, the two of them possessed an alarmingly meager repertoire of spiritual techniques. Given the current state of the guild, they could only assist in acquiring some ordinary techniques. Specialized techniques were out of the question. Not only were they scarce, but even if they were available, they would be beyond their financial reach. Gazing at the blazing sun outside, Huan Tian hurriedly grasped the hand of his companion, Xi'er. He was aware of the location of the auction and fervently hoped that it had not yet commenced. As of now, all Huan Tian could do was cling to this hope. Although they would ultimately need to earn the gold to repay for the spiritual technique they intended to acquire, it was undeniably a generous offer from others, and it would be remiss of them not to attend. Navigating through a series of edifices, the duo swiftly arrived at the so-called auction venue. Huan Tian observed the two individuals emitting merely exploratory levels of spiritual energy and ventured to inquire, esteemed brothers, we wish to partake in the auction. Might you extend a favor? Alas, this auction has already begun. Should you wish to participate, you will have to wait for the next one, came the reply. Have you forgotten about the invitation? Xi'er teased, casting a playful glance at Huan Tian. As the saying goes, those embroiled in the situation often lose perspective. Huan Tian was simply too anxious. It was essential to understand that such grand auctions, held quarterly, were not accessible to everyone. Participation necessitated an admission ticket, which was distributed by the auction house to the prominent guilds of Qinglong City. With their tickets presented, Huan Tian and Xi'er effortlessly entered the auction hall. It must be noted that this venue was indeed vast, and the circular auction stage was already teeming with attendees. The sounds of bidding echoed incessantly in Huan Tian's ears. As the pair made their entrance, numerous gazes turned toward them. However, the majority were fixated on the girl accompanying Huan Tian, whose beauty was, without question, strikingly extraordinary. His eyes swiftly scanned the auction hall. Uncertain of the whereabouts of President Bai Yi and the others, Huan Tian could only wander aimlessly down the aisle, lacking any particular interest in the auction items. Huan Tian, over here. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him. Startled, Huan Tian turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, and there in a corner of the auction, he saw Xinyuan Yuhuan waving at him. Accompanied by Xi'er, he made his way to where the guild members were gathered, letting out a sigh of relief for having arrived just in time. Hey, why are you so late? Bai Ruo, clad in athletic attire, pouted at Huan Tian and inquired. The purpose of attending this auction was to assist the two newcomers in auctioning their spiritual techniques. Yet this fellow had the audacity to arrive late. My apologies. I was delayed by some matters, Huan Tian replied to Bai Ruo with a hint of regret, taking his seat next to Xier. I understand, came Bai Ye's rare response as he nodded towards Huan Tian. The others, glancing at the smiling Xier beside him, were expressions that conveyed their comprehension. After all, Huan Tian had once been a promising young man in his 20s. It was impossible for him not to grasp their insinuations. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, he was compelled to suppress his words upon seeing the sweet smile of the girl beside him. By the way, Huan Tian, what spiritual technique do you need? After the light-hearted banter, Bai Ye's expression grew serious once more as he posed the question to Huan Tian. I'm not quite sure, Huan Tian admitted. After all, Huan Tian is not an adventurer from this world. He is aware of the necessary spiritual techniques required by adventurers. Although he currently possesses the spirit of the ghost swordsman, Huan Tian has discovered that he seems capable of cultivating any spiritual technique. Chapter 58, Priceless Spiritual Techniques. As the conversation among a few individuals continued, the next item for auction was presented in the exhibition area. What caught the eye was a somewhat yellowed scroll. Upon seeing it, Huan Tian immediately recognized its significance. Without a doubt, it was a scroll of spiritual technique. After all, this auction was exclusively for adventurers, and the items for sale naturally piqued their interest. The only things that could captivate adventurers would be spiritual techniques and spirit souls. And this auction was no exception. However, without an introduction regarding the specific nature of this scroll, Huan Tian could not discern what type of spiritual technique it was. Although the woman's appearance was quite striking, Huan Tian merely cast a fleeting glance at her, as his attention was drawn to the spiritual technique in her hands. It must be said that he was indeed very intrigued by this scroll. Huan Tian, this scroll of spiritual technique seems promising, remarked Xianyuan Yuhuang, who sat beside him. Then let's acquire it. 50,000 is not exorbitant, Bai Yi responded, glancing at the two before raising his bidding paddle to initiate the auction. 60,000. 70,000. In an instant, a young man seated in the front row of the auction glanced at Bai Yi, smirking with disdain, casually remarking, "How is it him?" Bai Yi looked at the man who had instantaneously raised the bid, his expression shifting with a hint of surprise. Do you know this person? This individual ranks third in the Union, serving as the vice president of the Ghost Blade, a formidable peak-level warrior of the fearless class. How could a mere fighter auction off the spirit skills of a ghost swordsman? Bai Ruo, not far from Huan Tian, clenched her fist and explained. It seems we have not offended the Ghost Blade. Zhao Kai, who was acquainted with Huan Tian, concurred, adding, generally speaking, adventurers of the advanced level and above tend to show little interest in such rudimentary spirit skills. Perhaps they are needed by the adventurers of their guild. Huan Tian casually remarked, and as soon as the words left his lips, a look of incredulity appeared on the faces of numerous adventurers within the guild. Is there a problem? Huan Tian scratched his head, perplexed. Brother, the Ghost Blade only accepts fighters. Xianyuan Yuhuang could not help but clarify. I must ask what you have been doing for so long to remain so oblivious to the adventurer guilds of Qinglong City. Bai Ruo echoed. Huan Tian was unaware that, while he might be excused regarding other guilds, it was quite astonishing that he was so uninformed about the Ghost Blade, which is, after all, the third largest guild in Qinglong City. Surely, every adventurer in the city would be familiar with it. Huan Tian was taken aback upon hearing this. Upon reflection, he realized that despite his time spent here, he was utterly ignorant of the circumstances within Qinglong City. Yet, it was hardly surprising, as he had been either training or accompanying the young girl Shish each day, thus rendering his lack of knowledge somewhat understandable. 80,000, Bai Yi seemed unwilling to relent, continuing to raise the bid. 100,000, the same young man, seemingly in a rivalry with Bai Yi, matched her bid. 120,000. Bai Yi gritted his teeth and continued to raise the bid. It is worth noting that 120,000 is nearly half a month's expenditure for the guild. The prospect of acquiring a scroll valued at 50,000 for an astronomical price of 120,000 was already astonishing to many. 200,000. With Bai Ye's increase, the young man casually uttered a phrase that made everyone gasp in disbelief. To purchase a novice ghost swordsman skill for 200,000 was an endeavor not easily undertaken by the average individual. If he were a ghost swordsman himself, it might be justifiable, but as a brawler bidding for a ghost swordsman's skill, it seemed rather absurd. Chairman, let it go. Huan Tian sighed helplessly. 200,000 had completely surpassed the value of this skill scroll. There was no necessity to expend such a fortune on a single scroll, if he desired it. Then let him have it. Sighing, Bai Yi apologized to Huan Tian, acknowledging that the sudden emergence of a disruptor was beyond anyone's control. Upon hearing the woman's words, the numerous adventurers in the auction hall exchanged glances. With the bid already at 200,000, it seemed implausible for anyone else to place a bid. Unless that individual were a fool. 200,000 once. Bai Yi felt disheartened by the woman's declaration. When had the guild ever faced such indignity? Being unable to afford even a novice ghost swordsman skill? 200,000 twice. Sighing again, Huan Tian admitted that, truthfully, he indeed needed this skill scroll. However, there was little to be done about it. After all, who could fault him for being impoverished? His gaze toward Bai Yi transformed into one of gratitude, significantly enhancing his regard for the guild. 500,000. Suddenly, a remarkably melodious voice emanated from beside Huan Tian, capturing the attention of nearly all the adventurers present at the auction. They turned their gaze towards him, while Huan Tian himself was nearly rendered speechless, for he was intimately familiar with the owner of that voice, Sierra. With astonishment, he glanced at the girl beside him, his heart aching. For that sum amounted to 500,000 gold coins. For an ordinary person, acquiring such a fortune would ensure a lifetime free from worry. Playfully, she winked at Huan Tian, then whispered into his ear, "As long as it is something you desire, I will certainly assist you in obtaining it." Although Sierra's voice was barely audible, it nonetheless reached the ears of the guild members, who began to regard Huan Tian with peculiar expressions. "Little girl, do you even possess 500,000? Your guild couldn't possibly muster even 50,000. Haha," a youth remarked, his countenance darkening with derision. To be frank, even their third-ranked guild would find such a sum burdensome. It was inconceivable that this girl would casually mention it. Anyone in the auction hall was well aware of the dismal state of the Dreamlike Night Guild. "I do not require your reminders," Sierra retorted. Upon finishing her statement, she produced a golden card that shimmered in her hand and casually tossed it to the woman in charge of the auction. The once pleasant sound now bore an icy undertone. "Please verify the authenticity of this card." Chapter 59. A bountiful harvest. Upon hearing the staggering sum of 5 million, the auctioneer nearly doubted her own ears, her body trembling as she swiftly caught the golden card that soared towards her. Grasping the card, her expression shifted dramatically, and she hastily exclaimed, "Esteemed adventurer, please hold on a moment. This card exceeds my comprehension. I shall fetch the supervisor." With that, she hurriedly departed. As she left, murmurs erupted among the multitude of adventurers in the auction hall, countless gazes discreetly fixating on the strikingly beautiful girl seated beside Huan Tian. "Sierra, this is absurd. Having wealth does not warrant such extravagance." Despite the multitude of scrutinizing eyes, Huan Tian remained unfazed, casting a resigned glance at the girl beside him. After all, this was 5 million gold coins, not merely 500. One could procure a high-grade exclusive spiritual technique with such a fortune. "Higi," Sierra chuckled silently, her gaze tenderly fixed on Huan Tian, causing him to feel a flush of embarrassment. As for Bai Yi and the others from the guild, including Xianyuan Yuhuang, they had lapsed into silence. Although Xianyuan Yuhuang was aware of Sierra's true identity, he could hardly fathom that the typically reticent Sierra would reveal such an undisclosed side of herself. Above the auction hall, two men clad in black, both of whom were formidable figures of the heroic class, were acutely aware of the unfolding situation below. They exchanged a glance, their expressions laden with exasperation. "Oh, it's still the same princess, unchanged in the slightest," one of the black-clad men sighed wistfully. "You may be unaware, but after I joined the family, I learned of a significant matter, seemingly a closely guarded secret known to only a select few. It appears to be related to this little fellow. Is there truly such a matter? There are many things you do not yet know. Otherwise, how could the clergy family be regarded as the most enigmatic lineage on the continent? Indeed, let us diligently protect the princess. The clergy family has been generous to us, and should anything happen to the princess, it would spell trouble. However, spending 5 million gold coins at this juncture, surely nothing will go awry. I must say, for someone who has just joined the clergy family, what does 5 million gold coins amount to? You seem inexperienced. Is there an issue with this card?" The youth questioned the middle-aged man with a somber expression, genuinely struggling to comprehend how such a beleaguered guild could possibly produce 5 million gold coins. "This card is the highest tier, a supreme gold card, with an overdraft limit of 500 million gold coins." The supervisor uttered a statement that left everyone astonished. What a jest! With an overdraft limit of 500 million, it is no wonder that 5 million was mentioned so casually. When did Qilong City come to host such an individual, especially within the most downtrodden of guilds? Who could have anticipated such a stark contrast? Upon hearing the supervisor's words, Huan Tian cast a slightly surprised glance at the girl beside him, Sheer. Although he was aware of her identity and presumed she had some savings, he never imagined she could be so affluent. It was beyond the realm of possibility for someone of their humble means. Indeed, it validates the adage that poverty constrains our imagination. At this moment, the assembly at the auction hall shares this sentiment. Upon hearing the supervisor's announcement, the young man's previously ashen visage transformed into one of utter disbelief. 500 million gold coins. What a staggering figure. That represents an entire year's revenue for the city of Qinglong. Is there truly no one willing to bid higher? The auctioneer, taken aback, pondered quietly. Should this scroll of spiritual technique sell, her work would be deemed exceedingly successful, allowing her to forego labor for the entirety of the year. Although she was certain no one would raise the bid, she still ventured to inquire. What else is there to bid? 5 million gold coins is an amount that constitutes the total earnings of many guilds over 6 months. Who could possibly afford to raise the price? Thus, this scroll of spiritual technique shall belong to this young lady, she declared with unwavering confidence, not even bothering to confirm again. Yet, despite acquiring the technique, Huan Tian felt no joy. Spending 5 million on such a rudimentary scroll of spiritual technique would leave anyone disheartened. Brother Huan Tian, is there anything else you desire? I shall procure it for you, Sheer chirped, her delight evident as she shook Huan Tian's arm, even altering her previous form of address. To her, gold coins were merely a string of numbers. Her only concern was Huan Tian's happiness. This golden card had been thrust into her possession by her grandfather when she departed. Unlike in the Holy Family, she need not fret about finances. In the outside world, money often proves essential. No more purchases. This scroll suffices, Huan Tian responded hastily. Realizing that if she could spend 5 million on a scroll valued at 50,000, he dared not contemplate further acquisitions. No, I must acquire 2 more. Xia pouted at Huan Tian, expressing her dissatisfaction. The subsequent auction did not witness any exorbitant prices. Many low-tier spiritual techniques were acquired by various guilds. However, an intriguing phenomenon emerged during the event. Whenever Bai Yi bid on a spiritual technique, no one dared to raise the price. The presence of such a formidable individual in their guild instilled a sense of caution among the others. Meanwhile, the earlier young man sat in silence, his expression darkened. Lost in his thoughts. In the midst of the auction, Sheer once again assisted Huan Tian in acquiring 2 scrolls of spiritual techniques. And the prices were not as intimidating this time. The most expensive scroll cost merely 150,000 gold coins. After all, she was no fool. On the contrary, she was quite astute. The initial exorbitant price for the first scroll was primarily fueled by her disdain for the young man's behavior. Now that she had joined this guild, she naturally wished to protect her guild leader from humiliation. As the auction neared its conclusion, Bai Yi walked proudly, accompanied by a group of followers, out of the venue. To be honest, after attending numerous auctions, it was Bai Yi's first time feeling so triumphant, as evidenced by the gazes directed at them from other guilds. Even more gratifying was the significant elevation of their guild's status within the auction house, which was upgraded to that of a supreme member, entitling them to a 20% reduction in prices for future auctions. Although this privilege was bestowed due to the mysterious girl, everyone still rejoiced in their newfound status. Inevitably, many adventurers within the guild began to grow curious about Siener's identity. The events that transpired in the auction house even caught the attention of the city lord. However, upon discovering that the central figure of this incident was merely a girl, he ceased to take any further interest. After all, how could a minor conqueror-level adventurer like himself provoke someone of her caliber, a formidable hero-level guardian? Chapter 60. The triple slash. Ever since the events of the auction house, the entire guild has become quite animated. Gazing at the long unseen commission letters laid out on the table, Bai Yi found himself so elated that he could hardly sleep. With commissions come wealth, and with wealth, the possibility of rejuvenating the dilapidated guild. More importantly, the guild members would no longer need to risk their lives hunting beasts in the ruins for profit. Even when Bai Yi went to recruit in the guild hall, he held his head high. Many adventurers in Qinglong City began to quietly take an interest in this once glorious guild, attempting to join. In just 10 short days, several explorers of the pioneer rank had joined the guild, although the majority were drawn by the girl who had shone so brightly at the auction. This was undoubtedly a promising beginning. As the guild's popularity surged, the once dilapidated guild in Qinlong City seemed to be revitalized. Although it still held the last position in the rankings, Bai Yi remained confident that in the next guild battle, they would not find themselves in such a predicament. Yet, amidst this burgeoning success, the two individuals who had sparked this transformation, Huan Tian and Sierre, had vanished without a trace. It had been quite some time since anyone had seen them in the guild hall. Seated cross-legged upon a colossal boulder, Huan Tian gently closed his eyes, enveloped in a rich aura of spiritual energy. Within him, the long-dormant crimson thread stirred for the first time, slowly spreading outward to permeate his entire being. As he sensed the transformative power of this thread, a glimmer of joy illuminated Huan Tian's countenance. For his arduous training over the past 10 days had not been in vain. Beside him, Sierre rested her chin upon her hands, observing Huan Tian's beaming expression with genuine delight. Although Huan Tian had completely forgotten his past, she bore him no resentment. In fact, she wished he would never recall it. Yet, the faint, indistinct memories that flitted through her mind brought a flicker of trepidation to her usually composed face. Had it not been for her identity, her fate might not have been much better than Huan Tian's. In the sky above, a man clad in black gazed down at the couple below, sighing in resignation to another similarly attired figure. He pondered how to articulate his thoughts about the young man wandering outside the city with the princess, seemingly oblivious to their circumstances. Indeed, it was perplexing to discern what qualities the princess found so appealing in this youth. The other man in black also sighed, acknowledging that witnessing the world from this vantage point was not without its merits. With a deep exhale, Huan Tian finally opened his tightly shut eyes. Glancing at Sierre beside him, "I apologize," he said. "I promised to enjoy our outing, yet I became consumed by my training and neglected your feelings." In response, Sierre shook her head gently. "It's quite all right. Elevating your strength is paramount, and besides, it's a pleasure to witness your progress. Moreover, the spiritual technique bestowed upon you must be cultivated promptly." Upon finishing her words, Sierre seemed to recall something and continued to address Huan Tian. Huan Tian glanced at the girl beside him with a hint of surprise, suddenly struck by the illusion that this girl appeared to be exceedingly eager for him to grow stronger swiftly. Sensing Huan Tian's unusual reaction, Sierre remained silent, her golden eyes fixed intently upon him. Observing Sierre's demeanor, Huan Tian could only manage a wry smile, reflecting on how this girl always behaved in such a manner. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, "Is my cultivation still inadequate?" Sierre, upon hearing this, flashed him a sweet smile. Now that he was aware of the method to cultivate the spiritual technique, Huan Tian commenced his initial attempt, swiftly wielding the great sword in his hand. After 3 slashes, he gazed at the sword with a puzzled expression, murmuring, "Why does this feel so strange?" Yet, he was at a loss to identify what was amiss. He had clearly followed the instructions laid out in the scroll, so why did it still feel somewhat off? The so-called spiritual technique comprises 2 components, spirit and skill. The spirit naturally refers to the spiritual energy within, while skill pertains to the technique of the spiritual art. At present, he was merely employing the strength of his body to execute the technique, without harnessing the spiritual energy within. How could he possibly unleash the true power of this spiritual technique? To genuinely master this technique, one must achieve a perfect fusion of both elements. For that is when the true might of the spiritual art is realized. It is essential to understand that the so-called spiritual techniques, which are deemed the most crucial aspect of being an adventurer, extend beyond merely bestowing formidable offensive capabilities. In the past, when Wang Sheng employed the ghost slash, he felt as if an immense pressure rendered his body immobile. It is noteworthy that the ghost slash is merely a beginner's spiritual technique of the ghost swordsman. Yet its power was far beyond his own, leaving him feeling as though he operated on an entirely different plane. After extensive contemplation, Huan Tian finally discerned the distinction between the two. The primary reason he surpassed his peers in strength was due to his formidable physique combined with basic techniques, which made his abilities appear almost indistinguishable from true spiritual techniques. Although he identified the underlying issue, Huan Tian found himself at a loss for a solution. Many adventurers had been imbued with rigorous training from a young age, placing them far ahead of him, a novice monk who had only recently embarked on this path. Unconsciously, Huan Tian's gaze drifted towards Shish, who was observing him intently. Although he was uncertain about how to truly harness spiritual power, he had an adventurer by his side who had grown up in this realm. "Sierre, how can I infuse spiritual energy into my techniques?" After a moment of hesitation, Huan Tian finally spoke. Sierre, Taken aback by his inquiry, responded, "Brother Huan Tian, spiritual techniques are manifestations of an adventurer's connection with their weapon spirit. From what I observed, when you employ your techniques, it seems as though the weapon spirit functions merely as a supporting tool. The true essence of our weapon spirits is far more significant than how you currently utilize them, though it may seem but a brief statement." Huan Tian discerned much from it. Indeed, the most vital spirit of an adventurer appears to rest merely in one's weapon, akin to a mere tool. In past battles, he had sensed certain issues but paid them little heed. However, the words of the young girl illuminated his understanding. Chapter 61, Returning to the Guild. The phrase utilizing spirit to cultivate technique, though seemingly straightforward, proved to be as challenging as scaling a precipice when Huan Tian endeavored to put it into practice. For 3 entire months, he tirelessly sought to refine the spirit techniques he had already grasped. After all, he was not originally an adventurer in this world, and many aspects of cultivation could only be unraveled through his own persistent exploration. The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with difficulty. He had previously underestimated its complexities. Gazing at the katana in his hand, he pondered how to wield the spirit to unleash his techniques. This conundrum lingered in Huan Tian's mind. Yet the efforts of the past 3 months were not in vain. He had at least touched upon the threshold of understanding, although mastery still eluded him. The power he now wielded was significantly greater than before. With a fierce shout, blood frenzy, Huan Tian resumed his practice. As the adage goes, truth is born from practice. Thus, he refrained from inquiring further from the young girl beside him regarding the techniques of spirit cultivation. He believed that overcoming this current challenge would yield substantial benefits from mastering higher-level spirit techniques in the future. A dim hue of bloodlust enveloped Huan Tian, imparting an aura of lethal intent. In this moment, his spiritual energy surged with newfound vigor, markedly more potent than before. Although he had yet to fully master this spiritual technique, its power seemed to amplify exponentially with his relentless training. With a sheepish smile, Huan Tian refrained from providing an explanation. He was inherently averse to constraints. Bai Yi, too, did not insist upon their presence within the guild, confident that he would understand. Perceiving the fluctuations of Huan Tian's spiritual energy, Bai Yi chuckled, "You rascal, if I didn't know you were off training, I might have assumed you eloped with Xier." "How could that be?" Huan Tian retorted lightly, leading Xier towards the second floor. Truth be told, while the outside world offered freedom, the discomfort of sleeping outdoors was far from pleasant. Huan Tian yearned for a warm bath and a restful slumber, casting aside thoughts of training. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. It was his previous impatience that resulted in merely scratching the surface of the spiritual technique, all the while feeling quite pleased with himself. Observing Huan Tian's demeanor, Bai Yi shook his head in exasperation. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Huan Tian once more. "By the way, you should check on Ling Er. Something seems amiss with her." Upon hearing this, Huan Tian hastily ascended the stairs with Xier in tow. Within the guild, who could be referred to as Ling Er by the guild leader Bai Yi, if not the very Chu Ling who had accompanied them to Qinglong City? Her mental state has always been precarious. Although the spirit of the beast she obtained previously has brought her some stability, she has yet to fully recover. And until that happens, she remains a ticking time bomb. Approaching Chu Ling's door with familiarity, inside her room, Xian Yuan Yu Huang, Bai Ruo, and a group of others gazed in astonishment at Chu Ling, who lay on the bed, her brows furrowed deeply. Even Fan Tian sensed a dangerous aura emanating from her. Her mental energy had backfired. It seemed likely that external forces had previously pressured her mind, resulting in this predicament, compounded by the absorption of foreign mental energy. Upon hearing this, Xier's golden eyes flickered slightly as she spoke. External pressure and the absorption of foreign mental energy. Fan Tian immediately grasped the implication. Wasn't this precisely what he and Xian Yuan Yu Huang had done before? Could this not aid her in repairing her mental energy? Had their actions inadvertently harmed her instead? Was he and Xian Yuan Yu Huang the root cause of her current plight? "Xier, do you have a way to assist her?" With the reason now clear, Fan Tian inquired once more. "Of course," Xier replied. At her words, not only Fan Tian, but even Xian Yuan Yu Huang, who stood beside them, turned to look at this enigmatic girl. He had overheard their conversation, and yet, the method she spoke of was explicitly documented in books. How could there be any error? Was the information in the text flawed? Xian Yuan Yu Huang wore a perplexed expression as well. Certainly, the records within the book are devoid of error. However, Xian Yuan Yu Huang has overlooked a grave concern: the innate ferocity of the spiritual power possessed by the demonic beasts. For an adventurer whose mental faculties are already compromised, to attempt to absorb such power is fraught with peril. To successfully harness the spiritual essence embedded within these beasts, one must undergo a process of refinement. Otherwise, indiscriminate absorption would only result in self-harm. Then, could you assist Ling Er? Although Huan Tian was aware that this girl would not likely refuse his request, he still ventured to inquire. Is there any form of reward? Xier playfully glanced at Huan Tian, her golden eyes sparkling with curiosity. Upon hearing Xier's words, Huan Tian was momentarily taken aback, regarding her with a peculiar expression before replying earnestly. Would a kiss from me suffice? Xin Yuan Yuhuang felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. At such a critical moment, these two still found time for levity. As for Xier, her cheeks flushed crimson upon hearing Huan Tian's remark, and she softly uttered, "You all should leave. I will help her stabilize her mind." Chapter 62, The Fearless Level? The multitude of adventurers within the guild swiftly exited Chu Ling's chamber, for their presence would not yield assistance. Even Bai Yi, a stalwart of the fearless level, found himself at a loss regarding Chu Ling's sudden mental turmoil. Remaining there would serve no purpose. Their hopes now rested upon this enigmatic girl. As the members of the illusory sky departed from the room, Sierra offered a subtle smile, her gaze shifting towards Chu Ling, who sat in the corner of the bed, her spirit in a state of utter turmoil. Although Chu Ling's condition left even the esteemed President Bai Yi at a loss, Sierra perceived the situation as less dire. After all, she was a conqueror-level paladin endowed with innate holy light powers, making the task of healing Chu Ling remarkably straightforward. The method to alleviate Chu Ling's affliction was equally uncomplicated. It merely required the removal of the chaos swirling within her mental faculties. While the process of dispelling the turmoil caused by the demonic beasts might pose a significant challenge for others, it was a trivial matter for Sierra. It is well known that among the 4 elemental attributes of this continent, the light attribute poses a lethal threat to demonic beasts, and Sierra, as a natural bearer of holy light, was particularly formidable. Typically, when an adventurer reaches the conqueror level, their elemental attribute is determined by the spirit cores absorbed by their weapon spirit, which can be categorized into 4 types: light, dark, ice, and fire. Above these 4 attributes lies a powerful category known as the holy attribute, comprising holy light, darkness, ice, and fire. However, it is important to note that while the latter are classified within the elemental types, acquiring a holy attribute is no simple feat beyond innate talent. The most crucial factor is opportunity. Adventurers like Sierra, who inherently possess a holy attribute, are exceedingly rare in this land. The light attribute exerts a suppressive influence on demonic beasts, prompting many intelligent creatures to prioritize attacking adventurers of the light attribute upon encountering a team of adventurers. Channeling the energy within her, Xia smiled gently. The crystal cross in her hand shimmered with golden light, enveloping Chu Ling's forehead in a wave of blissful radiance. In that fleeting moment, Chu Ling's previously turbulent mental energy calmed, and within her, the echoing roars of demonic beasts subsided into feeble whimpers. Dark energy continuously surged forth from her being, dissipating into nothingness under the illuminating glow. As time progressed, the aura surrounding Chu Ling gradually stabilized, and the 2 currents of spiritual energy within her appeared to be merging harmoniously. With the fusion of these energies, her previously modest 5th-tier spiritual fluctuation surged dramatically, catapulting her into the 7th tier of development. Despite this leap, the fluctuations within her did not show signs of abating. Rather, they continued to escalate, culminating in the completion of the 8th refining line, allowing her spiritual energy to ascend to the 8th tier of development. Aware of the rising spiritual fluctuations within Chu Ling, Xier understood the reason behind it. After all, she was the princess of the most enigmatic priestly family on the continent, possessing a measure of insight into such matters. And she too harbored a similar essence within her. Time slips away imperceptibly, and the once vigorous spiritual energy seems to have reached its zenith. As the energy gradually wanes, Xier breathes a sigh of relief. The prospect of Chu Ling breaking through to the fearless level raises concerns. Not only could it pose a danger to her, but her body may also struggle to acclimate to such a sudden surge in power, which may not bode well for her future cultivation. Murmuring to herself, she reflects that the sealed spiritual energy within her seems to harbor a flicker of intent. Otherwise, given the previous momentum, a breakthrough to the fearless level would have been within reach. Putting away the crystal cross, Xier calls gently to the members of Huantian waiting outside. You may enter. How is she? Before anyone arrives, the voice of Xianyuan Yuwang precedes them. Looking at the Huantian members entering the room, Xia smiles faintly and responds, she is fine now. Once she stabilizes her spiritual energy, she should awaken. A collective sigh of relief escapes the group upon hearing her words. Naturally, curiosity regarding Xia's identity begins to stir. However, despite their intrigue, no one dares to inquire, for everyone harbors their own secrets. While others may refrain from questioning, Huantian is even less likely to probe. He is already aware of the young lady's identity and is not surprised by her ability to heal Chuling. Yet, he finds himself increasingly curious about the past encounters between himself and this remarkable girl that prompted her to traverse great distances to seek him out. Very well, everyone. Please return to your tasks. Let her rest properly, and I extend my gratitude to you, Xia. Seeing that Chuling was unharmed, Bai Ruo waved his hand and addressed the numerous adventurers in the room, his gaze towards Xia filled with affection. Naturally, a friend of Brother Huantian is a friend of mine. Xia, with her golden eyes, glanced at Huantian and spoke. Huh. Bai Ruo looked at Huantian with a hint of bewilderment. He could not fathom what was so remarkable about this lad. With an ordinary appearance and mediocre talent, what could possibly captivate such an exceptional girl? The more he pondered, the more incredulous he became. After all, casually producing 5 million gold coins without a flicker of an eye, was this the demeanor of an ordinary person? By the way, the Beast Spirit ruins have reopened. Would you care to embark on an adventure? As he stepped outside, Bai Ruo seemed to recall something and addressed Huantian and Xian Yuan Yuhuang beside him. Let us go, Huantian replied without hesitation. He had just resumed practicing his spiritual techniques and was eager to find a venue to showcase them. As adventurers, could they truly call themselves such without venturing into danger? It is well known that practical experience is the most effective means of enhancing one's cultivation without exception. Although the Beast Spirit ruins are fraught with peril, they are equally brimming with opportunities. Should fortune smile upon them and they acquire a spirit soul, it would be immensely beneficial for their future, particularly for adventurers like themselves who lack a substantial background. To surpass the ordinary, adventure is indispensable. Given their intention to explore the Beast Spirit ruins, the question of team formation arose. Chuling, their previous teammate, was undoubtedly unavailable. She was currently focused on stabilizing her rapidly growing power and would not be able to join in the short term. As for Xia, despite recognizing her extraordinary strength, Huantian was reluctant to expose her to such risks. After all, such a place is fraught with uncertainty, should an elite or even a lord-level beast appear. Huantian cannot guarantee a safe escape. Chapter 63. The Bloodthirsty Cat Demon. In the end, Xia chose to accompany Huantian and his companions into the beast relics. Besides Huantian, the party also included Xian Yuan Yuhuang, Bai Ruo, and Xia, along with 4 fearless level strongholds from the guild, including the peak fearless level Bai Yi, the guild's second strongest, Zhao Kai, who is a 5th-tier fearless, and 2 newly joined fearless level warriors. Given their previous experience in the relics, Bai Yi, as the guild leader, would not be idle. For Xia, joining Huantian's group and exploring the beast relics was not just exhilarating, but also filled with curiosity, as she had never encountered such a place before. Having grown up in her family, upon emerging from the spatial vortex, the scenery remained unchanged from Huantian's last visit. The man-eating flowers along the way posed no significant threat. Especially with 4 fearless level warriors leading the expedition, it would be laughable if they encountered danger even at the entrance. As they ventured deeper, the landscape grew increasingly desolate. Compared to their last visit, it seemed as though the flames on the ground had multiplied, and scattered remnants of what could hardly be described as either human or beast littered the surroundings. Xia, who had initially been filled with curiosity, turned pale upon witnessing such a scene, gripping Huantian's sleeve tightly. Occasionally, the mundane beasts that unexpectedly emerged posed no obstacle to their progress. In fact, deep within the ruins, Huantian and his companions unexpectedly encountered the tent they had hastily abandoned during their previous visit. After advancing for another half-hour, the so-called horde of beasts had yet to materialize. Not only were there no signs of such a horde, but they had not even seen a single spirit-grade beast. This left Huantian and his companions, who had previously experienced such an event, perplexed. Was their last encounter merely a coincidence? A flicker of confusion crossed their faces. It seemed unnaturally tranquil in this place. Where had all the spirit-grade beasts gone? The last time they had entered, they had encountered beasts almost immediately. Although they had come across a few mundane beasts this time, they were easily dispatched, devoid of any real threat. President, This place seems quite different from our previous visits. Zhao Kai, who was walking beside Bai Yi, remarked in bewilderment. Based on their past experiences, there should be numerous spirit-grade beasts present. Everyone nodded silently in agreement with Bai Yi's words, while Sheer, with her golden eyes scanning the surroundings, appeared less affected by the ghastly white bones scattered on the ground than before. After all, she was an adventurer. Being intimidated by such sights would be rather unbecoming. Suddenly, a shadow darted past them with astonishing speed, far exceeding that of an ordinary beast. Bai Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently called out to his companions, "Be cautious. That is a bloodthirsty cat demon, and it is exceedingly troublesome." The bloodthirsty cat demon, one of the common beasts in this realm, possesses the agility characteristic of felines. Due to its astonishing speed, it proves to be quite a formidable adversary. Once it scents blood, it descends into a frenzy. Many adventurers dread encountering such a creature. However, upon hearing this, the crowd remained relatively calm. For the bloodthirsty cat demon is merely a spirit-level beast and poses no grave danger to their team led by a fearless elite. Caution would suffice. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, causing a chill to run down Huantian's spine, and before he knew it, the shadow had vanished. He glanced at Sheer beside him, and his expression shifted subtly. It was evident that the bloodthirsty cat demon's target appeared to be Sheer. Such beasts tend to prioritize attacking adventurers they perceive as significant threats. And Sheesh, being of the innate holy light attribute, undoubtedly caught their attention. Although the cat demon's ambush did not pose a substantial risk to Sheer, Huantian could not shake off a foreboding feeling. It seemed unwise to have brought Xie to the beast ruins. The thought of any misfortune befalling her filled him with dread. As Huantian had anticipated, with the emergence of shadow after shadow, the entire team became scattered. Although the cat demon's attacks were not exceptionally powerful, their speed was astonishing. Even Bai Yi, at the pinnacle of the fearless level, could barely discern their silhouettes. In the face of this predicament, Huantian chose not to remain passive. Instead, he took the initiative to strike back. Since the beasts were targeting Sheer, their attack patterns were not difficult to anticipate. With a surge of vitality coursing through him, the spiritual energy radiating from his body seemed significantly more potent than before. It is precisely the moment to assess the results of 3 months of cultivation. Huantian's gaze was fixed intently on several cat demons whose movements were utterly erratic. Although the cat demons were remarkably swift, Huantian discerned a pattern. They charged in a straight line when attacking, and their speed diminished upon making a turn. "Sierra, be cautious," he advised the girl beside him. In a flash, Huantian chose to take the initiative, despite not matching the speed of the cat demons. He was nonetheless a seasoned practitioner of the body refinement stage and harbored a modicum of confidence in his abilities. Observing Huantian's solo endeavor, the numerous spirit-level cat demons seemed to have found a new target. Although the most significant threat remained the extraordinarily beautiful girl, the multitude of adventurers surrounding her was indeed formidable. After prolonged attempts to gain an advantage, they had made little headway. Unlike the mindless assaults of earthly beasts, these spirit-level creatures, despite their lower intelligence compared to humans, understood simple strategies. As Huantian inhaled deeply, he wielded his blade against the bloodthirsty cat demons charging toward him. Although he did not secure an advantage, he managed to hold his ground. With each of Huantian's relentless strikes, several cat demons fell beneath his blade. However, as the cat demons were vanquished, those that had been besieging Bai Yi and his companions suddenly redirected their focus en masse toward Huantian. Even with Huantian's 8th-tier cultivation at the groundbreaking level, he felt a surge of unease. Indeed, disturbing this hornet's nest was ill-advised. What were bloodthirsty cat demons renowned for? It is indeed the blood, coupled with the fact that Huantian, having slain the bloodthirsty cat demon, was already drenched in its sanguine essence. How could the cat demons, drawn by the scent of blood, refrain from launching an assault on Huantian? Chapter 64. The mutated bull-headed behemoth. The battle did not endure for long. Soon, the ground lay strewn with the carcasses of the bloodthirsty cat demons. After all, the party boasted 4 formidable warriors of the fearless tier. It would be utterly inconceivable if they could not handle mere spirit-level beasts. "Gather the bodies of the bloodthirsty cat demons. We shall proceed," Bai Yi remarked, surveying the lifeless forms scattered on the ground, addressing his companions beside him. Huantian, upon hearing this, paused in bewilderment. Could it be that the corpses of these cat demons held some value? What purpose would their collection serve otherwise? Bai Ruo, sensing Huantian's incredulous expression, cast him a disdainful glance. Was he truly one to venture into the domain of demon beasts and remain so ignorant? The remains of demon beasts are treasures for adventurers. Take the bloodthirsty cat demon, for instance. Its fur and claws serve as materials for crafting spiritual instruments. With a stroke of luck, one might even unearth a spirit core. Bairua elucidated this point before dismissing Huan Tian, intent on meticulously gathering the scattered remains of the cat demons. I see, Huan Tian murmured, casually approaching one of the lifeless, bloodthirsty cat demons. He examined the thoroughly deceased creature, and with a flicker of light from his fingertip, he absorbed the carcass into his spatial ring. To speak of the origin of this spatial ring, it was, of course, acquired during their recent visit to the auction house, whereby Yi assisted him and Xianyuan Yu Wang in its procurement. After all, as adventurers, it would be quite absurd for them to lack even such a quintessential item as a spatial ring. Fortunately, spatial rings are not exorbitantly priced. In fact, they are considerably more affordable than spiritual techniques. Otherwise, Huan Tian would have resolutely declined the purchase. Nonetheless, they would still need to repay the gold coins later, as the guild is far from affluent and is, in fact, somewhat in decline. Once Huan Tian had stored away the corpse of the cat demon, a peculiar orb emitting a violet glow suddenly caught his eye. Sensing the faint spiritual energy radiating from the violet orb, Huan Tian's expression shifted, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Could this be a spirit of the artifact?" The others standing not far from Huan Tian, upon hearing his words, turned their gazes towards the violet orb beside him. Many displayed a glimmer of greed in their eyes. The hue of the artifact spirit is purple, and any adventurer worth their salt would recognize its worth. This is a rare-grade artifact spirit, and at auction, it could fetch no less than 1,000,000 gold coins. "Put it away," Bai said, casting only a brief glance at the rare-grade artifact spirit beside Huan Tian. After all, it was Huan Tian who had unearthed this treasure. He surveyed the few individuals whose eyes gleamed with avarice and continued, "What are you all standing around for? Quickly collect the corpse of the cat demon." His words carried an implicit warning. After all, the allure of an artifact spirit is immensely potent for adventurers. It is not uncommon for even high-grade artifact spirits to incite acts of treachery among many adventuring parties. Bairua cast an envious glance at Huan Tian, expressing her dissatisfaction. "You are truly fortunate. You've managed to discover a rare-level weapon spirit in the form of a bloodthirsty cat demon." Her gaze was fixed on the luminous orb in his hand, where a miniature blade seemed to rotate slowly within the violet light. Huan Tian could even sense the profound spiritual energy emanating from the tiny blade. If such a weapon spirit were to be absorbed by an adventurer's weapon spirit, he could hardly fathom the extent of the enhancement and strength it would bring. "Why not attempt to absorb it?" suggested Xianyuan Yu Huang, also eyeing the weapon spirit in Huan Tian's possession. "Don't be ridiculous. Only those with indomitable ranks and above can absorb weapon spirits. With my pioneering level of cultivation, absorbing this weapon spirit would be tantamount to courting death." Huan Tian retorted irritably. Although he lacked extensive knowledge about this continent, he was not foolish. Even the most basic weapon spirit was beyond his reach. Attempting to absorb it would be akin to a pioneering-level cultivator challenging a lord-level demon beast, an act of sheer folly. "What do you intend to do with this rare-level weapon spirit, then?" Xianyuan Yu Huang chuckled, knowing he had merely jested. Even if Huan Tian had the courage to absorb it, he would never permit him to do so. "I'll wait until my cultivation reaches the indomitable level before attempting to absorb it," Huan Tian mused. Suddenly, it dawned on him that his own weapon spirit was indeed a blade. Absorbing this weapon spirit posed no issues whatsoever. Indeed, it is quite enviable that you can effortlessly unearth rare weapon spirits, he remarked. Xianyuan Yu Huang effortlessly absorbed the corpse of a bloodthirsty cat demon into her spatial ring, exclaiming in astonishment at Huan Tian's extraordinary luck. It was remarkable that he could uncover a rare weapon spirit from a mere ordinary spirit beast. Many adventurers, in their quest for rare-grade weapon spirits, had risked their lives to slay countless elite-grade beasts, often to no avail. Soon, the cat demon's remains were meticulously cleared away, during which a fortunate guild member stumbled upon a high-grade weapon spirit. This individual was none other than Zhao Kai, the second strongest member of the guild, whom Huan Tian recognized. Although he had acquired a high-grade weapon spirit, Zhao Kai did not appear overly pleased, as the emergence of a rare-grade weapon spirit overshadowed the significance of his find. The two newly joined fearless-level powerhouses, however, exchanged glances filled with excitement, their eyes darting between Huan Tian and Bai Yi. Despite Bai Ye's earlier assertion that one's fortune in the ruins determined the treasures one might acquire, this was primarily applicable to the distinction between ordinary and high-grade weapon spirits. The guild members, though envious, did not harbor excessive ambitions. Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed from the depths of the ruins, diverting the duo's attention away from Huan Tian towards the source of the sound. Shortly thereafter, an enormous axe came into view, accompanied by a terrifying silhouette towering at least 30 meters high. Even Huan Tian, who had previously encountered the bull-headed giant beast, gasped in disbelief at this monstrous figure. Was this truly a spirit beast? It resembled a veritable monster. Elite-level monster. Bai Yi gazed in astonishment at the colossal figure in the distance, exclaiming in surprise. A mutated minotaur. Zhao Kai, observing the immense silhouette nearby, felt a surge of trepidation. Although their party was adequately prepared and not easily deterred by an elite-level beast, the depths of this monster's lair were fraught with uncertainty. Chapter 65. Battle. Staring at the minotaur before him, Bai Yi uttered a single word, unleashing a wave of fearless spiritual energy that surged toward the elite mutated creature. As an adventurer, how could one falter in the presence of formidable beasts? Without a heart emboldened to forge ahead, how could one hope to achieve greatness in the future? Raging, Huan Tian, upon hearing this, remained silent, opting instead to convey his intentions through action. After employing his spiritual technique, his eyes transformed a vivid crimson, and the fluctuations of his spiritual power reached an unwavering level. Perhaps the elite minotaur had awakened latent potential within him. At that moment, Huan Tian sensed a newfound understanding of his abilities. With the essence of techniques, the spirit of the weapon coexisted with the spiritual arts. Without one, the other could not flourish. Gripping his greatsword, Huan Tian felt the effects of his technique, unraveling the doubts that had long entangled his heart. Although he had grasped a modicum of insight during his previous training, it was as if he had now transcended to a completely different realm. Indeed, adventurers must engage in combat with monsters to awaken their potential. Fixing an unwavering gaze upon the mutated minotaur in the distance, Huan Tian sighed in reflection and quickened his pace to follow Bai Yi. This lad. Upon witnessing Huan Tian's current state, Zhao Kai let out a resigned sigh. With a flick of his wrist, a glimmer of light manifested, revealing a radiant sword imbued with a chilling aura. Even Huan Tian, whose cultivation level was merely at the opening phase, showed no fear. How could Zhao Kai possibly hesitate? We shall advance as well. Xian Yuan Yuhuang, observing Huan Tian's typically cautious demeanor, felt compelled to act. She turned to Bai Ruo beside her, and, brandishing her spear, followed closely in Huan Tian's wake. Strangely, the usually combative Bai Ruo chose to remain by Shi Er's side this time, although she recognized the girl's extraordinary nature. Evidenced by the bloodthirsty cat demon prioritizing her as a target, she sensed that something about Shi Er instilled fear in the beasts. Despite her desire to engage in battle, Bai Ruo suppressed her warrior spirit for the sake of Shi Er's safety, remaining completely still. Meanwhile, the two newly joined fearless-level adventurers observed the scene with fluctuating gazes. They were acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the mutated bull-headed behemoth before them. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yi and others charged toward the bull-headed giant. Drawing nearer, the first sight that met their eyes was the pair of robust legs, reminiscent of colossal pillars. Gazing at these formidable limbs, Huan Tian felt no doubt that a careless encounter with the beast's attack would result in dire consequences, either death or severe injury. Yet, Bai Yi seemed unfazed by the imposing legs. With a fierce shout, he summoned radiant golden energy in his hands and unleashed a powerful punch directed at the bull-headed behemoth. The impact resounded with a thunderous boom. What appeared to be a seemingly light punch delivered a remarkably significant impact upon the formidable body of the minotaur beast, causing it to stagger backward with a pained roar. Its immense crimson eyes fixated on Bai Yi, and without a moment's hesitation, it swung its colossal axe toward him, carving a minuscule rift in the air as it passed. Observing the swiftly approaching axe, Bai Yi smirked, propelling himself forcefully off the ground and, in the blink of an eye, darted past the minotaur beast to emerge behind it. Meanwhile, his companions, including Huan Tian and others, adeptly evaded the attack, each employing their unique abilities to swiftly maneuver to the sides. With a graceful roll, Xian Yuan Yuhuang aimed his spear at the minotaur beast's legs. Acknowledging that with his current cultivation level, he could only inflict damage on an elite-level beast using spiritual techniques. Following him was Zhao Kai, who positioned his luminous sword across his front, summoning a protective barrier of sword energy. In a flash, he hurtled toward the Minotaur beast like a shooting star. In an instant, the two dissimilar figures collided with a thunderous crash, and to everyone's astonishment, the Minotaur beast collapsed under Zhao Kai's strike, its massive form shaking the ground beneath it. A deep crimson wound appeared on its leg, and blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering onto the earth. Well done. Upon hearing the words, Bai Yi let out a sound of admiration. In a swift motion, he grasped the fallen bull-headed behemoth. Witnessing this, Huan Tian's expression shifted slightly. He intuitively understood Bai Yi's intentions. He was about to perform a throw. Perhaps confirming Huan Tian's suspicions, Bai Yi called out sharply, and his hand seemingly unleashed a tremendous force, lifting the immense body of the bull-headed beast. Seeing this, Huan Tian's face paled drastically. He shouted urgently to Xian Yuan Yu Huang beside him, "Quick, move aside." Taken aback by Huan Tian's reaction, Xian Yuan Yu Huang pondered. Wasn't it advantageous for them that Bai Yi could subdue the bull-headed creature? Yet, Huan Tian's demeanor suggested otherwise. The reasoning was quite straightforward. Bai Yi had previously been behind the bull-headed beast, and now, given their current positions, he stood directly opposite them. If Bai Yi unleashed his technique, the beast's body would come crashing towards them. Not only would it pose a threat to the bull-headed creature itself, but should they be struck by its colossal form, the experience would undoubtedly be excruciating. Without granting them ample time to react, Bai Yi hurled the bull-headed beast towards them. As they beheld the creature hurtling in their direction, Huan Tian and Xian Yuan Yu Huang instinctively inhaled sharply and scrambled away from their current position in utter disarray. Observing this, Bai Yi exhaled in relief. The opportunity created by Zhao Kai had been exceedingly rare, and he had not contemplated the consequences too deeply. Thankfully, Huan Tian and Xian Yuan Yu Huang emerged unscathed. With a hint of remorse, he glanced at them, his handsome face flushed slightly. Spitting out the dust from his mouth, Huan Tian felt a sense of desolation wash over him, realizing that he no longer wished to utter a word. Fortunately, he and Xian Yuan Yu Huang had managed to evade the impending disaster in time. Otherwise, being struck by such a colossal form would not have been fatal, but it would certainly have been excruciating. Just then, the Minotaur, previously staggered by Bai Yi's attack, surprisingly regained its footing. With a sweeping motion of its massive axe, it unleashed a devastating arc that spanned 360 degrees. Huan Tian and his companions, witnessing this, had no intention of confronting it head-on and hastily retreated from the axe's lethal range. After the axe's sweep, the Minotaur's crimson eyes fixated on the cunning humans. Brimming with fury, its gaze momentarily shifted toward Bai Ruo and the girl beside her, who evoked a sense of trepidation within it. With powerful legs propelling its hefty frame, it charged fiercely toward Huan Tian and his companion. Chapter 66. Divine Light Judgment. With a nimble roll, Huan Tian and Xian Yuan Yu Huang effortlessly evaded the Minotaur's assault. Huan Tian even cast a disdainful glance at this elite-level beast. Despite its sheer size, it was remarkably cumbersome, making it an unlikely threat to land a hit on them. As he observed the advancing figure of the Minotaur, his expression shifted dramatically upon noticing the two graceful silhouettes drawing closer. In a desperate shout directed at Bai Ruo and Xi'er in the distance, he urged, "Quickly, take cover. This beast has set its sights on you." Upon hearing the words of Huan Tian, Bai Yi, Zhao Kai, and Xian Yuan Yu Huang's expressions changed dramatically. It seemed they had underestimated the elite-level beast, whose intelligence was nearly on par with that of a human. Just as they believed the bull-headed giant was merely intent on attacking Huan Tian and his companion, it instead set its sights on Bai Ruo and Xi'er, who were not far away. The two fearless adventurers standing close to Bai Ruo and Xi'er reacted swiftly, evading the imminent charge of the bull-headed giant. Even the typically combative Bai Ruo felt a surge of dread upon witnessing the colossal beast up close. This was an elite-level creature. Could she withstand its assault? It was known that even Bai Yi, at the pinnacle of the fearless level, dared not confront the bull-headed giant head-on. To do so would be tantamount to courting death. "Xi'er, you must flee." In a moment of clarity, Bai Ruo instructed Xi'er beside her, unleashing a surge of advanced spiritual energy, preparing to face the impending threat. After all, the bull-headed giant had targeted them. An evasion was no easy feat in the sky. A man clad in black observed the unfolding scene and inquired of another similarly attired figure, "Shall we intervene?" "Indeed." The other man casually agreed, remaining silent as his gaze remained fixed on the drama below. "I shall take action." Xi'er, who was usually reticent, smiled radiantly at Bai Ruo upon hearing her words. Her golden eyes sparkled with determination, and she finally chose to engage in battle. Although she had no penchant for fighting, Her desire was simply to remain quietly by Huan Tian's side. Upon hearing the words, Bai Ruo and the others charging towards the colossal bull-headed beast froze in their tracks. Did this girl truly intend to confront an elite-level demon head-on? Such creatures posed a considerable challenge even for fearless warriors, far from being mere trifles. Even if she were a formidable warrior, she could hardly withstand such a strike. Xi'er, quickly evade. The crimson hue of Huan Tian's eyes deepened to a blood-red shade upon hearing Xi'er's words. He was acutely aware of her disposition. She would rather endure hardship herself than allow her companions to be harmed. Watching the bull-headed beast barreling towards Xi'er, Huan Tian was consumed with urgency, and a fleeting, unfamiliar memory flickered in his mind. One was the princess of the most enigmatic priestly lineage on the continent, and the other, the son of the Empire's marshal. Logically, their paths should never intersect. What had brought them together? And what had driven them apart? What concealed secrets lay behind it all? Sensing the urgency in Huan Tian's voice, Xi'er offered him a gentle smile. Brother Huan Tian, do not worry, I will be fine. With that, a crystal cross materialized in her hand. Judgment of holy light. Upon hearing the words, the figures of Huan Tian and the others froze as they beheld Xi'er, who held a remarkably exquisite crystal cross in her hand. The spiritual energy surrounding her surged exponentially, and in the blink of an eye, she ascended beyond the fearless level, continuing to rise further. Eventually, under the astonished gazes of numerous guild members, her spiritual energy stabilized at the conqueror level. In a mere breath, the crystal cross in her grasp astonishingly transformed into a colossal luminous hammer, measuring no less than 20 meters in length. It was difficult to fathom how such a seemingly petite figure could wield such a formidable object. Without much ado, Xi'er gripped the enormous hammer and struck down upon the imposing bull-headed beast that loomed close by. With a resounding crash, the bull-headed creature was sent reeling back, collapsing in the very spot where it had previously appeared, its fate uncertain. As the beast was repelled, gasps of disbelief filled the air. The onlookers, including Bai Yi and others, could scarcely comprehend the scene before them. Had the bull-headed beast, an elite-level monster, truly been vanquished so effortlessly? The expression on Xi'er's face bore an uncanny resemblance to that of someone swatting a mere mosquito. Was this still the same girl from the guild who had inspired such protective instincts? It was a wonder that she had not simply chosen to disregard them altogether. However, under the astonished gazes of Bai Yi and others, a hint of reverence appeared on Xin Yuan Yuhuang's face. While others might be unaware of the matters concerning the Holy Order family, how could he, who had been raised within its confines, be ignorant? Upon hearing Xi'er's profession, he was already struck by incredulity, but now he not only believed her words, but also became increasingly convinced of his own suspicions. If his conjecture was correct, this girl before him was undoubtedly the one who had sparked a monumental upheaval within the entire family. Yet, if that were the case, how could she possibly have left the family and remained by Huan Tian's side? It was well known that her significance to the Holy Order family was immense, making it difficult to fathom how those antiquated elders would allow her to venture forth, unfazed by the scrutiny of others. Xi'er approached Huan Tian and flashed him a charming smile, saying, "Am I not impressive?" This was not merely impressive. Elite-level demon beasts stood no chance against her prowess. Reflecting on his earlier actions, even Huan Tian felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing that this girl required no protection from him. Although he was aware that her cultivation was certainly formidable, he had no inkling that her abilities were so terrifying. Judging by her age, she seemed even slightly younger than himself, yet she had already attained the status of a conqueror. Huan Tian found it difficult to accept the reality before him. In truth, Bai Ye's words were directed towards the two newcomers in the team. He was confident that his guild would never disclose such information. The moment Xi'er's identity was revealed, it would likely attract numerous powerful individuals seeking to curry favor with the priestly family. It is well known that adventurers eager to ingratiate themselves with the Holy Order are plentiful. Chapter 67. Lord-class beasts. The two standing beside him quickly interjected, fully aware that Bai Ye's admonition bore significant meaning. With Xi'er's identity exposed, their earlier doubts seemed to dissipate entirely, and they valiantly engaged the beasts along the way. It was no jest. This seemingly fallen guild was home to a priest, a paladin, to be precise. With such a figure in their midst, could this guild possibly continue its decline? The answer was evident. One should never underestimate the influence of a paladin on this continent. Moreover, it must be acknowledged that the two possessed commendable strength. Even when confronted with elite-class beasts, they demonstrated remarkable offensive capabilities. Their combat skills were equally impressive. as they were originally fearless-level warriors from Qinglong City, reluctant to be constrained by the guild's rules. Such prowess was entirely justifiable. Before long, the team ventured deeper into the ruins, where the beasts they encountered grew increasingly formidable. Eventually, Bai Yi and his companions faced yet another elite-class beast. Although it was classified as elite, it paled in comparison to the previously encountered mutated minotaur. With the addition of the two fearless-level warriors, this elite beast soon became just another skeleton littering the ground of the ruins. During the journey, Sierre did not take any further action, merely trailing quietly behind the group. After a brief respite, Bai Yi, panting heavily, addressed his companions, remarking on the intensity of the battle. Even with his peak-level bravery, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Let alone the others. Xian Yuan Yu Huang, completely exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow. It was his first time slaying such a multitude of beasts, and his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Of course, he was not alone in this. Huan Tian also found his spiritual reserves dwindling, as both of them were merely at the exploratory level of cultivation. It was quite an achievement for them to reach this point. Had it not been for Huan Tian's prowess as a body refinement expert, his current state would likely be even worse than Xian Yuan Yu Huang's. Bai Yi, upon hearing this, paused momentarily and surveyed the surroundings, nodding in agreement. This venture had indeed yielded substantial rewards. Excluding the carcasses of the beasts, they had acquired as many as 15 weapon souls, although most were of ordinary rank. Even at the minimum auction price of 200,000, their weapon souls alone could fetch them 3 million gold coins. As for the rare weapon soul in Huan Tian's possession, Bai Yi did not consider it communal property, for such fortunate finds are indeed rare. And he could only admire Huan Tian's good fortune. Suddenly, just as a group of individuals was about to depart, an eerie sound emanated from not far away within the ruins. Accompanying this sound were a multitude of fireballs, igniting the air around them as if it were on the verge of combustion. Stunned by this unexpected turn of events, the expressions of the crowd froze. As time progressed, a searing flame seemed to drift slowly from the depths of the ruins, within which a slender figure appeared to be encircled by the fire. Observing this flame-enshrouded silhouette, Bai Ye's expression stiffened, and he inhaled sharply in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is that the Flame Sorceress?" The Flame Sorceress, a lord-level beast and the embodiment of the Fire Maiden, was the most formidable presence in this realm, second only to the cunning and brutal zombie king, Yugu. Even the most elite conquerors would be compelled to retreat in her presence, let alone their current party, who would find themselves facing certain death upon encountering the Flame Sorceress. Retreat. In an instant, Bai Yi regained his composure and shouted at the others. Seizing the corpse of a nearby beast, he hurled it toward the Flame Sorceress and swiftly retreated. Seeing this, Huan Tian and the others did not hesitate for a moment. They summoned their inner energy and, with a few swift movements, fled several meters away. Watching the feeble adventurers flee, a hint of mockery flickered across the Flame Sorceress's enchanting visage. With a wave of her staff, a sea of flames erupted in the path the fleeing Huan Tian and the others had taken. Observing this, the figure clad in black above them changed countenance and inquired of another similarly suspended figure, "Shall we intervene?" "Wait, it is not yet the time. That is a lord-level beast. No matter how exceptional the princess's talents are, encountering her would be a path to doom." The man in black, upon hearing this, fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on the Inferno Sorceress below. Should any danger arise, he would not hesitate to intervene, regardless of whether it would expose Xiao's identity. As the sea of flames erupted, the pace of Huan Tian and his companion slowed significantly. Huan Tian even felt as though the spiritual energy within him was on the verge of igniting, as if a fire within was threatening to reduce him to ashes. Purification. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated beside Huan Tian. Instantly, he felt a refreshing chill envelop him, and the searing sensation within vanished in the blink of an eye. Likewise, the others seemed to share this experience, casting grateful glances at Xier. Indeed, not only did Huan Tian and his group perceive Xier as formidable power, but even the Inferno Sorceress, a distance of several meters away, exhibited a flicker of confusion. Her gaze was riveted on Xier, and she spoke, astonished that these seemingly feeble humans could withstand the onslaught of her flames. How intriguing. The sorceress, with her enchanting eyes fixed on Xia, waved her right hand, conjuring a fireball that materialized from thin air, hurtling towards Huan Tian and his companions like a meteor. Observing the approaching fireball, Bai Yi glanced at his comrades with a sigh. It appeared he would have to take action. He was uncertain if he could withstand it. His fists shimmered with golden light as he leaped forward to collide with the fireball. Guardian blessing. Certainly, it was not only Bai Yi who discovered the fireball. Xier, whose cultivation surpassed his, had sensed it long before. Observing Bai Yi's predicament, she waved the cross in her hand, and a wave of divine energy silently infused itself into Bai Yi's being. Chapter 68. The Zombie King. Seeing Bai Yi collide with the fireball, Bai Ruo's eyes turned crimson. That was a lord-level monstrous beast. Could he possibly survive such an impact? The others, witnessing Bai Yi's reckless act, were aghast. His actions were tantamount to courting death. However, standing beside Xier, Huan Tian remained remarkably composed, for he had discerned her subtle gesture earlier. After the explosion, the catastrophic event everyone had anticipated did not unfold. Instead, Bai Yi cast a surprised glance at Xier beside Huan Tian, offering her a look of gratitude. He had prepared himself for death, believing that in such a dire situation, if he did not intervene, the many powerful members of the guild would suffer. He deemed it worthwhile to exchange his life for so many others, regardless of how others perceived it. Yet, while everyone remained astonished, Xier, beside Huan Tian, quietly wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth, her complexion seemingly paling. The flame sorceress, witnessing the human struck by her fireball emerge unscathed, displayed an expression of disbelief on her enchanting face. When had human adventurers become so formidable? Judging by his cultivation, he was merely at the fearless level. How could he possibly withstand her attack? Was that even conceivable? Xier, unbeknownst to others, how could Huan Tian, with memories of a past life, remain oblivious? His profound gaze fixated on the girl beside him. He sensed the disordered aura surrounding her, and softly uttered, "What troubles you, my dear Huan Tian?" Xier, taken aback by his words, inquired, "You, my dear girl." Initially adorned with an expression of reproach, Huan Tian sighed in resignation upon witnessing her demeanor. This girl always concealed her grievances, never voicing her own distress. If his suspicions were correct, she must have endured significant emotional turmoil at that moment. The protective blessing, while enhancing the physical resilience of adventurers, bore considerable drawbacks for spellcasters. The damage inflicted upon the blessed adventurer would indirectly transfer onto the spellcasting adventurer. Thus, in the cataclysmic battle of millennia past, many paladins perished not at the claws of monstrous beasts, but from such indirect harm. "I'm fine, Huan Tian." The astute Xier could hardly miss the helplessness etched on Huan Tian's face. She blinked at him reassuringly, attempting to provide comfort. As for the others, they remained oblivious to this phenomenon. After all, the clergy had not engaged in activities for a long time, and the implications of their spiritual techniques were largely unknown to adventurers. "Brother, you frightened me to death." Upon witnessing Bai Yi sustain a minor injury, Bai Ruo's eyes reddened. Ignoring the gazes of others, she threw herself into Bai Yi's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Bai Yi was her only kin in this world. The thought of his demise left her utterly distraught. "Everything is all right." With a gentle pat on Bai Ruo's back, Bai Yi offered a comforting smile. Just moments ago, he had embraced the resolute determination of facing death, yet miraculously, he had survived. The strength of the cleric family was indeed formidable. It was no wonder they could be regarded as the most enigmatic lineage on this continent. However, this was not the time for such reflections. "Everyone, let's withdraw quickly. I will provide cover," he declared, his gaze fixed on the distant figure of the flame sorceress. He gently pushed Bai Ruo aside and clenched his fists tightly. Upon hearing his words, the group swiftly navigated through the sea of flames, racing towards the exit of the ruins. Yet, at that moment, the surrounding intense heat suddenly plummeted. From the depths of the ruins, a frail figure emanating an aura of coldness gradually approached the flame sorceress. Sensing this unexpected turn of events, Huan Tian and the others halted, their eyes transfixed on the silhouette enveloped in an icy blue mist, filled with immense curiosity. Could it be a human adventurer? But if it were indeed a human adventurer, how could they emerge from the depths of the ruins? What could the situation possibly entail? As the icy blue figure materialized, the flames encircling the group began to dissipate, as if melting away like snow. "The Zombie King, Yugushi?" Bai Yi murmured in astonishment as he beheld the emerging figure. It was evident that the Zombie King's target was the flame sorceress. Following Yugushi's appearance, the entire area was effectively divided into two realms, one side engulfed in flames, the other shrouded in frost, creating an extraordinarily bizarre spectacle. "Yugushi, what brings you to my territory?" Upon witnessing the emergence of the Zombie King, Yugu's breath, A sense of foreboding washed over the flame sorceress. Could the previous turmoil in the forest of Glen be connected to this? Surrender the 8 origins within you, and I shall spare your life, echoed a hollow voice as if conjured from thin air. If you seek to instigate a war, do not forget the words of that esteemed individual. The flame sorceress, upon hearing this, issued a warning. That esteemed figure has been missing for millennia. What concern do they have for us? Once I acquire your origins, I can ascend to the rank of Great Lord, should my mood permit. I might even elevate you and your sister to the status of my concubines. Dream on, retorted the flame sorceress, her fury palpable. Whether it is a dream or not shall soon be revealed. Once I deal with you, I shall take care of your sister. You dare. The flame sorceress's exquisite visage darkened with rage. With a flourish of her staff, a multitude of fireballs materialized behind her, sending shivers down the spines of Huan Tian and the others. A mere parlor trick, scoffed the zombie king, Yugu's breath, as it cracked a sinister smile and waved its hands. Instantly, a thin layer of icy blue mist enveloped the ground beneath it. Observing the unfolding spectacle, Huan Tian and his companions could hardly contain their curiosity as they sought refuge in a safe spot, eager to witness the clash between the 2 formidable Lord-level beasts. Huan Tian, who do you think will emerge victorious? Xianyuan Yu Huang inquired, lounging against a great tree with an exaggerated posture. With the zombie king Yugu's breath in play, the flame sorceress seems hardly able to focus on us. How would I know? Huan Tian scratched his head, perplexed by the situation. What is happening? The zombie king is battling the flame sorceress? The battle between ice and fire unfolds before the eyes of the onlookers. A grand clash among the beastly lords is a spectacle rarely witnessed in a millennium. To everyone's astonishment, Huan Tian and his companions are engrossed in the scene, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they are still within the ruins of the beast. Chapter 69. Both sides suffer with a resounding crash. The zombie king, Yugu Shi, casually crushes a fireball that hurtles towards him. With a flick of his right hand, a swirling mist of icy fog rushes towards the flame sorceress. As the icy mist approaches, the flames that once encircled the flame sorceress begin to dissipate, as if they have encountered their nemesis. How do you possess such formidable ice attributes? The flame sorceress inquires, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she feels her internal flames being suppressed. I am but a step away from the Great Lord level. Dealing with a mid-stage lord like you is a triviality, Yugushi replies with a cold smirk, his hollow voice echoing from an unknown source. Impossible. You are clearly at the same mid-stage lord level as I am. How could you possibly reach the peak of the lord level in such a short span? The flame sorceress exclaims, disbelief etched across her face. Considering you are about to become a part of my very being, it is only fair to inform you, Yugushi states, glancing at Huan Tian and the others in the distance. It seems fortune is on his side today. Not only can he eliminate the flame sorceress, but he also has a bounty of human adventurers to feast upon. 3 months ago, Glocka became a part of my being. Do you comprehend now? It appears this is the only course of action. With a silent incantation in her heart, the flame sorceress cast a disdainful glance at the zombie king. Since this individual chose to disregard the rules set forth by that esteemed figure, she felt no obligation to show him mercy. Having resolved to act, it was only fair that he should bear some consequences for his actions. Yuguxi, I am giving you another chance. Depart now, and we shall consider this incident as if it never occurred. Despite her determination, the flame sorceress still harbored doubts as she addressed the zombie king. After all, the repercussions of her decision weighed heavily upon her. Leave? The zombie king Yuguxi scoffed. Is it truly possible for me to walk away now? Even if that esteemed figure were still alive, I would find it impossible to depart. And considering that figure has vanished for millennia, what if, upon my departure, the ice and fire sorceresses converge? Even at the pinnacle of my lordly power, I would stand no chance against them. Very well. Do not say I did not warn you. The flame sorceress snorted coldly, waving her staff with a flourish. Instantly, the icy mist that had enveloped her dissipated into thin air. Even more astonishingly, the orange flames surrounding her began to transform into a deep crimson hue. As the blood-red flames emerged, the temperature in the vicinity soared, causing the group, including Huan Tian, who had kept a considerable distance from the 2 formidable lord-level beasts, to wipe the sweat from their brows. Huan Tian gazed in astonishment at the flame sorceress's sudden transformation. Ding! At that moment, the once tranquil light orb within the illusory heaven began to flicker rapidly, as if filled with excitement. Simultaneously, the flame witch, positioned not far away, seemed to sense something amiss. She turned her gaze towards the human with merely the cultivation level of expansion, her face a mask of bewilderment. What is this? Illusory Heaven pondered, feeling the upheaval within. It appeared that the failed manifestation of the spirit tool was summoning the flame witch. What could this mean? Was there a connection between his spirit tool and the flame witch? The more he contemplated, the more incredulous he became. It seemed utterly impossible. Brother Illusory Heaven, what troubles you? The ever-sensitive Shio inquired, noticing the confusion etched on his face. Nothing, Illusory Heaven replied with a shake of his head, offering a comforting smile. His attention shifted to the Flame Witch and the Zombie King. It was clear that the current situation was decidedly unfavorable for the Flame Witch. A fact not lost on Illusory Heaven, Bai Yi, and the others. It's time to fight with all we have. Bai Yi, with his extensive experience in the beast ruins, understood the nature of the demon beasts well. Unlike adventurers, who might attempt to negotiate or retreat even in the face of defeat, demon beasts would instinctively seek to annihilate their foes. Perhaps affirming Bai Yi's statement. The Flame Witch's form suddenly vanished into the blood-red flames, seemingly merging with the fire itself. From a distance, it appeared as though a singular flame was burning in midair. An astonishing sight. Endless Icebound. The White Knight and others could easily discern the desperate resolve of the Flame Sorceress. How could the peak-level Lord-class beast, the Zombie King Yuguan, fail to notice? Two arms, seemingly forged from solid ice, were thrust directly into the ground. Gazing at the icy surface beneath the Zombie King's feet, Huan Tian and the others were visibly shaken. How could this be? The ground had transformed into a sheet of ice. What immense spiritual power was required to achieve such a feat? Was a Lord-class beast truly this formidable? This surpassed the comprehension of the onlookers. With a deafening clash, ice and fire collided in an instant, causing the ground to tremble violently beneath the force of the two Lord-class beasts. As flames surged within him, the Zombie King Yuguan's expression shifted dramatically. He could not extinguish this fire? He had battled the Flame Sorceress before. How could she wield such flames? His pitch-black eyes flickered as a thought struck him. Observing the Flame Sorceress, now one with the fire, a look of disbelief crossed his face, once brimming with confidence. A chilling wave surged within him, and he instinctively recoiled. It was too late. The Flame Sorceress let out a cold snort, her fiery form shooting forth like a meteor, hurtling towards the Zombie King Yuguan. How foolish to think that the flames, born from her very essence, could be so easily extinguished. If she were to perish today, she would ensure this despicable wretch accompanied her to the grave. Besides, she had no intention of dying, only a price for her freedom was to be paid. She hoped this human would not disappoint her. With a sigh, the flame that embodied the Flame Sorceress had already caught up to the fleeing Zombie King Yuguan. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated from the epicenter, as a searing tempest of spiritual energy radiated outward from the Flame Sorceress. Under the influence of this tempest, Huan Tian and his companions felt themselves almost swept away by the force. Clinging to a sturdy tree, Huan Tian gazed in astonishment at the distant figure of the Flame Sorceress, who had chosen to employ a self-destructive attack against the Zombie King, Yu Gushi. In the sky, two men clad in black fixated on the heart of the spiritual storm, their expressions laden with confusion. They certainly had not anticipated the Flame Sorceress's choice of self-detonation. Yet, as the spiritual tempest surged forth, a faint crimson light flickered and penetrated Huan Tian's body. Unnoticed even by the two of them, despite their formidable prowess as elite cultivators. In the midst of the spiritual storm, the Zombie King, Yu Gushi, let out a furious roar and, severely injured, retreated into the depths of the ruins, vanishing from Huan Tian and the other's sight in an instant. Is this truly the conclusion? Huan Tian pondered, bewildered by the fleeing Zombie King. With one lordly beast dead and another gravely wounded, it seemed they had emerged from peril without having to lift a finger, a most unexpected outcome indeed. The Flame Sorceress is not dead, remarked Bai Yi. Observing the crater left by the spiritual storm, she self-destructed. How could she possibly survive? Xin Yuan countered. Indeed, the Lord-level monster has not perished upon its demise. It is certain to yield a soul of divine artifact caliber. Zhao Kai elucidated. Do you observe any such soul here? If the Flame Witch remains alive, where could she have vanished to? The crowd glanced around, perplexed, for there was no trace of the Flame Witch to be found. Not even the faintest flicker of fire was evident. Let us search meticulously. Perhaps we might uncover the whereabouts of the Flame Witch, Bai Yi proposed, his gaze scanning the surroundings. After all, she was a severely wounded Lord-level beast, and any adventurer would surely be tempted by such a prospect. If only we could find a spirit entity, Zhao Kai mused, his eyes sweeping the area, convinced that should they locate the flame witch, even if she were alive, she would pose no threat to their party. A soul of divine artifact caliber represents an immense fortune. A spirit entity? Huan Tian scratched his head, pondering the correlation between hunting monsters and spirit entities. Brother Huan Tian, how could you be so oblivious? Xier, standing beside him, smiled gently and continued. Spirit entities are crucial for adventurers aiming to transcend the greatest hurdle of the fearless level. In fact, some powerful spiritual techniques necessitate the support of a spirit entity for mastery. Once one has condensed a spirit entity, adventurers can utilize it to perceive their surroundings, effectively serving as our second pair of eyes. Huan Tian glanced in astonishment at his companion, Xier. It was no wonder that conqueror-level warriors were regarded as the backbone of this continent. Setting aside the nature of their attacks, the mere presence of a spiritual entity could pose a significant challenge for many adventurers. According to Xier, once one possesses a spiritual entity, many observations no longer require the adventurers to rely on their sight. So, you already possess a spiritual entity? Huan Tian inquired, casting a tentative look at Xier. Xier blinked her beautiful golden eyes at Huan Tian and gave a slight nod. Hiss. Upon hearing Xier's words, Huan Tian involuntarily inhaled sharply. Although this girl had previously demonstrated the prowess of a conqueror-level warrior, hearing her articulate it now evoked a different sensation within him. Her talent was truly extraordinary. Considering her age, she was even younger than he. She had already attained the status of a conqueror-level warrior, while he had merely brushed against the threshold of the fearless level. He wondered when he might catch up to her pace. With a sigh, Huan Tian surveyed his surroundings, remaining silent. I will always be by your side, Xier reassured. Observing Huan Tian's demeanor, this was not the first time she had witnessed such a reaction. Within her family, all her peers displayed a similar sense of inferiority upon encountering her. Yet, it was understandable. A conqueror-level warrior at merely 15 years of age would surely leave any male feeling utterly abashed. Alas. With a sigh, Huan Tian glanced at the girl beside him. How could he protect the one who silently followed him without sufficient strength? Unconsciously, Huan Tian's spirit stirred, his consciousness delving within, where he perceived luminous orbs twinkling like countless stars. What is this? Suddenly, a sphere radiating a purple glow appeared within his awareness, within which a purple staff spun gently, surrounded by vibrant red flames that exuded an air of mystery. A magical spirit? Upon discerning the entity within the orb, Huan Tian was astonished as he looked at his own hands. How could he possibly possess two spirits? Wasn't it a rule that an adventurer could only condense a single spirit? To his disbelief, a second spirit had manifested within him unbeknownst to him. Huan Tian, brother, what's wrong? Xier inquired, her expression one of bewilderment at Huan Tian's sudden change. Xia, have you ever heard of an adventurer possessing two spirits? Huan Tian attempted to ask the curious Xier, merely seeking information. Ultimately, he decided to withhold the revelation of his second spirit from her, planning to surprise her later. In the end, Bei and the others returned empty-handed. There was not even a trace of the flame sorceress, as if she had vanished into thin air. As for the zombie king and its sinister aura, Bai Yi and his companions dared not even entertain the thought. Although the zombie king had suffered a devastating blow from the inferno sorceress, it remained a formidable lord-level beast. One must remember that a creature capable of surviving a self-destructive assault from a lord-level beast surely possesses some hidden trump cards. Venturing forth to seek the zombie king recklessly could lead to unforeseen and perilous consequences. In a cozy and warm room, Huan Tian sat alone in the corner of his bed. Before him lay an ice-blue katana and a fiery red staff, which would undoubtedly leave other adventurers astounded if they were to behold them. As he attempted to cultivate with the staff, the astonishment on Huan Tian's face deepened. The spirit of the staff felt as if it had been forged from his very essence, devoid of any unfamiliarity. He pondered for a long time, unable to comprehend when he had manifested the spirit. Was it a creation of his dreams? Eventually, Huan Tian concocted a somewhat plausible excuse to assuage his bewilderment. Regardless of the origin of this spirit, as long as it posed no threat, there was no need to dwell on it and invite unnecessary worry. During his cultivation, Huan Tian made a delightful discovery. The two spirits within him could be cultivated simultaneously. This dual cultivation remarkably accelerated his progress compared to before. Chapter 71. The March deadline time flew, and 2 years had swiftly passed. Huan Tian, Xinyuan Yuhuang, and Chu Ling had finally broken through to the expansion level, successfully ascending to the ranks of the fearless. The guild has seen a remarkable influx of formidable adventurers joining its ranks, with numbers skyrocketing to several times their previous count. The entire guild is nestled amidst the mountains, boasting breathtaking scenery. One need not mention Huantian. Even the typically discerning Xian Yuan Yu Huang is thoroughly satisfied. After all, how could a piece of land worth tens of millions possibly be anything less than splendid? Within a room adorned with exquisite decor and suffused with a subtle fragrance, a young woman clad in a flowing white gown sits gracefully in the corner of her bed. Her flawless visage radiates an air of natural elegance, while her golden eyes glimmer like the finishing touch of a masterpiece, imbuing her with a sense of sanctity. Over the course of 2 years, the youthful innocence on her face has entirely faded, revealing an increasingly captivating allure. Suddenly, her gaze shifts, and she softly addresses the air. "Grandfather, I know you are here." As her words linger, the space before her shimmers, and an ancient figure gradually materializes in the room. Should Huantian be present, he would undoubtedly recognize this venerable elder as the one who once bestowed upon him the body refinement technique. The elderly man's gaze fixates on the girl in the corner, and a gentle smile graces his weathered features. "My dear, has your perception truly grown so strong?" he inquires. "Grandfather must be doing this on purpose, otherwise. With your cultivation level, how could I possibly sense your presence?" Xier replies, her tone playful and affectionate. "Peak of the Conqueror level, impressive indeed. You truly are the finest genius our family has seen in millennia," the elder observes, as he senses the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding the girl, a serene smile spreading across his aged face. "Grandfather, it has been far too long since you last visited me," Xier pouts, casting a discontented glance at the elder. Sigh. Upon hearing this, the old man let out a deep breath, a fleeting hint of an unusual expression crossing his face. He continued, "My dear, do you still remember the words you spoke to the young lad when you sought him out?" Observing his granddaughter in such a state, he sighed once more, a trace of difficulty etched on his aged visage. Yet, just for a brief moment, his countenance returned to normal. "Thank you, grandfather." Sierra accepted the crystal from the old man's hand, her eyes glistening with emotion as she gazed earnestly at the grandfather who had cherished her since childhood. "My dear, I must take my leave." The old man uttered this casually, not granting Sierra the chance to bid him farewell. With a flicker, he vanished from sight. Only 3 months remain. Watching the old man disappear, Sierra murmured softly, her golden eyes fixed on the window, lost in her thoughts. Sigh. Given the current pace of cultivation, it seems exceedingly difficult for him to catch up to Sierra. He pondered how that girl managed her training. With dual spirit rings swirling before him, Huantian focused intently on his hands and sighed. Despite the 2 years that had passed, even with the augmentation of dual spirit rings, he found his progress rather sluggish. Although he had embarked on numerous expeditions to beast relics, after that battle with the Lord-level beast, the entire area had seemingly settled into tranquility. Not a single spirit-level beast had been sighted, let alone ordinary mortal-level beasts. Perhaps I should see what that girl is up to. After concluding his cultivation, Huantian tidied his garments and cautiously made his way towards Sierra's residence, ensuring that he made not a whisper. He was acutely aware that should the president, Bai Yi, catch him, the day's fortunes would swiftly diminish. It was perplexing to contemplate the multitude of commissions that had emerged. One glance at Xianyuan Yu Huang's exhausted demeanor was sufficient to understand. 30 commissions a day. Surely, even a body of iron would struggle under such strain. Huantian found himself pondering how the guild members managed to persevere, and the thought alone filled him with trepidation. Before long, Huantian arrived at Sierra's chamber. He knocked gently on the door and, seizing a moment of inspiration, playfully called out, "Is the little rabbit in? The big bad wolf has come to catch you." An extended silence followed, with no response emanating from within. Huantian's brow furrowed in confusion. Typically, when he sought this girl, she would emerge promptly. What could be amiss today? Was she perhaps upset with him? That seemed unlikely, as he had taken her out for grilled fish just the day before. With a heart full of uncertainty, Huantian pushed open the door. Inside the room, Sierra sat quietly in the corner of the bed, her golden eyes gazing out the window. Huantian entered without a greeting, as though she were invisible. "Sierra, what troubles you?" he inquired, puzzled by her demeanor. Was she in the midst of cultivation? Yet, such a state seemed rather uncharacteristic. Time slipped away unnoticed, and eventually, Sierra stirred from her reverie under Huantian's watchful gaze. Upon seeing him, her delicate face blossomed into a radiant smile. "Brother Huantian, you've come," she exclaimed. What happened to you just now? Huan Tian asked, curiosity lacing his tone. It matters not. I was merely pondering when you might come to visit me. The girl with golden eyes blinked at Huan Tian, uttering words that left him feeling rather helpless. Upon hearing Shearer's statement, Huan Tian found himself at a loss for words, settling into a contemplative silence. Huan Tian, are you aware? In just 3 months, I shall celebrate my 18th birthday. Indeed, Huan Tian responded, momentarily taken aback. Was it truly only 3 months until her 18th birthday? Did it bear some special significance? This girl had never before mentioned her birthday. What could this revelation imply? Unlike in his previous life, age had become a trivial concern in this world. Adventurers, as their cultivation advanced, experienced lifespans that could double, allowing them to live for several centuries without issue. Many ancient beings on this continent had already lived for over 1,000 years. Shearer, what troubles you? You seem rather peculiar today, Huan Tian inquired. His curiosity piqued as he regarded the girl beside him. Chapter 72. Farewell to the elder. Very well, let us sneak out quietly. But be cautious not to alert the president, Huan Tian finally suggested after a lengthy pause. If they did not make their escape soon, Bai Yi, the president, would surely come seeking him. While Xia could forego undertaking commission tasks, he himself was not so fortunate. He could only imagine the plethora of tedious assignments that might befall him. Just the thought left Huan Tian feeling overwhelmed. All right, Xia replied, her spirits lifted by the comical expression on Huan Tian's face. Upon stepping outside, Huan Tian had to exercise particular caution. Although the guild had been rebuilt, the two of them still needed to traverse the main hall to exit. It was perplexing whether Bai Yi was trying to save money or if there were other reasons for not adding a few more entrances for such a large number of people. It seemed rather cramped with only one grand entrance. Perhaps Bai Yi had foreseen this day and deliberately arranged it. Stealthily navigating through various buildings, Huan Tian and Shearer finally arrived at the guild hall. Looking around, Huan Tian was surprised to find Bai Yi absent, and not just Bai Yi, but many guild members who typically undertook commissions to earn gold were also nowhere to be seen. Since Bai Yi was not present, Huan Tian felt no need to be discreet. He greeted a few acquaintances and, with Shearer, swaggered out of the guild, quickly disappearing around a corner of the street. Brother Huan Tian, where are we going to play now? Seeing Huan Tian's demeanor, Shearer smiled and curiously inquired. We are going to find an old man from 2 years ago to witness this so-called alchemy. Before arriving, Huan Tian had already contemplated his purpose for the day. The words spoken by that mysterious elder 2 years prior remained etched in his mind. And now that he had broken through to the fearless level, it was time to explore the wonders of alchemy. Before him stood the same dilapidated 2-story building. Huan Tian gazed at it, bemused. After all, this was the wealthiest alchemist among adventurers, yet he had not renovated his residence. Senior, are you there? With a gentle greeting, Huan Tian stood quietly at the doorway with Xie. If only he could become an alchemist, he mused, he would engage in those monotonous commissions, casually concocting various items. Ensuring his sustenance was worry-free. Come in, little one. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Not long after, a familiar voice resonated from the first floor. As Huan Tian entered, leading Xie through the door, his gaze fell upon the elderly figure reclining in a grand armchair. After 2 years, the old man appeared unchanged, just as Huan Tian remembered from their first encounter. Senior, it has been 2 years. I have missed you dearly, Huan Tian remarked with a smile. You little rascal. Is it my alchemy you long for? The elder chuckled heartily, rising from his chair, his aged yet spirited eyes fixed upon Huan Tian. Of course not. The alchemy is what you wish to teach me. I have come today merely to visit you, Huan Tian promptly denied. The elder chuckled once more and replied, Indeed. In just 2 short years, you have already reached the fearless level. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Senior, you jest. In this continent, where the strong abound, my abilities are hardly noteworthy, Huan Tian humbly responded. Had the elder made such a remark in the past, Huan Tian might have considered himself a formidable figure. However, after his adventures in the beast ruins, he no longer held such beliefs. Although adventurers possess strength, they pale in comparison to the ferocity of their beastly counterparts of the same rank. The elderly man smiled faintly, choosing not to dwell on the previous topic. With a subtle shift in conversation, he addressed the matter at hand. Now that you have transcended to the fearless level, it is only natural that I teach you the art of alchemy. Please, demonstrate your spiritual power to me. At these words, Huan Tian felt a surge of joy within him. He hurriedly summoned his inner spiritual energy, and in an instant, the corners of the entire first floor materialized vividly in his mind. each detail crystal clear. Observing Huan Tian's spiritual prowess, the elder nodded silently, expressing his admiration with a soft exclamation, "Impressive. To achieve such a level without a spiritual entity speaks volumes of the foresight he had in his youth." Though he had a desire for that young girl to inherit his skills, he quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing her status as beyond his capacity to mentor. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Huan Tian's forehead. After all, he had yet to condense a spiritual entity. Projecting his spiritual energy proved to be a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered. "Very well, young one, you may retract your spiritual energy now." It was not long before the elder, noticing the perspiration on Huan Tian's brow, smiled gently. Alchemy is essentially a secondary profession for adventurers. You might refer to it as a supplementary vocation. If practiced diligently, this vocation can rival your primary profession in merit. However, if pursued improperly, it may even hinder your cultivation. Are you certain you wish to learn? The elder's gaze remained fixed on Huan Tian as he spoke slowly. Indeed, Huan Tian sighed inwardly, realizing that this world bore little disparity from the one that resided in his mind. Without much deliberation, Huan Tian made his choice. Setting aside the potential impact of pursuing a secondary profession on his cultivation, the lucrative nature of such a path was compelling enough for him to opt for it. After all, lacking any notable background in this realm, aspiring to become a formidable force without adequate resources was a daunting endeavor. Spirit techniques, weapon souls, and the spiritual artifacts and armors demanded by those at the conquest level all require substantial financial investment. While talent is undeniably significant, resources hold equal importance. Lacking either, one's dreams of becoming a powerful being are, without a doubt, the fantasies of a fool. Without sufficient strength, how could he protect the girl who silently followed him? Through his time in this world, Huan Tian had gleaned many truths. He understood why some adventurers could confront beasts of equal rank alone, while others required a team. It was simply a disparity in resources. In this land, adventurers may seem to lack money, yet paradoxically, they are not entirely destitute. As long as they lead a mundane life, they may not struggle financially. However, to ascend to the pinnacle of this continent, adventurers find themselves in need of wealth. "From this day forth, you shall be my disciple," the elder remarked, slightly astonished by Huan Tian's swift decision. "Master, I bow before you," Huan Tian responded, intending to kneel before the elder. "Let us forego such formalities," the elder interjected, a gentle stream of spiritual energy supporting Huan Tian's body as he attempted to kneel, accompanied by a warm smile. She stood quietly at a distance, observing Huan Tian as he sought a mentor, her heart filled with joy. As the little princess of a family of holy practitioners, she could hardly be unaware of the significance of alchemy. If Huan Tian were to become an alchemist, it was likely that strong allies would rally around him, even after she had departed. Chapter 73. The Study of Alchemy. Huan Tian, with a puzzled expression, accepted the book from the elder's hands, feeling as though he had been duped. It seemed that, in the end, he would have to rely on his own efforts. What kind of instruction was this, when the old man merely spoke of alchemy without any practical guidance? Despite his inner musings, Huan Tian merely responded, "I understand." "Is that all there is to it?" Huan Tian gazed at the elder in disbelief. What sort of irresponsible teacher was this? With a sense of resignation, he led Xia out of the door. Wasn't he supposed to witness the wonders of alchemy? "Brother Huan Tian, do your best." Xia encouraged him with a gentle smile. Not long after the two departed, the elder, reclining in his armchair, suddenly sat upright, his gaze fixated on the empty room. He muttered, "Old rascal, if you have come, then show yourself. Is it your nature to lurk in the shadows? How is it that you are still alive, old man?" A hearty voice resonated before the figure materialized into the room. "You ungrateful wretch, do you truly wish for my demise? Would my death benefit you in any way?" The elder retorted grumpily at the sudden apparition. And that figure was none other than Xia's grandfather, whom she had encountered just moments before. "Gu Yuan, I never imagined that you, an old fellow, would be hiding here. Had I not come to see my granddaughter and faintly sensed your presence, I would have believed you had already perished. At present, I am not much different from the dead, merely lingering on in survival." The elder known as Gu Yuan sighed and spoke casually. "You are aware of the strength of that group, with the destruction of the artifact spirit. What difference is there between me and a fallen being?" Upon hearing this, the elder glanced at Gu Yuan, who was reclining in the armchair, and a sudden aura of solemnity erupted in his aged eyes. With his cultivation, How could he fail to discern Gu Yuan's current strength at the initial stage of the fearless level? If that group had not feared the might of the sacred practitioner's family, his fate would likely not have been much better. Old fellow, I must admit I envy you. You possess such an outstanding descendant. I am quite curious to see what this girl will become in the future. Gu Yuan changed the subject, seemingly unwilling to pursue this line of conversation. Alas, that girl has been under the watchful eyes of that group. It is no easy feat for her to grow up healthily. However, are you certain about accepting this little one as your disciple? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from those individuals? What is there to fear? It would just be death. After all, yet, I remain quite curious, given the strength of that group. Why do they not take action themselves but instead resort to such tactics? What are they truly after? Because they dare not. This little one is the only person capable of unraveling that seal in this world. The elder's gaze shifted, instantly enveloping the surrounding space in a veil of secrecy as he cautiously uttered a phrase. Are you referring to that object? Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan abruptly sat up, his expression one of profound astonishment as he retorted. Indeed, after all, it was this little one who first uncovered it, likely drawn by that very entity. Those beings must be aware of this, which is why they refrained from intervening directly. At our level of cultivation, I trust you understand that many things cannot be forcibly obtained. Wait, I recall that it was not solely this little one who discovered that object back then. Your precious granddaughter was also present, was she not? Why do you assume it was solely the little one who was attracted by that entity? Gu Yuan queried, a hint of realization dawning upon him. My granddaughter possesses a natural affinity for holy light. How could she possibly be lured by that object? The elder clarified. That is a valid point, Gu Yuan murmured. To be drawn to that entity could prove both a blessing and a curse for this little one. Having witnessed the destruction of his family and the capture of his parents, I am curious as to how he has endured. Nevertheless, it is for the best. It is time to entrust the future of this continent to the younger generation, Gu Yuan remarked casually. Oh, who would have thought that the revered sword sovereign of your could utter such words? The elder, taken aback, cast a surprised glance at Gu Yuan, who reclined in the armchair and teased, You old fellow ought to take a rest. What business do you have meddling in the affairs of the youth? After living so many years, you've certainly outlived your time. Your words remain as sharp as ever. Were it not for your disability, I would have taught you a lesson long ago. You have silently left for so many years, yet you have not sought me out. Look at you now. There is hardly a trace left of your former elegance, the old man remarked with a hint of irritation. Very well. Upon hearing this, the old man could only nod in acknowledgement. At that time, he had merely wished to depart with Sheer as swiftly as possible, without witnessing the final outcome. It is likely that what could strip a once mighty warrior of his fighting spirit on this continent is not a trivial matter. Seated on the bed, Huan Tian glanced at Sheer, who sat quietly beside him, and opened the worn book, immersing himself in its pages. Alchemy, as it is known, is essentially an esoteric art employed by adventurers to extract and concoct medicinal herbs using their mental prowess. However, to become an alchemist, one must possess not only formidable mental strength but also a profound understanding of the rare materials of the world. It is crucial for adventurers to discern what substances may be beneficial and which may be detrimental. Only then can one hope to concoct effective remedies. As he perused the book's descriptions of various rare herbs and treasures, Huan Tian finally comprehended why his mentor had chosen not to instruct him directly but instead provided him with this tome. He was meant to first grasp the efficacy of all medicinal ingredients. It appears he had been somewhat naive. The seemingly illustrious life of an alchemist conceals such lesser-known challenges. Gazing at the thick volume in his hands, he realized that not only would it take considerable time to memorize its contents, but even to read it in its entirety would be an arduous endeavor. Chapter 74. Selection time slips away unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. The daily routine of Huan Tian can be described as rather monotonous. Apart from eating and sleeping, he has devoted himself to the arduous task of memorizing a thick tome. Bai Yi did visit Huan Tian once during this period, yet surprisingly chose not to intrude upon discovering that Huan Tian was studying alchemy. He understood all too well that once Huan Tian becomes an alchemist, there would be little need for him to undertake guild commissions. It is well known among adventurers on this continent how lucrative the profession of an alchemist can be. The withered boneflower, a highly toxic plant that thrives deep within the ruins of beastly creatures, boasts vibrant leaves and roots resembling human bones, nourished by the remains of these beasts. It serves as a primary ingredient in concocting the earth spirit elixir. As Huan Tian perused the pages of his book, he pondered the nature of such substances. Can the potions and elixirs derived from these ingredients truly be ingested by adventurers? At long last, he finished reading. Stretching his limbs, Huan Tian reflected on the past month. While he may not have committed every detail to memory, he had certainly grasped the basic effects of each herb. Sheer, shall we take a stroll? Putting away his book, Huan Tian glanced at Sheer beside him. After spending an entire month cooped up indoors, he felt as though his body was on the verge of rusting. Unbeknownst to him, he led Sheer into the guild's hall, where members typically gathered to accept commissions. At that moment, the hall was not bustling as usual. Instead, everyone stood in unison, attentively watching the guild leader Bai Yi, as if deliberating on a matter of significance. Brother, why aren't we participating in this guild selection competition? Bai Ruo, puzzled, remarked, given the current strength of our guild, participating in the union selection contest should be more than sufficient. Yet, why has Bai Yi chosen not to participate? Zhao Kai could not help but interject. Indeed, President, we have 25 members who have reached the fearless level. Why do we not take part? It is precisely for this reason that I have opted out of the guild war, Bai Yi replied, surveying the assembly in the hall. Compared to the past, the overall strength of the guild has indeed experienced a remarkable enhancement. To prevent our guild from becoming overly prominent, I made this decision, especially considering that we lack a true powerhouse to anchor us. Brother, I do not comprehend. Have we endured in silence for so many years merely for this moment? Bai Ruo said, gazing at Bai Yi with indignation. Listening to the discourse, Huan Tian traversed the crowd and approached Bai Yi, observing the individuals standing before him. Including Xian Yuan Yu Huang, he suggested, President, let us participate. Bai Yi regarded Huan Tian with curiosity. This individual, who typically showed little interest in guild affairs, seemed unusually engaged today. Was he not engrossed in alchemy? Could it be that he has already become an alchemist? Unlikely. For although any adventurer with substantial mental fortitude can practice alchemy, it is not an endeavor that can be mastered overnight. If it were that simple to become an alchemist, the number of alchemists on this continent would not be so scarce. At present, it is not particularly suitable for us to engage in this guild war. While others' words may be easily dismissed by Bai Yi, the words of Huan Tian carry a weight that is not so easily negated. After all, the current scale of the guild is largely attributed to the presence of that enigmatic girl by his side. Rest assured, President, nothing will go awry. Bai Yi's intent is understood by Huan Tian. The brilliance that shines too brightly indeed poses a risk to the guild's future development. However, as a guild, how can one hope to surpass those formidable competitors and ascend to the pinnacle of Qinglong City if they choose to evade challenges? Very well, we shall participate. Bai Yi clenched his teeth. Though unspoken, he comprehended Huan Tian's meaning. Upon hearing this, members of the guild, including Bai Ruo, Xian Yuan Yu Huang, and Zhao Kai, exhibited expressions of excitement. With the decision to engage in the guild war, the selection of participants became a pressing concern, given that only 6 slots are available. To ensure fairness, Bai Yi resolved to organize a selection competition, determining participants based on their prowess. An exception was made for Xier, for she is a formidable conqueror. Despite her rare involvement in battles, a fact well acknowledged by many within the guild. As for the selection rules, they were remarkably straightforward. Opponents would be determined by a draw, with the remaining 24 members divided into groups of 4. The strongest contender from each group would earn the right to participate in the triannual grand event of Qinglong City, while the others would face elimination. The process was, indeed, refreshingly direct and unembellished. 3 days later, in the guild's arena, Huan Tian stood at the center, his gaze fixed upon the man in white before him. This individual was no stranger to Huan Tian. He was a rogue cultivator from Qinglong City who had joined the guild 3 months prior, drawn by reputation. Du Yun, the chief suitor of Xier, possessed a formidable prowess at the 5th tier of the invincible rank, though his profession remained unspecified, as few had witnessed his spirit companion since his guild entry. For the sake of our guild, you should concede, Du Yun remarked impassively, his expression betraying no emotion. Given his 5th tier invincible strength, he indeed held the authority to utter such a statement, especially considering Huan Tian was merely at the 2nd tier. Only through trial shall we ascertain the truth. Huan Tian replied with a faint smile. He was well aware that Du Yun had pursued Xier for quite some time. It was hardly a secret. Gripping his katana, the aura of his 2nd tier invincible spirit energy surged forth instantaneously. Do not underestimate the might of a rogue cultivator who has honed his skills in the lairs of demonic beasts. Huan Tian was acutely aware of the strength he possessed. Since you insist on testing your mettle, I shall reveal the chasm that lies between us. Du Yun snorted coldly, his right hand sweeping through the air, summoning a seemingly weathered battle axe into his grasp. A holy warrior. Observing the battle axe in Du Yun's hands, not only Huan Tian, but also the onlookers, including Bai Yi, displayed expressions of confusion. Is he from a family of holy warriors? Seemingly perceiving the bewilderment in their eyes, Du Yun casually clarified, I am not of the holy warrior lineage. This spirit companion was formed by mere chance. Upon hearing Du Yun's words, envy flickered across the faces of the surrounding adventurers. Such fortune is unparalleled. One must recognize that upon the manifestation of a sacred spirit, one can unconditionally join the ranks of the sacred family, reaping rewards that others might only dream of across generations. Nearby, Shi Er, with her enchanting golden eyes, gazed fixedly at Huan Tian, a subtle smile gracing her exquisite features, leaving those around her momentarily entranced. Exercise caution in your strikes. We are all kin, not mortal enemies. Should one falter, surrender gracefully, Bai Yi. Standing at the forefront of the training arena, solemnly advised. Rest assured, President Du Yun remarked, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Huan Tian. To speak candidly, given his combat experience and cultivation level, Huan Tian possessed little prospect of victory. Chapter 75, The Duel with Du Yun. Come forth. Let me ascertain whether you are worthy of Shi Er, Du Yun declared, a scoff escaping his lips. He could not fathom what merits this fellow possessed to keep such an exceptional girl at his side. Shi Er is not an object. Her desires are her own, and there is no need for unsolicited interference. Huan Tian, gripping his great sword, focused intently on Du Yun, surprised by the latter's brazen candor. Very well. Indeed you have courage, he acknowledged. Du Yun, with a hearty declaration, grasped his massive axe with both hands, leaping forth to deliver a powerful strike aimed directly at Huan Tian. Block. As the colossal axe descended, Huan Tian made no attempt to evade. Instead, he positioned his sword before him in a defensive stance, prepared to withstand the oncoming blow. Although Du Yun's cultivation exceeded his own, Huan Tian harbored considerable confidence in his physical prowess. With a resounding crash, Huan Tian, wielding a great sword, staggered backwards several paces before regaining his footing, his internal vitality surging tumultuously. However, it soon settled into calmness. In contrast, Du Yun appeared scarcely better off. His hands trembled slightly, indicating that he had not emerged unscathed from their recent clash. The numerous adventurers observing the duel could not help but express their admiration, acknowledging Huan Tian's remarkable physical prowess. Clearly, during his 2 years in the guild, he had not solely devoted himself to the cultivation of spiritual energy, but had also honed his physical abilities. Impressive indeed. To withstand my full force strike, you have earned my earnest effort. Let us see how you fare against this technique. Gazing at Huan Tian, who seemed largely unaffected by his previous assault, Du Yun's expression shifted, and with a disdainful snort, he leaped once more into action. Falling windhammer, he bellowed. As the battle axe in his grasp transformed into a colossal hammer, his body hurtling towards Huan Tian like a meteor. Sensing the impending blow, Huan Tian's countenance changed dramatically. Du Yun, a seasoned adventurer who frequently honed his skills in the lairs of formidable beasts, unleashed his full strength without a hint of hesitation. With a series of agile rolls, Huan Tian deftly evaded Du Yun's attack. The battle axe struck the ground, leaving a substantial crater in the training arena. While Huan Tian stood at the edge of the pit, inhaling sharply, Du Yun was likely a master of physical cultivation. Otherwise, even a powerful technique would not be capable of creating such a deep indentation in the solid granite surface of the arena. Blood rage. Since everyone is exerting their utmost effort, it would be utterly unreasonable for oneself to hold back. Grasping the great blade, Huan Tian's eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, surrounded by a swirling aura of sanguine energy. The fluctuations of his spiritual power surged rapidly, surpassing Du Yun in the blink of an eye, and continued to escalate. How intriguing, Du Yun murmured, sensing the vibrations of Huan Tian's spiritual energy. Chakra, blazing flame. With a low incantation, a halo resembling flames enveloped his form, causing his spiritual energy to rise swiftly, soon catching up to Huan Tian. A fierce battle was inevitable. Bai Yi observed the two, frowning at their desperate demeanor. Was this merely a simple sparring session? Meanwhile, Bai Ruo, Xinyuan Yuhuang, Zhao Kai, and others watched with keen interest, clearly reveling in the spectacle. Come. Huan Tian bets 3-1. Dian bets 2-1. The more you wager, the greater the reward. Xianyuan Yu Huang even began to shout softly to those around. How delightful. I bet 500 gold coins on Huan Tian, Bai Ruo whispered. And I wager 100 gold coins on Du Yun, a guild member casually remarked, handing over 100 gold coins to Xianyuan Yu Huang. I bet 300 gold coins on Du Yun. I wager 100 gold coins on Huan Tian. As the first bet was placed, members of the guild eagerly joined in, unwilling to miss this clash of titans. Humph. Bai Yi clearly heard the voices of Xianyuan Yu Huang and the others, snorting disdainfully. They are engaged in battle, and what are you doing? Xianyuan Yu Huang cast a glance at the president, Bai Yi, pondering what had come over him today. In their previous encounters, they often engaged in such banter. Yet Bai Yi had never reacted this way. Why the stark contrast today? Focus on the match. Xianyuan Yu Huang gestured to those around him. Sensing that the president's displeasure had reached a tipping point, and it was becoming inappropriate to continue. What are you thinking? Bai Yi observed Xianyuan Yu Huang's demeanor and unexpectedly chuckled softly, his serious expression shifting as he whispered, Huan Tian pays 3-1, right? I wager 10,000 gold coins on Huan Tian. With that, he produced a gray card from his spatial ring and handed it to Xianyuan Yu Huang. Huh? Xianyuan Yu Huang blinked in surprise at Bai Yi's unusual behavior, questioning, President, have you taken your medication today? What medication? Bai Yi retorted, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth as he shot a glare at Xianyuan Yu Huang. Is it only permissible for you to play, and not for me? Of course, it's perfectly fine. Xianyuan Yu Huang took the card Bai Yi offered, feeling relieved, and continued to call out softly to those around him. Huan Tian pays 3-1. Du Yun pays 2-1. The more you buy, the more you earn. Is there anyone else wishing to place a bet? What are you all playing? Inquisitively, Shi Er, standing not far from Xianyuan Yu Huang, glanced their way and asked with curiosity. She too was eager to participate. Upon seeing Shi Er, Xianyuan Yu Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was the goddess of fortune. If she placed an incorrect bet, he could potentially strike it rich. Hastily, he began to explain the rules of the game to her. Listening attentively, Shi Er's golden eyes sparkled as she pondered for a moment before declaring, Then I shall bet 1 million on brother Huan Tian. Xianyuan Yu Huang gasped in shock at the mention of 10 million. If Huan Tian were to lose, it would be one thing, but if he were to win, even if he had to sell everything he owned, he would be unable to afford such a sum. His expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly turned to Shi Er, saying, My dear, we shall merely engage in a light-hearted game. This amount is far too excessive. Upon hearing Xianyuan Yu Huang's words, Shi Er pouted. But you never specified how much to wager. A maximum of 100,000. 10 million is simply beyond my means. Xianyuan Yu Huang solemnly revised the rules. Then I shall bet 100,000 gold coins on Huan Tian, my brother. After uttering this, Shi Er produced a coveted golden card that made many envious. And with a single swipe directed towards Xianyuan Yu Huang's card, the 100,000 gold coins were swiftly transferred. On the stage, Huan Tian and Du Yun remained tense, while below, Xianyuan Yu Huang and the others watched with anticipation, most hoping for Huan Tian's victory. Only Xianyuan Yu Huang silently prayed for his good brother Huan Tian to lose. After Shi Er placed her bet, many others opted to wager on Huan Tian's success. Although it was all in good fun, this jest seemed to have escalated significantly, should Huan Tian emerge victorious. Xianyuan Yu Huang calculated that the gold coins he had earned from commissions over the past few months would dwindle to mere pittance. Soon, the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding the two competitors gradually approached the peak of the fearless level under the watchful eyes of the crowd, before ultimately coming to a halt. After all, there exists a vast chasm between the fearless and the conqueror levels. If merely employing spiritual techniques could bridge that gap, it would be a trivial matter indeed. Though it was said otherwise, it was evident to all that despite the amplification of spiritual energy, Huan Tian's fluctuations in spiritual force were slightly inferior to Du Yun's. After all, Du Yun's cultivation level surpassed that of Huan Tian, making this discrepancy unsurprising. With a sharp command, Giant Whirlwind, Du Yun seized the initiative, swinging his battle axe with such force that the weapon itself flew from his grasp, hurtling towards Huan Tian. Observing the swiftly approaching axe, Huan Tian opted not to confront it directly. Instead, he nimbly evaded its trajectory with several deft maneuvers. Devilish light slash. With a flourish of his blade, Huan Tian unleashed a wave of golden light directed at Du Yun. Without indulging in excessive theatrics, Du Yun met the incoming wave with a single decisive swing of his axe. With a resounding thud, the light wave, born of Huan Tian's hasty incantation, proved no match for the might of Du Yun's axe, shattering into two halves and vanishing into nothingness. Indeed, you are formidable. However, you must tread carefully from here on, Du Yun remarked nonchalantly, casting a glance at the distance where Huan Tian stood. With a casual flick of his left hand, he muttered an incantation, falling thunder talisman. As his hand descended, a circle of silver light appeared beneath Huan Tian's feet, pulsating with ominous purple radiance that exuded an aura of imminent danger. Suppressing talisman. Without granting Huan Tian a moment to react, Du Yun waved his hand once more, causing a golden circle of light to materialize at Huan Tian's feet. Instantly, Huan Tian felt his once proud speed significantly diminished. In the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a finger, surged towards Huan Tian. Feeling the immense power within the lightning, even Huan Tian himself doubted whether he would sustain severe injury if struck. With a desperate roll, he narrowly evaded the attack. A resounding crash echoed as the purple lightning struck the ground, instantly leaving a fissure in the granite surface, the crack shimmering with violet light, as if still brimming with residual force. Fueled by determination, Huan Tian gritted his teeth and unleashed his full potential. With a fierce shout, he released his spiritual technique, significantly enhancing his speed that had previously been suppressed. In a flash, he dodged the subsequent lightning strike. Impressive speed, Du Yun remarked, observing Huan Tian skillfully evade several bolts of lightning. However, his expression shifted, and with a casual wave of his hand, he intoned, "Spirit Guardian Xuanwu." Huan Tian noticed Du Yun's movements and felt a twinge of concern as a dark figure appeared beside him. How am I supposed to fight this? He thought. I should concede. You are not my match. With the spirit guardian at his side, Du Yun refrained from immediately engaging in combat, instead offering a reminder. Acknowledging that they were not mortal enemies and there was no need to inflict harm on Huan Tian. Frost of Saya, Huan Tian murmured, swinging the ice-blue great sword in his grasp. In response, a circle of icy blue light enveloped the arena, intertwining with the purple lightning. Aren't you a berserker? Du Yun paused, gazing at the ice-blue array forming on the ground in bewilderment. How can this fellow cultivate techniques from other classes? Exclusive techniques, no less. How is that even possible? Fascinating. Du Yun gazed at the approaching Huan Tian, wielding his battle axe with unwavering resolve. With a swift horizontal sweep, the axe clashed against Huan Tian's blade, both combatants staggering back a step before charging at each other once more. In a corner of the arena, Du Yun panted heavily, his battle axe slicing through the air, conjuring a black blade of spiritual energy that cleaved through space, hurtling toward Huan Tian. Take this. As he discerned Huan Tian's position, Du Yun silently commended himself, his figure shifting as he swung the axe again. There was no retreat. He had to face it head-on. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Huan Tian thought to himself, this is not good. If he retreated any further, he would be thrown off the stage, leading to his defeat. With a swift twist of his ice-blue saber, he countered Du Yun's strike with a powerful slash. With a resounding thud, their weapons collided once more, yet neither yielded this time, gritting their teeth in determination. As moments passed, two fiery red shields, seemingly composed of spiritual energy, manifested around them, creating an extraordinary sight from a distance. This is dire, Huan Tian thought, gripping his saber tightly, his gaze fixed on the proximity of Du Yun. Should his spiritual energy wane in this position, defeat would be inevitable. Meanwhile, a faint smile graced Du Yun's lips. A contest of spiritual power was precisely what he desired. This young opponent had unwittingly placed himself in such an awkward predicament. Xuanwu. Although Du Yun was confident in his victory, he took precautions against any unforeseen tactics from Huan Tian. With a slight smirk, he observed as the dark figure beside him lunged toward Huan Tian. Confronted by the shadow, Huan Tian found himself powerless, forced to watch as it advanced upon him. Imprisoned, Du Yun regarded Huan Tian, ensnared and motionless, with a soft chuckle. He sheathed his battle axe and declared, "You have lost. Captured by my spirit entity, Xuanwu. No amount of skill can save you now." In the audience, everyone could foresee the inevitable outcome as Huan Tian remained trapped. A mere flick of Du Yun's hand would send him tumbling from the stage. Huan Tian, brother. Xi'er gazed at him with her beautiful golden eyes, filled with concern. This is a windfall, haha. Meanwhile, Xian Yuhuang wore an expression of sheer excitement. Huan Tian's misfortune was palpable, facing Du Yun, whose spiritual prowess surpassed his by 3 tiers. A loss was hardly surprising. It is over. On the stage, Du Yun smiled gently and swung his axe nonchalantly. Its back aimed at Huan Tian. As a fellow guild member, he had no intention of delivering a fatal blow. Merely sending the lad off the stage would suffice. Huan Tian watched the axe soar toward him, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It seemed he could not conceal his intentions any longer. With that, his katana vanished, only to be replaced by a fiery red staff that materialized in his grasp. Chapter 77, The Mage? The substitute doll. Murmuring softly, he stood ready as the battle axe. Under the watchful gaze of many, struck Huan Tian's form. Upon witnessing the battle axe strike the ethereal Tian, Du Yun exhaled a sigh of relief. It was astonishing that he had unveiled so many hidden cards against an opponent 3 ranks below him. Had Tian been of equal standing, the outcome of this encounter would have been truly uncertain. Clearly, there was a reason that such an exceptional girl held him in high regard. Du Yun wins. Bai Yi declared, recognizing the inevitable result without even needing to glance back at the scene. The expressions of the onlookers varied. Some bore the weight of disappointment for Tian, while others, supporting Du Yun, radiated exuberance, having unexpectedly gained a small fortune, much simpler than undertaking a commission. Hey, President, this seems rather inappropriate. I haven't lost yet. Tian's voice resonated from another corner of the arena, just as everyone seemed to acquiesce to Bai Ye's judgment. What? Du Yun's expression shifted in disbelief. How could this be? With his familiar binding Tian, how could she possibly escape? Bai Yi and the others were equally astonished. Their gazes directed toward the restrained Tian. 2 Tians? What is happening here? However, Shish, upon seeing the other Tian appear at a different corner of the arena, smiled sweetly. The confusion that had clouded her mind began to dissipate. No wonder Tian had auctioned several scrolls of magical techniques a few months ago. It turned out he was indeed a sorcerer. Humph, not even telling me, she pouted, her golden eyes fixed intently on Tian. A tinge of disappointment creeping into her heart despite her joy. Regarding Du Yun, as he gazed at the vanishing Huan Tian beneath his shikigami, he was filled with astonishment. Initially confident of victory, an unsettling feeling suddenly crept into his heart. How did you escape? With a sense of curiosity, Du Yun voiced the collective question of all present. In response, Huan Tian waved the crimson staff in his hand, realizing that since his secret had been exposed, there was no need for further concealment. He had intended to surprise them, but he hadn't anticipated being revealed so swiftly. This is a staff. Du Yun stared at the wand held by Huan Tian, his face a canvas of bewilderment. Wasn't he a ghost swordsman? How could he possess a mage's spirit? Could it be that he was also a magician? Although Du Yun found it hard to believe, the evidence was irrefutable. Huan Tian was indeed a dual-spirit adventurer. Not only Du Yun, but even the many spectators watching were equally astonished to see Huan Tian wielding a staff. How could an adventurer possess 2 spirits? President, stop staring. Can we continue the battle? Huan Tian turned to the stunned Bai Yi and inquired. Bai Yi, caught off guard, displayed a hint of embarrassment before reluctantly responding. The match continues. After speaking, his gaze remained fixed on the staff in Huan Tian's hand. This anomaly. When did he acquire dual spirits? He had hidden it well. Du Yun's eyes were locked onto Huan Tian's crimson staff, and his expression shifted. He could assert with certainty that the staff in Huan Tian's grasp was indeed enhanced with a spirit, and the level of that spirit was no trifling matter. It was at least a rare great spirit. Otherwise, how could it emanate such a suffocating aura? Brother Du, you must exercise caution from here on, for I am yet to fully master this spirit tool. Huan Tian gazed earnestly at Du Yun, expressing his concerns. Ever since this staff had manifested within him, he had struggled to wield it with complete finesse. A misstep could inadvertently cause harm to Du Yun. After all, the previous incident where Du Yun had unceremoniously sent him tumbling off the stage with the back of his axe was all too vivid in his memory. Thank you for the reminder. I shall give it my utmost effort, Du Yun replied with a nod, gripping his battle axe with unwavering determination. Although Huan Tian had issued a cautionary note, he refrained from launching an attack. Instead, a peculiar expression flickered across his face. Based on his memories from a past life, he chuckled to himself. Must I truly resort to this? The thought of a grown man casually casting an adorable magical orb was indeed a rather bizarre image. What's wrong? Noticing the odd look on Huan Tian's face, Du Yun, instead of rushing to strike, inquired with curiosity. It's nothing, Huan Tian thought, feeling a hint of embarrassment about his forthcoming actions. With a flick of his staff, a magical orb resembling a 5-pointed star soared toward Du Yun. With the first orb launched, a second was sure to follow. Magic Star Orb, a novice mage's spiritual technique, is remarkably easy to comprehend. Huan Tian primarily practiced this technique due to its minimal consumption of spiritual energy. Moreover, this technique was not only economical in terms of energy, but also highly practical, an essential skill for any budding mage. Observing the scene outside, Bai Yi and the others displayed expressions of perplexity. This young man seemed intent on resorting to underhanded tactics. Witnessing the barrage of magical star bullets, one could hardly blame them for their astonishment, especially given Du Yun's beleaguered demeanor. This was undeniably a rather unscrupulous maneuver. President, why do you not intervene? Xian Yuan Yu Huang remarked to Bai Yi, noting Du Yun's unfavorable position. If Huan Tian emerged victorious, the repercussions for her would be immense. Ultimately, victory is paramount. The means by which it is achieved are of little consequence. Do we truly abandon our efforts when faced with monstrous beasts? Bai Yi candidly expressed. While Huan Tian's strategy was indeed rather dubious, he possessed the requisite skills to execute it. As time progressed, the situation on the field grew increasingly exasperating. Huan Tian, relying on the minimal consumption of spiritual energy afforded by the magical bullets, stood at a distance, wielding his staff like a machine gun, relentlessly bombarding Du Yun. Given that Du Yun's spiritual energy was already quite depleted, he appeared exceedingly distressed. A melee exorcist facing off against a ranged magician is a lamentable predicament. Although the magical bullets lacked significant offensive power, Du Yun dared not permit himself to be struck, for Huan Tian's staff was undoubtedly enhanced by a rare-grade weapon soul. With such augmentation, the potency of the magical bullets should not be underestimated. Huan Tian, swinging his staff, observed Du Yun's desperate retreat and momentarily regretted not employing this tactic sooner, resulting in his own disarray. In response to Du Yun's counterattack, Huan Tian swiftly evaded the trajectory of the battle axe, effortlessly sidestepping the danger, and unleashed another volley of magical bullets toward Du Yun. Upon witnessing the situation, Du Yun ultimately let out a resigned sigh, conceding defeat. Chapter 78. The Eve of the Competition. With Du Yun's surrender, the subsequent matches saw Huan Tian exerting no more than a fraction of his strength, effortlessly securing victory. After all, with their strongest member, Du Yun, having succumbed, the remaining adversaries merely offered symbolic resistance before opting to yield. After 2 days of competition, the participants for this guild battle were successfully determined. Bai Yi, Xian Yuan Yu Huang, and Bai Ruo were all able to triumph over their opponents. It was hardly surprising that Bai Yi, being second only to Xier in terms of guild prowess, faced opponents who almost universally conceded. Given his peak level of invincible cultivation, it would be foolish for anyone to choose to confront Bai Yi. As for Xian Yuan Yu Huang and Bai Ruo, their victories were equally unsurprising. Xian Yuan Yu Huang, a formidable figure at the 6th tier of invincible level, had no difficulty in achieving victory. Bai Ruo, akin to Huan Tian, was also a strong contender with invincible cultivation and a refined physique, making him a notable force within the guild. However, the final participant, Huan Tian, found himself somewhat astonished by Chu Ling, who astonishingly defeated all her opponents, including Zhao Kai, who possessed the 5th tier of invincible cultivation. To Huan Tian's surprise, her cultivation reached the 7th tier of invincible level, surpassing even Xian Yuan Yu Huang significantly. In a dimly lit cave, an unremarkable black figure sat cross-legged upon a protruding rock. The pallor of his face was imbued with an air of menace, emanating a chilling aura even from a distance. Surrounding him were 4 other figures, equally seated. Suddenly, the man seated upon the rock opened his eyes, as if sensing something profound. This feeling is so familiar. Boss? Is something amiss? He inquired, casting a puzzled gaze at the man in black who sat not far from him. The others, upon hearing his words, also opened their eyes. Astonishment etched across their faces as they regarded the central figure clad in black. The spiritual energy within the cave grew tumultuous, and the man seated furthest to the right curiously asked, "Boss, could it be that object from years past?" "Indeed," the man in black replied, his gaze flickering momentarily as he coldly stated, "Had it not been for the intervention of the sanctified family back then, that object would have long since found its rightful owner." "What precisely was that object that compelled you to take action?" the man asked again, his curiosity piqued. "You will know in due course," the man in black teased, as if recalling a distant memory. "By the way, has there been any movement from the little fellow I instructed you to keep an eye on?" "None. That little one is in Qinglong City." "Boss, why should we concern ourselves with such a minor figure? Could that little one be connected to the object from back then?" The others in the cave expressed their intrigue. realizing that whatever had drawn their boss's attention must be of considerable significance in this world. Yes, the man in black nodded. Once that little one possesses the ability to lift the seal, that object will be firmly within my grasp. Indeed, with your cultivation. There are indeed very few in this continent who could rival you, one of the men flattered. However, the cleric family poses a significant dilemma. The little girl from years past instilled in me an inexplicable sense of foreboding, as if some unforeseen event were destined to unfold. The man in black reflected on occurrences of the past, murmuring softly. He could hardly fathom why that entity would choose a mere child. Heh, boss. I reckon that once you obtain that thing, the cleric family will no longer be a cause for concern. Yet, the foundation of the cleric family should not be underestimated. It would be wise to avoid antagonizing them. The man in black sighed, closing his eyes once more. So many people. At the entrance of the spatial vortex in Qinglong City, Shi'er gazed around with curiosity, her enchanting face alight with excitement, drawing the attention of nearby young adventurers. Is this truly the venue for our selection competition? As she marveled at the enigmatic spatial vortex, she pondered what mysteries lay within. Since we are to participate, we must secure a place among the top 3 in the selection to qualify for the Guild War, Bai Yi stated solemnly. President, we've heard so much about this Guild War. What exactly is it? Xianyuan Yu Huang inquired, equally intrigued. To be honest, I am uncertain myself. As since I took over the guild, we have consistently ranked last in the selection competitions, Bai Yi admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. After all, this guild once held a notable reputation in Qinglong City, and it was disheartening to see it reduced to such a state under his stewardship. I have indeed heard whispers suggesting that after passing the selection trials, we are to venture into an ancient relic, rumored to be replete with treasures, where even high-tier spiritual techniques are considered commonplace. Bai Ruo pondered aloud. Do not heed her fanciful tales. Those are mere fabrications. As for what truly lies within, I doubt many possess genuine knowledge. Bai Yi, well acquainted with Bai Ruo's assertions, understood the adage, seeing is believing, while hearing is often deceiving. After all, how easily could one acquire high-tier spiritual techniques within such a relic? Surely, anyone with sense would not be so gullible. As time progressed, the number of adventurers gathering before the spatial vortex increased, each sensing the overwhelming aura of powerful spiritual energy. Even the confident Huan Tian found himself questioning whether their team could secure a place among the top 3. Brother, look at the guild members clad in their uniforms. Why do we lack such attire? Observing the neatly dressed members of other guilds, Bai Ruo felt a twinge of embarrassment. Casting a disapproving glance at her brother Bai Yi as she voiced her concern. Leading the ghost blade was a middle-aged man, who, upon sighting Bai Yi, offered a faint smile, his dark eyes glinting with a chilling light. However, just as he was about to unleash his ire, his gaze fell upon Shi'er, who stood not far from Bai Yi. The sight of her caused a marked change in the middle-aged man's demeanor. He swiftly retreated with his companions, having secretly investigated Shi'er's background. Ultimately, the city lord had imparted but a few words of caution. Under no circumstances should they provoke this girl. As for the reasons behind such a warning, the city lord was wise enough not to divulge them. Chapter 79. The Guild War commences as the crowd grew increasingly impatient. The city lord, Shang Wanju, finally made his grand entrance. Beside him stood an elderly man with snow-white hair, capturing the attention of all. The old man stood quietly next to Shang Wanju, devoid of any discernible aura of spiritual power, appearing as an ordinary person. But was he truly an ordinary man? Surely, the adventurers present would not share that sentiment. Ladies and gentlemen, this selection tournament will be presided over by this esteemed elder. Shang Wanju respectfully positioned himself beside the old man and addressed the multitude of adventurers in the plaza, even taking a step back to cede the floor to the elder. The old man nodded in acknowledgement to Shang Wanju, his gaze sweeping across the assembled adventurers. With a warm smile, he began, "Young ones, these are the rules for this competition. Any guild that violates the regulations shall be disqualified." With that, the old man waved his hand. An illuminous screen materialized in the sky, the manifestation of spiritual energy, an epic-level powerhouse. Bai Yi exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the illuminated screen overhead, realizing that the overseer of this grand event was indeed an epic-level expert. Is this what an epic-level expert looks like? Huan Tian mused, observing the elder. Although the old man did not exude an aura that instilled fear, every gesture he made seemed to draw the essence of the heavens and earth. After scrutinizing the elder a moment longer, Huan Tian's gaze shifted to the glowing screen, his curiosity piqued by the competition's rules. The rules for participants in the Qinglong City Guild Selection Tournament were emblazoned in bold, gilded letters before him. Firstly, during the competition, it is imperative that no lives are endangered. Secondly, this contest is a survival challenge, wherein participants must eliminate the beasts concealed within the assessment area to earn points. 1 point for a common beast, 10 points for a spiritual technique beast, and 100 points for an elite beast. Upon reading this, Huan Tian nodded subtly, realizing that this assessment area is artificially created. The highest-ranking beasts are merely elite level, thus posing little danger to these fearless adventurers. Thirdly, the assessment lasts a week, with rankings determined by the accrued points. Fourthly, if all members of a team are eliminated, their points will reset to 0, resulting in disqualification. It appears that victory relies on genuine strength. Mere opportunism will not suffice. Upon reaching this conclusion, Huan Tian chose not to delve further. While the rules seemed straightforward, the reality demanded true skill. Even with fortunate circumstances leading to substantial points, they would be of no use if one cannot retain them. Now, have you all memorized the competition rules? Shortly thereafter, the aged voice of the elder resonated, prompting the assembled adventurers to direct their gaze uniformly towards him. This is a spatial talisman capable of recording your points, should you encounter life-threatening peril. Infusing it with spiritual energy will transport you from the assessment area. However, utilizing this talisman signifies the forfeiture of your competition eligibility. With a sweeping gesture, the elder sent shimmering silver talismans soaring towards the adventurers in the square. I shall refrain from elaborating further, but heed this warning. Should anyone dare to harm another's life, regardless of their formidable backing, I assure you, they will meet their end within this assessment area. A flash of cold light flickered in the old man's eyes, and the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to become chaotic. Predecessor, among them, there is one whose guardian is even of the heroic level? The city lord, Shang Wanchu, whispered, feeling it necessary to inform this elder of the matter. If that individual were to take action and commit murder, would he still have the courage to utter such words? What? The old man's expression shifted, disbelief etched across his face. To have a guardian who is a heroic-level powerhouse implies an extraordinary background. As a heroic-level expert himself, he was acutely aware of their arrogance. For a heroic-level warrior to willingly serve as a guardian, the implications of that person's background were simply unfathomable. Who is it? The elder inquired softly. That young girl, Shang Wanju replied, his gaze fixed on Xier, who stood quietly beside Huan Tian. Since being warned by that formidable individual, he had been discreetly observing the girl. The elder followed Shang Wanju's finger, astonishment dawning on his face as he exclaimed, "What a delicate young lady." However, the old man's expression shifted slightly. From this girl, he surprisingly sensed a hint of threat. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he dismissed the feeling. How could a girl who appeared to be merely in her early teens pose any real danger to a heroic-level expert? Ultimately, the elder could only conclude that she must possess something of immense power. Very well, I hereby declare the guild selection competition to commence. Young ones, step through the spatial gate. Although the elder was convinced by the words of the city lord, Shang Wanju, he did not alter his statements. For within that girl, he sensed even the faintest hint of malevolence. It is crucial to note that such traits are often intricately woven into the fabric of human nature. Even the kindest hearts harbor a whisper of darkness. Casting another glance at the stunning girl, who was strikingly beautiful, the elder suppressed his doubts and proclaimed. Observing the throng of people entering the vortex, Bai turned to those beside him and said, "Let us proceed as well. We shall witness this year's guild selection competition." With that, he stepped boldly into the swirling portal, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. "Let us go," Huan Tian said, following closely behind Bai Yi, hand in hand with Xier. As soon as they entered the vortex, Huan Tian felt a sudden brilliance before a wave of dizziness washed over him. Yet, this sensation was fleeting. In an instant, he and Xier found themselves atop a small hill strewn with bizarre rock formations. "President, what is this?" Huan Tian inquired, sensing the oppressive atmosphere around them. "This hardly resembles a testing ground. It feels more akin to a beastly relic." He glanced toward Bai Yi, perplexed. Indeed, Bai Yi also surveyed the surroundings with curiosity. This place was entirely different from the guild selection he had participated in the previous year, affirming his belief that the guild selection competition transforms annually. "Fear not. Shortly we shall engage only with mortal level and spirit tech beasts," Bai Yi remarked, glancing back at his companions. "Since we have resolved to participate, let us make our mark." What are we waiting for? Let's go find the demon beasts. Bai Ruo exclaimed, her excitement palpable. A fervent lover of battle, she had grown weary from the monotonous tasks of the past few months. With that, she boldly ventured deeper into the assessment area. Bai Yi, shaking his head in resignation, followed in her wake. Sheer, be cautious when we encounter the demon beasts, Huan Tian advised. Aware of Sheer's exceptional skills, yet still feeling the need to caution her. Sheer merely nodded obediently, clinging to Huan Tian's arm as if fearing he might vanish. Chapter 80. The Rock Demon. After a considerable time, Huan Tian and his companions had yet to encounter a single demon beast. Surrounded by towering, bizarre rocks, Huan Tian began to doubt the words of the elder. Here, not only were there no demon beasts, but not even a trace of fur could be found. With their curiosity piqued, the group pressed further into the depths of the assessment area. Despite the lack of encounters, there was no sense of relaxation among them. Rather, they remained highly vigilant. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often herald hidden dangers, and none could ascertain what lay concealed in this place. Suddenly, Sheer, standing beside Huan Tian, halted, her golden eyes fixated on a point in the distance. Bai Yi Gij, there is a fluctuation of spiritual energy ahead, she informed him. Where? Bai Yi asked, stopping in his tracks and turning to look at Sheer, perplexed. It seems there are no signs of demon beasts around. How could there be a fluctuation of spiritual energy? That rock, Sheer pointed to a peculiar-looking stone, her expression mirroring her confusion. Following the direction indicated by Sieter's finger, a rock of a notably darker hue came into view for the onlookers. At this moment, it emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy. Had Sieta not pointed it out, Huan Tian and the others would have remained oblivious to this peculiar stone. Could this rock possess life? Such a thought arose in the minds of the crowd. How could that be possible? Receive my strike. However, Xianyuan Yuhuang, unlike the others, gripped her spear resolutely and unleashed a powerful thrust towards the rock in the distance. Setting aside the question of whether the rock posed any threat, she decided to test its resilience. With a thunderous crash, the rock remained utterly unchanged despite being struck by Xianyuan Yuhuang, who was of the 6th tier in the fearless level of cultivation. The fact that the rock exhibited no response to such force spoke volumes. Indeed, there was something amiss. Huan Tian, witnessing the scene, sighed inwardly. Could this object truly be a beast? But why did it not retaliate? Was it in slumber? The very thought seemed implausible. Suddenly, the strange rock began to tremble violently, and to the astonishment of Huan Tian and his companions, it rose upright. Almost immediately, a pair of obsidian eyes materialized above the stone, followed by massive hands, sculpted from the very rock itself, detaching from its form. What is this? Huan Tian gazed at the sudden transformation, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Can a rock cultivate life? A spirit-level beast. The pale knight gazed intently at the abruptly shifting rock before him, sensing the aura it emanated. He drew in a sharp breath. Such a peculiar beast was unlike anything he had ever heard of, let alone seen. Just right, I shall practice on you, uttered the battle enthusiast Bai Ruo, who, upon spotting the rock beast, appeared quite exhilarated. With a flash of golden light from his hands, he charged towards the creature, executing a somersault and delivering a punch towards the seemingly sluggish rock beast. As Bai Ruo approached, the obsidian eyes of the rock beast flickered with a hint of awareness. Its massive stone hand swept through the air, effortlessly swatting Bai Ruo away, who had reached its side. Perched upon a boulder, Bai Ruo rubbed her slightly pained wrist. Surprise etched upon her face. The strength of this rock beast far exceeded her expectations. Had she not been a formidable practitioner of body refinement, that blow could have left her injured. This was the rock demon, a paragon among spirit-level beasts, with its eyes being its sole weakness. Observing Bai Ruo's disheveled state, she addressed the others, let us all strike together. In response, Bai Yi nodded at Xier, his hands shimmering gold like Bai Ruo's. In an instant, he appeared beside the rock demon, channeling his strength in an attempt to lift the creature, just as Bai Yi was about to hoist the rock demon. It seemed to sense his intentions. Its colossal hand came crashing down towards him, forcing Bai Yi to abandon the technique he had intended to employ. With a swift roll, he evaded the impending strike. Ninchi wave. At that moment, taking advantage of the rock demon's assault on Bai Yi, Chu Ling's hands shimmered with silver light. A silver wave of energy swiftly surged towards the demon's eyes, and in an instant, it struck true. With a resounding crash, the rock demon shattered into numerous fragments, scattering across the ground. Simultaneously, a faint sphere of light erupted from the debris, attempting to flee. Seeing the luminous sphere emerge from the rubble, Huan Tian smirked and, with a swift motion, captured the orb in his grasp. What is this? Huan Tian pondered, his gaze fixed on the glowing sphere, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Could it be that this entity had exerted control over the rock, thus birthing life? A spirit, with the rock demon vanquished. Bai Yi's attention naturally turned to the orb in Huan Tian's hand, expressing astonishment. President, what is a spirit? Huan Tian, taken aback by the unfamiliar term, wondered if perhaps this object was something of great value, judging by Bai Yi's expression. Hiki, brother Huan Tian, this is indeed a remarkable treasure. Xier smiled knowingly at Huan Tian. She was well acquainted with spirits, having utilized them during her own process of forming a spiritual embodiment. Such entities were among the finest tools for adventurers seeking to enhance the success rate of their spiritual formations. Xier proclaimed it to be a wondrous treasure. And if Huan Tian remained oblivious, he would surely be a fool. With a flicker of light, the spatial ring on his right hand swiftly enveloped the coveted orb that had piqued Bai Yi and the others' envy. After all, Bai Yi had previously asserted that anything of value obtained within the ruins belonged solely to the individual. You rascal, what a stroke of fortune. Last time you casually stumbled upon a rare-grade spirit soul, and now you've effortlessly acquired a demon spirit. However, do not rejoice too prematurely. To wield the demon spirit, you must first tame it, Bai Yi remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Huan Tian. Exuding an air of envy akin to someone who decries grapes as sour when they cannot reach them. Tame. Does this creature possess life? Huan Tian inquired, perplexed by the notion. Indeed, dear brother Huan Tian, the demon spirit is indeed alive. Should fortune favor you, you may tame it. And perhaps it could even undergo a secondary evolution, transforming into your spirit beast, Xia elucidated with a smile. Is a spirit beast akin to a pet? Huan Tian mused quietly. He then expressed his gratitude to Bai Yi and the others, acknowledging their collective effort in vanquishing the rock demon beast. While he merely benefited from a fortunate find, your fortune grants you this treasure, so do not dwell upon it. Taming a demon spirit is no simple task. Prepare yourself mentally for the endeavor. Furthermore, the process of training a demon beast can be quite costly, Bai Yi replied nonchalantly. Indeed, while demon spirits are valuable, their taming is far from straightforward. Otherwise, how could the relationship between humans and demon beasts have evolved into its current state? Chapter 81. The Azure Garment Sect with the defeat of the rock demon. A brilliant flash of golden light emanated from the spatial talisman in Bai Yi's hand, indicating that the score recorded had risen to 10. A spirit-level beast was indeed worth that amount. The elder had not deceived them. Having vanquished the rock demon, the group ventured deeper into the assessment grounds, guided by Xier's reminders, which proved fruitful as their scores swiftly escalated from 10 to 135. After all, Xier possessed a spiritual entity, allowing her to detect many beasts concealed within the rocks that would otherwise remain undetected. Witnessing such an effortless accumulation of points, even Bai Yi, typically serious in demeanor, wore a smile. It appeared that they had a genuine chance of securing a position among the top 3 in this guild selection competition. Ah, are these not the illustrious companions of the dreamlike Bai Yi? Suddenly, a series of figures emerged seemingly from nowhere, obstructing their path. At the forefront stood a stern man clad in azure garments, a distinct cloud emblem emblazoned across his chest. Qi Yun? Bai Yi's expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the individual. Realizing the misfortune of encountering this calamity. How fortunate that President Bai Yi remembers me. Surrender the points you possess, and I shall allow you to pass. Otherwise, elimination awaits you. Qi Yun gazed intently at Huan Tian and his companions, delivering his ultimatum with casual indifference. Brother, why waste words with them? Just send them packing, Qi Feng. Equally attired in azure, growled menacingly beside Qi Yun. The Azure Garment Sect? Huan Tian remarked in astonishment, recalling the time Qin Feng had collected protection fees from the guild. Brother, what should I do? As for Bai Ruo, he wore an eager expression, for the Qingyi sect had caused them considerable trouble in the past. Now that they had encountered each other, how could they simply let it go? After contemplating for a long while, Bai Yi finally uttered a single word. His eyes cold as he gazed at Qin Yun, unleashing the peak of his formidable cultivation. It seems that brother Bai Yi has dismissed my suggestion. Observing this, Qin Yun let out a cold laugh, gripping a short sword that exuded a powerful aura. Enough with the empty words, let us commence. With that, Bai Yi's figure flickered as he charged towards the formidable Qin Yun. Although Qin Yun was already teetering on the edge of the conqueror level, there was no trace of fear upon his countenance. Qin Yun, noticing this, smirked coldly, and in an instant, both he and Bai Yi escaped the encroaching battlefield, engaging fiercely with one another. "Leave this brat to me." Seeing his elder brother take action, Qingfeng's aura surged as he too grasped a short sword radiating immense power. Pointing it at Huan Tian and addressing those nearby, "Had it not been for this rascal, how could I have returned in such a sorry state? Be cautious." Huan Tian, realizing that Qingfeng's target was none other than himself, smiled slightly, gripping his fiery red staff as he called out to Xianyuan Yu Wang and the others before charging at Qifeng. "Then I shall take this lovely young lady." Following Qingfeng's lead, the other members of the Qingyun sect also selected their targets, with one even pointing at Xier and urgently warning those beside him, fearful that someone else might claim her first. Upon witnessing the selection of the opponent, Xier, both Xianyuan Yu Wang, Bai Rua, and even Chu Ling displayed expressions of incredulity. This individual seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of peril, as the clash was about to commence. It must be said that the overall strength of the Qingyi sect was commendable, apart from Qingyun, who was on the verge of reaching the conqueror level. The remaining members were all of the fearless rank, rendering both sides evenly matched. However, there was an exception, the man who had chosen Xier, who fell defeated with a mere move, sprawled on the ground, his face etched with terror as he gazed at Xier. To be frank, he was at a loss regarding how he had been vanquished, merely sensing a flash before his body became immobilized. This unexpected turn of events did not escape the notice of others. Qingyun, astonished, even repelled by Yi with a single strike, staring in disbelief at this extraordinarily beautiful girl. He was acutely aware of the prowess of those he had selected. How could they be unable to withstand even one attack from her? As for Bai Ye's group, they appeared somewhat unfazed by the spectacle. Although Xier had not previously revealed her true capabilities, she had effortlessly defeated an elite-level beast with a single strike during their encounter in the beast ruins. It was clear that even a warrior on the brink of the conqueror level, like Qingyun, would meet a similar fate. "What are you staring at?" As he observed his opponent in a daze, Huan Tian cast a disdainful glance at Qingfeng, wondering if they still perceived themselves as the once easily bullied guild. With a flick of his staff, he hurled a fireball, radiating intense heat, towards Qifeng. Humph. Upon seeing the approaching fireball, Qingfeng's expression shifted dramatically. Gripping his short sword, he barked an incantation, Azura Evil Light Slash. A tremendous golden wave of light erupted from the short sword, effortlessly shattering the fireball conjured by Huan Tian in an instant, and continued its trajectory towards him. In the face of this fiery onslaught, Huan Tian exhibited no signs of trepidation. With a mere flourish of his staff, a colossal pillar of flame, measuring 3 to 4 meters in diameter, surged skyward, intercepting the golden wave aimed at him. "Impressive, you possess some skill," remarked Qingfeng, his expression betraying a hint of confusion as he observed the crimson staff in Huan Tian's grasp. Wasn't this fellow a ghost swordsman last time? How has he transformed into a mage now? Could it be that the weapon he wielded previously was not a spirit weapon, but merely an ordinary sword? Even with enhancements, one would not so easily dispatch an adventurer of higher cultivation with just a commonplace blade. As this realization dawned upon him, Qingfeng's countenance shifted. Could it be that this individual had concealed his true strength during their last encounter? This time, however, he lacked the elixirs to boost his prowess. Despite these thoughts, Qingfeng let out a cold huff, unwilling to believe that the figure before him possessed such capabilities. With his peak-level cultivation, if he could not handle this minor opponent, it would be a source of ridicule. Only a trial will reveal the truth, he mused. Unconcerned with Qingfeng's contemplations, Huan Tian was solely focused on how to deal with this adversary, for it was evident that this individual possessed peak-level prowess, a significant disparity from his own abilities. A surge of murderous intent rippled through the air. Upon hearing this, Qingfeng's expression darkened, and an invisible wave, seemingly composed of spiritual energy, materialized beneath his feet. In a flash, he lunged towards Huan Tian, sword drawn. Upon witnessing the approach of Qingfeng, Huan Tian maintained his composure, offering a faint smile as his figure vanished into thin air. He subsequently reappeared behind Qingfeng, executing a swift kick. With a resounding thud, Qingfeng's body trembled from the impact, sending him hurtling backward into a boulder. The pain radiating from his back threatened to overwhelm him. Was it not said that mages lacked physical prowess? Yet, this young man's strength was anything but feeble. Just as Huan Tian appeared to gain the upper hand, a sudden, thunderous sound shattered the intensity of the battle. Bei was seen being sent crashing against a rock by Qingyun's powerful kick, his energy visibly depleted. "President, brother," Huan Tian and the others cried out in concern, realizing that Bei was ill-equipped to face a formidable opponent like Qing Yun, who was half a step into the realm of conquest. Coughing up blood, Bei's gaze darkened as he lamented, "I have become a burden to you all." Chapter 82. Divine Assistance. It's all right, President, Huan Tian reassured Bei, casting a furtive glance towards the serene figure of Sierra, who stood quietly nearby. Nodding at her, he drew her attention. In response, Sierra playfully blinked her golden eyes before approaching Bei's side. With a flicker of light, she grasped a crystalline cross and softly whispered, "Healing prayer." Almost instantly, Bei's injuries began to mend at a remarkable pace, and in the blink of an eye, he was restored to his peak condition. "Thank you, Sister Sierra," Bei gasped, feeling the rapid recovery of his wounds. He brushed off the dust from his attire and expressed his gratitude. "No worries, our leader shall not be bullied." A subtle smile graced Sierra's exquisitely beautiful face, causing the members of the Qingyi sect to momentarily lose their focus. A cleric. The crystal cross in Sierra's hand was swiftly noticed by Qing Yun, who had never anticipated that a cleric would be concealed within the enchanting night. What he initially perceived as a certain victory now gave rise to a flicker of unease within him. Blessing of courage. Unfazed by the astonished gazes of the Qingyi sect members, Sierra waved the cross, and a divine golden light surged forth towards Huan Tian and his companions. As the sacred light entered his being, Bai Yi felt an overwhelming power surge from within, leaving him and his companions almost speechless. Could such strength truly belong to a fearless level warrior? While the fluctuations of spiritual energy remained at the fearless level, the magnitude of this power seemed beyond even that of a conqueror-level fighter. As for Huan Tian, possessing memories from a past life, he was not as taken aback as Bai Yi and the others. Surely, the reputation of a paladin is not built upon mere offensive prowess? No. Paladins are renowned for their supportive capabilities. Even with Qing Yun on the cusp of conqueror level, as long as Sierra was present, their team would not face defeat. "Thank you, Sister Sierra. Let me deal with this fellow first," Bai Yi declared, exuding confidence as he nodded at Sierra, his gaze fixed upon the ever-changing expression of Qingyi, and he launched a punch toward him. Meanwhile, Sierra stood by obediently, choosing not to engage in the battle. Humph. As for Qingyi, upon witnessing the defeated Bai Yi daring to strike first, he let out a cold snort. What of having the backing of a holy family? As long as that girl remained unharmed, he believed the holy family would not trouble them. With this thought, Qingyi swung his short sword, unleashing a fiery wave. In an instant, a pillar of flame surged skyward, aimed directly at Bai Yi. Bai Yi, upon seeing the inferno, crossed his arms defensively and braced for Qingyi's assault. His body moved swiftly, closing the distance to Qingyi with remarkable speed. There was no flourish or embellishment. He simply aimed a punch at Qingyi's chest. With a clang, Qingyi, observing Bai Yi's actions, positioned his short sword horizontally before him, resolute in not retreating. After all, he was a warrior on the brink of the conquest level. He held a modicum of confidence. Besides, Bai Yi's punch appeared to be merely straightforward and unadorned. What could it possibly achieve? However, Qingyi soon paid the price for his arrogance. Bai Yi's seemingly effortless punch struck him with undeniable force, sending him hurtling backward to crash against a rock, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. Blood pouring from his mouth, barely drawing breath. "Are you also eager to accompany him?" Huan Tian did not rush to intervene. Since Sierra took action, he had already foreseen the outcome. Qingyi and his companions had grossly underestimated the power of a paladin. This turn of events was not entirely their fault. The holy families were shrouded in such mystery that it was likely over 99% of adventurers in this continent had never encountered a paladin. "What do you intend to do?" Upon hearing this, Qing Feng's spirit became highly concentrated. He had clearly observed the radiant light emanating from the cross of one particular girl, which had also illuminated Huan Tian. Bai Yi, upon hearing Huan Tian's words, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that he was indeed the president. Huan Tian's actions undoubtedly placed him in a position of utmost importance. Nodding slightly at Huan Tian, Bai Yi's gaze towards the members of the Qingyi sect grew increasingly unfriendly, and he coldly scoffed, "If you do not wish to fight, then huddle together and await your fate." With the president's defeat, how could there be any further combat? The remaining members of Qingyi sect, upon hearing this, complied with dejection, casting a pitying glance at the oblivious Qingyi, and, relinquishing their spirit tools, squatted down in place with their heads cradled in their arms. Qing Feng, confronted with this situation, hesitated, caught between words. "Say it or not. If you do not, I shall cast you out," Bai Ruo remarked disdainfully, observing Qing Feng's indecisiveness. Points can indeed be seized. With the scarcity of the mystical beasts here, many guilds opt to pilfer points from others. Any guild with points exceeding 100 will be displayed on the spatial talisman. All one needs to do is locate that guild and claim their points. This is far easier than searching for mystical beasts, Qing Feng reluctantly stated. How unsurprising, Bai Yi murmured, reflecting on Qing Feng's words. No wonder many guilds accumulated hundreds of points within just a couple of days during the guild wars. They must have been pilfered. Then what are we waiting for? Hand over your points, Xian Yuan Yu Huang exclaimed, suddenly intrigued. It seems the guild selection trials can be played this way. All the points are with my elder brother. Reluctantly, Qing Feng spoke, but the fleeting glimmer of clarity in his eyes did not escape Huan Tian's notice. Approaching the oblivious Qingyi, Bei immediately spotted the spatial ring adorning his finger. With a swift motion, he seized the ring from Qingyi's index finger, delving into the depths of his consciousness to extract a spatial talisman. Observing the numeral 50 inscribed upon the talisman, Bei's expression turned to one of perplexity. Why is it only this amount? You all, present your spatial talismans. Naturally, Huan Tian also perceived Qingyi's spatial talisman and casually addressed the others squatting nearby. Qing Feng, who had been reveling in his pride as he crouched on the ground, was taken aback by these words, his countenance shifting dramatically. How did this brat discover it? President, the points have been kept separately by them. Did you not hear what he said? As long as the points exceed 100, we will be exposed, drawing the attention of more guilds to trouble us. Having participated in so many instances, how could they possibly overlook this matter? Huan Tian elucidated. Download the latest TXT ebook of this book by clicking here. Mobile reading of this book. Post a review. Chapter 83. Fishing. Brother, we have suddenly amassed 480 points. Our chances of entering the top 3 this time are quite promising. Having resolved the Qingyi issue, Bei and his companions reap substantial rewards, their points multiplying several times over. Such a plethora of points will undoubtedly attract more guilds. Should we not also adopt their strategy and disperse our points? Upon hearing the words, Bai Yi did not exhibit the same joy as Bai Ruo. His gaze fell upon the spatial talisman in his hand, which now bore several glaring red dots drawing near them. These red dots clearly represented guilds with scores exceeding 100. He offered a suggestion. You decide, President. Huan Tian had no particular advice to provide. Let us manage them separately, he proposed. Ultimately, it was Bai Yi who made the decision, as the guild should refrain from cultivating too many adversaries at this time. Seeing that no one had further suggestions, Bai Yi swiftly distributed the points in his hand evenly among Huan Tian and the others. Each of the 6 received 80 points. A perfectly fitting allocation. As the points were dispersed, the red dots on the spatial talisman seemed to lose their objective and remain stationary. On a gently sloping hill, a man clad in white observed the vanishing red dots on the spatial talisman. He turned to a handsome figure nearby and inquired, Boss, have our targets disappeared? What should we do? At the center of his chest, a brilliant star shone resplendently. Any adventurer from Qinglong City would undoubtedly recognize this emblem. A mark exclusive to the members of the esteemed Star-Gathering Pavilion, the strongest guild in Qinglong City. Not to worry, the man replied, raising his gaze to the sky. His eyes sparkled like a multitude of stars, momentarily glimmering. He then uttered, Have the brothers who ventured out returned with any news? None yet, came the reply. Let us take our time. We have 6 days remaining. There is no rush, he remarked casually before turning and departing the scene. In the dense forest, Bai Yi stood atop a branch, gazing into the distance. Unlike the rock-dwelling beasts, the creatures here were relatively easy to spot. However, most were merely of the mundane or spiritual skill variety, posing little threat to their party of formidable warriors. Bai Yi's score had even climbed to 100 once more. Yet, there was a peculiar phenomenon. The beasts here seemed to leave no soul cores upon death, a mystery that left the group perplexed. Let us take a moment to rest and replenish our spiritual energy before continuing, Bai Yi suggested, observing the stillness around them. Given the abundance of beasts, it was prudent for an adventurer to remain in peak condition. President, this assessment doesn't seem overly difficult. Why have you always placed last in previous attempts? Chen Yuan Yu Huang casually inquired as she settled onto a relatively clean patch of ground. In the span of merely half a day, their collective score had approached 600, making her question quite reasonable. I am uncertain, yet there is a point of suspicion, Bai Yi mused, reflecting on past guild selection competitions, hinting at a realization. Intrigued by his words, Huan Tian inquired, What seems suspicious? I shall elaborate, Bai Ruo chimed in. seemingly having had a revelation as she continued Huan Tian's query. In previous guild selection competitions, the scores of other guilds appeared to be within a normal range. Yet the scores of the star-picking pavilion seem rather anomalous. What anomaly? Upon hearing Bai Ruo's words, even Chu Ling, who typically shunned the limelight, found herself intrigued. Directing her gaze towards Bai Ruo and her companions, the star-picking pavilion consistently amassed a staggering 100,000 more points than other guilds. Bai Ruo's statement resonated like a thunderclap in the hearts of Huan Tian and his compatriots. 100,000 points. What an astonishing figure. Even if one were to hunt elite-grade beasts exclusively, achieving such a score would be impossible. This amounted to either 1,000 elite-grade beasts or 10,000 spirit-grade beasts. Setting aside the feasibility of such a quantity existing in the assessment area, the prospect of anyone locating them within such a brief time frame seemed implausible. In merely half a day, they had encountered just 2 elite-grade beasts. Even if one were to secure a guaranteed 10,000 points daily, accumulating such a sum within a week would still prove elusive. There must be some underlying mystery at play here. President, do you have any insight into this? After a prolonged silence, Xin Yuan Yuhuang's gaze remained fixed on Bai Yi. I have no idea. Those individuals from the star-picking pavilion are exceedingly arrogant, and their president is a veritable conqueror, Bai Yi replied with a resigned shake of his head. What about the second place? Contemplating the 100,000 points. Even Xian Yuan Yuhuang, who usually possessed a keen sense of strategy, felt uncertain. If the first position was unattainable, they might as well strive for second. The previous competition's second-place score was relatively reasonable, exceeding 40,000. Bai Yi scrutinized the group, struggling to comprehend how the first place could have amassed such an astonishing tally. 40,000? Given our current pace, securing an additional 30,000 points within 6 days would indeed be quite the challenge. Huan Tian murmured thoughtfully. It appears we must resort to seizing opportunities, regardless of the potential repercussions with other guilds. President, let us go fishing, Huang Tian suggested. Fishing? Upon hearing Huang Tian's words, Bai Yi and the others turned their gazes towards him, asking in unison, how do we fish? You will safeguard all the points. And let the other guilds come to us, Huang Tian explained. It is worth noting that while points exceeding 100 will display on the spatial talisman, the greater the accumulation of points, the more brilliantly the red dot on the talisman shines. Otherwise, why would so many guilds gravitate towards them? Isn't this inappropriate? Even with Shi-Er by our side, we cannot withstand a wheel battle. Xin Yuan Yu Huang raised a question. What method do you propose? Bai Yi inquired curiously upon observing Huang Tian's demeanor. Have you heard of the illusory soul grass? Huang Tian deliberately posed a question to the group. Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads, while Xin Yuan Yu Huang impatiently remarked, Stop being cryptic, just tell us your idea. Upon hearing Huang Tian's words, Bai Yi and the others instantly grasped the concept, with Bai Ruo expressing surprise. Are you suggesting that such a thing exists in this place? Indeed. Huang Tian nodded slightly in affirmation of Bai Ruo's statement. Seeing Huang Tian's expression, it became apparent to everyone what he intended to convey. As long as such a thing existed, they would welcome the influx of guilds seeking trouble. Isn't that a bit unscrupulous? Bai Yi hesitated. Brother, does it even matter now? Don't you wish to enter the top 3? To witness the guild war hosted by the 3 great empires? Bai Ruo gazed at her indecisive brother, feeling a profound sense of exasperation. Well, such matters are unlikely to endanger one's life, right? Although Bai Yi acquiesced to Huan Tian's suggestion, she still posed a question, asserting that this was merely a selection competition, not a life-and-death rivalry. Thus, inflicting harm was unacceptable. No. This herb is only effective on adventurers below the conqueror level. It bears no effect on those who possess a spiritual entity. Merely inducing a faint for several days without any physical repercussions, Huan Tian elucidated. That is reassuring. Chapter 84, Huanshan grass. The Huanhan grass, characterized by its 7 leaves and grayish flowers, is easily identifiable. Had Huan Tian not previously encountered this herb, he would not have articulated it so readily. Fixating on the single specimen held by Shi-Er, Huan Tian inquired urgently, Shi-Er, where did you find this? Why is there only one? It is known that the Huanhan grass is hermaphroditic. A solitary plant should not exist. Over there, Shi-Er pointed to a towering tree, perplexed. Could it be? Casting his gaze upon the ancient tree, which had stood for decades, a daring notion sparked in his mind. Summoning the spirit blade, Huan Tian swung at the majestic tree with a single stroke. In an instant, the tree, large enough for an adult to embrace, was cleaved in 2. With the split of the tree emerged a resplendent flower, and a faint, delicate fragrance wafted into Huan Tian's nostrils. This is the Huan Shen grass. As he gazed upon the blossoms before him, Huan Tian inhaled sharply, a flicker of delight crossing his visage as he silently rejoiced at his newfound fortune. The Huan Shen grass, an advanced variant of the Huan Hun grass, required enduring the passage of time and millennia of cultivation for a single Huan Hun grass to transform into a Huan Shen grass. Unlike the Huan Hun grass, which merely induced a state of unconsciousness in conqueror-level warriors, the Huan Shen grass directly influenced the very essence of such formidable beings. More remarkably, the Huan Shen grass served as one of the principal ingredients in the crafting of the spirit-condensing pill, a coveted item that conqueror-level adventurers yearned for, as it significantly enhanced their chances of successfully coalescing their spiritual entities. With utmost care, Huan Tian harvested the Huan Shen grass, his spirits soaring. He had not anticipated encountering such extraordinary treasures here. Possessing this item would undoubtedly ease his future endeavors in forming his spiritual entity, especially since he lacked any familial power to rely upon. All responsibilities rested solely upon his own shoulders. Unbeknownst to him, the sky gradually dimmed. Bai Yi, Bai Ruo, Xian Yuan Yu Huang, and Shu Ling returned in succession, their bountiful harvest of over 50 Huan Hun grasses laid out before Huan Tian. Huan Tian, you have procured the Huan Hun grass. Now, what plans do you propose? Xian Yuan Yu Huang inquired, munching on his provisions. Rest, Huan Tian replied succinctly, also partaking in his rations. Rest? Upon hearing Huan Tian's words, not only Xian Yuan Yu Huang but even Bai Yi and the others were momentarily taken aback. After laboriously gathering such a plethora of Huan Hun grasses, what merit was there in resting? Would resting yield any points? In the past few days, let them first accumulate some points before we take action. In response to the crowd's inquiries, Huan Tian offered an explanation. What if they do not come to seek us? Those present here are all elites, and what Huan Tian can conceive, they can undoubtedly fathom as well. If, at that time, other guilds look down upon their association, would it not be a fruitless endeavor? After all, the entire team possesses merely 500 to 600 points, which many guilds could easily acquire through slaying beasts. Is it truly necessary to take such a risk? There is no need for concern. In a couple of days, we can release news of the discovery of the illusory divine herb. Surely, guilds will come rushing to seize it. Huan Tian smiled slightly. For not only did he indeed possess the illusory divine herb, but even if he did not, he believed that any adventurer of conqueror rank or lower would be compelled by greed upon hearing the news, and at that moment, would they fear not gaining points? As for the tidings of acquiring an illusory divine herb, Huan Tian had already informed the other members of the guild. This may not be wise, however. Bai Yi, hearing Huan Tian mention the illusory divine herb, paused slightly, for he did not entirely agree with Huan Tian's suggestion. What if other guilds saw through their plot and conspired against them? That would surely result in losing both allies and troops. What then is to be done? Upon hearing this, Huan Tian pondered, realizing that he had indeed overlooked this aspect. Although alchemists are exceedingly rare in this world, it does not imply that other guilds lack them. If other guilds possess knowledge of the illusory divine herb, the consequences could be dire. I propose we first deal with the guilds of lesser strength, and then focus on those ranked higher, suggested Xian Yuan Yu Huang. I find it acceptable. Bai Yi listened to Xian Yuan Yu Huang's suggestion, nodding in agreement. I concur. Bai Ruo Yi expressed his thoughts. What about you, Xier? Bai Yi inquired, glancing at Xier, who sat quietly beside Huan Tian. After all, they were all well aware of Xier's formidable strength. This guild selection competition largely depended on her. I am fine with it, Xier replied, her golden eyes blinking as she spoke. And what is your opinion, Huan Tian? Bai Yi turned his gaze towards Huan Tian. Let us proceed as Yu Huang suggested. My previous idea was somewhat lacking in consideration. Huan Tian was unfazed by the rejection of his proposal. He acknowledged his oversight. After all, those who arrived here were no fools. Even if he had revealed the information about the illusionary divine grass, it was improbable that the guild would foolishly come to offer points. Such notions were clearly fanciful. If anyone were to come, they would undoubtedly do so in pairs. Then we shall take turns standing guard tonight, and we will commence our actions tomorrow. Seeing that Huan Tian had no objections, Bai Yi addressed the group. Understanding the gravity of the situation and recognizing the need for caution, should they find themselves at the bottom once more, the guild's accumulated reputation over the past 2 years would surely plummet. As night fell, Huan Tian sat beside the flickering fire, gazing at the myriad stars above. Lost in contemplation, he pondered how he had come to this world, and to this day, he had yet to grasp even a hint of clarity. Despite relentless efforts, I have finally become an adventurer, yet I am not akin to a typical adventurer. Firstly, my dual spirit is already a deviation from the norm, not to mention that I can cultivate skills that do not belong to my profession. Chapter 85, The Wolf of the Sky in the Dense Forest. A group of men clad in black hurriedly approached. At the forefront stood a hawk-eyed man whose countenance emanated a chilling aura. Any adventurer from Qinglong City would recognize him at a glance. He was none other than Xiang Tianlang, the president of the Sky Wolf Guild, which had ranked 5th in the last guild competition. It is said that he entered the Monster Beast ruins at the tender age of 10 and emerged at 18, subsequently founding the Sky Wolf Guild. In a mere decade, he has led his guild to fame in Qinglong City, achieving remarkable 5th place in the last guild competition, making him a legendary figure of the era, his cultivation level being that of a second-tier conqueror. How much longer until we reach our destination? His cold voice broke the silence. The others, accustomed to such demeanor from their leader, were unfazed, perhaps a result of having survived so long within the Monster Beast ruins, as he exuded an aura of ferocity throughout. We are almost there. Judging by the fluctuations in points, this group should have nearly 700 points, a small, frail man remarked cautiously, glancing at the spatial talisman in his hand. Very well, proceed at full speed. Xiang Tianlong's lips curled into a smirk, his crimson eyes scanning the forest. Within his perception, there seemed to be a presence that instilled even him with trepidation. Brothers, an opportunity is at hand. In a secluded part of the dense forest, Xianyuan Yuhuang fixed his gaze upon the spatial talisman in his hand, observing the blinding red dot rapidly approaching them. With a faint smile, he said, "Everyone, prepare yourselves." After Huantian spoke, he retrieved a leaf-like substance from his spatial ring and began to chew it. "Huantian, must you consume that?" Bai Ruo inquired, eyeing the leaf-like object in her hand with trepidation. "If you don't eat it, you may fall victim to the illusory soul grass." Huantian replied with a hint of resignation. "It's merely a leaf from the illusory soul grass." "Very well," Bai Ruo conceded, still hesitant as she looked at the illusory soul grass leaf. "How does one even eat this?" Cautiously, she took a small bite, and almost instantaneously, her expression transformed. She was pleasantly surprised by its delectable taste. Chu Ling, initially hesitant, observed Bai Ruo's reaction and decided to take a bite as well. Her expression soon mirrored that of Bai Ruo's. As for Sheer, she quietly watched the interaction among Huantian and the others. Being of conquest-level cultivation, she had no need for the illusory soul grass leaves, yet intrigued by Bai Ruo and Chu Ling's delight. She retrieved a leaf from her exquisite crystal spatial ring and took a bite. "Wow, this is delicious," she exclaimed, her little mouth pouting in dissatisfaction as she gazed at Huantian. "Brother Huantian, you are truly biased. You didn't let me have any of this delightful treat." Huantian found himself in a state of amused disbelief. He was aware that the leaves of the illusory soul grass could prevent them from succumbing to poison, and having consumed it too hastily, he had failed to discern its flavor. Yet, how could it be that the three of them found it so delectable? Perhaps he had underestimated the world of gourmands. "I shall be more attentive next time," he said apologetically to Sierra. "Enough of the jesting. They are approaching," Bai Yi remarked, observing Huantian's demeanor. "Yu Huang, ignite the blossoms of the illusory soul grass," he commanded, and with a swift motion, he vanished into the depths of the forest, prompting the others to follow suit. "President, we have arrived," announced a frail man standing beside Xiang Tianlang, his gaze fixed upon the spatial talisman, which clearly indicated two blinding red dots converging in one location. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlang looked up at Xianyuan Yuhuang, who was nonchalantly reclining against a great tree, a look of puzzlement on his face. Could it be that his senses had deceived him? How could this seemingly handsome young man possess only the prowess of an undaunted level adventurer? "Is this the individual?" Xiang Tianlang inquired, his voice laden with uncertainty. "Indeed, President. It is him," the frail man confirmed after scrutinizing the spatial talisman once more. "Young man, surrender your points, and I shall not make things difficult for you," Xiang Tianlang stated, suppressing his intrigue. After all, an undaunted level adventurer was hardly worth his effort. However, upon seeing Xiang Tianlang, Xianyuan Yuhuang's expression shifted. Was this an individual of conqueror-level strength? To my astonishment, my inaugural fishing experience brought forth such a formidable adversary. Suppressing my inner turmoil, Xianyuan Yuhuang felt a profound urgency. Why was there no effect yet? The opponent was leading a team of conqueror-level warriors, accompanied by numerous fearless-level fighters. Should the illusory soul grasp prove ineffective, it would spell trouble. You two, deal with him, Xiang Tianling commanded, noticing Xinyuan Yuhuang's inaction. He gestured dismissively to the two fearless-level adventurers beside him. Understood. The duo nodded in agreement and approached Xinyuan Yuhuang. Just then, it seemed the illusory soul grass had begun to take effect. Darkness enveloped the two, causing them to collapse. Shortly after, the three individuals standing beside Xiang Tianling also succumbed to the same fate, falling to the ground. Fascinating. You came prepared. Even if my allies lose their combat capabilities, how do you intend to defeat me? Observing his fallen comrades, Xiang Tianling appeared unfazed. His interest peaked as he gazed at Xinyuan Yuhuang. What about us? At this, Xiang Tianling turned his attention to the figures emerging from the dense forest, his senses heightened as he locked eyes with Sierra. The ominous feeling he had previously experienced surged within him. This girl was undeniably extraordinary. Let us confront them together. Despite the earlier sense of peril, Xiang Tianling displayed no trepidation. With a flash of crimson light, a colossal sword, seemingly forged from blood, materialized in his grasp, and his surrounding spiritual energy surged skyward, causing the trees nearby to tremble violently. Although it is not honorable to overwhelm the few with the many, who still cares about such trivialities. The opponent is a genuine conqueror of remarkable strength. Without Xia, it is uncertain whether the few from Huantian would stand a chance against him. While it is true that Xia is also a formidable conqueror, how could these seasoned men allow a young girl to charge into battle? In the Azure Dragon City, within the Lord's mansion, the elder responsible for the upcoming sea selection tournament sat in his chair, his gaze fixed upon a crystal ball. The images within the orb shifted incessantly until suddenly, the figures of Huantian appeared. The elder's aged eyes fell upon Xia, who stood quietly beside them. And a flicker of astonishment crossed his previously composed face. He could not possibly overlook the crystal cross in Xia's hand. Although one could become a cleric by condensing the cross's spirit, this particular crystal cross evidently bore a significant spirit of its own, one of considerable rank. This girl? The elder murmured, recalling the whispers he had heard before. He remembered tales of a young girl possessing a crystal cross. Could there be a connection between the two? If this little girl were indeed the one from those tales, could she be the fabled child of all spirits? As he gazed at Huantian, a glimmer of clarity illuminated the elder's visage. It seemed this matter warranted further reporting. Chapter 86, Absorption of Spirit Souls with a Thunderous Crash. Xiang Tianlong's body was hurled backward, colliding with a large tree. His spiritual energy rapidly dwindled, with Xia and Chu Ling providing formidable support. Even facing a single Xiang Tianling would likely lead to this very outcome, let alone two. Casually seizing the spatial talisman from Xiang Tianlong's grasp, which held a staggering 1,300 points, Huantian unceremoniously transferred the points into his own talisman. Observing the zero balance on his own spatial talisman, Xiang Tianling exhibited little emotional upheaval. As the adage goes, to the victor belong the spoils. Had he emerged victorious, he would have acted similarly. Yet, he found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend the reasons behind his defeat. The girl capable of posing a threat to him had not even intervened, for fearless adversaries had effortlessly vanquished him. Why? Fixating his gaze on Huantian, he curiously inquired once more. Did the vanquished deserve to know? Would Huantian enlighten him? Certainly not. Sierra was the ultimate trump card of the entire team. Moreover, it appeared that adventurers in this realm possessed scant knowledge regarding paladins. Otherwise, how could Xiang Tianling have posed such a question? What transpired a millennium ago that led to the clerics establishing their own lineage? As Huantian continued to engage in battles, this question persisted in his mind. However, through these recent conflicts, Huantian had gained a profound understanding of his own inadequacies. Without Sienna's presence, their team's overall strength was indeed rather lackluster. The influence of a conqueror-level powerhouse in this trial was undeniably monumental. 3 days slipped away quietly, and the group led by Huantian achieved remarkable success in the ruins. No fewer than a dozen guilds succumbed to temptation, attempting to seize the points in their possession. Yet, without exception, the hard-earned points fell into the hands of Baiyi. After all, these adversaries were only at the fearless level, with some guilds not even catching a glimpse of Huantian's team before succumbing to the poison of the illusory soul grass, thereby willingly surrendering their points. Gazing at the spatial talisman in his hand, which bore 1,000 points, even the typically stoic Baiyi couldn't suppress a smile, not to mention the others. However, As many of the less formidable guilds were eliminated, the remaining guilds refrained from recklessly confronting Huan Tian's group. The mysterious manner in which Huan Tian and his companions acquired others' points led to whispers within the assessment area, suggesting the presence of a formidable team capable of stealthily claiming points, instilling a sense of fear among all who were concerned about becoming targets themselves. In a secluded part of the assessment area, a team of adventurers clad in white hurried towards a remote location. At the forefront, a strikingly handsome man fixed his gaze on a frail companion beside him and inquired, "Are you certain that the beast is here, President?" According to reports from those sent to search, there is a distinct spiritual energy fluctuation characteristic of that beast, so it should be accurate. Very well. Let us eliminate this beast. The first place in this year's selection competition shall still belong to us. The handsome man smiled faintly, and a powerful aura, unique to a conqueror-level expert, suddenly erupted, causing those nearby to stagger back a few steps. By the way, President, there has been a team with 1,000 points appearing these past few days. Should we take action against them? The frail man gazed at the handsome figure with a look of admiration and ventured a question. A group employing illusory soul grass is not a formidable threat. We have dealt with such before. Among them, there should be an alchemist. The handsome man remained silent, but a tall figure behind him casually interjected, "Are you certain?" Upon hearing the tall man's remark, the handsome man cast an intrigued glance in his direction. "I have visited their lair, and I detected the fragrance of the illusory soul grass burning in the air." The tall man nonchalantly continued, being an alchemist himself, he found it effortless to discern such signs. He felt a sense of disdain towards their actions. They had not even bothered to erase the traces of their use of illusory soul grass, revealing them to be mere novices in the art of alchemy. Very well. If we eliminate this creature, the points from that guild shall be ours. Throughout the conversation, the handsome man maintained a faint smile, suggesting they could accumulate additional points before claiming them later. It was not that they lacked intelligence. Rather, the guilds of lesser strength had been eliminated, leaving only seasoned veterans who would not easily fall for such tricks. Xian Yuan Yu Huang continued in agreement with Huan Tian's assertion. "So what shall we do? Should we hunt magical beasts to earn points?" Bai Ruo similarly fixated on the spatial talisman, her expression laden with anxiety. At this point, it seems there are hardly any elite or spirit-level magical beasts left in the assessment area. Hunting them for points may yield little reward. Bai Yi sighed, pondering the limited number of beastly creatures in this vicinity. After 3 days of relentless hunting, how many high-scoring beasts could possibly remain? The outcome was all too predictable. Observing the guilds nearby, how many possessed scores exceeding 1,000 points? In the absence of guilds to bestow points upon them, they had no choice but to take the initiative. Bai Yi soon found solace in the reality that this selection tournament was designed to identify the 3 strongest guilds for the forthcoming guild war. It would hardly be an easy endeavor. There was, however, one guild within close proximity. Xin Yuan Yu Huang gazed at the spatial talisman in her hand and remarked casually that, even relying solely on their strength, they were not to be underestimated. Setting aside the formidable Sierre, who possessed conquering-level prowess, the others were also distinguished figures among the fearless ranks. When faced with opponents of equal strength, they could certainly hold their ground, especially with Sierre serving as their divine support. However, the challenge of acquiring points would be significantly heightened compared to utilizing the illusionary soul grass. Listening to the conversation, Huan Tian sighed as well. Although he wielded dual soul weapons, his spiritual energy remained limited. At his current second-tier fearless level, he was the weakest link in the team. If they were to triumph in the battles ahead, he needed to elevate his cultivation as swiftly as possible. "President, I wish to absorb the soul weapon first, and then we can proceed to seize points." In such a brief span of time, to enhance his cultivation, Huan Tian could only conceive of this singular method. It is worth noting that within his spatial ring lies a rare-grade weapon spirit, which he had previously been unable to absorb due to insufficient strength. Now, having ascended to the rank of a fearless-level expert, he no longer fears the potential backlash from absorbing the weapon spirit. Although forcibly elevating his cultivation may indeed have repercussions for the future, for the sake of the guild's glory, Huan Tian finds himself compelled to proceed in this manner. At this moment, Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback. Given Huan Tian's current level of cultivation, absorbing the weapon spirit would indeed be somewhat challenging. It is widely understood that many fearless-level adventurers opt to absorb weapon spirits only after reaching the 5th tier of cultivations. Premature absorption merely hinders the full efficacy of the weapon spirit. Never mind, in the future, I can attach even more powerful weapon spirits. Huan Tian nonchalantly waved his hand, dismissing the concern. After all, weapon spirits can be exchanged, and there is no need for undue worry. The act of absorbing a weapon spirit may appear straightforward, yet it is, in reality, an exceedingly perilous endeavor. After all, weapon spirits are the remnants left behind by magical beasts slain by adventurers. While the majority of the spiritual energy within a weapon spirit dissipates and becomes unclaimed upon the death of the beast, there still lingers a trace of the beast's ferocity within the spirit. To recklessly absorb it could inflict immeasurable harm upon the adventurer. Thus, many fearless-level adventurers would never consider absorbing a weapon spirit lightly if their cultivation were inadequate. The icy blue blade hung before his chest, and Huan Tian's body trembled slightly. Beside him, the purple weapon spirit spiraled around the blade like a shooting star, creating an enchanting spectacle from afar. As the spiritual energy entered his body, Huan Tian did not experience the usual waves of comfort associated with his training. Instead, it felt as if his insides were being torn apart by an external force. Fortunately, being a master of body refinement, he quickly steadied his mind and allowed the spiritual energy to surge through him. However, this sensation did not last long, and he soon felt as if the spiritual energy that had entered him had vanished into thin air, as if something within him had forcibly seized the energy from the weapon spirit. Half an hour later, Huan Tian opened his eyes with a look of resignation. What had happened to the promise of enhancing his strength through the weapon spirit? Feeling his cultivation remained largely unchanged, he was at a loss for words. What had driven that staff spirit to absorb all the spiritual energy from a rare weapon spirit, leaving him with nothing? On a positive note, the staff spirit had not drained the powerful attributes of the weapon spirit, and Huan Tian's icy blue blade had indeed gained the attributes contained within it. Gripping the blade, Huan Tian could distinctly feel the immense power radiating from it. Due to the absorption of the weapon spirit, the icy blue blade had transformed into a deep blue hue. Upon seeing Huan Tian awaken, Bai Yi and the others responsible for his protection approached. Noticing Huan Tian's cultivation had barely changed, Bai Yi curiously inquired, "Are you certain you absorbed the weapon spirit? Where has Yuhuang gone?" Huan Tian surveyed his surroundings, noticing the absence of Xianyuan Yuhuang, and inquired, "Has he gone to gather information?" Bai Ruo offered an explanation. He ventured alone. Huan Tian expressed his confusion. What information could he possibly seek? Upon hearing this, he paused for a moment, pondering the nature of the assessment grounds. Was there any news to be gleaned, other than the relentless competition for points? It was rumored that a lord-level beast had appeared in the southern region, and slaying such a creature would yield a staggering 100,000 points. Bai Yi inhaled deeply. He had been astounded upon hearing this news initially. 100,000 points, whoever's guild secured that would undoubtedly claim the top position in this assessment. Lord-level beast. This revelation astonished Huan Tian. They had encountered such creatures before, but could they truly be vanquished by mere fearless adventurers like themselves? The existence of such high-level beasts in the assessment area seemed implausible. Sensing Huan Tian's bewilderment, Bai Yi elaborated, "Do not underestimate the guilds of Qinglong City. From what I know, in this guild selection tournament, the president of the Star Gathering Pavilion is a conqueror-level powerhouse, and many others possess quasi-conqueror strength. Similarly, the leader of Ice Blade is also a conqueror-level expert, with formidable subordinates. Given their profound foundation, defeating a lord-level beast is indeed a plausible feat in a dilapidated palace." A silver figure, towering at least 10 meters, brandished a trident crackling with lightning, casting a menacing gaze upon the unsuspecting group of adventurers. With an imperious voice, it declared, "Humans, while I am still in a good mood, I suggest you leave at once from whence you came." Standing at the forefront of the group of adventurers, the man in white smiled slightly at the words spoken, his handsome visage betraying a hint of amusement. "I trust you are well aware of our intentions. If you are wise, you will surrender your beast's essence to us without resistance. It has always been thus in the past, has it not?" The silver figure, with a gaze as cold as ice, regarded the dashing man with disdain. "Greedy humans, my king is on the verge of awakening. If you desire my essence this time, then come and take it." Had it not been for the recent summons he received, he might have willingly relinquished his essence to them. Yet, given the circumstances, he felt no obligation to hold back. The man's expression hardened, and his spiritual energy surged rapidly, a silver light sword materializing in his grasp. His eyes were fixed on the lord-level beast before him. Although the examination grounds were subject to change, one thing remained constant. This was the only Lord-level beast in existence. Ever since this creature had struck a pact with the guild's formidable members a century ago, there had been an uneasy peace. What had triggered its current behavior? And who was the king it spoke of? The man in white was engulfed in confusion. "Boss, the Iceblade faction has also arrived," murmured a frail man beside him, his eyes narrowing as they focused on the Lord-level beast. "That is of no concern," replied the man in white, his tone unruffled. "If that fellow dares to thwart our plans, I shall not hesitate to incapacitate him." He was unfazed by the presence of the Lord-level beast, after all. Its existence was common knowledge among those participating in the selection trials. Moreover, with his mastery at the 4th rank of conquest, dealing with a mere 2nd-rank contender would be a trivial matter, though this particular Lord-level beast posed a unique challenge. In the depths of the dense forest, Xian Yuan Yu Huang, breathless, ran to the front of Huan Tian and the others, delivering an explosive revelation. There indeed exists a Lord-level beast in this area, and numerous guilds have already rushed there. Acquiring even a fragment of the essence from a Lord-level beast could yield a staggering 100,000 points. "What are we waiting for? Let us go," exclaimed the ever battle-hungry Bai Ruo, her face alight with excitement before Bai Yi could utter a word. "No wonder Zhaixing Pavilion possesses such an abundance of points," Bai Yi murmured, nodding to the group to express his intention. Having been eliminated on the first day in the past, this time, he was determined to witness the so-called selection match. Chapter 88. The Dragon King in a decrepit corner of the palace. Huan Tian gazed in astonishment at the white-clad man engaged in a fierce duel with a colossal silver figure not far away, to challenge a Lord-level beast single-handedly. This white-clad man displayed an extraordinary level of power that was utterly beyond Huan Tian's capabilities. "Since you refused to honor the agreement, do not blame me," the white-clad man scoffed, glancing at the luminous sword in his hand. With a flash, his figure moved with even greater speed than before, and the blade of light glimmered ominously as a tempest of sword energy rapidly took form. "Go!" With a sweep of his left hand, the storm of sword energy surged toward the silver figure. "Umph!" The silver figure retorted with a cold snort, its trident crackling with lightning as it struck fiercely at the oncoming sword energy tempest. Observing the fierce clash between man and beast, Huan Tian and the others collectively gasped in awe. The intensity of this battle was indeed befitting of a conqueror-level powerhouse. Fixated on the silvery figure, Huan Tian immediately recognized the identity of this beast, the Dragon King Lucas, a veritable nightmare for countless adventurers in days gone by. Not only Huan Tian and his companions, but even the other adventurers hidden amidst the ruins were left in utter astonishment at the sight of the confrontation between man and beast. Was it truly feasible to seize a Lord-level beast from such an individual? It seemed rather unrealistic, especially considering that his subordinates were formidable quasi-conqueror-level warriors. With a thunderous clash, the storm of sword energy collided with the trident, unleashing a surge of spiritual power that swept across the ruins in an instant. Intrigued by the spectacle, the white-clad man felt the vibrations of spiritual energy around him and forcefully dispelled the incoming tempest. His gaze, cold and piercing, remained fixated on the Dragon King Lucas not far away. In a mere blink, he appeared before the Dragon King, wielding his lightsaber with unwavering determination, executing a swift upward strike. Upon witnessing the white-clad man's audacious assault, Lucas raised his trident before him, flickering with faint arcs of lightning, which suddenly erupted into a menacing aura of danger. Alarmed, the white-clad man's eyes darted, and he swiftly rolled aside, hastily vacating his previous position. Just as he evaded, a net of lightning materialized before the Dragon King. Even the typically self-assured white-clad man was drenched in cold sweat at the sight of the electric web. Were he to be ensnared, it would likely overwhelm him. It seemed he had underestimated the prowess of a Lord-level beast. Time to flee. The Dragon King gazed disdainfully at the white-clad man, having witnessed him evade his assault. With a powerful sweep of his immense dragon claw, a cage of lightning descended from the heavens, hurtling toward the white-robed figure. The battle was exceedingly fierce, leaving the surrounding adventurers in disbelief at the remarkable strength of the white-clad warrior. No wonder they had consistently secured first place in the guild selection tournaments. Perhaps it would be wiser to hunt lesser beasts instead. Obtaining the essence of a Lord-level beast from them seemed utterly unrealistic. Observing the confrontation, Xianyuan Yuhuang felt a twinge of retreat. The prowess of the white-clad man was indeed extraordinary. Holding his ground against the Dragon King Lucas with impressive tenacity, something their entire team would struggle to achieve. Yu Huang and Huan Tian shared the same astonishment. and doubt began to creep into their minds. "It's all right. You will all become just as formidable in due time," Sierra said with a gentle smile, grasping Huantian's hand reassuringly. Though the white-clad man appeared immensely powerful to Huantian and the others, in Sierra's eyes, he paled in comparison to many of her own kin. His strength stemmed primarily from his formidable foundation. Given sufficient time and resources, anyone could reach such heights. Indeed, let us not forget that we have Sierra with us. Chu Ling, the usually reticent girl, remarked with a charming smile, her melodious voice cutting through the atmosphere, uplifting the spirits of the disheartened Xinyuan Yu Huang and the others. "Indeed, we still have Sister Sierra with us. Look at your lack of ambition. A minor setback has left you in such a state. How can you hope to become strong in the future?" Regardless, Bai Yi is the president and offered some words of comfort. "This time, forget about securing the first or second positions in the guild selection competition. Simply making it into the top 3 will suffice. It's nothing to worry about." Huan Tian waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was unfazed. Reflecting upon his memories, he recalled the first time he had faced adversity. That man in white, seemingly not much older than they were, had already attained the formidable conqueror level at such a young age. Meanwhile, he remained stuck at the fearless level. If conqueror-level warriors were already so impressive, one could only wonder what the future would hold for those at the battle sovereign, heroic, or even martial refinement levels. Though he had encountered such powerful beings during his time at the exploration level, one could only truly grasp their terrifying nature upon reaching that pinnacle themselves. How could the ever-perceptive Sierra fail to notice the emotions etched upon Huan Tian's face? Quietly, she grasped his right hand and silently vowed, "Brother Huan Tian, I will always accompany you on your journey to strength. Even if I forget you in the future, I will remain true to my promise." With this thought, a gentle yet potent aura enveloped Sierra, surging dramatically as she effortlessly ascended to the pinnacle of the conqueror level, and her power continued to rise. "Sierra, that's enough." Huan Tian was the first to sense this overwhelming energy. Feeling Sierra's current state, he gently called out her name, his eyes rekindling with confidence. Indeed, as adventurers, how could they lose heart upon encountering peers who appeared more powerful? Upon hearing the voice of Huan Tian, the terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy finally ceased and gradually returned to their original state. Naturally, it was not only Huan Tian who perceived this formidable surge of spiritual energy. Both Xinyuan Yu Huang and Bai Yi, who stood nearby, also felt the heart-stirring power. The confidence they had lost was rekindled, for they still had the immeasurable strength of Sierra on their side. It was essential that she refrain from actions that could harm herself. As for Huan Tian, how could he fail to notice that Sierra's power seemed to be constrained by some unseen force? Had he not called out in time, she might have broken free from the binding of her own cultivation. The presence of a powerful adventurer imposing such restrictions suggested that it must be for her benefit. Otherwise, who would resent an excessively high level of cultivation? If Sierra were to forcefully break through, danger would inevitably ensue. "All right," Sierra responded obediently, nodding her head and smiling knowingly at the newly confident Huan Tian. Chapter 89. The Avatar. This cannot continue like this, the man in white thought. Though he was not in a hurry, neither was the Dragon King Lucas, for numerous human adventurers remained present. If he were to prolong this standoff, the outcome was predictable. Those adventurers would surely not spare him. They would delight in seeing both him and this human suffer mutual destruction, thereby reaping the benefits. "Surrender a portion of your essence, and I shall overlook this matter," the man in white declared, swinging his sword with a calm demeanor. "Dream on," came the retort. "If you desire it, come and take it yourself." The Dragon King, Lucas, let out a cold snort, brandishing his trident before him, as lightning crackled around his massive form. Nearby, Huan Tian observed Lucas's actions, his expression shifting. Possessing memories from a past life, he instinctively understood the Dragon King's intent. The stalemate was about to be shattered. The man in white was in peril. Why? It was evident that their strengths were comparable. "What makes you say that?" Xinyuan Yu Huang inquired curiously. "You will know soon enough," Huan Tian replied casually, choosing not to elaborate. It seemed the man in white had underestimated the Dragon King, for he was a lord-level beast, hardly a benign entity. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the Dragon King astonishingly split into two, as they sensed the identical fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the two Lucas. Even the typically confident man in white paled. Despite their fierce clash, he was acutely aware that he could only hope to restrain the Dragon King, forcing him to yield. The prospect of slaying a lord-level beast was beyond his solitary capability. All members of the star-picking pavilion, heed my command. Launch a full-scale assault on this beast." He called out to his guild members not far behind, his sense of play restored. A fierce torrent of sword energy erupted from his hands, relentlessly targeting the Dragon King Lucas. "Brother, shall we join the fray?" Bai Ruo asked, eager to leap into the fierce battle. "Not yet. I sense this matter is far from simple," Bai Yi cautioned, shaking his head. "The essence of a lord-level beast is not so easily acquired." "Certainly not. Have you not noticed that the guilds concealed around the Dragon King Lucas have yet to take action? Well, let us wait and see." Huan Tian nodded in agreement. Although the star-picking pavilion seemed to hold the upper hand, there was no trace of panic in the eyes of the Dragon King. It is crucial to understand that should it be defeated by the star-picking pavilion, it would pay the ultimate price, its very life. Moreover, another aura of a lord-level beast lurked in this vicinity. Upon hearing Shir's words, the expression of Huan Tian and his companions changed dramatically. "Is there truly a lord-level beast hidden here? Shio, are you certain?" Huan Tian inquired, a hint of doubt evident in his voice. But why had they not sensed the presence of any other lord-level beasts? It should be in that location. Shir blinked her golden eyes, pointing to the depths of the dilapidated structures, affirming her claim. "It appears that acquiring those 100,000 points will not be an easy feat by Yi's side." Contemplating the matter, after all, the Guild War is a grand event jointly hosted by the three mighty empires. Such a spectacle cannot be trivialized. Clearly, the star-picking pavilion is no ordinary faction. They have managed to reach an understanding with the beasts. Bang, bang, bang. A series of thunderous explosions erupted from the body of the Dragon King Lucas, compounded by the assaults of other members of the star-picking pavilion. The Dragon King, along with its doppelganger, collapsed under the force of the white-clad man's attack, leaving a massive dragon-shaped crater on the ground. Damn humans! Though struck by the white-clad man's attack, the Dragon King Lucas appeared unscathed. Rising to its feet, its powerful dragon claws gripped a trident tightly. A glint of cold light flashing in its eyes as a discernible silver vortex formed at the tip of the trident. Drink. With a swift motion of the trident in hand, its speed was so astonishing that the naked eye could scarcely perceive it. One could only catch a fleeting glimpse of silver light as the trident lunged towards an adventurer of the star-picking pavilion. "Quick, evade!" cried the man clad in white, his voice filled with urgency. He sensed the terrifying power coursing through the trident, a force so formidable that he dared not confront it directly. Although his warning was issued in the very instant Dragon King Lucas unleashed his assault, the sheer velocity of the trident rendered it utterly unavoidable. Despite the adventurer's instinctive preparation, he was still struck by the deadly thrust. A horrified scream pierced the air as the adventurer's body vanished without a trace before the astonished gazes of onlookers, leaving not even a shard of bone in his wake. Witnessing such overwhelming might, not even the dreamer, let alone the guild leader, could suppress their trepidation. A single blow had felled a would-be conqueror, and the terror of a lord-level beast was palpable. "Sir, should we not intervene?" inquired the city lord, who sat beside the elder, both having witnessed the scene unfold, drawing a sharp breath in disbelief. "Let us observe for a moment longer. If matters worsen, we shall act." The elder, though initially taken aback, quickly regained his composure, his aged eyes fixated intently on Dragon King Lucas within the crystal sphere. These younglings seemed to have encountered a formidable opponent. What would their next course of action be? The elder remained intrigued, contemplating that it was time for these fledglings to truly experience the dread of a beast. Very well, he finally acquiesced, and the city lord nodded reluctantly. The fall of a would-be conqueror was a bitter loss. Even he felt a pang of sorrow, for this was the future pillar of Qinglong City. Chapter 90. The puppet King Deguri, you are doomed. Upon witnessing the demise of his subordinates, the man in white instantaneously darkened in countenance. His gaze fixated fiercely upon the Dragon King Lucas, his chest heaving, clearly agitated. The spiritual energy emanating from his being surged violently, gradually coalescing above him into a luminous sword of energy. The materialization of spiritual power signified the desperate might of a conqueror-level warrior. Observers, witnessing the man's transformation, instinctively retreated from the vicinity, fearful of being caught in the ensuing tempest. With the radiant sword of energy encircling his chest, the man in white gestured with his left hand, and a silver sword gradually materialized within his previously empty grasp, the sword technique of the underworld. A cruel smile creased his lips as his figure flickered, and astonishingly, a wound manifested on the body of Dragon King Lucas. blood gushing forth like a fountain and staining the ground a vivid crimson in an instant. With a roar, feeling the sharp pain, Lucas swung his trident, conjuring a circle of lightning to encase the surroundings in an effort to thwart the advances of the man in white. Wave splitter. Seeing this, the man in white let out a disdainful snort, his sword flashing with silver brilliance as he forcefully repelled the Dragon King, shattering the electric net. Lucas's expression shifted dramatically. In desperation, he implored, "I am willing to surrender my essence." After all, in the face of death, even a lord-level beast harbors a twinge of fear. He could not fathom how this human had grown so formidable. His own strength had yet to fully return. Thus, he resolved to adopt a familiar stance. Survival was the only pathway to hope. It is too late. The man in white, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. How could he possibly allow this beast to escape so easily after forcibly enhancing his own powers? Today, he was determined to slay this creature. With a swift motion, the figure of the man in white flickered once more, disregarding the roar of the Dragon King Lucas. He brought his dual swords together, unleashing two arcs of silver sword energy aimed directly at the chest of the Dragon King. "You have forced my hand." The Dragon King Lucas, noticing the man's unwavering resolve, let out a cold huff. It seemed assistance from another was necessary, were it not for the dire stakes of survival. He would prefer to avoid the aid of such a greedy individual. "What if I have? You were the one who breached the agreement." The man in white offered the Dragon King no respite, his light swords whirling like a tempest as they struck towards him. In an instant, numerous fine wounds appeared across the body of the Dragon King Lucas, blood flowing freely, rendering him a pitiful sight. "If you do not show yourself, what benefit will it be to you if I perish?" The man in white was relentless, or rather, he seemed to be pressing a beast. Ultimately, the Dragon King Lucas laid aside his concerns and called out into the depths of the ruins. "What?" The man in white's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Lucas's words. It seemed there was another powerful presence concealed within the ruins, one that could elicit such a reaction from him. The implications were clear. It must be another lord-level beast. Yet, why did he sense no trace of such an entity's aura? Let us act together. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. The man in white did not dare to ascertain the truth of the matter and hastily addressed the others in the star-picking pavilion, asserting that regardless of whether another lord-level beast was present, they must swiftly eliminate the Dragon King Lucas. Even if another lord-level beast were to emerge, it would pose little threat to them. Upon hearing his words, the other members of the star-picking pavilion rushed towards the Dragon King Lucas, eager to vanquish the formidable beast in a short span of time. And you all heard him, right? If you wish to avoid demise, act swiftly. You are well aware of the dangers posed by two lord-level beasts, he continued, casting a glance at the numerous figures lurking amidst the ruins before he fell silent and lunged at the Dragon King Lucas with a decisive strike. Witnessing the other guilds spring into action, Ruah glanced at Bai with excitement and inquired, "Brother, shall we also join the fray?" After enduring for so long, the opportunity to engage had finally arrived. Watching others fight could never compare to the exhilaration of battle. "Let us proceed, but exercise caution. Even a severely injured lord-level beast is not to be trifled with," Bai advised, nodding to Huan Tian and the others. "I shall take the lead." Xian Yuan Yu Huang, wielding a long spear, was eager to engage, and though Bai Ruah was known for her combative spirit, Huan Tian believed that Xian Yuan Yu Huang was equally formidable. The chance to witness the power of a lord-level beast was something she could no longer resist. Sighing in resignation as he observed the eager Xian Yuan Yu Huang and Bai Ruah charging towards the Dragon King Lucas, Huan Tian followed closely behind them. The battle was on the verge of erupting, as the presence of numerous formidable adventurers, each skilled in their own right, added to the tension. The Dragon King Lucas bore more wounds upon his body, and the aura of spiritual energy surrounding him rapidly waned. "Are you not coming out yet?" he bellowed, a sense of urgency swelling within him as he called again into the depths of the ruins. "At this juncture, if you continue to play tricks, you shall meet your demise." The man in white, observing the situation, thrust his sword towards Lucas's chest, just as the blade seemed poised to strike. A powerful wave of energy unique to a lord-class beast surged forth from the depths of the ruins. In an instant, a formidable energy blade, seemingly crafted from pure spiritual essence, effortlessly repelled the glowing sword aimed at Lucas. Feeling this sudden surge of potent energy, the man in white's expression shifted dramatically. Shock etched on his face as he beheld several silhouettes emerging slowly from the depths of the ruins. His body began to tremble. Indeed, they were Lord-class beasts, accompanied by numerous elite-class creatures. This was dire news. Even if he forcibly elevated his power, he stood no chance against two Lord-class beasts. Shang Wanming, I leave the Dragon King Lucas in your hands. As for the remaining comrades, you must contend with the other elite-class beasts. Once this matter is resolved, I shall distribute the essence of the beasts according to our contributions. In the face of danger, the man clad in white relinquished his pride and addressed another individual, evidently a formidable conqueror, before leading the members of the Star-Gathering Pavilion deeper into the ruins. As for the other guilds, upon hearing the words of the man in white, they too brandished their spirit weapons and followed suit. Regardless of past grievances, nearly all adventurers would cast aside their animosities in the presence of peril, uniting against a common foe.